Year 39 of Konoha. Konoha Village. Ninja Academy. Where is this? I shook my head, feeling a headache. My vision occasionally cleared and blurred. After a moment, the dizziness in my head finally eased. This is... I widened my eyes, staring at everything before me. My name is Jing Yuan, a fan of Naruto. Yet now it seemed I had transmigrated. The familiar figures before me made me feel as if I were dreaming. Kakashi. Asuma Kurinai Yahirin Nohara Aoba Yamashiro Rado Namishi Might Gai Genma Shiranu Hate Gekko Ebisu Enko Mitarashi Izumo Kamizuki Kotetsu Hagain Irika and Obito. I've transmigrated into the Naruto world. A sharp pain struck and memories flooded into my mind. My name is Uchiha Jing Yuan. My parents were killed by enemy ninjas when I was 3 and I now live with my parents' comrade. Damn. Really transmigrated. Uchiha Jing Yuan, muttering to yourself, stand up and answer this question. Oh no. There's a saying the teacher can see everything you're doing. My previous behavior was seen as daydreaming. I sighed and stood up, looking at the teacher before me, who was both familiar and strange. Familiar because the original Jing Yuan had known this teacher for 3 months. But I had no memory of him. In the original Naruto anime, I didn't recall this character at all. Probably just cannon fodder in the Third Shinobi War. Yamanaka Tsun, that was all I knew about him. What are you looking at me for? Look at the blackboard. Ding, options triggered. 1. Stand with arms akimbo, sneer and say, what can you do if I don't look? Gain title Troublemaker. After obtaining this title, you'll be seen as a goofball among peers. 2. Obediently look at the blackboard and answer the question. Reward Ordinary Ninja Fragment. Can randomly select a ninja of genin rank and obtain one of their random abilities. 3. Challenge, tell the teacher this question is too easy. Answering it insults my intelligence. Give me a harder one. Reward Elite Ninja Fragment. Can randomly select a ninja of chunin rank and obtain one of their abilities. Jing Yuan was stunned. His golden finger had arrived. The rewards were quite generous. Although option 1 was tempting, I chose 3. Teacher, this question is too easy. Answering it insults my intelligence. Give me a harder one. Jing Yuan stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained Elite Ninja Fragment. Backpack unlocked. The entire class, including Kakashi, stared at him in shock. During the 3 months of contact, everyone knew Jing Yuan was introverted due to his parents' death. Yet today he was so arrogant. Yamanaka Tsun was also stunned, but then smiled. Good, I like students who love to court death. If you can't answer this, go stand at the back. There happens to be a difficult question. Let Uchiha Jing Yuan explain it to us. Yamanaka Tsun began writing on the blackboard. What is the fundamental cause of the First Great Ninja War? Yamanaka Tsun smiled slightly. He hadn't taught this yet, and didn't believe Jing Yuan could answer. The death of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju greatly reduced Konoha's deterrent power. Other countries sought to take advantage of this to suppress Konoha, occupy land, plunder resources, and enhance their own strength. As Jing Yuan calmly stated the answer, the entire class fell into dead silence. Come on, anyone who watched Naruto wouldn't fail such a basic question right. Sit. Sit down. Next time, even if you know everything, don't daydream. Yamanaka Tsun was somewhat surprised that this usually quiet dullard was actually a top student. The class quickly returned to normal order. System. Jing Yuan called inwardly, but after waiting a long time there was no response. Open backpack. Ding. With a mechanical sound, a blue light screen appeared before Uchiha Jing. Jing Yuan looked around. It seemed no one else could see or hear it. Looks like this thing has no intelligence, but at least others can't see it. Then Jing Yuan looked at the grid on the blue screen. They were all empty except the first one, which contained an item resembling a puzzle piece. Elite Ninja Fragment can be used on any ninja of chunin rank or below, randomly obtaining one of their abilities. Jing Yuan scanned the classmates. He didn't fancy anyone's ability, including Kakashi's. Because Kakashi at this time could only use Shadow Clone at most, and Jing Yuan had almost no chakra. Learning it would be useless. He lacked strength too much. Jing Yuan didn't even know the 3 basic techniques. After thinking it over, he decided to use it on Yamanaka Tsun. Because the system clearly marked strength, not titles, so exploiting loopholes was unlikely. In Jing Yuan's memory, there were few ninjas with actual chunin level strength and decent abilities that he could access. So he decided to test it on Yamanaka Tsun and also see the drop rate. Using Elite Ninja Frag. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained Chakra Extraction Technique. What the heck? Jing Yuan was stunned. What? Chakra Extraction Technique. Isn't it said that system items are always top-notch? Even if I didn't get the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, at least give me the 3 basic techniques. Everyone knows Chakra Extraction Technique. Jing Yuan lay gloomily on the desk. Having just transmigrated, not getting a newbie gift pack was bad enough, but using an item gave him this useless thing. Not wanting to listen to the lesson, Jing Yuan began to slowly digest the memories in his mind. In this parallel world, Jing Yuan, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were childhood friends. Kakashi was 1 year younger than Jing Yuan, Obito, and Rin, but they all entered the ninja academy together. Don't ask why, he's a genius. Soon it was time to leave school. As soon as class ended, Obito and Rin gathered around while Kakashi went to find the teacher. Jing Yuan, are you okay? You were so unusual today. Obito leaned his arm on Jing Yuan's shoulder, looking puzzled. Rin also looked worried. It's nothing, I was just bored and wanted to liven things up, Jing Yuan said indifferently, clearly still sulking about the chakra extraction technique incident. By the way, did you hear? Kakashi is going to graduate early. As Jing Yuan, Obito, and Rin had just stepped out of the school gate, they saw Kakashi walking out as well. In this era, unlike the peaceful years of Konoha, graduation was simple. One could graduate early by mastering the 3 basic techniques, so Kakashi had definitely succeeded. Because there was a new item on his head, Konoha's headband. Some children who hadn't yet gone home gathered around. Wow, is that the Konoha headband? Has Big Brother become a ninja? I'm so jealous, I want one too. Forget it, you might not even graduate. Damn it, you. Let's fight. As if I'm afraid of you. A small crowd of 6 or 7-year-old children gathered around, automatically assuming Kakashi was a senior student because of his headband. Rin ran over excitedly, hands clasped in front of her chest, smiling. Wow, Kakashi, you really graduated early. Congratulations. Rin's signature gesture. Obito snorted at Kakashi's smug expression. And Jing Yuan was faced with a choice again. One cheer for the 2 kids about to fight. Obtain title Brat Slayer. Wearing it, you'll never hesitate to discipline brats. Jing Yuan thought. What is this nonsense? Just stirring up trouble. 2. Give a simple congratulations to Kakashi for graduating. Reward common ninja fragment. 3. Pat Kakashi on the head and say congratulations on graduating. You will become stronger. Reward elite ninja fragment. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. The first option was absurd, but he really wanted that title. After all, who could resist the power to discipline brats without mercy? The second option was an immediate pass. Elite had only given a chakra refinement technique. What could common possibly be? So Jing Yuan decisively squeezed into the crowd of kids, reached out, and patted Kakashi on the head. Kakashi, congratulations on graduating. You will become stronger. Kakashi felt a strange sense of mockery rising from within. He pushed Jing Yuan's hand away. What's wrong with you today? You're acting weird. Jing Yuan kept a calm smile on the surface while sweating inwardly. How could he possibly say that he had possessed the original owner? Such an absurd thing. Jing Yuan turned around and looked up at a 45-degree angle. I don't know why today, but strange thoughts keep popping into my head. If I don't do those things, I feel restless. Jing Yuan then turned and grabbed Kakashi's shoulders, giving him a you-know-what-I-mean look. So you understand that feeling, right? But he was met only with Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Just as the awkwardness reached a point where Jing Yuan was about to dig a hole in the ground with his toes, a voice came from afar. Kakashi, I will definitely surpass you. Oh no. It's even more awkward now. Kakashi responded and then pushed Jing Yuan's hands away again, walking off into the distance. Jing Yuan sighed and followed Kakashi. Rin, though a bit embarrassed, also followed. Obito, seeing Kakashi ignore him, snorted and walked ahead with his nose in the air. Uncle, I'm back. Oh, little Jing Yuan is back. Come eat quickly. A kind-faced man came out of the kitchen. He carried a dish with one hand. He looked about 30 years old. It wasn't that he couldn't use both hands. That arm had been destroyed in the Second Great Ninja War. Uchiha Joshuin. That was the name of this Uchiha. He had almost forgotten his parents' names. He had never seen them since he could remember. His uncle used to mention them often, but lately there was nothing about them, so he stopped. The name Joshuin left no impression, meaning he too would probably die in the near future. Looking at the lavish dinner, Jing Yuan's heart felt uneasy. In his previous life he had been abandoned at an orphanage as a child. Now suddenly having family in this life, he didn't know how to face this unexpected affection. But the familiar memories made him handle the family relationship quite smoothly. Is the food not to your taste? Joshuin noticed his unease and asked with concern. No, it's very tasty. Jing Yuan quickly replied. Did something happen at school? Jaehyuksen's brow furrowed slightly, as if he would immediately go to the school to demand an explanation if Jing Yuan had been wronged. It's nothing. Jing Yuan mumbled, frantically searching his memory for something to cover it up. It's just that Kakashi graduated early. Jaehyuksen's brow relaxed. Kakashi. He's truly a genius. His father was also outstanding, but Jing Yuan, don't rush to prove yourself. Living is the most important thing. Jing Yuan nodded while eating. The topic was quickly dropped. By this time it seemed that Konoha's white fan had already taken his own life. Kakashi. In Jing Yuan's memory, Kakashi used to be very lively and cheerful. The fact that he rushed to graduate early suggested that white fan had died not long ago. What a pity! If I had transmigrated a little earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Jing Yuan couldn't help but think. After these thoughts, Jing Yuan started studying the system, only to awkwardly discover that there wasn't much to study about it. I'm done eating. Jing Yuan stood up and returned to his room from memory. Jiuxuan silently began cleaning up after seeing him finish. Jing Yuan is so strange today, Jiuxuan thought while washing dishes. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan secretly used the elite ninja fragment on him. With the sound of a spinning wheel, Jing Yuan obtained his first ninjutsu in this life shadow clone technique. Shadow clone is good, but my current chakra is far from enough. The shadow clone technique required a lot of chakra, too much for Jing Yuan at the moment. The original body had barely refined chakra. Jing Yuan sat in his room looking at the moon outside the window, and the faint chakra within him caught in a dilemma. 1. Forget sleep, get hype, dance wildly in the room for 2 hours. Obtain title square dance grandpa. Wearing it you'll be the coolest kid on the square dance floor. 2. Sleep. Only those with no contribution to the ninja world sleep. People like us pillars of the ninja world can't possibly sleep. Stay up and cultivate. Reward 100 increase in cultivation speed. Jing Yuan sat in his room looking at the moon outside the window, and the faint chakra within him caught in a dilemma. 2. Sleep. Only those with no contribution to the ninja world sleep. People like us pillars of the ninja world can't possibly sleep. Stay up and cultivate. Reward 100 increase in cultivation speed. 3. Just go to sleep. Without a system I must strive to cultivate. If I have a system, why should I still work hard? Wouldn't that make my system pointless? Reward a small amount of chakra. After reading the options, Jing Yuan grinned, feeling that this third option seemed familiar from a novel in his past life. The first option is out today has already been strange enough. If I show off in the room, won't I be caught by Jiusun and be sent to see a brain doctor? The second option is tempting, but the third option answered it directly. Without a system I must cultivate. Now that I have a system, why would I bother with it? Sleep. Jing Yuan, it's time for ninja school. Jing Yuan groggily opened his eyes and found Obito and Rin calling for him outside. Jing Yuan, little Obito and little Rin are calling you. A voice floated up from downstairs. Oh. Wait for me. Jing Yuan instantly became alert. He then noticed that his chakra had increased significantly, just enough to summon a shadow clone. What a joke, who would go to ninja school with a shadow clone? Shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, a shadow clone appeared in front of Jing Yuan. As soon as the shadow clone was summoned, it casually walked downstairs. Jing Yuan, aren't you having breakfast? No thanks, uncle, I'll eat when I come back from school. Hearing the voice from downstairs, Jing Yuan instantly sprang up as if he had received a boost of energy. After standing up, Jing Yuan felt the sensation of having a shadow clone and his heart filled with joy. Every move of the shadow clone was under his control. He could check on its status at any time. This is probably the dream of every kid, having a shadow clone attend ninja school for them. I wonder how many multiple choice questions there will be today. Jing Yuan stylishly leaped out of the window from the second floor. Jing Yuan made a stylish leap but unexpectedly got his pant leg caught on a branch. Then, he landed face first. Who is it? A voice from inside the house belonged to Jiusun. Jing Yuan didn't have time to comfort his handsome face that had just hit the ground. He quickly grabbed the branch caught on his pants, and hurriedly hid to the side of the house. So unlucky, so unlucky, so unlucky. Jiusun peeked outside and finding no one returned inside. Seeing Jiusun go back, Jing Yuan hurriedly put on his pants. Fortunately there was no one on the street, otherwise he would have embarrassed himself in front of his grandmother. Jing Yuan let out a small sigh and began his day of wandering. Then, for the entire day, not a single multiple choice question was triggered. Is this a scam? Jing Yuan returned home in a bad mood, and at that moment the shadow clone had just arrived home. Jing Yuan directly dispelled the shadow clone and a flood of information rushed into his memory. They served stir-fried green peppers with meat over rice for lunch at school. What? Jing Yuan's mouth instantly watered. Damn. I spent the entire day outside exposed to the elements, yet I couldn't return home for a meal, and not a single multiple choice question was triggered. Jing Yuan almost cried out. This is too hard for me. One day, a whole day, do you know how I spent this day? Then he casually broke the branch that had gotten stuck to his pants that morning. After dinner, Jing Yuan sat on the tatami in his room and began to ponder. He realized that he had not triggered a single multiple choice question all day. Meanwhile he had triggered 3 in just half a day yesterday. Too few examples. Jing Yuan shook his head preparing to sleep. Just then he finally triggered a multiple-choice question. Like the 3 from last night before sleeping, Jing Yuan directly chose the third option and fell asleep. Is there a problem? No problem. Thus Jing Yuan spent 2 days blending into school, and aside from the multiple-choice questions before sleeping at night, nothing else was triggered. However, this time he got smart. He blended into ninja school, while his shadow clone trained outside. Soon school was over again. Today marked the 4th day since Jing Yuan arrived in this world, and so far nothing unpleasant had happened. I wonder how long such peaceful times can last. The Third Shinobi World War, according to memories from my past life, broke out in the 46th year of Konoha, which means I still have 7 years. If I have 7 years, I should be able to grow to a level beyond Hokage. If I have a system, just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Just as Jing Yuan was immersed in his own world, Obito and Rin had already come to call him home. Without Kakashi, the way home feels so desolate, Rin remarked, looking at the streets that had far fewer people than usual. TCH, that guy is just a walking refrigerator. Without him the air feels much warmer, right, Jing Yuan? Obito crossed his arms behind his back. These past few days he had been noticeably happier without Kakashi going home with him. However, Jing Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, a bad premonition rising within him. Don't you guys think something feels off? The 3 walked side by side in the alley. There were usually quite a few ninjas resting here. Obito also felt that something was amiss. Yeah, it feels so quiet. The 3 quickly reached a fork in the road, with Obito and Rin heading left while Jing Yuan went right. Just as Rin and Obito reached the left alley, a ninja dressed in Sand Village attire suddenly burst out from inside, clutching a large scroll under his left arm. Behind him were 4 Umbu members chasing after him. Ah! Rin screamed in fright and hurriedly stepped back. However, she was grabbed by the arm by that ninja and lifted up. Haha, there's always a way out for the desperate. The 4 Umbu members behind him also began to panic upon seeing this. Damn, he's taken a villager hostage. Continue the attack. He can't form seals right now. This is the best opportunity. But there are no buts. He's carrying Konoha's intelligence. Obito and Jing Yuan were also frozen in place. Watching the few people fly past them, Jing Yuan's heart raced as if 1,000 white horses were galloping. Just going home, and Rin seems to have been taken hostage. Rin! Moments later, Obito finally reacted and hurriedly pursued the few people. That intelligence-stealing ninja was definitely no pushover, at least a jonin. If the 2 of them chased after him now, it would be a death wish. The Second Shinobi World War had just ended not long ago, and this group wanted to take advantage of Konoha's current weakened state to wage war once again. That ninja was most likely from Sunigekure, sent to gather intelligence. Jing Yuan was instantly stunned. If it weren't for him, Obito and Rin would have probably been home by now. Is this the consequence of my crossing over? While Jing Yuan was lost in thought, several more Umbu members caught up. Kill that ninja! Damn, that's so despicable! Don't show mercy. If he escapes with the intelligence, Konoha will face a huge crisis again. Ding, trigger option. 1. Take Obito and go home, each to their own. They captured Lin, none of my business. Reward title, coward. Upon equipping you will receive a weakling hat that makes others laugh uncontrollably when they see you. 2. Seek help, but even if you shout your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. Reward, ninja fragment. 3. Chase after them. Be brave, my friend. Reward, elite ninja fragment. Jing Yuan sighed slightly as he watched Obito, who had already run far ahead. Looks like I have to choose the third option. Obito, wait for me. Just a moment after Jing Yuan and Obito left the fork in the road, a black-haired ninja leaped down from a large tree by the roadside, frowning slightly as he gazed in the direction Jing Yuan had disappeared. However, Obito, having not yet refined much chakra, soon gave out after running a short distance. Lin! Obito gasped for breath, staring at the forest ahead. This was almost the edge of Konoha. Beyond this forest lay the village wall. Jing Yuan also slowed to a halt, not too tired but with a grim expression. The forest was vast, but for a ninja it was only about 20 minutes' journey. Moreover, the ninja's trail within the forest grew increasingly erratic. If Lin were lost, the trouble would be immense. Ding, trigger major option. 1. Insist on saving Lin may result in death. Reward, ninja radar, one-time use. Ninja radar instantly locates a living ninja. 2. Do not save Lin, Lin will die. Reward, Mangekyo Sharingan. Jing Yuan swallowed hard. Mangekyo Sharingan, awakening it at the age of 6, what did that mean? Obito awakened his single Mangekyo Sharingan at 14, triggering the Nine-Tails rampage, bringing Konoha to the brink of destruction and cementing countless childhood nightmares. The worth of a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to drive anyone mad. But I choose 1. Though Jing Yuan had only recently arrived in this world, the original Jing Yuan's memories had been perfectly inherited by the current Jing Yuan. Would you abandon a close friend you've lived with for 5 or 6 years for something you might obtain later? As Jing Yuan's inner voice fell silent. Congratulations. You have obtained Ninja Radar one-time use and Epic Ninja Fragment. Epic Ninja Fragment can randomly draw one ability from a ninja whose strength does not exceed Kage level. A compass-like object appeared in Jing Yuan's hand. New fragment. Jing Yuan looked at the fragment in his backpack, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Obito, panting heavily, seemed to spot something and suddenly grew excited, waving his hand and shouting at a white-haired figure not far away. Hey! Kakashi! Who are you? Let me go! Lin struggled constantly, but the ninja held her tightly. Who I am doesn't matter. If you keep screaming, I'll kill you right now. The ninja secretly rejoiced, having taken a hostage. The Umbu behind him dared not act rashly. The Suna ninja swiftly leaped through the trees, soon shaking off the trailing Umbu members. Then he found a large tree, set Lin and the scroll down, and bound Lin to the tree with a rope. Lin trembled in tears but dared not sob, fearing the ninja would finish her on the spot. Seeing Lin so obedient, the ninja smirked slightly. Be good, don't move, and I promise nothing will happen to you. Then the Suna ninja began rapidly forming hand seals, first using the transformation technique to create 5 large scrolls. Then he summoned a hawk. As soon as the hawk was summoned, it grabbed a large scroll and soared into the sky. Next, the ninja used the shadow clone technique to create 4 shadow clones. The Suna ninja untied Lin's rope, grabbed her again, tucked the scroll under his arm, and began leaping through the trees. The previous binding was merely to prevent Lin from running. This hostage was still useful to him. The other 4 shadow clones each picked up 1 large scroll and fled in different directions. In an instant, 6 Konoha intelligence scrolls appeared on the scene. The Umbu behind were momentarily stunned. Both the hawk in the sky and the 5 ninjas in the trees carried identical-looking intelligence scrolls. Captain, what should we do? Split up and pursue. At that moment, the Suna ninja was ecstatic inside. With this maneuver, he was almost certain to escape Konoha. As long as he brought back the intelligence, his reward. Lin trembled all over in fear, not daring even to cry. Save me. Anyone. The Suna ninja's shadow clones and the hawk all carried fake scrolls. The real scroll and Lin were with him. But the Umbu couldn't determine which was the original, so they had to split their forces. The white-haired youth was none other than Kakashi, returning from a mission. Kakashi looked toward the source of the voice and saw Obito and Jing Yuan. Obito's eyes lit up and he ran toward Kakashi. Kakashi. Jing Yuan, however, ignored Kakashi, pondering how to use the fragments. Then with a tiny tap he used the elite ninja fragment on Kakashi. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hataki Sword Technique Beginner. Instantly a surge of knowledge flooded Jing Yuan's mind. After much deliberation, Jing Yuan decided to take a gamble. Was this a correct bet? Kakashi. Lin has been kidnapped. What? Kakashi was slightly puzzled, but Obito grabbed his arm. No time to explain. Let's talk on the way. Jing Yuan's eyes lit up at this. Ninjas who had been on missions were gradually returning. Then he used the ninja radar and Lin's location instantly appeared in his mind. You exist. In my deepest. Ahem. Kakashi, Obito, follow me. A ninja's stamina is directly proportional to their chakra. In other words, the more chakra you have, the more stamina. Indeed, Obito gave out again after running a short distance. Don't think Obito is weak, he's only 6 years old with the stamina of an ordinary child. Not every child is as talented and hardworking as Kakashi. As for Jing Yuan, he relied entirely on the system. His own chakra could barely be said to have been refined at all. Kakashi, Jing Yuan. Ha! Ha! You two go ahead. I'll rest a bit. Ding trigger option. 1 Obito, stay here and don't move. Kakashi and I will be back soon after rescuing Lin. Reward: a basket of oranges and common ninja fragment. 2 Obito, get on my back. I'll carry you. Title: Obito's approval. Upon equipping you, gain Obito's recognition. He will sincerely believe you are someone destined for great things. 3 Obito, I see the bearing of an emperor in you. Reward: a small amount of chakra for both Obito and you. Jing Yuan smirked slightly. Was there even a need to choose? Obito, I see you possess the demeanor of an emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Yuan felt an increase in his chakra. What? Obito was taken aback, but then he felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, and his strength was instantly restored. Kakashi looked confused, not understanding why Jing Yuan would say such nonsensical things. Obito, slightly puzzled, remarked. Though I don't quite grasp your words, it seems I've regained some energy. Then let's continue on our way. Jing Yuan smiled mysteriously, and continued leading the way. Meanwhile, the true powerhouses of Konoha began to join the battle. Pfft. Damn. Another clone. Quick. Regroup with the captain. Damn, that too is a clone. Oh no, where did that guy run off to? Hurry and search, we can't let him escape from Konoha. Are the scrolls carried by the summoned beasts also fake? A member of the Umbu stood on a tree watching a wounded eagle fly away and muttering to himself. Huff. Huff. The exhausted sand shinobi found a secluded spot to rest, having made it deep into the forest. If he could rest for a moment, he could take the scroll out of Konoha. This way his teammates outside could quickly take him away. He hadn't traveled in a straight line but had deliberately avoided the Umbu, which had cost him a lot of energy. As for Rin, she had been knocked unconscious and lay quietly on the ground. This little guy is truly adorable. After taking her back, we should be able to trade for quite a bit with the ninjas of Konoha, ha ha ha. At this moment the sand shinobi was unaware that Jing Yuan, Kakashi and Obito were already lurking nearby. The three hid in the trees, and under Jing Yuan's guidance they quickly located the sand shinobi, now concealed 30 meters away, as getting any closer would risk being discovered. The opponent was unaware of Jing Yuan's trio, which was their only advantage. Kakashi, what should we do? Obito asked quietly. Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly. Having not participated in many missions, this task was clearly beyond what the three of them could handle. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Obito turned to Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, what should we do? How would I know? As soon as Jing Yuan finished speaking, he triggered a multiple-choice question. 1. The celestial dragon fears nothing. Charge in with a slide tackle and make him laugh to death. Reward: a beautifully crafted coffin. 2. Go find the Umbu. Reward: a special cue from Rin, ordinary ninja fragments. 3. Approach slowly and stealthily. Reward: excellent ninja fragments. Jing Yuan looked at the options, frowning slightly. This system actually suggested he approach slowly. Wasn't that a guaranteed death? But Jing Yuan gritted his teeth and chose to trust the system, as there seemed to be no other option left. Ding obtained excellent ninja fragments. Hey Jing Yuan. You. Kakashi was startled by Jing Yuan's actions, but then he met Jing Yuan's determined gaze. Could it be? Obito was slightly puzzled. Strange, why is Jing Yuan? Obito, I must seize this opportunity. At that moment Jing Yuan was completely unaware that he had already become a martyr in Kakashi's eyes. However, just as he stealthily moved forward for a moment, he was spotted by the sand shinobi. Who? As soon as the words left his mouth, a shuriken cutting through the air swiftly shot toward him. Jing Yuan was stunned, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. He was immediately frightened into closing his eyes. Just when Jing Yuan thought his glorious life was coming to an end, a katana suddenly knocked the shuriken off course. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as the shuriken was successfully redirected. Following that was the sound of leather being cut, and a katana fell to the ground. Seeing that he felt no pain, Jing Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a familiar silhouette dressed in light blue clothing with a ping-pong paddle emblem on the back and an empty left arm. Uncle! What are you doing here? Jing Yuan exclaimed in surprise and joy. However, Jio-sun did not say much. Now is not the time for chatting. As Jio-sun opened his eyes again, a pair of 3-Demo Sharingan appeared in his pupils. The sand shinobi grabbed the scroll and prepared to escape with Rin. However, as soon as he turned his head, he discovered another Jio-sun standing there. Turning his head again, it was yet another Jio-sun. What? Is this a genjutsu? Damn, when did this happen? Jing Yuan was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, that ninja seemed to be spinning in place. Perhaps if Jio-sun's left arm hadn't been severed, he would have already been a jonin by now. The sand shinobi suddenly threw Rin away, pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and aimed it at his other arm. As blood flowed out, he regained consciousness but turned to find Jio-sun charging at him. Though Jio-sun only had one arm at this point, he still instilled fear in that ninja. The slowly rotating 3-Demo Sharingan in Jio-sun's eyes felt like a countdown to that ninja's life. The sand shinobi hastily drew his ninja blade to defend himself, but was shocked by Jio-sun's immense strength. At this moment both were holding a knife with one hand, yet the sand shinobi was nearly being pressed into the ground. The sand shinobi took a deep breath through the scroll on the ground and kicked Jio-sun back several steps. He quickly stood up, both hands forming hand seals. Moments later, 5 shadow clones of the sand shinobi appeared in the vicinity. Let's play with my shadow clones first. The sand shinobi hugged the scroll, turned to look at the place where Rin had been, and found that she was already gone. So you have teammates? The sand shinobi frowned and turned to run. The 5 shadow clones then began to engage Jio-sun in battle, delaying him. Jio-sun found it difficult to fend off 10 hands, with his single fist being forced to retreat step by step, and some cuts began to appear on his body. Suddenly 2 of the shadow clones vanished instantly, transforming into 2 plumes of white smoke, revealing Jing Yuan and Kakashi. Jio-sun would always take 2 blades with him whenever he went out, which were the dual blades he wielded when he still had 2 arms. The blade that Jing Yuan had previously held had fallen to the ground after being cut by a shuriken, which he picked up. Kakashi held on to the white fang. The three quickly eliminated the shadow clones. But when they turned around, the sand shinobi had already disappeared without a trace. Jio-sun panted heavily, unsure of what to do next. In a real fight he would definitely not be a match for that sand shinobi who had no desire to fight but only wanted to delay them. Jing Yuan's expression was equally grim. If the information was taken away by the sand shinobi, it could lead to light extortion from Konoha or at worst an all-out war. Just as Jing Yuan and the others were at a loss, a scream suddenly came from the direction where the sand shinobi had fled. Earth release swamp of the underworld. Jing Yuan was startled. That jutsu. He immediately dashed toward the source of the sound. Kakashi and Jio-sun followed suit. The sand shinobi was trapped in a muddy swamp. But how could a swamp appear in the forest? The answer was clear. It was the jutsu of the white-haired middle-aged man standing beside him. Zilayi. Zilayi casually picked up the scroll while the sand shinobi slowly sank until his cries ceased. So powerful! Kakashi, who had followed, exclaimed in astonishment. Jing Yuan was startled and immediately used the epic ninja fragment on Zilayi. It was extremely rare to encounter a cage-level ninja, so he had to seize the opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained water release chakra. Jing Yuan was stunned. He could gain chakra attributes too. Jing Yuan's current body originally possessed both fire and earth chakra, and now he had gained water release as well. But what use was it? Zilayi turned around and smiled at Jing Yuan and the others. Thank you. If this intelligence had fallen into the hands of enemy ninja, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lord Zilayi. Suddenly an umbu appeared on a tree nearby. Forgive us. We were too useless. Zilayi's face immediately fell. I was in the middle of gathering material when I was suddenly assigned a mission to capture a spy. Very disruptive. Our apologies. Just then several more umbu appeared behind the first one. It's Lord Zilayi. As expected of Lord Zilayi, he effortlessly recovered the scroll. Long live Lord Zilayi. Ahem. Zilayi's face flushed at the praise. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Zilayi pretended to be serious and coughed twice. Next time make sure to guard the scroll properly. Your negligence could have plunged Konoha into a great crisis. Yes. With that, Zilayi tossed the scroll to an umbu, then leaped away a few times and disappeared. He had to continue his research, no time to waste here. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was speculating. He was trying to guess which umbu would drop a skill for him. He still had one excellent ninja fragment. He hoped it would yield a jutsu. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being helpless while his comrades were kidnapped again. Eeny meeny miny mo. Jing Yuan pointed at an umbu on the left. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fireball jutsu. Nice. Finally a decent jutsu. After Zilayi left, the umbu finally noticed them. Why are you here? The leading umbu asked. Kakashi replied. Our friend was kidnapped. We fought that sand shinobi, then heard his scream and came to investigate. The umbu turned and left, leaving Kakashi, Jing Yuan, and Jio-sun standing there. Though they had left, Jing Yuan could still hear their voices. The umbu were discussing the incident, mingled with mocking laughter. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. This was how Konoha was in this era. The older generation of ninja were either dead or injured, and the umbu were all reckless youths of 18 or 19 looking down on disabled ninja. It was completely different from Jing Yuan's previous life. The quality of Konoha ninja was generally low now. In their eyes, only the strong deserved respect. Kakashi and Jio-sun had clearly heard it too. Kakashi showed a look of disgust. He hated mockery because his father had died under the weight of ridicule. Jio-sun, on the other hand, showed little reaction. Clearly this was not the first time he had been mocked. Jing Yuan sighed softly. By the way, where's Dai Tu? At that moment Dai Tu looked at Lin, who was quietly leaning against the tree, and his face gradually flushed. Lin-chan looks so cute when she's asleep. Their faces were almost touching. Dai Tu could hear his own heart pounding. Just then, Lin woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, a large face blocked her view. Dai Tu! Hey! Dai Tu was also startled. He hadn't expected Lin to wake up at that moment. Lin pushed Dai Tu away and stood up, flustered and furious. Face red and ears burning, she glared at Dai Tu and said angrily. Dai Tu, how could you take advantage of me? Wait, Lin, I didn't. Listen to my excuse. Listen to my explanation. Tears began to well in Lin's eyes, as if she would cry if Dai Tu said another word. Hey Lin, what's wrong? Jing Yuan, Kakashi and Jio-sun arrived just then. Jing Yuan asked in confusion. Dai Tu was petrified, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin pouted angrily at Dai Tu, not knowing what to say. Jing Yuan immediately understood. Dai Tu had been taking advantage. Dai-2 risked his life to save you just now. He didn't even care about the Konoha intelligence scroll. Dai-2 nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice, his face full of grievance. Lin gradually recalled the memory of being taken hostage. Her face flushed. Earlier she had blushed from anger. Now it was probably from shame at having wrongly accused Dai-2. Dai-2, I'm sorry. I didn't. Before Lin could finish, Dai-2 quickly waved his hands. It's okay, Lin. I don't mind. As long as you're not angry at me. Lin smiled gently. Thank you, Dai-2. Thank you for saving me. Dai-2's face turned red and he gave an embarrassed laugh. The five of them chatted and laughed as they returned to their respective homes. Uncle, how did you find us? On the way home, Jing Yuan asked in confusion. Jio-sun smiled slightly. You've been acting strange lately. I was worried you might be bullied, so I secretly followed you for a day. By chance I ended up joining a battle to defend Konoha. But Jing Yuan, you must remember your own life is the most important. Next time make sure to protect yourself. Living is more important than anything. I know. Jing Yuan brushed it off casually. The two soon arrived home. After dinner the sky had completely darkened. So Jing Yuan went to his room to sleep. As expected, he triggered the choice again, and he chose to simply fall asleep. His life motto: if you can sit, never stand; if you can lie down, never sit. Just as Jing Yuan drifted into slumber, Jio-sun sat alone in the living room gazing at the starry sky. What is the true meaning of battle? Wash the sheep, no sheep, blue sheep. Jing Yuan hummed a tune off key as he happily ran downstairs. Clearly obtaining the fireball made him very joyful. After breakfast, Jing Yuan went to ninja school with Obito and Rin. He even sent out 3 shadow clones to train. One shadow clone practiced physical skills while another trained with ninja tools such as shurikens and kunai. The last shadow clone was practicing chakra control. Rin usually went to school by herself in the morning and only occasionally waited for Jing Yuan and Obito. However, it seemed that because Obito saved her, Rin had gone to find Obito early to go to ninja school together. She even waited a bit for Jing Yuan. As soon as the 3 arrived at the ninja school's open area, they noticed a crowd of students gathered around. Yamamoto quickly noticed Jing Yuan and the others walking over with a worried expression. Rin, I heard you were kidnapped last night. Are you hurt? Rin smiled slightly. I'm fine. That's good. Yamamoto seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he spoke seriously. In these chaotic times it's best to be cautious. Jing Yuan chuckled. Teacher, you actually care about your students. The reason was simple. Jing Yuan had never seen Yamamoto like this since coming to ninja school. Usually he wore a serious expression as if everyone owed him money. Yamamoto snorted coldly and opened the folding fan in his hand, creating a breeze. The fan had 4 large characters written on it. To be a model teacher. After fanning it a couple of times, Yamamoto stopped the banter, closed the fan, and tucked it at his waist. Then he clapped his hands and the noisy open area fell silent. Students, after nearly 3.5 months we have gotten to know each other better. Today is a very important moment because we will officially step into the life of students. Today I will teach you the shadow clone technique. Oh. Awesome, we can finally learn ninjutsu. Great. I must master it. Yamamoto seemed to relish the shouts of the children, clearly excited, and then he clapped his hands again, bringing silence back to the open area. Seeing this, Yamamoto began to ramble on and Jing Yuan rolled his eyes, completely ignoring him. He already knew how to perform the shadow clone technique, why would he bother with this basic technique? However, both Obito and Rin seemed to be listening attentively, so Jing Yuan decided to listen a little as well. Soon Yamamoto had everyone start practicing. Not knowing how difficult it was until practicing, he was shocked. Damn, why is this so hard? Jing Yuan struggled to create a clone, but as soon as the clone appeared it deflated, leaving him questioning his life choices. To put it simply, the shadow clone technique was difficult. Although it seemed useless, it was actually harder to learn than the basic clone technique. The shadow clone technique could only be learned with a certain level of chakra. It required a substantial amount of chakra. The basic clone technique, on the other hand, required very little chakra to perform. Why is the basic clone technique difficult? Because with the shadow clone technique you just need to distribute your chakra. It has some awareness and will automatically take on your appearance. It's like a cake, you only need to spread cream on the bread. But the basic clone technique is different. It's like trying to draw a cake, although you don't need a real cake, just some ink and brush. The difficulty is clear. To summarize, it's a thankless task. Students need to spend a lot of time learning the basic clone technique, but it is useless on the battlefield. Which ninja have you seen use the basic clone technique in combat? Moreover, to master the basic clone technique, one must first enhance their control over chakra to make it easier to learn. If you don't first instruct on chakra control and directly let them learn the basic clone technique, that might be the reason many underperforming students can't master it. Jing Yuan had no intention of practicing this useless ninjutsu. Once he came to his senses, he found that none of the students present could perform the basic clone technique perfectly. Either they created a pile of clothes or a lump of mud. Obito fared worse, producing a ball of air. Ding! Option triggered. Option 1: shout at the teacher asking what nonsense he is teaching and that if he can't teach he shouldn't. Reward: title of leader. With this title you will become a god in the eyes of your classmates. Option 2: confront the teacher and point out the mistakes, gaining the teacher's approval. Reward: excellent ninja fragment. Option 3: I've given up and not pretending anymore, and the underperformer. Reward: ordinary ninja fragment. Jing Yuan's lips curled up. He hadn't intended to meddle, but now it seemed this was something he had to address. Teacher, I protest. A sudden voice rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Yamamoto frowned slightly. Jing Yuan, what are you doing? Focus on practicing or I'll punish you. The surrounding students moved aside to give Yamamoto a clear view of Jing Yuan. Teacher, there is a problem with your teaching method. Yamamoto frowned slightly. What do you mean? Teacher, shouldn't we first train the students' chakra control before learning the basic clone technique? Wouldn't it be too difficult to learn it directly? Yamamoto silently looked at Jing Yuan, realizing that this kid had struck to the heart of the matter. He actually wanted to train the students' chakra control first, but the ninja school wouldn't allow it. They only let them follow the curriculum because Yamamoto himself had gone through that difficult period and knew how hard it was. Even as a teacher he wanted to change the situation, but after truly becoming a teacher he found he had been too naive. What he taught wasn't entirely up to him, but rather the ninja school. He couldn't go against the school, he was just a chunin, an ordinary person. He didn't dare to. Ding! Obtained excellent ninja fragment. Jing Yuan was taken aback. He had directly received an excellent ninja fragment. He thought he would have to talk his way out of it, but instead he was acknowledged right away. Then Jing Yuan, do you want to be the teacher? I have my reasons for teaching this way. Although Yamamoto internally acknowledged Jing Yuan's words, he couldn't outwardly agree because this training was being closely monitored by the ninja school. He couldn't do anything out of line. Otherwise he might lose his position as a teacher. Jing Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yamamoto had clearly acknowledged his viewpoint, so why was he still outwardly disagreeing? The system surely wouldn't make mistakes. There must be another reason. Yamamoto likely had his own difficulty. Teacher, I clearly already know the shadow clone technique. Why can't I learn the basic clone technique? This indicates that there is a problem with this method. Yamamoto chuckled lightly. This young man is quite interesting. The third Hokage observed the Ninja Academy clearly through the crystal ball. He could even hear their voices. This was Konoha's black technology, also known as the telescope technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi scrutinized Jing Yuan carefully. If he was a genius with such refreshingly unconventional thinking, he would likely become a valuable asset in the future. At that moment, beside Hiruzen Sarutobi sat a handsome young man holding an umbu mask in his hand. His identities were numerous. He was the nominal principal of the Ninja Academy, yet never managed it, instead frequently carrying out missions in the umbu. He was also a prodigy who became an elite jonin at a young age and simultaneously the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was Shinseiju Sarutobi, a ninja renowned for his powerful earth release techniques. Father am also puzzled. Why would he do this? Shinseiju Sarutobi frowned slightly, gazing at the image in the crystal ball as he spoke. Child, you are still too young. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up calmly, turning his back to Shinseiju Sarutobi as he began to preach, or rather ramble. The situation is tense now. Konoha has just emerged from the Second Great Ninja War, and is depleted internally. Ninjas like you who are outstanding and survived are few and far between. So many promising seedlings perished in battle, even the children of teachers died in that war. We don't have the surplus resources to train ordinary people, so we have to resort to this less than ideal method. This is the best way I can think of to filter out geniuses. Shinseiju Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then said, What about the late bloomers? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down without any change in expression and lit a cigarette. The current ninja world won't necessarily give them the chance to bloom late. Child, you still have much to learn. Enough. Let's keep watching. Shadow clone technique. Poof, poof, poof. With a series of white puffs of smoke, 7 shadow clones of Jing Yuan appeared on the scene. This immediately drew exclamations of surprise. Shanzhong Chang was so startled his jaw nearly dropped. At this age he could learn the shadow clone technique. But he quickly recovered. Because Kakashi could do it too. Wow, Jing Yuan is amazing. Lin clasped her hands together, her eyes seemingly sparkling with little stars. Dai too was also stunned after seeing this. Weren't we supposed to be dead last together? How could you secretly learn the shadow clone technique? Alright Jing Yuan, you're a genius. Tell me, what do you want to do? Shanzhong Chang silently acknowledged Jing Yuan in his heart. If before he had acknowledged Jing Yuan's viewpoint, now he fully acknowledged Jing Yuan as a person. Shanzhong Chang looked at the young man before him who reminded him so much of his younger self. But what was he doing at this age? Well, he seemed to have been scratching his head over the clone technique, right? Shanzhong Chang coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. He passed the ball to Jing Yuan, because he knew that if he himself caused trouble the school would likely expel him. But Jing Yuan was different. Konoha had an incredibly strong tolerance for geniuses. As long as you had great talent and didn't harm Konoha, you could do whatever you wanted. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly. With the system he could speak with confidence. Well then, teacher, you can knock off early today. I'll teach today. Shanzhong Chang's eyes widened in shock. He had even imagined Jing Yuan might ask him to crawl on the ground and bark like a dog, but he never expected Jing Yuan to be so audacious as to teach the students himself. What could he teach? While Shanzhong Chang was still stunned, Jing Yuan had already started rallying the students. Fellow classmates, do you want to get stronger? The students exchanged glances. Just as they were bewildered, a voice rang out. Yes. Everyone turned curiously toward the source of the voice. It's Matt Kai. A dead last wants to get stronger. That's hilarious. Haha. The one who had spoken was none other than Konoha's young blue beast Matt Kai. But at this moment he was still a dead last. The bold declaration from a dead last naturally drew a wave of merciless laughter. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly. Don't you want to get stronger? Of course we do, a young boy said. Jing Yuan looked over. It was Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma continued. But you are about the same age as us. What can you teach us? At that moment Shanzhong Chang also came to his senses. Yeah, Jing Yuan, maybe you should pick something else. If you want to take a day off for yourself, that's fine. Ding, option triggered. One, what are you yapping about? What are you yapping about? I say I can do it, so I can. Reward title Keyboard Destroyer. When equipped, all keyboards will tremble in fear before you. 2, since you can't learn the clone technique today anyway, you might as well come with me to train chakra control. Reward Elite Ninja Fragment. 3, fine, taking a day off isn't bad either. Reward Common Ninja Fragment. Jing Yuan chuckled to himself. Just as he thought. He had suspected it before, and now he had finally drawn a conclusion. The system only triggered choice questions when he made a decision. In other words, as long as he kept stirring things up, he would keep getting stronger. Since you can't learn the clone technique today anyway, you might as well come with me to train chakra control. Shanzhong Chang and Asuma were momentarily speechless. Jing Yuan was telling the truth. It was impossible to learn the clone technique in one day. Seeing this, Jing Yuan called out again. Do you want to get stronger? Yes. Dai Tu and Matt Kai shouted together. Jing Yuan had learned the shadow clone technique at such a young age, so he must have had some methods. Seeing this, Lin also called out. Yes. The 3 leading voices quickly drew agreement from most of the students. Others had already mastered the shadow clone technique, while they themselves hadn't even learned the 3 basic techniques. Strength was the best proof. Jing Yuan chuckled to himself, hands in his pockets, and swaggered out of the ninja academy with an arrogant stride. The other students, including Asuma, followed suit. Shanzhong Chang stood frozen in place. Have my students been lured away? Ha ha ha, this kid really doesn't play by the rules. Hiruzen Sarutobi burst into laughter at Jing Yuan's series of antics. Boldly luring away the teacher's students right under his nose, who wouldn't be upset. Father, isn't Jing Yuan being too arrogant? Shouldn't we do something? Shinshiju Sarutobi frowned slightly. Not only did he question his father's methods, but he also led the others in skipping class. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. A genius. If they thought and acted like ordinary people, they wouldn't be called a genius. Since he dares to do this, he must have some confidence. I'm curious to see what this little fellow can teach. Jing Yuan, where are we going? Lin asked, somewhat puzzled. Yeah, we've been walking for quite a while, Daitu remarked, clearly confused about why they needed to travel such a distance for training. Shanzhong Chang walked behind, watching this group of chattering kids with a sense of helplessness. Jing Yuan was really pushing his luck. However, the absence of any warnings from the Umbu indicated that the third Hokage must have tacitly approved of their excursion. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Jing Yuan walked leisurely with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of panic. Hey, we still have half a day left. Are you messing with us? Asuma interjected, we've arrived, what's the rush? Jing Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's the rush? We've been walking for almost half an hour already. Asuma's face turned red, the approaching summer heat making it unbearable to stay outdoors for even a moment longer. Hey! Isn't this the forest where Lin was kidnapped? Daitu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin suddenly realized, oh right, what are we doing here? Jing Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he took the lead, running ahead into the woods. The others had no choice but to follow suit. After running for about a minute or two, a lake appeared before them. Wow, it's beautiful! Daitu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Jing Yuan wasn't running fast, so everyone was not too tired. Yes. It's really lovely here. Lin clearly adored the place. The area was filled with numerous trees casting large patches of shade on the ground. As Jing Yuan looked around, a rush of memories from his past life flooded back to him. This was the place he had stumbled upon while taking a shortcut to save Lin. Indeed, this was the Uchiha clan's territory after the Ninetales incident, but no houses had been built yet. The surroundings were still dominated by vast stretches of trees. And this lake was the very spot where Fugaku trained Itachi and Sasuke in the Great Fireball technique. Jing Yuan, after running us around for so long, you should at least tell us what you plan to teach us. Shan Zhongchang walked over looking puzzled. He clearly didn't believe Jing Yuan could teach anything of significance. Just as Jing Yuan was about to speak, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted. Who are you, and why have you come to my training ground? This abrupt voice instantly captured everyone's attention. The newcomer appeared to be about 9 years old, sporting white hair and a katana at his waist. He had been sitting in a tree nearby, which was why Jing Yuan hadn't noticed that someone had already claimed this spot. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. He had no recollection of this person, who didn't seem to be a well-known ninja. That outfit. Isn't that Senju Tobirama's grandson, Senju Fuiru? Wow, so cool. Is this really the grandson of the second Hokage? I can't believe I'm seeing him here. Jing Yuan was slightly taken aback. Senju Tobirama had another grandson. He felt as if he had wasted 720 episodes. Sorry, we just want to train here, but I didn't know someone was already here. Training here won't disturb you, it's just for today, and we won't bother you again. Senju Fuiru frowned slightly. Why can't you find another place? Jing Yuan felt a bit helpless, thinking he had found a good location only to discover it was someone else's training ground. We've already wasted a lot of time getting here, and finding another suitable place would be too difficult. Fuiru glanced up at the sun, which was nearing noon. Alright, I can allow you to train here, but you have to spar with me. Spar. Jing Yuan frowned. This was the first time he had heard such a request. A sparring match. It shouldn't take too long, right? Don't worry, at most it'll take the time of a stick of incense. Fuiru's lips curled into a slight smirk. What are we competing in? In this. Fuiru turned and dashed swiftly towards the lake. Amidst a flurry of gasps, he ran across the surface of the water as if it were flat ground. Jing Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted to teach Daitu and the others about chakra control? However, he still couldn't perfectly control his chakra and had originally planned to practice together. Just like in the original story where Kakashi taught Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, they practiced on tree trunks first. He hadn't planned to teach them to stand on the surface of the lake, as Jing Yuan couldn't guarantee he'd master standing on a tree trunk in a day. Let's race to the other side of the lake. If you win, I'll let you all practice here. Jing Yuan felt a bit troubled. He couldn't stand on the water's surface at all. Beep. Options triggered. Option 1, I'll come clean. I'm at the bottom of the class, I can't do it. No problem. Reward, weak chicken hat. Option 2, life and death depend on fate. Do I really have to go for it? Reward, ordinary ninja fragment. Option 3, advanced. Option stage 1, from this moment on I'll gamble my life. Use 2 excellent ninja fragments against Senju Fuiru. Reward, excellent ninja fragment. Stage 2, extract chakra control, proficient using 3 excellent ninja fragments. Reward, epic ninja fragment. This option is a challenge. Failure will result in losing the abilities gained from the 3 excellent ninja fragments. Jing Yuan frowned. The third option. Did it mean that if he failed it would be equivalent to losing the abilities from 2 excellent ninja fragments? At that moment, Fuiru noticed Jing Yuan hadn't moved and grew a bit impatient. Hey, are we going to compete or not? Jing Yuan forced a smile. Please wait a moment. Sigh, it seems I can only rely on luck. Jing Yuan closed his eyes and silently prayed for 3 seconds. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The first time. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring water release, water dragon bullet technique. Jing Yuan felt a surge of panic. While the water dragon bullet technique was indeed powerful, it wouldn't matter if he failed again. The second time. Please let it be good. Beep. Congratulations to the host for mastering shuriken. Jing Yuan was instantly stunned. If he didn't get anything good this last time, he would be in serious trouble. Damn, it looks like I'll have to resort to some special measures. I'm willing to trade Shan Zhongcheng's continuous stepping on dog poop for a chakra mastery proficient. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring chakra mastery proficient. I'm really sorry, Shan Zhongcheng. I desperately need this chakra mastery. Beep. Challenge successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring epic ninja fragment. In just 2 seconds, Jing Yuan seemed to transform into a different person. A flood of memories surged into his mind. His chakra was no longer chaotic but had become as obedient as soldiers, completely under his control. I don't know why, but it feels like Jing Yuan suddenly got a lot stronger, Daitu said, puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, Jing Yuan moved. He dashed towards the lake's surface at high speed, surprising Shan Zhongcheng. Isn't chakra mastery something that should at least require a chunin to master? Could it be that Jing Yuan? Excellent. And Fei Lu smiled faintly, bracing his entire body before sprinting forward alongside Jing Yuan. And the lake's diameter spanned merely 200 meters, hardly a formidable distance. Jing Yuan poured every ounce of strength into his legs, dashing forward at breakneck speed. And suddenly a kunai was past his nose, so close it grazed the air before him, jolting him so violently he nearly tumbled into the lake. Hey! You're not supposed to use kunai! And, humph! I never said you couldn't! And Jing Yuan flared with indignation. In mere moments Fei Lu had already surged 20 meters ahead. Damn it! And Jing Yuan redoubled his pace, but Fei Lu matched him stride for stride, even edging slightly ahead. How could he possibly catch up? Water release, water impact wave. And Fei Lu abruptly pivoted, slamming his palms together. The placid lake surface erupted into churning fury, surging toward Jing Yuan. Standing steadily upon still water was one thing, maintaining balance atop a tempestuous roiling expanse was an entirely different trial, akin to leaping from rank C to rank S in sheer difficulty. Jing Yuan's brow furrowed. And shadow clone technique. And 2 clones materialized instantly, each seizing one of his arms. They hurled him clear over the water impact wave, and beyond Fei Lu himself. And you can do that. And before Fei Lu could recover from his shock, Jing Yuan, suspended midair, began weaving hand seals with breathtaking speed. He carried no kunai, so he turned solely to ninjutsu. And fire release, great fireball technique. And with a thunderous exhale, Jing Yuan unleashed a searing fireball nearly his own size, hurtling straight toward Fei Lu. The fireball blazed forth with terrifying velocity. Dodging it was pure fantasy. Fei Lu now faced only 2 choices: endure the inferno or plunge beneath the water's surface. Water release, water encampment wall. And Fei Lu slammed his palms down once more, and a towering wall of water rose instantly between himself and the oncoming fireball. And their cataclysmic collision vaporized vast quantities of water, shrouding the battlefield in thick, blinding steam. Fei Lu burst through the veil of steam, gasping for breath, only to see Jing Yuan now barely 50 meters from the far shore, having outpaced him by over 40 meters. Damn it, looks like I'll have to resort to this. And water release, water dragon bullet. NAS Fei Lu wove seals with lightning precision. A colossal serpentine dragon coalesced from the lake's depths. A chorus of stunned shrieks erupted. And none among them had ever witnessed such overwhelming ninjutsu, not in all their years. Jing Yuan glanced back at the commotion, and his pupils contracted sharply. Yet almost instantly a sly, enigmatic smile curved his lips. He stopped running altogether. Water release, water dragon bullet. And Fei Lu harbored no intent to harm Jing Yuan. His aim was simply to seize him in the dragon's maw and hurl him backward. But he had gravely underestimated Jing Yuan. And Jing Yuan knew this technique too. And another immense water dragon surged upward from the lake, slightly smaller than Fei Lu's, yet its collision with the opposing dragon dissolved both in mutual annihilation. Boom! And torrents of water cascaded downward, obscuring Fei Lu's vision completely. And he froze mid-motion, his signature technique replicated flawlessly by his opponent. Wow! Jing Yuan is incredible! And Lin watched awestruck and elated as Jing Yuan summoned his own water dragon bullet. And Obito nearly leapt from sheer exhilaration. That's absolutely awesome, Jing Yuan! Asuma and Hayashi Tsun stood rooted to the ground, jaws slackened in disbelief. And is he even human? And surely the gap between people shouldn't be this vast. Hey, you're only 6 years old. At least act your age. And with power like yours you'd qualify as a chunin already. And Yugao Red smiled, faintly amused by Asuma's flustered expression. Just who is this Jing Yuan, and what secrets does he carry? And Mike Guy watched Jing Yuan's dazzling battle, his spirit blazing with fervent inspiration. This is youth. I can't fall behind either. Time for 100 push-ups. And yet unnoticed amid the clamor, a quiet student stood, transfixed, eyes locked onto Jing Yuan. Yes, it was Hayato Iruka, one of the class's perennial stragglers. And not quite hopeless perhaps, but certainly unremarkable, fading into the background. His abilities ranked near the bottom. And Jing Yuan is so strong. I must become just like him. This time, I will train relentlessly. Jing Yuan stood calmly on the opposite shore, gazing across the lake at Fei Lu, who remained frozen, stunned in its center. A gentle smile touched his lips. And I want. And Fei Lu blinked, exhaled deeply, and slowly regained his composure. Next time I will defeat you. And, yeah, sure. And Fei Lu flushed crimson, though baffled by the phrase's meaning he felt its dismissive mocking tone radiating outward like a solar flare. You're infuriating. And feel free to use this training ground anytime, but you'll face me again. And, agreed. No matter how many times we meet I will surpass you. Humph. And Fei Lu flicked his small hand dismissively, and settled right there mid-lake to begin refining his chakra. And Jing Yuan watched, smiled faintly, and then ran toward Hayashi Tsune. As he passed Fei Lu he caught a soft resolute whisper. Next time, I won't yield a single step. And clearly the boy was seething. Jing Yuan, what technique will you teach us? And Obito rushed forward the moment Jing Yuan returned, eager to ask. And why? Because their simultaneous water dragon bullets had been nothing short of spectacular, and he longed to master such power. Patience, watch closely. And though Jing Yuan's chakra reserves were severely depleted from his duel with Fei Lu, he retained enough to demonstrate. Before the stunned gazes of his peers, Jing Yuan ascended a tree trunk, walking then sprinting then hanging upside down from its branches, as if gravity itself held no dominion over him. After several moments of demonstration, Jing Yuan leapt down. And, this is foundational chakra control, practice first on tree trunks. And channel chakra precisely to the soles of your feet, neither too much nor too little. Too much, and you'll rebound off the surface. And too little, and you'll lose grip falling straight down. Not the exact balance will suffice. This was precisely how Kakashi had trained Naruto and his comrades. Recall, Naruto bore the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. His chakra control had been abysmal. Yet even he mastered this art. These students unburdened by such constraints would surely succeed all the more readily. Most would grasp it within 4 or 5 days. Those gifted might achieve proficiency in as little as 1 or 2. And waterwalking, far more advanced, remained beyond their current reach. Mastering this foundation, however, would render the clone technique effortless. Now once the students launched into practice, crashes resounding rhythmically as bodies tumbled from branches onto the earth below. Gradually those thuds grew less frequent. And students quickly discerned the precise chakra threshold, soon managing 7 or 8 steady steps along the trunk before slipping. Even then they corrected their posture swiftly, landing lightly, never painfully. And no complaints arose in this era. Every soul yearned for strength. Hayashi Tsune sighed softly, watching Jing Yuan sit cross-legged on the ground, diligently refining his chakra. And, does this child train like this every day? Truly, is he only 6 years old? Shan Zhongchang gazed at Jing Yuan, who was training his chakra, with a hint of confusion. He walked a few steps to Jing Yuan's side and plopped down. Jing Yuan, you're so strong, why don't you choose to graduate early? Shan Zhongchang asked. Your strength should have already reached the level of a genin, right? Jing Yuan ceased his chakra training and looked at Shan Zhongchang, speechless. I can't use the body flicker technique. Don't joke around. Shan Zhongchang's first reaction was that Jing Yuan was joking, but then he realized. Jing Yuan seemed to truly not know the body flicker technique, not even the shadow clone technique. Shan Zhongchang cleared his throat. As long as you learn 1 rank ninjutsu you can graduate early. Jing Yuan, somewhat impatient, replied. Why should I graduate early? Graduating early meant taking on missions, and although genin missions carried no lethal danger, what if Lin was taken hostage when she went home? And while there was some compensation, it was clearly not appealing to Jing Yuan at this moment. Why do you like staying at the ninja school? Shouldn't normal people aspire to the life of a ninja? Shan Zhongchang asked with slight confusion. Jing Yuan chuckled. It's quite boring being alone outside with no friends to play with. But inside the ninja school everyone is talented and speaks so well. I absolutely love the atmosphere here. Can't you do some missions to help out at home? You shouldn't be learning anything new at the ninja school anymore. Working is out of the question. I can never work a day in my life. Shan Zhongchang suppressed the impulse to give Jing Yuan a slap on the back of the head, and forced a smile. But don't you know that your family's situation is quite strained? Jing Yuan frowned slightly. The food at home was not lacking at all, so how could it be strained? Shan Zhongchang noticed Jing Yuan's confusion, and sighed softly. Ever since Jio-sun lost his arm there have been quite a few sarcastic remarks in the village. The monthly allowance from the village is only 450 copper coins, and no one wants to take on missions for Jio-sun. What you are using now should all be what Jio-sun saved up. Jing Yuan was increasingly shocked by what he heard. He had no idea about these matters. The previous Jing Yuan had never considered this, as the one who had traversed here had been focused on studying the system, and had not paid attention to these things. Thinking carefully how much ridicule did Jio-sun endure behind the scenes while greeting Jing Yuan with a smile every day, Jing Yuan pondered. How do you know this? Shan Zhongchang twitched his mouth. I was in the same generation as Jio-sun. You can't possibly not know this. I don't know. Jing Yuan suddenly stood up, stretching lazily. But I've changed my mind, let's graduate early. With my strength I can silence that group of people. Shan Zhongcheng finally showed a hint of a smile. This troublemaker is finally leaving, woohoo. Soon as the sun set, everyone quenched their thirst with some water boiled from the lake and caught fish to eat when hungry. It must be mentioned that the grilling technique of Fei Lu was absolutely top-notch. During this time no one gave up and all were diligently training. Even the usually carefree Obito was working incredibly hard this time. As for the relatively talented Asuma, he could walk 15 steps on a tree trunk in just one day. Soon, under the leadership of Jing Yuan and Shan Zhongchang, everyone returned home. Just as everyone was leaving, Shan Zhongchang called out to Jing Yuan. He pulled out a wooden forehead protector from behind. Jing Yuan froze for a moment upon seeing the forehead protector. I am your proctor for this time, congratulations, you have graduated. Shan Zhongchang tossed the forehead protector. Jing Yuan hurriedly caught it in a flurry. Looking at the cool touch of the wooden forehead protector in his hands, a smile crept upon Jing Yuan's lips. From this day forward he was a ninja. Shan Zhongchang looked at Jing Yuan's expression and smiled with satisfaction. Tomorrow morning I will send your information to the mission assembly hall. Starting tomorrow you can take on missions, but of course the team leader and teammates is a tricky issue. But those aren't things I should be worried about. The third Hokage should tell you he personally goes to see every graduating student, and the team leader is generally arranged by him. In the end, as a teacher I have nothing much to say, take care. Jing Yuan smiled at Shan Zhongchang under the sunset. Thank you, I will take care of myself. As Jing Yuan turned to leave, Shan Zhongchang exhaled a breath of relief. Jio-sun, you've always been the admired genius since childhood, doing everything with ease. Now you have such an excellent nephew. Sometimes it's hard not to envy you. Forget it, I'll just go back and think about what to teach tomorrow. I'll deal with ninjutsu later. Jing Yuan, have you made up your mind about graduating early? Jio-sun asked while watching Jing Yuan eat. Uncle, the ninja school can't teach me anything anymore. In this turbulent ninja world, being a sheltered flower won't help me survive. Jio-sun smiled at Jing Yuan's serious expression. Don't worry, I will support you. However, when doing, be sure to be cautious. Remember not to act recklessly, listen to your team leader, don't waste money on frivolous things, save up to one day marry a girl you like. Also. Jing Yuan rolled his eyes. Come on, I know you sound just like a woman nagging so much. Jing Yuan quickly wolfed down 2 bites of rice. I'm done. Jio-sun looked at Jing Yuan with a mix of amusement and frustration, scolding with a smile. You little rascal, how can you talk to your uncle like that? I will be careful. Jing Yuan left those words and went upstairs to sleep. Jio-sun shook his head with a smile, starting to clean up the bowls. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was lying in his room, lost in thought. Ding! Option triggered. Without even looking, Jing Yuan turned over and fell asleep. For a moment it was unclear whether to praise his confidence or his laziness. I really can't sleep. But now I should be able to sleep soundly. As Shan Zhongchang walked under the night sky, he had just delivered Jing Yuan's information to the mission assembly hall. There were things in his heart that kept him awake. At this moment in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report in his hands and blew out a smoke ring. Kakashi was kicked out of the team for being too cold-blooded and focusing solely on the mission. Senju Tobarama has a personality that is too reclusive, and no one wants him in their team. Sigh. 6 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten when the Hokage's office door swung open. Father. Sarutobi Shinosuke entered clutching a stack of documents. At that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, dark circles under his eyes, smoking a cigarette. He had spent the entire night agonizing over the matter of Kakashi and Senju Filyu. It had kept Sarutobi Hiruzen awake all night. Oh Shinosuke, what is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, sounding somewhat defeated, clearly longing for a nap. Well, father, the boy you were concerned about yesterday, Uchiha Kigen, has graduated. Now he needs 2 teammates and a jonin instructor. Shinosuke placed Kigen's file on the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot to his feet. What? Keigen graduated. Excellent. This solves our urgent problem. Shinosuke frowned slightly, knowing full well what was troubling his father. Father, you mean to put those 3 troublemakers together? Exactly. They are all top tier among their peers, none willing to yield. Keigen is on good terms with Kakashi and has even sparred with Senju Filyu. He might serve as a mediator. Shinosuke scoffed him. A mediator? He'll probably incite Kakashi and Filyu to skip class to— Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled mysteriously. That's why we need a formidable teacher to keep them in line. Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned, but almost all of Konoha's jonin are on missions. Strong jonin are scarce, and controlling those 3 troublemakers won't be easy. I can't think of anyone suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, merely gazing at Shinosuke with a cryptic smile. Wait, father, you don't mean— That's why I called you all here. From today on I am your Jonin instructor. Let me make one thing clear, my training is extremely strict. Don't treat me like your schoolteacher. Address me respectfully as Shinosuke-sensei at all times. Greet your teacher when you see me. And I don't tolerate slackers. If you shirk I'll personally send you back to the ninja academy. Understood. Sarutobi Shinosuke with his hands behind his back faced away from the three young ninjas trying to appear mysterious, his tone stern. Despite his meticulous exterior he was inwardly pleased. This should cow them. But when he turned around he saw Senju sitting on a rock polishing his katana, utterly ignoring him. Keigen and Kakashi stood before him, but Keegan's face was expressionless, and he seemed to be holding back a laugh. As for Kakashi he merely stared at Shinosuke with his listless eyes. Sarutobi Shinosuke fumed inwardly. Think you're invincible, do you? A few drank missions under your belt and you're already arrogant. Come with me, pick a crank mission. I won't provide any help. Fail and you're all out. Keigen was speechless. This instructor seemed not only foolish but also quick-tempered, definitely the type to meet an untimely end. Sarutobi Shinosuke stormed off with the three to the mission assignment center. I need to find some mediation-related mission, the most troublesome kind. They think a few ninjutsu make them invincible, huh? After half an hour of searching, Shinosuke finally found a dusty request slip in a corner. Such slips usually indicated extremely troublesome missions left untouched for so long that they'd collected dust. Mediate between the cat cult and the dog cult. Location Ichiraku Ramen C Street. Details to be discussed in person. 3 months already. Perfect, this one it is. Shinosuke took the mission and led the three toward Ichiraku Ramen. Along the way he kept rambling, spewing threats like you're all out, but Filia completely ignored him. Keigen thought he was an idiot, and Kakashi remained utterly indifferent. Ignore me now, but later you'll beg for help and I won't lift a finger. Yeah, sure. You. Despite the bickering they soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. For the first time Keigen saw young Tuchi, the man who would run through the entire early Naruto storyline. Young Tuchi was quite handsome, no wonder his daughter was so beautiful. It was all in the genes. Sarutobi Shinosuke presented the mission slip and Tuchi burst into tears. 3 months. 3 months. Do you have any idea what I've been through these 3 months? Those cats and dogs come almost every single day, nearly 100 times already. 100 times. 100. Sarutobi Shinosuke was a decent man, clear in his likes and dislikes and kind to ordinary citizens. Seeing Tuchi so agitated he immediately tried to calm him down. Please take it easy first. Tell me what happened. Tuchi pulled over a stool, sat down, and began to explain. 3 months ago 2 cults suddenly appeared in the neighborhood. One cult is made up of cats. The other of dogs. They come to my shop every day to fight. When they get tired they steal my ramen, my beef. I'm unarmed, completely helpless. I posted a mission but no one's taken it in all this time. Sigh. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded slightly, then asked, there are so many cats and dogs in Konoha. How do you tell the cult members from the ordinary ones? Tuchi pondered. They're easy to distinguish. The leader of the cat cult is a big white talking Manakiniko. The leader of the dog cult is a very small clever talking dog with a name. I think it's Pakin. They always move in packs and they have slogans. Sacred fire, bright sacred fire, shine all our disciples, meow meow meow. Bright moon, vast bright moon, pale all our disciples, woof woof woof. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was covered in black lines. What the hell were these things? Keigen was slightly surprised. While that slogan is actually pretty hype. But he immediately met Shinosuke's eyes, those eyes that seemed wise yet pretended to be angry. So Keigen wisely shut his mouth. Sarutobi Shinosuke continued, asking Tuchi, is there a pattern to when they appear? Tuchi hung his head. There's no pattern at all. As soon as you hear the slogans you know they're about to start fighting again. The sacred fire shines bright, the sacred fire gleams, all our disciples, meow meow meow. The bright moon shines, the vast moon looms, all our disciples, woof woof woof. Suddenly a chorus of shouts erupted outside. Shouta's face tightened. It's over, here they come again. Yuanfei Shinji-ju frowned, wondering what sort of cats and dogs could frighten Shouta so. Yuanfei Shinji-ju stood up calmly, walked to the door, and then froze in place. Jing Yuan saw Yuanfei Shinji-ju's expression and felt a laugh rising inside, but he held it back. He was also curious about what could stun Yuanfei Shinji-ju. Jing Yuan made a move to stand up as well, walked outside, and his face stiffened in shock. This was no mere sect dispute. Outside 2 factions of animals stood facing each other. Leading the 2 sides were a Manakiniko and Pakin, the summoning beast from the original story. A single glance revealed that the number of animals on both sides amounted to nearly several thousand. Everywhere the eye could see there were nothing but cats and dogs. Was this a Catan Dog War, or had the Third Great Ninja War broken out prematurely? Evil Dog Sect, have you not yet realized your errors? If you don't surrender, we'll launch a full-scale assault and your followers will suffer. Sly Cat Sect, stop pretending. If we go to war, won't your followers be hurt too? If you admit defeat, we fully support a peaceful resolution. Inherently evil Dog Sect, we Cat Sect will personally. The bright moon shines, the vast moon looms, all our disciples. Woof woof woof. With a chorus of barking, the Cat Sect's momentum momentarily fell. Curse it, we can't give up either. The sacred fire shines bright, the sacred fire gleams, all our disciples. Meow meow meow. With a chorus of meowing, chaos erupted in the scene. Zhao Kai Mao, seeing the dog sect's stubbornness, waved a paw and shouted loudly. The first cat dog war I hereby declare. Wait. Jing Yuan, having somehow stolen a large loudspeaker, interrupted both sides. The animals on both sides fell silent as the sound of the loudspeaker was too prominent. Seeing the two sides calm down, Jing Yuan walked between Zhao Kai Mao and Pakin. I am the leader of the third faction of my village, the human sect. I advocate peace. May I ask why you two sects are at war? What are you to dare interrupt the conversation between our cat sect and dog sect? Zhao Kai Mao bellowed. Jing Yuan directly aimed the loudspeaker at Zhao Kai Mao's ear. Zhao Kai Mao was nearly deafened by the loudspeaker, clutching his head and pointing at Jing Yuan, roaring. This assassin from the human sect cat sect followers sees him. Wait. Since you're against the cat sect, that makes you a friend of the dog sect. Who dares touch the human sect? Pakin sat imposingly speaking, and for a moment the cats behind Zhao Kai Mao dared not advance. Zhao Kai Mao, having recovered, shouted. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Jing Yuan put the loudspeaker behind him and cleared his throat. Ahem, our human sect advocates peace. I have come hoping that the two leaders will set aside past grievances and coexist peacefully. I wish to understand why you hate each other so deeply. Pakin, the leader of the dog sect, spoke first. The cat sect is a bunch of sly black-hearted hypocrites, yet they pretend to be victims. We of the dog sect cannot stand it. Inherently evil dog sect, I will personally. Jing Yuan pinned down the agitated Zhao Kai Mao and said, And you cat sect, why do you hate the dog sect? The evil dog sect tries to take over this place but shifts the blame onto us. Food is shared by all, but the dog sect hoards the beef, denying us and even stealing our ramen. Pakin roared in response. There you go again, cat sect. You're the ones trying to take over, hoarding the ramen and sneaking our beef. Jing Yuan was utterly speechless. Is it possible that the ramen and beef all belong to the human sect? This is our territory and you've repeatedly intruded and stolen our food. Zhao Kai Mao bellowed. Food belongs to everyone. What right do you have to keep it for yourself? Pakin also growled. We found this food with great difficulty. Are you trying to take over this place? Jing Yuan frowned. Do you know why there is a constant supply of food here? Because the human sect continuously transports and stores it. Yet you repeatedly steal from us and divvy up the spoils here. Zhao Kai Mao and Pakin were clearly unconvinced, shouting in unison. How can you prove it? Jing Yuan snorted. If we leave, food will never appear here again. Pakin and Zhao Kai Mao were struck as if by lightning. Pakin collapsed to the ground, dazed. Have we the dog sect been doing terrible things all along? Our self-righteous justice was so evil. Zhao Kai Mao staggered back 2 steps and fell to the ground. What? We have been oppressing other creatures all along. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly. Do you want to make amends and cleanse your sins? Pakin and Zhao Kai Mao's eyes lit up and they shouted. Please tell us how. Jing Yuan smiled. Just work for the human sect. You were forced to steal because you had no food. Help us and the human sect will provide you with food. Pakin and Zhao Kai Mao were taken aback. Wouldn't that make us slaves of the human sect? No, it's called a trade. You work for us, we give you food. Everyone benefits, doesn't it? Pakin and Zhao Kai Mao pondered with their little clever brains. That's right, isn't this better? Jing Yuan's smile nearly stretched to the ends of the earth. Exactly, this way all 3 sects can live in eternal peace and happiness. Then what do we have to do to get food? Pakin and Zhao Kai Mao asked hurriedly. Jing Yuan was a bit stumped and turned to look at Yuanfei, Xinji Zhu. At this moment Yuanfei, Xinji Zhu, Kakashi and Filiu were all stunned. They had expected a big hassle, but Jing Yuan seemed to have talked the enemy into submission. Yuanfei, Xinji Zhu caught Jing Yuan's gaze and cleared his throat. Ahem, the dogs can be sent to the Qianshong clan, who are very fond of dogs. As for the cats, the residents of my village should like them very much. Yamato Shinizu quickly finished dealing with the cats and dogs. At this moment everyone had just received their reward and Jing Yuan got 3,000 taels and class mission rewards 10,000 taels. The leading jonin took half and the remaining 3 distributed the rest among themselves. Since Kakashi and Fei Lu had done almost nothing, Jing Yuan directly received 3,000 taels. Jing Yuan, weren't you afraid of danger when you rashly approached while those 2 summoning beasts were fighting? Kakashi looked at the carefree Jing Yuan and said. Jing Yuan smiled slightly. Because I trust my teammates. Teammates, huh? Kakashi murmured. Yamato Shinizuke also glanced at Jing Yuan with a hint of interest. This kid seemed less annoying than he had thought. Meow. Just as the 4 were about to find a place to eat, some unusual sounds came from behind them. The 4 turned around to see the lucky cat and Pakin. Jing Yuan found this scene somewhat familiar. Could it be the aura of wisdom? We don't want to be ordinary house cats and dogs, we want to see the outside world. The lucky cat said with a look of longing. Seeing this, Pakin chimed in. Can we form a contract with you too? Jing Yuan was taken aback. It really was the aura of wisdom. Then Jing Yuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Yamato Shinizuke. Yamato Shinizuke's mouth twitched slightly. He originally intended to annoy these 3 kids, but ended up giving them 2 summoning beasts. The summoning scrolls are 1,000 copper coins each, deducted from the rewards of the next mission. After speaking, Yamato Shinizuke took out 2 summoning scrolls and placed them on the ground. Whoever wants a contract can take it themselves. Jing Yuan glanced at Fei Lu, who also looked at Jing Yuan indifferently. I won't form contracts with such summoning beasts, you 2 can choose. Alright. Jing Yuan picked up one of the summoning scrolls from the ground and bit his middle finger. Ouch. That hurts. Then as the blood slowly flowed into his palm, Jing Yuan used the fingers of his other hand to touch the blood one by one, pressing his handprint onto the summoning scroll. It's decided then, lucky cat. Hearing this, the lucky cat showed a joyful expression and learned to imitate him, completing the summoning contract in no time. Seeing this, Kakashi chose Pakin as his summoning beast and also completed the contract shortly after. Jing Yuan looked at Yamato Shinizuke with a mysterious smile. Sensei, look, we've formed contracts with the summoning beasts. Will you teach us the summoning technique? Yamato Shinizuke looked at Jing Yuan's cheeky face, and his mouth twitched slightly, feeling he should retract his earlier thoughts. This kid is just a little rascal who loves to take advantage. Ah. Who told me to be your leading teacher? Watch closely. Yamato Shinizuke began forming hand seals slowly, clearly wanting to teach the 3 earnestly. Even the aloof Fei Lu was learning seriously. Kakashi was also watching Yamato Shinizuke's movements with great focus. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was standing there in a daze. A brand new dialogue box appeared before him. Ding, a powerful ninja is detected within sight, teaching ninjutsu. Detecting the ninja's strength. Ding, you can choose to use elite ninja fragments, epic ninja fragments, or legendary ninja fragments to learn it directly. Would you like to use them? Jing Yuan hesitated for a moment, but soon he made up his mind. Ninja fragments might not guarantee what ninjutsu he would get, and he couldn't choose whether he needed the ninjutsu or not. He had no idea what he would end up with, but the summoning technique in front of him was undoubtedly crucial, so Jing Yuan decisively chose to use the epic ninja fragments. Ding's summoning technique learned. As a wave of memories flooded into his mind, Jing Yuan's eyes brightened. At that moment, Yamato Shinizuke had just finished his demonstration. A young monkey summoning beast appeared. Yamato Shinizuke quickly reverted the young monkey back as it was not needed at the moment. Yamato Shinizuke looked at the 3 of them with a slight smile. The summoning technique is quite difficult to practice because without a summoning beast, using the summoning technique will result in being reverse summoned to an unknown location, and it's hard to master. So don't be disheartened if you didn't learn it today. With a few days of practice you might just succeed. Summoning technique. Before Yamato Shinizuke could finish his words, Jing Yuan rapidly began forming hand seals, then slapped down with one hand, instantly creating a black magic array resembling a spider web underneath him, while Jing Yuan felt a strange connection within himself. Poof! The lucky cat suddenly vanished in place, and reappeared behind Jing Yuan a second later. This summoning technique is quite simple. Jing Yuan smiled slightly and dusted off his hands. He then turned to face 3 pairs of resentful eyes. Ah. Ha. You have been removed from the loving family. Jing Yuan, how have you survived until now? Yamato Shinizuke asked, probing his soul. Relying on my handsome looks. Get lost. Under the setting sun, Jing Yuan walked on the way home. After the 4 finished eating, it was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, so Yamato Shinizuke disbanded the team, telling everyone to find their own mothers. He stated that he was going to check his blood pressure. Jing Yuan expressed that he could still manage on his own. With a toothpick in his mouth and his hands behind his head, Jing Yuan walked like a street punk accompanied by a 2-meter-tall fat cat. While passing by the park, Jing Yuan noticed a familiar figure inside. Wearing a green jacket and sporting a watermelon head, it was Might Guy, accompanied by his father Might Dai. However, they seemed to be the subject of ridicule from surrounding ninjas. Yo yo yo, isn't this the eternal Genin? Might Dai still playing training games with your son? Ha! Ha ha ha, this guy clearly useless and everything still pretends to work hard. TSK. Useless people should just act like useless people. What are you pretending to work hard for? Some who merely passed by couldn't help but throw in their taunts. Those mocking Might Dai were mostly some mid-level ninjas with no achievements, and even a few genin. They would usually come to the park to kill time after finishing missions, mocking Might Dai to feel a sense of presence. Thank you for your encouragement. Ha! Guy, we must work even harder. Yes, father. Might Dai completely treated those ninjas' cold jibes as background noise. Clearly it wasn't the first time he had experienced this. However, Might Dai welcomed their mockery with a smile, giving them a thumbs up as if it were encouragement. But this wouldn't make them relent, it only made them laugh even more recklessly. Truly stubborn, pretending to be hardworking when clearly incapable in every aspect. Several ninjas pointed and laughed at Might Dai, treating him as a joke. Jing Yuan frowned slightly as he watched, unsure of how to intervene. Fortunately, the ninjas left after a while of mockery. After training, Might Dai prepared to take Kai home. However, Kai stood still, showing no intention of leaving. Might Dai patted Kai's head. Kai, a ninja is someone who can endure. To become a ninja, one must learn self-restraint. In time you will understand that their mockery is the very strength that empowers us to grow stronger. Kai nodded slightly, holding on to Might Dai's big hand. I understand, father. The two quickly left the park, unaware of Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan gazed at the retreating figures of Might Dai and Kai, feeling a mix of emotions before sighing softly and preparing to return home to introduce the lucky cat to Jio-sun. Jing Yuan, you're back. What is this? Jio-sun had already prepared a meal waiting for Jing Yuan's return. She was momentarily startled by the lucky cat behind Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan forced a smile. Yes, it's a lucky cat, my spiritual beast. Jio-sun noticed something was off with Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, what's wrong? Have you encountered something troubling? Jing Yuan sat down at the table and sighed softly. Uncle, when you are mocked by others, do you retaliate? Jio-sun was taken aback, unsure why Jing Yuan asked this. I don't retaliate because their mockery doesn't affect me. Instead, I use it as motivation to become stronger. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. What if you knew that you would almost never become stronger in this lifetime? Jio-sun smiled slightly. Then I wouldn't argue with them, as that is the most cowardly behavior. If I knew I couldn't become stronger, it would only drive me to work harder. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. If I truly cannot enhance myself, I would pass on all I have learned to my child, but I would not slack off, I would accompany him in his efforts. Alright, Jing Yuan, you haven't introduced me to this one yet, Jio-sun said to the lucky cat. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly at Jio-sun's response. Yes. Does it not have a name yet? Is its ability to produce gold coins? Haha, what a wonderful ability. At least we won't run out of copper coins. Since that's the case, let's call it Gold Coin. Yes. Meow. Haha, it seems Gold Coin likes this name as well. Does Gold Coin eat? It'll go make you a meal. Sarutobi Shino looked at the three in front of him and nodded slightly. The four were currently in the woods beneath the shadow rock. Very well, everyone is on time. Today there are no missions. Train on your own. I have a mission. With that, Sarutobi Shino leaped away out of sight of the three. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy called everyone here at 7 just to let them train on their own. This guy. Fei Lu showed no reaction, continuing to wipe his katana. Kakashi continued to look at the direction Shino had left with his dead fish eyes, seemingly cursing him. In front of Jing Yuan, options popped up. 1. How about you two join me for a spar? They'll let you have 3 moves. You will be beaten badly, reward ordinary ninja fragment. 2. Kakashi Fei Lu, let's go climb a mountain. Reward excellent ninja fragment. 3. Hi, woke up a bit early today, let's make a hamburger. Gain title gourmet. Gourmet, after equipping this title, everything you eat will taste good. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the 3 options. He then cleared his throat. Ahem, Kakashi Fei Lu, how about we go climb a mountain? Ding, gained excellent ninja fragment. Kakashi sighed slightly. Fei Lu paused, then silently sheathed his katana. As Fei Lu slowly stood up, a powerful chakra wave began to emanate from him. This chakra. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. He felt a hint of terror from the Fei Lu before him. Jing Yuan? I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Jing Yuan was embarrassed. He'll count to 3 and then we start. Jing Yuan assumed a stance. Kakashi gave a faint acknowledgement. Fei Lu's lips curled slightly. 3. Whoosh! Whoosh! With 2 sounds of breaking air, Jing Yuan and Fei Lu began to dash up the rock wall of the shadow rock. A 90-degree rock wall was nothing but child's play for the two. Their speed was comparable to running on the ground. Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the empty space beside him alone and bewildered in the wind. Indeed it was counting to 3, hee. Kakashi then began to climb the rock face in a plain manner. Meanwhile Jing Yuan was thinking. Whoosh. Suddenly a shuriken flew towards Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan narrowly dodged it, instantly filled with anger. Why are you throwing ninja tools again? You didn't say I couldn't use them. Jing Yuan turned red with anger, secretly thinking that he must carry shurikens in the future, and also learn the shuriken shadow clone technique. As Jing Yuan was contemplating, 2 more shurikens flew towards him. He barely dodged them, but Fei Lu had already dropped 7 or 8 meters behind. Jing Yuan quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With 2 puffs of white smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared beside Jing Yuan. However, Fei Lu smirked slightly. The same trick won't work on me. Earth release. As Fei Lu's words fell, the Jing Yuan clone in the middle was immediately bound by rocks. Yet it transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. What? I wouldn't be foolish enough to use the same technique on the same person twice. Just as his words fell, Jing Yuan hurled the remaining shadow clone at Fei Lu. The shadow clone was still forming seals in midair, suddenly spitting out a great fireball. I call this ninjutsu. I throw myself and I spit out a great fireball. Fei Lu nearly broke his composure with laughter upon hearing this, quickly leaping aside to dodge the great fireball, then threw a shuriken to disperse Jing Yuan's shadow clone. However, when he regained his thoughts, Jing Yuan was already about to reach the mountain peak. Crack, crack. Bang. I won. Jing Yuan leapt triumphantly onto the top of the shadow rock, claiming victory. Fei Lu's earth release techniques required precise pre-aiming, yet Jing Yuan's serpentine evasive maneuvers rendered every jutsu futile. As for water release, Fei Lu's chakra reserves were still too meager to conjure large-scale techniques from thin air. Fei Lu could only rage helplessly, hurling shuriken wildly, yet Jing Yuan moved as if eyes grew from his back, slipping through each strike with the slick, effortless grace of an eel. Crack. Bang. Fei Lu breathless vaulted onto the shadow rock and glared at Jing Yuan. Next time. I'll win for sure. Yeah, sure. You. Before Fei Lu could utter another word, Jing Yuan raised a finger to his lips in silent warning. Shh. Jing Yuan hastily ducked behind a boulder. Fei Lu, following suit, scrambled for cover beside another. Peering cautiously over the rocks, Jing Yuan and Fei Lu spotted a green-clad boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle practicing atop the shadow rock. 100. Huff. 100 push-ups. If I fail, I'll do 100 squats. Huff, huff. 55, 69. Yet how could a 5-year-old possibly complete 100 push-ups? At 70 his arms buckled, he collapsed face down, utterly spent. Squats, huff, 100 squats. Mato Guy struggled upright and began grinding out squats with grim determination. But after just 2 he crumpled onto the ground. I'm truly worthless. Lying there, twin streams of tears traced paths down Guy's cheeks. Fei Lu frowned faintly. I barely sense any chakra from this boy, yet he completed 70 push-ups without expending a trace of it. Jing Yuan stood speechless. 90% of a shinobi's stamina stemmed from chakra, yet this child had drawn solely upon that slender 10% to achieve such a feat. And he was only 5 years old. Terrifying indeed. In his past life, Jing Yuan had admired Guy's perseverance, but standing before him now, he grasped for the first time the staggering magnitude of that indomitable will. At that moment, Kakashi finally scaled the shadow rock. Just as he crested the summit, Guy rose to his feet, eyes locking with Kakashi's across the stone. Kakashi! Let's fight! Wait, can I rest first? Just then Jing Yuan and Fei Lu stepped out from behind their boulders. Fei Lu recognized Guy faintly, the green-clad boy he'd glimpsed during his lake duel with Jing Yuan. Guy, however, stared at them blankly. Who are you two? Jing Yuan recoiled in surprise. Guy, you remember only Kakashi. I even taught you chakra control. Guy circled Jing Yuan, slowly studying him intently, then suddenly snapped his fingers in revelation. Ah, I remember now. You're Senju Fei Lu. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. Fei Lu clutched his belly, laughing until he choked. Guy frowned slightly. What's so funny, you silver-haired fool? Ha ha ha. Silver-haired. Ha ha ha. Now Jing Yuan burst into laughter, and Fei Lu flushed crimson with fury. Losing to Jing Yuan was humiliating enough, being mocked by a man who couldn't tell faces apart was intolerable. Listen well, you fool, I am Senju Fei Lu. Though usually aloof and reserved, once Fei Lu loosened his tongue, he transformed into a whirlwind of absurdity. Right now, he was seconds away from wrestling Guy to the ground. If you're Senju Fei Lu, then what's his name? Guy pointed at Jing Yuan. Ha ha ha. You're still laughing. Jing Yuan, let's fight. Fei Lu erupted with chakra, sending shards of rock scattering violently outward. Jing Yuan clapped a hand over his mouth. Truth be told, Feilu possessed full Chunin-level strength. Though Jing Yuan had narrowly bested him twice with clever tricks in a real battle, Feilu would dismantle him effortlessly. At least for now. Forget jutsu, even with swordsmanship alone Feilu could slice Jing Yuan apart. It would be like beating a little brother. Feilu gave Jing Yuan no chance to retreat. He drew his gleaming katana and lunged forward, its polished blade flashing Jing Yuan's startled reflection under the sun. Jing Yuan recoiled in alarm, scrambling backward. Seriously. Meanwhile, Guy launched taijutsu against Kakashi. Truly, Guy's recuperative power was extraordinary. Moments ago he'd been spent, now he surged with renewed vigor. Leaf Hurricane. Guy swept a devastating kick toward Kakashi's head. Kakashi barely raised his left arm in time. The crushing force slammed into his forearm. So heavy. Guy's assault didn't relent. His left leg whipped around for another strike, only to be seized midair by Kakashi's iron grip. Shadow Clone Technique. Jing Yuan formed clones while retreating, but the moment they materialized, Feilu hurled 3 shuriken with blinding speed, obliterating 2 instantly. Ducking one last shuriken, Jing Yuan found himself back to the very edge of the shadow rock. With a sharp breath he plunged downward. Feilu didn't flinch. He accelerated, leaping after Jing Yuan into the void, katana raised high as he roared toward the falling figure below. Draw and slash technique, Water Dragon. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chakra-formed water dragon coiled around his blade. Though smaller than the colossal water dragon bullet he'd once wielded, this dragon still loomed human-sized. You've got to be kidding me. Jing Yuan's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Hiya! Feilu swung the blade. A torrential water dragon surged forth, roaring toward Jing Yuan. Midair, Jing Yuan hastily formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that seized his body and flung him sideways, narrowly evading the dragon's onslaught. Spinning through the air, Jing Yuan summoned another clone just before impact. The clone caught his body, cushioning the landing entirely. Feilu meanwhile conjured a pool of water mid-fall to slow his descent, landing flawlessly. Yet when he looked up, Jing Yuan had vanished from sight. Still, Feilu refused to relent. After a thorough search he located Jing Yuan, slumped beneath a tree, leaning silently against its trunk, lost in thought. Senju Feilu's brow furrowed. Something about this felt far from simple. Feilu concealed himself behind a large tree, summoning a shadow clone to attack Jing Yuan, who was leaning against the trunk. The shadow clone of Feilu charged forward with a kunai in hand. It struck the motionless Jing Yuan in one swift motion. Yet that was merely Jing Yuan's shadow clone. Pfft. As the kunai pierced the Jing Yuan, he dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished. After the Jing Yuan disappeared, another Jing Yuan suddenly leaped down from the tree and punched Feilu's shadow clone. The clone turned into a puff of white smoke upon receiving the blow. What? A shadow clone? Jing Yuan exclaimed in surprise. At that moment Feilu dashed out from behind the tree. Ha! I win! Feilu rested his katana on the shoulder of the Jing Yuan. Admit defeat. Ha! Feilu burst into laughter. He sensed no other chakra nearby, convinced that the one he had his katana against was the real body. However, that Jing Yuan only returned a mysterious smile. Pfft. What? Feilu froze. Could the one he held at blade point be yet another shadow clone? Where was the real body? He then felt a hand grab his ankle. Earth release, headhunter technique. In a blink Feilu found himself buried in the earth with only his head exposed. Jing Yuan half squatted on the ground, smirking smugly at him. How do you know this technique? Feilu was both shocked and bewildered. What can't I? Moments earlier, when Jing Yuan leaped from the shadow rock, he had used his only elite ninja fragment on Feilu in a desperate gamble. He drew the earth release, headhunter technique. This technique was a trap the user hid underground, unable to move while masking his own chakra fluctuations. Once an enemy walked directly above him on the ground, he could instantly activate the technique, burying the enemy up to their head. Thus Jing Yuan used 2 shadow clones as decoys to lure Feilu's true body into the trap's range. He gambled, betting on Feilu's confidence in his own chakra sensing ability. And his gamble paid off. If he couldn't win Hedon, why not use a bit of strategy? Hehehe. Feilu looked at Jing Yuan with utter contempt. He didn't understand how Jing Yuan used this technique, but a loss was a loss, and he had to acknowledge it. Alright. I admit defeat. Now get me out. Feilu sighed softly, seemingly truly convinced. Jing Yuan immediately started boasting. A loss is a loss. What does that tell you, kid? You still need practice. After a moment, Jing Yuan finally freed Feilu from the earth and leaned against a tree trunk, breathing heavily. Feilu wiped the dirt off his clothes silently. A quick water release wash cleaned them perfectly. Seeing this, Jing Yuan grew curious about Feilu's technique. Seemed quite convenient. Feilu, teach me this technique later. I'm sure, but there's something I need to do first. What is it? Jing Yuan blinked at Felia with innocent eyes. Yet Felia showed no mercy, grabbing Jing Yuan by the neck and lifting him up. Jing Yuan was startled. Felia's strength and physique far surpassed his own. He couldn't break free from the grip on his neck. Though Felia didn't intentionally cut off his breathing, Jing Yuan still felt uncomfortable. Cough. What are you doing? Can't take a loss. Cough. No, I'm sorry, Felia. I'm sorry. Felia wore a faint smile, but his icy gaze made Jing Yuan's blood run cold. He spoke calmly. Forgiving you is God's business. My task is to send you to meet him. I'm sorry. No. Kakashi. Leave Hurricane. On the Shadow Rock, Kakashi and Mighty Kai were locked in an intense battle. Kai's attacks were fierce, but over time openings appeared. Kakashi seized the moment, catching the gap in Kai's offense, and sending him flying with a single punch. Kai was already nearly exhausted after the blow. He couldn't stand up at all. Kakashi formed a hand blade and placed it against Kai's neck. You lose. Kai was still struggling to get up, but as Kakashi spoke, he slumped like a defeated fish lying on the ground, gasping for air. Kakashi, you're amazing. Unlike me, so weak. Not worthy of my father's expectations. Kakashi glanced at Kai, who turned his head away, avoiding eye contact. You're not weak. You just lack conviction. Kai was taken aback. Conviction. Kakashi slowly sat down, gazing at the leaf village below the Shadow Rock. The view from the rock was indeed splendid. In your fight you were too eager for victory, forgetting the essence of sparring. Sparring isn't about who's superior, but about mutual growth. You didn't think during combat, expending all your energy on offense. Once exhausted, you became vulnerable. Fighting is like cultivation. Steady progress leads to victory. Kai sat up and murmured to Kakashi. Steady progress. Exactly. You're too fixated on your own strength. Kai stared blankly at the village below. The two sat in silence. Before long, Jing Yuan and Felia also arrived atop the Shadow Rock. Unlike when they left, Jing Yuan now bore a bright red palm print on his right cheek. It seemed he had received a hard slap, a vernacular term for a face slap. Felia silently walked over to Kakashi, and Kai found a spot and sat down. Ding, options triggered. 1. Walk up and slap each of the 3 on the right cheek so you'll be symmetrical. If all goes well, you'll get beaten black and blue. If not, you'll be thoroughly thrashed. Reward title: loyal fan of Fish Liang. Effect: looks nice. 2. Like them, find a place and contemplate life in silence. Reward: ninja fragment. 3. Sit beside Mighty Kai and enlighten everyone. Reward: elite ninja fragment. Jing Yuan scanned the 3 options. He was tempted by the first, but he wanted to see the sun tomorrow. Yet he paused slightly at the 3rd option. Jing Yuan was slightly taken aback upon seeing the 3rd option. Could it be that Mighty Kai, a man so boisterous and carefree, actually harbored a hidden knot in his heart? But then Jing Yuan quickly let it go. It was probably related to the villagers' constant scolding. Being cursed at every day would stir resentment in anyone. Even a mud figure has a temper. At this point, Mighty Kai had not yet been taught the 8 inner gates by Might Dewey, and he was unaware of the reason behind his father's relentless efforts. Having a bit of an emotional knot was only natural. Following the system's prompt, Jing Yuan sat down beside Mighty Kai and waited for him to speak. Sure enough, within seconds, Mighty Kai began to unburden his heart. What do you all think of the villagers in the village? Senju Furia frowned slightly. Not much. It was evident that as a child, Furia had also been the subject of gossip after his parents fell in battle. Although he was the grandson of the 2nd Hokage, he didn't even have a decent home. Kakashi tilted his head back slightly. They killed my father, and there's nothing I can do about it. At his peak, Kakashi's father Tsukumo Hatake enjoyed a fame even greater than that of the legendary Sannin, making him the top candidate to succeed as Hokage. An ordinary man with no background surpassing Konoha's elite. Those in the know understood what that meant. After hearing Kakashi's answer, Mighty Kai clenched his fists tightly, clearly seething with anger inside. Seeing this, Jing Yuan was momentarily stunned. This could very well lead to the blue beast of Konoha, Kakashi the copy ninja, and this Senju Furia whom he had never seen in the TV series before, all falling to the dark side together. Jing Yuan had indeed considered such matters, but these villagers were nothing more than ordinary people like those in his previous life. There were certainly both good and bad among them. To pick out every single malicious villager was clearly wishful thinking. And even if you did, what would you do? Kill them all? What about their children, their wives? Wouldn't your words and actions then be no different from those villagers? This was where the value of his past life memories came into play. This situation was essentially a matter of education, leading to generally low moral standards. A lack of discernment caused all sorts of tragedies. But the root cause was still the turmoil of war. A ninja in Konoha spends only 6 short years at the academy, and they can even graduate early without needing a proper worldview. Just mastering the 3 basic techniques is enough. Ridiculous. Thus the only solution was to reduce wars. Only with fewer wars could the overall quality of shinobi improve. Jing Yuan spoke up. Do you think I despise those villagers? No, quite the opposite. I pity them. Because they will never witness the beauty of this world. Kakashi and the other two were startled. This world. Beauty existed. Jing Yuan pressed on. I have always believed that an era of mutual understanding among people will eventually come. And I will steadfastly strive toward that goal. Jing Yuan directly borrowed Jiraiya's words. Judging by the expressions on Kakashi and the others, it was evidently effective. Beep obtained outstanding ninja fragment. Jing Yuan smiled faintly, feeling fortunate to carry the memories of his past life. Otherwise he might have ended up on the same path as Bro Obito. Because the ninja world in this era was too dark. That night, Jing Yuan lay on the tatami contemplating life. When I have enough copper coins, I must replace this bed with something better. Ahem. Indeed, the day's events had served as a wake-up call for Jing Yuan. This world was not the one he had known before. It was cold, ruthless, a place where ninjas would do anything for money. Such individuals were everywhere. They were powerful and cruel. Though he had a system combat experience, and reflexes were things the system could not grant, those could only be honed through actual battle. It seemed he could not afford to be so relaxed from now on. Jing Yuan turned over, saw the options displayed by the system, and decisively chose the third one. I only said I would work hard to train my combat skills. I never said I'd train chakra. I'll leave that sort of thing to shadow clones and the system, hee. Woof. Woof. Two sharp barks jolted Jing Yuan from his sleep. Groggily he glanced at the alarm clock. It was just past 4 in the morning. Kyuso. Who dares disturb my sleep? Jing Yuan threw on his clothes and walked to the window. Outside, 3 men from the Uchiha clan were carrying a large dog toward a dark alley. At 4 in the morning in June, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Jing Yuan could faintly make out that the 3 Uchiha members carried machetes. Jing Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The grogginess from just being woken vanished instantly as his nerves sharpened. These people. Jing Yuan immediately rushed downstairs. Seeing Kwang, who was washing vegetables, he paused. So Kwang got up at 4 every morning to prepare breakfast for him. As for Gold Coin, Kwang had given the cat a small room. It should still be asleep. Kwang noticed Jing Yuan and was slightly surprised. Jing Yuan, where are you going so early? Jing Yuan chuckled evasively. A friend made plans with me yesterday, so I need to head out early. Kwang nodded slightly. All right, will you come back for breakfast? Jing Yuan pondered briefly, then responded with a hum. I'll be back as soon as I can. He slipped on his shoes and dashed out the door. The moment he stepped onto the street, Jing Yuan froze. Almost every 3 to 5 people had a dog in their grasp. And they were all coming back from the direction of the Inuzuka clan's estate. Jing Yuan had a vague suspicion and hurried toward the Inuzuka clan's mansion. In about 7 or 8 minutes he reached the main gate. Behind the gate were rows of cages, each containing a dog, still hundreds of them. Clearance sale. Every dog for just 10 copper coins. Jing Yuan stood there momentarily stunned. As one dog after another was taken away, he came to his senses. He wanted to step forward but then stopped. What could he do? Those dogs already belonged to others. Was he going to snatch them back? Actually, Jing Yuan should have expected this. It had only been a few years since the end of the Second Shinobi World War. Food was scarce. How could anyone selflessly raise dogs? Otherwise there wouldn't be so many strays. As for the fate of the cats, Jing Yuan dared not imagine. He let out a soft sigh, unable to bear watching the captured dogs, their fate. Just as he was about to head home, Jing Yuan caught sight of a white-haired boy and a small puppy watching everything from a distance in silence. Kakashi. Packin'. For a moment Jing Yuan could not bring himself to face the two of them. Kakashi had long noticed Jing Yuan. He had arrived even earlier than Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan shivered when he saw Kakashi looking at him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and ran to Kakashi's side. Kakashi. I'm sorry. Jing Yuan looked at Kakashi with a face full of regret. However, despite Kakashi wearing a mask, Jing Yuan could see his helplessness. Jing Yuan, you did nothing wrong. We never expected it to turn out this way. We all owe Parker an apology. Parker looked at each of his former friends being taken away, his expression calm. Jing Yuan felt even guiltier upon seeing Parker's demeanor. Some things couldn't be resolved with mere apologies. Parker, how about I help you buy some back? However, Parker showed no reaction, and after a moment he let out a faint sigh. When I learned that the food we had been fighting over was actually the food of everyone, I knew that none of us would meet a good end. Choosing to be a summoning beast was also driven by a certain selfishness. I thought this way I could survive. Surely that fellow the fortune cat thought the same way, right? This fate. At least it's somewhat dignified. We are of no use at all. The so-called cat-teaching dog is merely a way to huddle for warmth. Without food we will eventually perish. Perhaps for them this is also a kind of liberation. Kakashi and Jing Yuan remained silent, quietly listening to Parker's narration. Parker sighed softly. Their ending may not necessarily be bad, they might encounter good families. Kakashi, let's go back. Oh, by the way, your name is Jing Yuan, right? I exerted all my effort yesterday to save 2 children from the cat teaching. I've hidden them on Shadow Rock. Seeing this, Kakashi turned and left with Parker following closely behind. Jing Yuan called out to Parker's departing figure. Can't we leave Konoha? Parker was obviously taken aback, then shouted out. Bright moon, all my disciples, woof woof woof. As soon as Parker finished speaking, all the dogs around, no matter where they were or what situation they were in, barked in unison. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof. Jing Yuan fell silent, listening to the response of hundreds of dogs from the Inuzuka clan's residence. A phrase involuntarily floated in his mind. To be born as a Konoha dog, to die as a Konoha soul. Though today's dogs have fallen, countless others will rise again. Jing Yuan stared in the direction where Kakashi and Parker had left for a long while before running towards Shadow Rock. Meow. Meow. Jing Yuan hurried home holding 2 little kittens. The kittens were adorable, both white, and seemed to be quite young. One kitten was sound asleep. The other was lively and meowing. However, Jing Yuan couldn't feel happy. The air was thick with the scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. It felt as if the sky was stained red. It seemed as if the ground was stained red as well. Everywhere appeared to be the color of blood. The light fell upon the ground, yet it seemed to be devoured by endless darkness. Jing Yuan's entire world was left with only shades of red and black. Jing Yuan once again experienced that profound sense of helplessness akin to the suffocating feeling when he faced Lin's abduction without the power to help. As Jing Yuan passed the garbage bin, he saw a dead white cat. The little kitten, which had calmed down, began meowing again. That was probably its mother. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for Jing Yuan to breathe. Every breath he took felt laden with overwhelming guilt. The sounds of people's laughter and the cries of cats and dogs stimulated Jing Yuan. A short alley of just 200 meters seemed to stretch endlessly. When Jing Yuan arrived home, 2 drops of blood tears fell from the corners of his eyes. His eyes were notably swirling with blood-red Sharingan. Kakashi looked at the silent Parker and said lightly, I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Parker sighed and replied, What can I do if I'm not open-minded? I'm just a ninja dog. Being alive is enough for me. Kakashi said nothing more and continued walking. Soon Kakashi furrowed his brows slightly as the scent of blood became more intense. Kakashi looked at Parker with some concern, but Parker remained expressionless. The 2 soon returned home. However, Kakashi paused for a moment. In front of his house sat a small wooden box, inside which lay 4 little puppies peacefully resting with gentle snores emanating from within. Kakashi took a piece of paper from the small box on which a crooked message was written. The cat teaching endures, so the dog teaching cannot fall. Seeing the puppies and the content of the note, Parker finally couldn't hold back his tears. From the moment he established the dog teaching, he knew that a high-rise building without a foundation would eventually collapse and their fate as bricks would be grim. But he had no choice, as this was the only way to survive. This day finally arrived. He didn't cry as much as he imagined, but bore it silently. However, just as his dog life turned dark, the only warmth came from the enemy he once despised the most. As Parker looked at the 4 puppies in the small box, tears fell drop by drop onto them. Kakashi observed silently, choosing not to disturb him. Parker cried for a long time. Water release, water flow slash. Ha! Senju Tobarama swung his sword multiple times over the lake's surface, sending waves of water blades flying forward, even felling a large tree 10 meters away. Tobarama looked at the results, clearly satisfied, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jing Yuan, in the next match, let's see how you will fight me. Hee hee. Water release, water flow slash. Ha! Another water blade shot forth. After a long while, Tobarama sheathed his katana, beginning to pant heavily. At that moment, the sounds of meowing cats and barking dogs echoed, causing Tobarama's mouth to twitch slightly. Are these cats and dogs really so hungry? Didn't I just feed them 4 hours ago? Quickly, Tobarama arrived beneath a large tree where by the trunk lay a large wooden box. Inside, 5 little kittens and 5 little puppies were calling out, looking quite hungry. Tobarama smiled slightly, pulling out a small bag from behind the tree filled with small meatballs. Don't fight, there's enough for everyone. As the sun and moon rotate, 3 months have passed since the last incident of cats teaching dogs. During these 3 months, Jing Yuan has collected over 140 excellent ninja fragments. However, he has not obtained any epic ninja fragments, possibly due to the lack of significant events. He has completed quite a few drank missions and accumulated a decent amount of bounty. Moreover, he can summon a gold coin every day, which is roughly equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. One could say he doesn't have to worry about food and drink at all. By now it was September. Although autumn had arrived, the weather remained hot. Jing Yuan also changed into a new outfit. He wore a white t-shirt under a black jacket and paired it with light gray pants, making the colors of his outfit not seem too jarring. It is worth mentioning that the back of the black jacket features the iconic ping-pong ball design. The outfit may change, but the ping-pong ball remains, which embodies the Uchiha spirit. Give me 2 more servings of green onions so I can fry the chicken wings into pancakes. Humph. Jing Yuan finished his breakfast and headed towards the Shadow Rock. At this time it was just 6:40. The refreshing morning made Jing Yuan feel very pleasant. That guy Shinosuke seems to have said there's something significant happening today. It wouldn't be some devil training for us, would it? Jing Yuan stretched lazily and stopped joking around, leaping onto the wall, and began to traverse the rooftops, taking a shortcut. Upon arriving at the location, Jing Yuan found Kakashi and Shinosuke already there, which surprised him. Usually Shinosuke is the last to arrive, but today he was on time. As soon as Jing Yuan came into Shinosuke's line of sight, Shinosuke began to gather everyone's attention toward Sarutobi. Shinosuke raised his hands above his head, clapped, and shouted. Okay students, everyone focus your eyes on me, look at me, I'm announcing something. Ahem. In 30 days it will be this year's Chunin exam. And I have signed you all up, no one is allowed to be absent. I said I don't teach useless people. If anyone fails, we'll see how I punish them when they return. Jing Yuan jumped down from the tree and paused for a moment, thinking Shinosuke was about to say he was one of those. Ahem. Kakashi and Tobirama were also taken aback. I didn't expect the Chunin exam would be so soon. Tobirama stood up from the rock, elegantly sheathed his sword with a flourish. He then looked at Jing Yuan with burning fighting spirit in his eyes, saying, Jing Yuan, I will definitely defeat you in the Chunin exam. For the past month, Sarutobi Shinosuke had been making everyone do tasks, and Jing Yuan spent the remaining time training, leaving little time for matches. Who would have thought that after awakening the Sharingan, Jing Yuan became suddenly proactive? Moreover, everyone, including Kyushin, was unaware that Jing Yuan had opened his eyes. This is also a trump card of sorts. The Chunin exam may be just a place for others to enhance their reputation. But for Jing Yuan it represents a gold mine. Because this means that nearly all the young genin from the Hidden Leaf will be present, as typically those over 20 have already become Chunin, and those who haven't will no longer strive because they see no hope. Their qualifications are too poor. They can't be considered ordinary. The gathering of all the genin in the Hidden Leaf suggests a chance to encounter the Inuzuka, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and Uchiha clans genin. Various miraculous abilities may allow Jing Yuan to draw upon. It's quite nice, and he might also encounter many Chunin judges. Jing Yuan thought about it, and almost drooled. Kakashi was also filled with fighting spirit. Currently the only thing that could motivate him was probably the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Shinosuke felt a bit embarrassed to say what was next with the 3 of them so full of fighting spirit. Well, Tobirama, you will come with me shortly. For this month I will give you special training. As for Kakashi and Jing Yuan, the 3rd Hokage said they would be assigned another teacher. Jing Yuan was taken aback. Another teacher. Kakashi was also stunned. Which ninja could possibly serve as a temporary teacher for him and Kakashi at this time? Hokage office. Hey, let me be a temporary teacher. I don't want to. Oh come on, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Shinosuke can't keep teaching Kakashi and the others. The many tasks of the Hidden Leaf need him, and that person is also waiting for Shinosuke. You know how strong that combination is. At this moment Sarutobi Hizashi was looking at an old man with white hair with a worried expression. That old man was Jiraiya, the one who had captured the sand ninja, stealing intelligence. I plan to have Minato take over Sarutobi Shinosuke after the Chunin exam, so you can consider it as helping Minato bring a student for a month. Jiraiya was taken aback. You want Minato to be the responsible jonin? He has just become a jonin for less than a year. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. Jiraiya, you should know how strong Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is. After all, it's the ninjutsu of the 2nd Hokage. You and I have both seen Minato's potential. Isn't what Minato needs most right now combat experience? Moreover, when comparing the qualifications of Kakashi and Jing Yuan, they are not much inferior to Minato. He. Jiraiya sighed in frustration and said, Alright. When? Right now. After Jiraiya left, the 3rd Hokage lightly stood up from his chair. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window, gazing at the falling leaves outside, lost in thought. Sigh, the weekend's bathing and sketching plan is ruined again. By the way, those 2 brats should be waiting for me under the Shadow Rock. What should I teach them? Should I leave them there and go sketching in the bath myself? Forget it, since it's the 3rd Hokage's request, I will symbolically teach them a bit. Jiraiya leaped from tree to tree and quickly arrived under the Shadow Rock, spotting 2 familiar figures. Is that you 2 brats? Jiraiya jumped down from the tree looking at Jing Yuan and Kakashi with a bewildered expression. He still had some impression of these two boys after all he hadn't seen many boys in the past few months. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Jing Yuan was also taken aback. Wow, the old third Hokage is so generous. That's right, Jing Yuan had thought of everyone, just not Jiraiya. Actually, he didn't expect the third Hokage to have such clout to invite Jiraiya. So it's Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi exclaimed in slight surprise. Jiraiya's earlier embarrassment was instantly swept away by Kakashi's words. Ha, no need to call me that. As your temporary teacher, you two can just call me Teacher Jiraiya. Jing Yuan also regained his composure. In front of him was Jiraiya. He must learn a few trump cards in this month, and cannot waste the generosity of the third Hokage. Who is Jiraiya? So what are we going to learn next, the Rasengan or? Jing Yuan hurriedly halted his own words. He had almost blurted out the Sage technique, which is Jiraiya's trump card, and mentioning it right away would surely annoy him. However, Jiraiya still looked at Jing Yuan in confusion and tilted his head, saying Rasengan. Jing Yuan was taken aback. No way, Jiraiya surely can't still not have learned the Rasengan. It shouldn't be the case. In the anime, Jiraiya had already mastered the Rasengan by the later stages of the Second Shinobi World War. Jiraiya shook his head and said, I've decided not to teach you the Rasengan. It's too difficult for you and you won't be able to grasp it in a month. Since this is for the Chunin exams, let me teach you the fire release. Jing Yuan had no intention of letting Jiraiya off easy. After all, the Rasengan was the ninjutsu that Naruto used to become Hokage. Moreover, he already had the great fireball technique, which was sufficient. Given Jiraiya's personality, he probably just wanted to casually teach them a fire release technique like fire release fireball, and then leave. Jing Yuan immediately grabbed Jiraiya's left hand and said, Jiraiya-sensei, we have great talent. We can definitely learn the Rasengan in a month. Jiraiya laughed heartily, saying, what's so great about the Rasengan? Let me teach you an earth-shattering ninjutsu. Kakashi's eyes lit up at this, showing far more interest in this earth-shattering ninjutsu than in the unheard-of Rasengan. Teacher Jiraiya, what ninjutsu is that? Ha, Jiraiya suddenly broke free from Jing Yuan's grasp and began forming hand seals while shouting summoning technique. Already learned. Jing Yuan interrupted, looking speechless. Jiraiya's hands froze in midair, and his smile turned comical. It truly was earth-shattering. But it depended on who was summoning. If you clap your hands and summon a giant toad over 100 meters tall, while I clap my hands and summon a sleeping fat cat. Teacher Jiraiya, just teach us the Rasengan. Jing Yuan said, his eyes sparkling with determination. However, Jiraiya calmly looked at him and extended his right hand. Money. Money. This simple word echoed in Kakashi and Jing Yuan's minds, shattering Kakashi's heroic image of the dashing and fearless Lord Jiraiya. The free trial is over. To watch the full episode, please buy VIP. However, Jing Yuan's lips curled up slightly. This was exactly what he wanted, as he never lacked money. Teacher Jiraiya, how much for learning the Rasengan? Yet Jiraiya laughed, saying, little guy, high-level ninjutsu not in money but in yuan, it's 18,000 yuan. Jing Yuan immediately began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. He slapped the ground with one hand. As a circle of black symbols appeared on the ground, a sleeping lucky cat was summoned. Gold coins, give me 2 gold coins, thank you for the gold coins. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he looked at the lucky cat, a rare summoning beast. The lucky cat rubbed its eyes and summoned 2 gold coins for Jing Yuan. Then with a puff of white smoke, the lucky cat vanished. Jing Yuan handed the 2 gold coins to Jiraiya, saying, here, 2 gold coins. 1 gold coin is worth 10,000, no need to give change. Jiraiya looked at the 2 gold coins as thick as his forearm, swallowed hard, and then tucked the coins into his clothing. Since we're so fated, I'll teach you. Jiraiya placed his hands on Kakashi and Jing Yuan's heads and after a moment said, Kakashi's chakra flows from left to right him. And Jing Yuan's does too. Jing Yuan's eyes instantly brightened. The so-called Rasengan is a highly compressed, rapidly rotating chakra sphere. The hardest part is not knowing the direction of one's chakra flow. If the chakra rotates in the opposite direction at high speed, it will definitely blow up before forming a sphere. Okay, that helped us avoid one explosion. Jing Yuan thought to himself. He had expected Jiraiya to just casually brush through and leave, but it seemed he had principles. After withdrawing his hands, Jiraiya suddenly became serious. Watch closely, I'm about to start. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan and Kakashi immediately focused. This was a rare opportunity. Rasengan. Jiraiya gripped his left wrist with his right hand and his left hand opened like a claw. Then a massive amount of chakra began to swirl, even stirring the wind around. The wind blew Jing Yuan and Kakashi's hair, proving the power of the Rasengan. The tangled chakra gradually became smooth, slowly forming a spherical shape. So powerful. Kakashi stared blankly at the Rasengan, muttering to himself. Jing Yuan was filled with excitement inside. The Rasengan. The Rasengan, the ninjutsu he had dreamed of mastering in his past life. As the Rasengan slowly dissipated in the air, Jing Yuan reluctantly returned to reality. Jiraiya chuckled, "Alright, I'm done teaching. I need to go do my own thing now." Jing Yuan was taken aback. "That's it?" Jiraiya was also surprised. "What else do you want? I've really taught you. Whether you learn it is up to you. Didn't you say you could definitely learn it?" Jing Yuan was instantly at a loss for words. After all, he had indeed said that. Thus he could only watch Jiraiya leave with an expression of unspeakable bitterness. That guy Jiraiya. He really is unreliable. Kakashi murmured, then looked at Jing Yuan and said, "So what are we going to do this month? Looks like we've been played." However, Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly. "Don't worry, Kakashi. It's just the Rasengan. I have a way to learn it." Anyone else standing here would likely find it impossible to learn the Rasengan, but who is Jing Yuan? He is a man who has read the original work. "Jing Yuan, why are we buying water balloons?" Kakashi asked, holding a large basket of water balloons, puzzled. However, Jing Yuan simply smirked. "Why?" Of course, to practice the Rasengan." Kakashi frowned slightly. "You know how to practice it." Jing Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi. "The summoning technique couldn't stump me. Do you think this ninjutsu can?" Kakashi was momentarily stunned. True, Jing Yuan had mastered the summoning technique in an instant. It was no surprise he knew how to practice this. Jing Yuan walked ahead smugly, making Kakashi carry the burden. The advantages of the Rasengan were countless. No-hand seals needed immense power and high adaptability. He might even develop a Rasen Shuriken later for fun. Notably, perhaps due to the impending Chunin exam, there were many more ninjas along the way. Genin, Chunin, and Jonin had all increased in number. Even the A and B, usually unseen, were now active on the streets. Jing Yuan ignored them completely. What could be more important than studying the Rasengan? Wow, what a stunning girl! Jing Yuan roamed about, his eyes darting everywhere, until he finally found a captivating sight. Near a ninja tool shop stood a child about 9 years old. The child had long purple hair that reached the waist, and his style was on a completely different level from ordinary background characters. So slender. Ahem, I am a gentleman. But since the child was facing away, Jing Yuan only noticed the purple hair and the slender waist. He had no idea what the face looked like. Could it be a Baku killer? Never mind, training is more important. I don't want to have to wash my eyes halfway. What are you looking at, Jing Yuan? Kakashi caught up and asked. Oh. An ugly thing. The child. Yugong Qianzhu sneezed as he took the shuriken handed over by the shop assistant. Acha. Who's cursing me? Indeed, he was that Baku killer. A cute boy. So many people, Kakashi. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly at the park crowded with people, and he finally chose a small forest nearby. It only took me 0.001 seconds to figure out how to learn the Rasengan. Ha, impressive, right? Jing Yuan stood beside a thick tree holding a water balloon in his left hand, grinning. Yeah, sure. So get started already. Kakashi urged with his trademark dead fish eye. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. How did Kakashi learn that yeah? After 0.003 seconds of reflection, he chose to forget it temporarily. I am enough joking, I'll teach you. I've analyzed the practice characteristics of the Rasengan. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the chakra circulation, control the speed, maintain it, and output chakra continuously. So start practicing with a water balloon. Watch closely. Jing Yuan's left hand suddenly began to emit chakra, and the chakra slowly rotated the water inside the balloon from left to right. Gradually, he increased the speed. Jing Yuan was shocked as he spun. Controlling the chakra inside the water balloon was extremely difficult. Even though he knew in his heart that if he kept spinning he would break the balloon, the chakra uncontrollably began to flow backward. Kakashi watched intently as if he were the one maintaining the water balloon. After about half a minute, cold sweat covered Jing Yuan's forehead. Suddenly the water balloon popped out of Jing Yuan's hand, hit the tree trunk and burst. Water splashed all over the roots and some landed on Jing Yuan and Kakashi. Phew. Sorry, Kakashi, this is my first time practicing too. Jing Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he had to describe the feeling of maintaining chakra at high speed, it was probably like riding a motorcycle at 100 miles per hour. It didn't seem this hard when I watched the anime. Jing Yuan thought to himself. Kakashi frowned slightly. Is that all it takes to learn the Rasengan? Jing Yuan exhaled a turbid breath. Of course not. There are 3 stages in total. This is just the simplest one. After feeling sufficiently rested, Jing Yuan picked up another water balloon, marveling at how lucky he was to have seen the original work. Otherwise, how many detours would he have taken? As for making the Rasengan like Naruto, Jing Yuan decided against it. His chakra wasn't as abundant as Naruto's. He couldn't summon shadow clones at will to help him, and Naruto only used that method because he couldn't control chakra freely. After Naruto made peace with Kurama, he too began making the Rasengan with one hand. Kakashi, let's work hard together. Jing Yuan encouraged Kakashi. This feeling of striving together was really not bad. Kakashi nodded slightly and also took a water balloon to try on his own. The two continued training, breaking one balloon after another, starting over each time. As long as they persevered, they would surely complete the training. Fei Lu, the third Hokage, asked me to teach you alone for a reason. Take this. On the other side, Sarutobi Shinosuke was instructing Fei Lu. He took out a large scroll from his clothes. This is the only thing your father left you. After speaking, Sarutobi Shinosuke silently watched Fei Lu, saying no more. Fei Lu's father had been blown to pieces by an enemy's explosive tags while covering his comrades' retreat, leaving not even a body behind. Only the summoning beast survived and the summoning scroll. That was the last paternal love his father left him. But it also meant that Fei Lu had officially lost both parents at the age of 3. During that time, the village was torn by war, and the third Hokage was too preoccupied to care for Fei Lu, only allocating him a few copper coins each month to survive. Fei Lu stared silently at the summoning scroll in Sarutobi Shinosuke's hand. If it's only about this, I'd rather train on my own. Sarutobi Shinosuke was irritated by Fei Lu's coldness. He was your father after all. He left this for you. Are you not even going to accept it? Fei Lu's father was 10 years older than Shinosuke, and they had trained together since childhood. Their bond was strong, so the scroll had been kept by Shinosuke all along. He doesn't deserve to be called my father. Fei Lu's mother had died in childbirth when he was born. According to the villagers, his father could have saved her but chose to go on a mission without hesitation. Fei Lu was left in the care of a neighbor aunt, and his father died in battle 3 years later. He is unworthy of being called my father. Not a moment in my life has been illuminated by the light he emanates. Those who abandon their wives do not deserve sympathy. Fei Lu coldly stared at Shinosuke. When Fei Lu was 4 years old, ninjas from an enemy country stealthily invaded Konoha, and the neighbor mistaken for Fei Lu's father's kin was killed on the spot. Because of his so-called will of fire, so many people have been implicated. The more Fei Lu spoke, the more agitated he became, the long-buried scar ruthlessly exposed by Shinosuke filling his heart with hatred. Shinosuke silently observed Fei Lu's current state. Fei Lu's father was also an idol in his mind, yet now he was being belittled by Fei Lu. It inevitably reminded Shinosuke of that battle long ago, the Battle of Kyushu Mountain. That battle drove Shinosuke to tirelessly cultivate for the rest of his life. He is an excellent ninja, Shinosuke murmured. But he is not a father, he cannot shoulder that role. Fei Lu said angrily, you don't understand, without him there would be no Konoha today, and you would have no chance to speak harshly here. I've left the summoning scroll here, you should know how to make a contract. If you truly want to understand your father, don't ask others, inquire of it. Your swordsmanship still needs improvement. Once you calm down, come find me on the Shadow Rock. I will show you how strong your father was back then. Sarutobi Shinosuke threw the summoning scroll into the ground and then left without looking back. Fei Lu stared at the summoning scroll on the ground, his fists tightly clenched, then sighed slightly and began to cultivate chakra. Before long, Fei Lu could no longer sit still, stealing a glance at the summoning scroll as a dramatic inner conflict began. What if I signed it? I'm not curious about how strong my father was, I simply want a summoning beast. Yes, that's it hurts. A tear squeezed out from Jing Yuan's eyes. He forgot one thing, this kind of cultivation would cause serious harm to his body, and he did not possess Naruto's formidable recovery abilities. Ha! Ha! Kakashi shot out another water balloon. The two sat under a large tree, panting heavily. Jing Yuan, your training method has issues, right? At this moment both of their hands were covered in various cuts. The damage from the spiral sphere was apparent. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Practicing ninjutsu involves bumps and bruises. Although Jing Yuan was adamant, this method was indeed unsuitable for both of them. Training all day, resting for a month. At the very least we need a medical ninja. This posed a dilemma for Jing Yuan. During this period medical ninjas were scarce, and given their training methods the medical ninja would need an even larger amount of chakra, otherwise the healing wouldn't keep up. It's commonly known as being unable to heal. If only heaven would grant me a girl with healing abilities from the gentle fist style. Just then a gentle voice rang out. Hello, do you need any potions? Jing Yuan was startled, but as he regained his senses he froze. Wow! Such a cute girl. As Jing Yuan's gaze focused, he saw a cute girl with purple long hair cascading like a waterfall, dressed in a white suit, standing before him. Kakashi was also taken aback. What a lovely girl. Jing Yuan's reaction was even more intense, his mind racing with thoughts. No way, so cute with purple hair. Wow, she's adorable, could this be my heroine? After such a long time, the heroine is finally making her appearance. However, fantasies kept emerging while reality offered unexpected surprises. "My boy," Ayumi Asabuki said unabashedly. Clearly misunderstood many times. From then on, the two boys lost their dreams. Just kidding. Jing Yuan asserted that his inner self was quite strong. Whoa. Although his heart surged, he maintained a calm exterior. He directly ignored the awkward topic. "How do you use this potion?" Jing Yuan got up from the ground, stretched his shoulders, and asked. "Sitting for too long can really make your legs numb. For treatment, just pour it directly on the wound. It's convenient. Use it according to the severity of the injury. The effects are strong." Jing Yuan frowned slightly at the price. "What's the price?" Kakashi asked. Ayumi Asabuki smiled faintly. "I brought only 30 small bottles today. I'll sell them to you for 1,000 copper coins." Jing Yuan was taken aback. 1,000 for 30 bottles? So cheap. Ayumi Asabuki chuckled. "What are you thinking? 1,000 per bottle. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten for selling it at that price?" Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he looked at Ayumi Asabuki's nonchalant demeanor. "The effects are strong. I have confidence, all right." Ayumi Asabuki unzipped her jacket, revealing 15 bottles of potions hanging on either side. Each bottle of potion contained about 50 milliliters, and they were crystal clear and purple. Whether the effects were good is uncertain, but they should be quite tasty. "This little bit 1,000 per bottle?" Jing Yuan asked with slight doubt. "Is your potion bottle made of gold, or is the liquid inside made of gold?" Ayumi Asabuki's lips twitched slightly. "I assure you this isn't a malicious price. Every material for this potion is particularly rare and hard to find. All are valuable yet unavailable. Its effects are excellent. You can pay 100 copper coins to try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll refund you the 100 copper coins." Jing Yuan squinted, staring intently at Ayumi Asabuki. Ayumi Asabuki visibly shivered. "What are you doing? Are you buying it or not? Stop staring at me with a lecherous look." "All right. Then he'll try it out." Jing Yuan quickly agreed, then looked at his blood-stained hands, falling into a moment of silence. Can I try it first?" "I can't form hand seals right now." Ayumi Asabuki sighed slightly. Okay. After saying that, she took a potion out from her cloak. Jing Yuan was startled. This thing is used drop by drop. Ayumi Asabuki opened a small cap on the potion bottle, revealing a small opening. As soon as the potion dripped onto Jing Yuan's hand, it instantly evaporated into a wisp of white smoke. The wound on Jing Yuan's hand began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "What a refreshingly crisp scent. Are these bamboo leaves?" Jing Yuan gazed in quiet astonishment at his left hand, now fully restored. "Let's give the right hand a drop too." Rain Palace Asinade dispensed a single droplet onto Jing Yuan's right hand. Within seconds, its injuries vanished completely. The vial contained roughly 50 drops. "Such extraordinary healing power!" Jing Yuan exclaimed, then hastily added, "I'll take all 30 vials. Please wait a moment." Spirit summoning technique. With swift, precise hand seals, Jing Yuan slammed a single palm against the ground. A wisp of white smoke rose, and there, standing 2 meters tall and plump as a cloud, appeared a massive cat. Rain Palace Asinade stumbled back a step. "Is this spirit summoning?" Gold Coin yawned widely and drawled. "What now? You need coins again?" Jing Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. "Today's been such a cascade of wonders, I simply couldn't help myself. It won't happen again next time." Gold Coin could summon 1 solid gold coin per day, usually stored away to fund Jing Yuan's mission, serving as an emergency reserve. And over time, Gold Coin had already amassed quite a hoard. "How many coins this time?" Jing Yuan grinned, holding up 3 fingers. 3 coins, thank you." Gold Coin wagged a finger, and instantly 3 solid gold coins materialized, each as thick as Jing Yuan's forearm and about 30 centimeters long. This was the legendary Golden Finger. The coins struck the earth with heavy thuds, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cough. Cough. Rain Palace Asinade stared, mouth slightly agape, at the gleaming trio before her. "This." Jing Yuan dismissed Gold Coin with a flicker of chakra and explained. "That lucky cat is my spirit beast. His name is Gold Coin. Each of these coins is worth 10,000 copper coins. You may exchange them directly at the Mission Assembly Hall. 3 coins, that's exactly 30,000 copper coins." After a brief pause, Rain Palace Asinade nodded. "All right. It's slightly inconvenient, but the value is indeed equivalent. These 30 vials are yours." Rain Palace Asinade carefully laid out all 30 vials on the grass. "Don't worry, they won't shatter. These containers are specially reinforced. Even a fall from Shadow Rock wouldn't crack them. And each bottle is fully recyclable. Here's my address. If you need more medicine, feel free to visit. An empty bottle fetches 100 copper coins here. 10 empties and you'll earn a full vial. She handed him a small slip of paper. Jing Yuan accepted it and read aloud. Mokubi Street E145. Jing Yuan gave a gentle nod. Understood, I'll return for more when supplies run low. Kakashi crouched beside him, eyes wide with curiosity as he studied the 30 vials. Jing Yuan smiled faintly. Kakashi, try it yourself. I feel like I could train non-stop for another 3 hours. Kakashi nodded and placed a single droplet onto his left hand. Lin-chan, it's been ages since we've seen Jing Yuan and the others. Obito and Lin strolled down Mokubi Street A, glancing left and right. With summer break in full swing, their days, beyond training, had grown delightfully aimless. Notably, Konoha's academic calendar differed from Jing Yuan's past life. Summer vacation lasted 1 month and 3 days, time to precede the Chunin exams, easing scheduling pressure. Winter break ran from early December through early March, spanning 3 months, while summer break lasted only 1. Jing Yuan and the others must still be on missions. With so many shinobi taking the Chunin exams lately, newly graduated genin have been swamped with assignments. Lin paused thoughtfully, then suddenly cried. Hey! Obito, look! Is that cotton candy? Her face lit up as she dashed toward a candy stall. Obito blinked, then hurried after her. Lin-chan, wait for me. Moments later they walked side by side, each savoring a fluffy pink cloud of spun sugar. It's scorching today, shall we cool off in the woods near the park? Obito mused between bites of cotton candy. Sounds perfect, we've got nothing else planned this break. Lin agreed without hesitation. This medicine's effect is truly remarkable. Kakashi murmured in quiet awe. Within a minute his hands, once lacerated and raw, were whole and unblemished. Asinade smirked. Of course. Otherwise how could 1 vial possibly cost 1,000 copper coins? Jing Yuan glanced upward, squinting as sunlight filtered through the canopy. His brow furrowed. Kakashi, we must resume training. Time is scarce. I'm not even certain we can master this jutsu within a month. Asinade paused, then smiled gently. My stock's sold out. I should head to the mission assembly hall to exchange coins. See you later. But just as she turned to leave, 2 voices rang out from afar. Kakashi. Jing Yuan. Kakashi, you're here too. What a surprise. Jing Yuan, Kakashi and Asinade all froze, turning toward the source of the voices. There stood Obito and Lin. Jing Yuan blinked. What brings you two here? Kakashi looked equally puzzled. Haha. I'd actually brought Lin-chan here to relax, never expected to run into you. Obito panted, arriving breathlessly beside them. Kakashi, it's been too long. Lin clasped her hands together and beamed. Obito turned, and froze upon spotting Rain Palace Asinade. Who's this beautiful older sister? Pfft. Jing Yuan and Kakashi burst into laughter. Asinade's face flushed deep crimson. I'm male. Obito blinked. Lin blinked. Ha ha ha, why don't you wear a sign? I am male. Jing Yuan, unable to contain himself, erupted into full-throated laughter. You idiot. Thud, though slender-limbed and seemingly delicate, Asinade packed devastating force. One punch nearly brought tears to Jing Yuan's eyes. 1 second of sympathy for Jing Yuan. Humph. Asinade watched the vivid red imprint bloom across his forehead, and felt her mood lift considerably. Jing Yuan meanwhile saw stars, and nearly collapsed on the spot. Kakashi shivered involuntarily. Lucky he'd held his laughter in, otherwise he'd likely share Jing Yuan's fate. Lin and Obito stood utterly frozen. Obito swallowed hard. So stunning, and yet she hits like... Obito regretted it immediately after saying that, quickly covering his mouth because he met a pair of eyes that could kill. That gaze was even more terrifying than the Sharingan. I was wrong. Handsome big brother. No. Cool big brother. Haha. Handsome big brother. Jing Yuan, who had been sulky from being punched, suddenly heard Obito's words and couldn't help laughing again, but then he regretted it. But God wouldn't give him a second chance. You. Go to hell. A fist the size of a sandbag suddenly appeared in Jing Yuan's sight, and he used his last moments to utter his final words. I was wrong. Too late. Repent. Bang. With a cloud of dust raised, Jing Yuan flew 5 or 6 meters. Jing Yuan deceased. Just kidding, Jing Yuan is very resilient. But this round could be called repeatedly dying. Qianzhu turned his head and left with 3 gold coins, such an oppressive feeling. Hey! Kakashi and Jing Yuan are going to take the Chunin exam. Lin said with starry eyes. Humph. Jing Yuan proudly lifted his head while Kakashi showed no reaction. We're practicing an incredibly powerful jutsu, the Rasengan. The difficulty is a rank. Jing Yuan chuckled. Just like in his past life, those who casually showed off keys to 3 apartments in Shanghai. Obito and Lin's eyes were full of envy. Can you teach me Jing Yuan? Obito asked with sparkling eyes. And wait until you graduate from the Ninja Academy. That kid Obito hasn't even learned the 3 basic jutsu yet, but he wants to learn the Rasengan. Though Jing Yuan himself hasn't mastered them either. Obito sighed slightly. That's still a long time. I just learned the transformation technique. Jing Yuan was startled. Transformation technique. Already got one of the 3. In the original story Obito barely graduated at 9, and now at 6 he already mastered one of them. Yeah. Right, and I'm practicing the clone technique now. Learning the transformation technique first makes the clone technique much easier. It seems the Ninja Academy's education is really flawed and Konoha doesn't care. The politics are truly messy. Jing Yuan thought indignantly. Yeah, I've also learned the transformation technique and am almost done with the clone technique, just a little more. Lin also said happily. Yeah, I wish you an early graduation. Kakashi rarely said a word. Yeah, me too. I wish you an early graduation. Jing Yuan rarely said something sensible. Alright Kakashi, Jing Yuan, see you. We're going to play somewhere else. Obito rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Are we leaving already? Lin seemed a bit reluctant. Lin, we shouldn't disturb Kakashi and Jing Yuan's practice. They're taking the Chunin exam, this is a critical time. I know a really fun place, let's go. Alright. Lin was pulled away reluctantly by Obito. Jing Yuan felt puzzled watching them leave. He recalled an unsolved mystery that netizens in his past life endlessly debated. Who the hell does Lin like? Jing Yuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Practicing the Rasengan was more important. Thus Kakashi and Jing Yuan practiced the Rasengan all day without much result. Aside from becoming a bit more proficient, they seemed to gain nothing else. But Jing Yuan could sense that if they had another day they would definitely break through the first stage. But as luck would have, the next day it rained. Damn it. Jing Yuan sat speechlessly on the windowsill looking at the drizzling rain outside and clicked his tongue. Then, raindrops jumped into Jing Yuan's mouth. Damn. So unlucky. Jing Yuan angrily tried to close the window. As he did, the window happened to be pressed against a branch. Moving it made the branch shake, splashing rainwater all over his face. Branch 666. Jing Yuan didn't intend to waste precious time at home. So after breakfast he said goodbye to Joshuan and prepared to wear a raincoat, go to a toy store to buy some water balloons and continue practicing the Rasengan at home. Pushing open the door, a cool breeze blew toward him. Ah. Refreshing. The wind seemed to clear away the summer heat, not biting but pleasantly cool. Dark clouds covered the sun. The street outside was empty with only the sound of rain hitting the ground. The wide street was empty except for Jing Yuan walking alone in the rain. The crisp sound of his rain boots stepping on puddles brought a refreshing wash to his burning heart, instantly lifting his mood. Walking on the street, Jing Yuan took in all the details usually overlooked. The green leaves trembled up and down under the rain's caress. The auditory experience was also soothing. The crisp sound of rain pattering on his raincoat and the clear chirping of birds in distant trees. And the sound of a drenched dog running in the rain. Jing Yuan was attracted by hurried footsteps. He looked closely. Oh, isn't this Yamanaka-chan? Haven't seen him for days and he's so pathetic now. In Jing Yuan's sight, Yamanaka-chan was running toward him. Jing Yuan then noticed that around the corner behind him was Yamanaka-chan's home. This guy probably went out in the morning to do mischief, unaware of the rain, and got a gift from the rain. Perhaps because Jing Yuan was wearing a raincoat, and it was raining and Yamanaka-chan was in a hurry, he didn't notice Jing Yuan, and even stepped on Jing Yuan's rain boot. Jing Yuan strongly suspected he did it on purpose. Hey! You! Yamanaka-chan also felt that he seemed to have stepped on someone, but he had no time to stop and apologize. He could only shout while running. Sorry. This, sorry, silenced the stream of curses Jing Yuan was about to unleash. The feeling of having words at the tip of his tongue but unable to say them left him speechless. What bad luck! Jing Yuan didn't plan to linger there, so he had to leave accepting his misfortune. I really can't stand that idiot Yamanaka-chan. Then Jing Yuan looked down and accidentally saw his stepped-on rain boot smeared with an unknown dog's excrement. A beautiful day ends at 8:30. Ah! Jing Yuan angrily turned his head, but Yamanaka-chan was nowhere to be seen. The sun came out as I climbed the electric pole, and once I reached the top I touched the wires. Fortunately the surroundings were all water, so Jing Yuan could easily wash his rain boots clean. Rainy days always relaxed Jing Yuan, and he couldn't help but start singing. I can't help but want to sing out loud. He coughed. Jing Yuan quickly arrived at the toy store, and to his surprise Kakashi was also there choosing water balloons. Jing Yuan immediately ran up and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi jumped in fright, turning around to see Jing Yuan, and immediately gave him a deadpan stare. Kakashi, you're also out buying water balloons. Kakashi nodded, saying, well, even on a rainy day one cannot neglect their training. Jing Yuan looked at Kakashi, who had already prepared half a box of water balloons, probably more than 20, and immediately started throwing some in as well. Kakashi frowned slightly. I don't need this many water balloons. Jing Yuan chuckled. Since we think alike, let's go to my house and practice together. I have some techniques that can help us train. Kakashi furrowed his brows slightly. This. Initially he didn't want to agree, but when Jing Yuan mentioned techniques he began to waver. That might not be good. Jing Yuan smiled and said, my uncle still thinks our house is too empty. It would be nice to have some noise together. Shopkeeper, it's time to pay. Jing Yuan decisively settled this matter and turned to call the shopkeeper to collect the payment. The shopkeeper walked over with a smile, checking the number of water balloons. Each water balloon costs 1 copper coin, very inexpensive. Alright. That will be 50 copper coins in total. Kakashi took out his small wallet to pay but was stopped by Jing Yuan. Save that money for Parker's dog food. There won't be any missions this month, and we can't let Parker go hungry. He'll pay this time. Kakashi was a bit hesitant, but he indeed had very little money right now. Fine. Jing Yuan smiled slightly and tossed the shopkeeper a small bag containing 100 copper coins. There's 100 copper coins inside, no need for change. Let's go. Time to practice. Jing Yuan swaggered out of the store, putting on the hood of his raincoat. Kakashi followed behind, carrying a large box of water balloons. Meanwhile the shopkeeper stood there stunned. Why do kids these days have so much money? Sigh, after all these years I end up living like a dog. As Jing Yuan and Kakashi walked, Jing Yuan suddenly had a mischievous idea. What if I take a detour? Having thought of it, Jing Yuan prepared to play a prank on Kakashi to see if he could catch. On a route that should have gone straight, Jing Yuan chose to turn left. This detour wouldn't take many extra steps, at most 30 meters, and he wanted to see if Kakashi would notice. Kakashi frowned slightly. Jing Yuan, are we going this way? Kakashi hadn't been to Jing Yuan's house many times, but seeing the unfamiliar buildings along the road made him frown. Jing Yuan chuckled. Yes, this is the way. It's always been like this, didn't you know? Kakashi was a bit speechless but chose to trust Jing Yuan. The rain grew heavier around them, soon reaching Jing Yuan's ankles. Aren't we there yet, Jing Yuan? Kakashi sounded a bit frustrated. Although the box wasn't heavy, it blocked his view. This forced him to follow Jing Yuan closely. The more Jing Yuan walked, the more he furrowed his brows until he became alarmed. Suddenly he stopped. Kakashi! Quickly put the box down. This is not around my house. There are no buildings like these near my home. Jing Yuan frowned slightly, taking out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and vigilantly looking around. He was on high alert. Kakashi, seeing Jing Yuan's expression, realized he wasn't joking and quickly put down the box, taking out a kunai to be ready. Suddenly a dense fog emerged in front of Jing Yuan and Kakashi. The fog spread quickly, soon enveloping both of them. Visibility was less than 10 meters. Jing Yuan was startled and retreated, but when he turned around, Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Kakashi! Jing Yuan panicked. What was happening? Where did Kakashi go? He swallowed hard and cautiously moved forward, the thick fog increasingly resembling the mist ninja's technique, obscuring everything. The terrifying aspect is always the unknown. That was Jing Yuan's current state. Heh! A heavy bass sound echoed, intensifying the oppressive feeling in the surroundings. Damn it! Who's messing around? Jing Yuan was in a panic. He had never seen such a scenario in his life. You little brat from Konoha, I am Biwajuzu from the Mist Village. Prepare to die. Suddenly a dark figure appeared in the thick fog. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, wielding a large sword, standing there. Yet a cold sweat trickled down Jing Yuan's forehead. Sharingan, activate! Jing Yuan focused his chakra and abruptly activated his Sharingan. The scenery around him began to collapse rapidly. Then the sound of pattering rain awakened Jing Yuan. He was panting heavily under the view of the Sharingan. The world turned red. Jing Yuan looked at the scene before him. There was no fog, no Biwajuzu, and Kakashi was right behind him, still holding the large box. In front of him was precisely the corner where he had turned left earlier. Genjutsu! Jing Yuan suddenly realized, taking out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, ready for action. Then he slapped Kakashi awake with a loud smack. Who is it, and why are they using genjutsu on us? Jing Yuan shouted loudly, looking around. Ah! It's the Sharingan, how boring! A raccoon cat with leaves on its head lazily lay on the wooden board of the house to Jing Yuan's left, yawning. Jing Yuan immediately spun his Sharingan, wildly glaring fiercely at the raccoon cat. At this moment Kakashi also woke up, hurriedly placing the box of water balloons on the ground. He took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, but then paused. Hey! Jing Yuan, you activated your Sharingan. Jing Yuan fixed his gaze on the raccoon cat and said, "Now is not the time to discuss that. Should we kill it?" Kakashi frowned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old ran over and shielded the raccoon cat, apologizing. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not keeping an eye on little raccoon." Seeing the raccoon cat's owner arrive, Jing Yuan let out a sigh of relief, putting away the kunai but keeping the Sharingan active, as one could never know if the raccoon cat would use genjutsu again, especially since he didn't even understand how it had used genjutsu in the first place. "Are you sure this raccoon cat won't use illusions on us again?" Jing Yuan asked with a slight frown. Yes, it definitely won't. Little raccoon is very obedient," the little girl assured, while the raccoon cat let out a dismissive sound and began to sleep soundly. It was the first time he had seen a cat that was more sword-like than himself. Ugh. How could he think of himself that way? Jing Yuan had never encountered such a sword-like cat in his life. After calming down, Jing Yuan closed his Sharingan, and the vast red hue in his eyes faded away. Kakashi, seeing this, also sheathed his kunai. He sighed lightly. "Well, how about coming to my house for a visit? I apologize for the trouble we caused." Jing Yuan shook his head, saying, "No need, we have our own plans, and the adults in your home wouldn't welcome strangers." I don't have any adults at home, they all died." Jing Yuan was taken aback. He stared at the little girl, who seemed casual, as if she were merely stating a normal fact. Is such a thing something an 80-year-old girl could say without changing her expression? Kakashi was also shocked, but soon sympathy filled his eyes. Perhaps it was the shared experience that evoked Kakashi's sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Yuan felt sitting for a while wouldn't be a loss. "Alright then, let's go inside. Kakashi, it's not a loss to stay for a little while, and perhaps this sister needs our—" Given Jing Yuan's current physical age, it was indeed appropriate to address the 80-year-old girl as sister. Kakashi sighed lightly. "Okay." The three quickly entered the room. Jing Yuan took off his shoes and hung his raincoat on a hook by the door. Kakashi did the same. Before entering, Jing Yuan had thought about one thing: this girl's sense of safety was too poor, letting two strange males enter her home. He could already imagine the headlines for tomorrow's morning news. Shock. 2 men sneak into a woman's house during the rain. Cough cough. Jing Yuan looked around the room, which was quiet but tidy, and asked curiously, "What's your name?" He and Kakashi sat on the tatami by the coffee table, glancing around. "My name is Boyi Sanshui, I'm 8 years old." "I'm really sorry about today," she replied. Kakashi responded mildly, "It's alright. Is this how you usually stay at home?" Boyi Sanshui shyly replied. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. "The raccoon cat outside is your summoning beast, right? Illusion-type summoning beasts are quite rare." However, upon hearing this, Boyi Sanshui hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not my summoning beast. I found it injured in the woods a while ago, so I rescued it." Jing Yuan and Kakashi were both taken aback. "Huh?" Jing Yuan, bewildered, exclaimed, "If it's not your summoning beast, how could you dare to keep it at home? It's so powerful and very dangerous." I'm not so despicable as to harm my savior. I'm just protecting her." The raccoon cat, which had somehow seated itself on the windowsill, gazed into the distance. Kakashi frowned slightly. "Why do you want to protect her?" The raccoon cat huffed. "She saved me and I happen to have nowhere to go, so as rent I'm responsible for ensuring her safety." Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This raccoon cat was indeed loyal. Suddenly Jing Yuan remembered something. "By the way, are you currently attending ninja school?" Boyi Sanshui looked surprised. "No. I can't afford the ninja school. I only have 450 copper coins a month." Jing Yuan was momentarily stunned. He saw a shadow of Jio Sun in Boyi Sanshui. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Yuan said, "I'll give you an address. If you want to learn ninjutsu in the future, just come to that place to find us. We will teach you ninjutsu." Boyi Sanshui was taken aback. "Really? Can I really?" However, the raccoon cat jumped down from the windowsill and onto the coffee table, frowning at Jing Yuan. After a while, it also frowned at Kakashi, staring at both of them until they felt a chill. "What? What are you doing?" The raccoon cat licked its paw and said, "Nothing, you two carry on." Jing Yuan frowned slightly, but then relaxed and said, "Alright, time is pressing. Kakashi, let's head back." Kakashi nodded in response. The two put on their raincoats, with Kakashi also holding a box, and they headed. "Goodbye, Sanshui." Bai Sanshui stood at the door staring at Jing Yuan and Kakashi's backs, lost in thought for a long time. "Friends found you, don't worry, I can sense that they mean you no harm." Thank you, little raccoon. You're welcome as long as you're happy." On the shadow rock a young man swung his sword repeatedly. His swordsmanship seemed to blend with the rain. He wasn't wearing a raincoat, allowing the rain to drench him. Doesn't he fear catching a cold? Cough cough. Shockingly, he gradually merged with the rain. His sword, his very being, gradually disappeared into the rain, yet you could feel that he was still there, though you couldn't pinpoint his exact location. This person was Fei Lu. Yesterday he didn't even know what his summoning beast was or what Shino had told him. It seemed he had already begun swinging his sword there, or perhaps he had only just started. Water flow slash. Suddenly a blade of water flew from the shadow rock but dissipated in midair before traveling far. Still not enough. Fei Lu was about to continue wielding his sword when he noticed sunlight breaking through the dark clouds. A ray of sunlight pierced through layers of darkness, shining on Fei Lu's face. The rain seems to have stopped. Jing Yuan and Kakashi soon spotted Jing Yuan's home. They had finally arrived. This time there was no raccoon cat, they were truly home. Jing Yuan suppressed his excitement and quickly ran ahead. Kakashi, let's train at my place today, we can't train outside in the rain anyway. Alright. Kakashi was somewhat speechless but still followed. However, just as Jing Yuan reached his doorstep, the previously pouring rain suddenly slowed down and a ray of sunlight fell on Jing Yuan's face. Ha! 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 The rain stopped. Jing Yuan's lips twitched as he suppressed his rising anger and snapped a branch. Crack. 666. I'm truly washed up. We've already reached the doorstep, yet the rain has stopped. Jing Yuan muttered glumly, chewing on a box of beef balls as he walked. Kakashi trailed silently behind Jing Yuan, also nibbling on a box of beef balls. They had both arrived at Jing Yuan's front gate, only for the rain to cease abruptly. Fine, then let's train outside instead. So they each returned home, changed clothes, and headed together to the park for practice. Halfway there they happened to meet, and Jing Yuan promptly treated Kakashi to a box of beef balls for lunch. Better to eat now than risk hunger mid-training, that would be awkward indeed. After the rain ceased, pedestrians gradually reappeared on the streets, but Jing Yuan paid them no mind. Upon reaching the woods near the park, the same spot where they trained yesterday, their beef balls were just finished. Kakashi had already stashed the water balloons here earlier, so he carried no cumbersome crate when he met Jing Yuan. No more dawdling, they'd already wasted half a day. Afternoon training must now proceed with urgency. Kakashi, hold on a moment. I've got a little technique to share. Jing Yuan produced a black marker and a roll of bandages. Kakashi instantly leaned in attentively. He'd been waiting for this technique all day. Jing Yuan removed the marker's cap and grasped Kakashi's left hand, sketching deliberately upon his palm. Soon a swirling vortex pattern emerged clearly on Kakashi's left palm. It was drawn by Jing Yuan's hand, a fleeting memory from his past life, Jiraiya teaching Naruto a subtle chakra control trick, drawing spiral patterns aligned with chakra flow to enhance control. Then Jing Yuan tore off a strip of bandage and carefully wrapped Kakashi's hand. This is it. The vortex pattern helps you master the Rasengan far more intuitively, while the bandage minimizes injury to your hands. Kakashi stared astonished at Jing Yuan's creation. There's actually a method like this. Yes, exactly. Now no time to waste. Jing Yuan immediately seized Kakashi's right hand and began drawing again. Before long both their hands were tightly bound in bandages, and practice of the Rasengan commenced. Truly this improvised gear made training markedly smoother for Jing Yuan. At last, after 3 hours, boom! Boom! Jing Yuan and Kakashi shattered their water balloons almost simultaneously. See, congratulations, we did it. Kakashi gazed stunned at the fragments in his palm, disbelief etched across his face. Brilliant! Jing Yuan clenched his fist in triumph. Oof! But the moment he tightened his grip, sharp pains surged. Either had removed their bandages throughout the entire 3-hour session. Frowning, Jing Yuan and Kakashi unwrapped their bandages, revealing raw bleeding palms. Jing Yuan gritted his teeth and applied a single drop of healing elixir to his left hand. Within moments it healed completely, while Kakashi followed suit. Kakashi administered the same elixir. 10 minutes later rested and recovered, he asked with quiet puzzlement. Jing Yuan, does this mean we've passed stage 1? Yes. Jing Yuan flashed a wide gleaming grin, clearly elated. Then what about stage 2? At those words Jing Yuan hesitated, his expression faltering. Kakashi sensed his unease and grew concerned. Is something wrong? Haven't you decided yet? No. Jing Yuan dismissed the guess. Stage 2 has been planned since long ago, but it's exceedingly difficult. Kakashi furrowed his brows slightly. How hard could it possibly be? Just tell me. Stage 2 resembles stage 1 closely, except replacing the water balloons with rubber balls. Kakashi's eyes widened, doubt flickering across his face as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Rubber balls. Kakashi froze speechless. How could anyone possibly rupture rubber balls using this method? They can be ruptured, though it is extraordinarily difficult. Jing Yuan replied, shaking his head. Surely you didn't imagine mastering an rank ninjutsu would be easy. Kakashi fell into brief silence. He'd anticipated hardship, but never imagined near impossibility. If this was merely a rank, then what truly was rank? Kakashi shook his head then asked. So, shall we go buy rubber balls now? Yes, but today's training ends here. After purchasing the balls we'll part ways. It's already past 2 o'clock. Further practice would yield diminishing returns. Alright. Kakashi still struggled to accept it, yet if Jing Yuan spoke with such certainty he would trust him without reservation. They departed swiftly for the toy shop. Moments after they vanished from sight, Jiraiya dropped silently from a nearby tree watching their retreating figures, his brow faintly furrowed. Impossible. How could he possibly know the Rasengan's training methodology? Could he truly be a genius surpassing Naruto? Terrifying, truly terrifying. To deduce the entire training framework from a single glance. Jiraiya picked up a fragment of a burst water balloon, gazing thoughtfully at the full crate beside him. Master, just what kind of prodigy have you entrusted to me? That'll be 350 copper coins, please. Here you go. Thank you, please visit us again. Jing Yuan and Kakashi purchased 10 rubber balls, 5 each. Don't mistake the small number for excess, it's not. Unlike water balloons, these rubber balls won't burst on contact. They're designed to be thrown, retrieved, and reused repeatedly. You could even offer one to a dog, and it might not bite through. To rupture this with chakra alone, it's utterly insane. How on earth did Naruto ever accomplish this? Those unfamiliar with Rasengan training may underestimate its severity. Is it really that hard? Insane. Naruto mastered it effortlessly, surely it can't be so extreme. Truth be told, this being early plot territory, Jing Yuan's memory had grown hazy. He'd forgotten precisely how Naruto completed stage 2. This task is akin to excavating reinforced concrete, with a spoon. And not just any concrete armored with counter-armor. Simply incredible. Jing Yuan sighed softly. Becoming a true powerhouse is never easy. You regret nothing. I follow my lord, life or death. Ahem. Humming a light tune, Jing Yuan strolled home, utterly unaware that Konoha had at that very moment fallen under silent scrutiny. Time passes quickly, yet every day feels the same. There haven't been any significant events in recent days. Each day consists of waking up, eating, training, returning home, eating and sleeping. It is simple and unadorned. Real and sorrowful. In these 7 days the two used 28 bottles of potions. A total of 28,000 has been spent. However, diligence pays off. Jing Yuan and Kakashi finally passed the second stage. It was an unremarkable noon when the sound of 2 rubber balls bursting echoed, marking their success in the second stage. Ah. Jing Yuan stretched luxuriously before getting out of bed. After hurriedly taking a bite to eat, he dashed off to a certain place. 145 East Street. That's right, today he had arranged with Kakashi to replenish their potions, as without these potions Kakashi and Jing Yuan would have no chance of completing that nearly impossible task within 7 days. There are only 20 days left until the Chunin exams, so Jing Yuan worked even harder. After becoming a Chunin, he would be able to take on higher reward missions. Just as Jing Yuan stepped out, he spotted Kakashi waiting outside. Kakashi. Kakashi, who had almost dozed off waiting, sprang to attention upon hearing Jing Yuan's voice. Oh. Jing Yuan, why are you so slow? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and for some reason he wanted to ask if Kakashi was a boy or a girl. Cough. Jing Yuan wiped his nose and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. Jing Yuan paused, noticing a familiar little dog. Parker. Why did you come along? What do you mean? I just wanted to take a walk. Parker retorted without mercy. Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly, but he chose not to dwell on it. If a dog bites you, would you bite it back? Oh, if I could, I would use a shovel. Just kidding, Jing Yuan would never act against Parker. The three of them then set off towards East Street. Konoha Village has a total of 7 streets. They are labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F. These 7 streets are ordered from prosperous to desolate. G Street barely has any residents. As for the influential clans like Hyuga, Uchiha, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and the Hokage's residents, they are all located on a street. Jing Yuan's home is also on a street. Although it's on the outskirts, it's still quite bustling. A street is relatively far from East Street, requiring them to cross half the village. Finally, after about 2 hours, they arrived in front of the potion shop. Yugong Potion Shop. Kakashi murmured as he looked at the sign. Oh. You ask where the other person is? Jing Yuan has already gone inside. What's the point of looking at that dilapidated sign? It's more important to see what potions are available. Welcome. Oh, it's you guys, haha, welcome. Upon seeing Jing Yuan and Kakashi, Yugong's shallow bamboo smiled broadly. They are regular customers. Jing Yuan browsed the potion cabinets. There were only 3 cabinets. One contained the purple potion he bought last time, while the contents of the other 2 were unknown. Jing Yuan, slightly puzzled, pointed to a cabinet with a green potion and asked Shallow Bamboo, what kind of potion is this? Yugong Shallow Bamboo chuckled this. You've asked the right person. It restores chakra. 1 drop can recover a lot of chakra and it costs 1,000 copper coins. Jing Yuan responded with an O and decided not to buy it as he currently had enough chakra. He could always purchase potions when needed. What about this one? Jing Yuan pointed to a cabinet containing a blue potion and asked Shallow Bamboo, what kind of potion is this? Yugong Shallow Bamboo lightly coughed twice, saying, well, you two shouldn't ask too many questions you wouldn't understand. Jing Yuan narrowed his eyes, lips twitching slightly. Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. If it's useful to me, I'll buy it. Suddenly a blush crept onto Yugong Shallow Bamboo's face, and feeling a bit awkward she tried to change the subject. It's useless for your training. Kakashi said lightly, just tell us, it's no big deal. We might buy it. Yugong Shallow Bamboo scratched her cheek, feeling awkward, and said inside is. It's an aphrodisiac, alright. Happy now? You had to ask. After saying this, Yugong Shallow Bamboo pretended to be angry and turned her head away. Kakashi looked confused and innocent. What is an aphrodisiac? Jing Yuan also pretended not to know and said, yeah, what is an aphrodisiac? Abba Abba. Jing Yuan repeatedly warned himself in his mind, you are a pure child, you are a pure child. Don't understand too quickly, I really can't take it anymore. Yugong Shallow Bamboo momentarily froze and then thought about it. Right, what do these two kids know? Just fool them a bit, and it'll be fine. An aphrodisiac is. How should I put it? You might have been born into this beautiful world because of it. Such things can only be used by adults. Children should not touch them. If you want a recovery potion, I can get it for you. How many bottles do you want? Kakashi looked at Jing Yuan, who indicated that he wanted to go home. Let's get 50 bottles first. Jing Yuan said. They had already used 28 bottles in the second stage, and the third stage would definitely be harder. Moreover, it's always better to prepare more potions. What if a zombie virus outbreak occurs, right? Just kidding. Before long, Yugong Shallow Bamboo had packed the potions for the two. Jing Yuan used his summoning technique to conjure gold coins, and after paying they each returned home. Although either of them had a horse. Jing Yuan gave Kakashi 25 bottles of potions, and Kakashi promised to repay Jing Yuan once he had the money. Jing Yuan replied, yes, that's enough. Although they said they would go their separate ways, they still had to walk a significant distance together. Captain, the illness has gone missing near Konoha. What should we do? Outside Konoha village, 3 mist ninjas crouched on a large tree discussing something. The illness has already entered Konoha. That guy probably doesn't know we've already used the mist tracking technique on him. How dare he try to escape? Captain, you are brilliant. When we catch the illness, we must punish him severely. Captain is truly remarkable. The man referred to as Captain smiled slightly at the flattery from his subordinates. Illness, as the strongest illusion beast of our mist village, how dare you betray us? Just wait and see how I punish you once I catch you, hee. Jing Yuan said. Jing Yuan, how exactly should we practice the so-called third stage? Kakashi looked at the potion in his hand and said with some concern. After all, the two of them used only 28 bottles of potion in the second stage, and now he alone has a full 25 bottles. It's simply terrifying. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. The third stage was definitely something absurd. A balloon, something that could be popped with a toothpick. It actually has to withstand the violent chakra that can burst rubber balls. Jing Yuan thought for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said, the third stage. Very difficult, even harder than the second stage. Kakashi's heart sank halfway upon hearing this. Even harder than the second stage. So terrifying, how difficult must it be? Jing Yuan sighed and said, this time we need to replace the rubber ball with a balloon. Kakashi was already prepared to face death, but Jing Yuan's words made him pause. Balloon? Isn't that even simpler than a water balloon? Jing Yuan interrupted Kakashi. I haven't finished yet. Kakashi nodded slightly and listened obediently. The goal this time is not to burst, but not to burst. Not to burst. Kakashi was stunned. That's right. That is not to burst. It's the movement of compressing a chakra ball at high speed inside a balloon. On this basis, do not burst the balloon. That is to make the chakra ball maintain strong pressure, high speed, and also stability. Kakashi fell silent, unable to speak for a moment. Use that powerful chakra that bursts rubber balls to control them, not to burst a fragile balloon. Kakashi couldn't help but think of a phrase. Is this something a human can accomplish? If it were really accomplished. What a powerful ability to control chakra that would be. This third stage is different from the first and second stages. The first and second stages only required powerful chakra and the perseverance to keep going, but the third stage depends entirely on talent. Jing Yuan took out a balloon as he walked and blew it up. Ha. That's right, Jing Yuan had already bought balloons and was blowing them up in front of Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned when he saw it. Jing Yuan, you're so sly, give me some balloons. If using internet slang to describe Kakashi's mood at that moment, it would be, you're so competitive. Cough cough. Jing Yuan chuckled, tied a balloon and handed it to Kakashi, then took out 5 uninflated balloons from his pocket and gave them to Kakashi. Jing Yuan had only bought 12 in total, and he directly gave half to Kakashi. Here, take these, I'll blow more. Kakashi took the 6 balloons with a tsundere expression and began to practice. Bang! Kakashi had just started churning the chakra when the balloon burst. So hard! Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Then he turned away, took off his mask and blew up a balloon. Jing Yuan saw this and was not curious about what Kakashi looked like. He was handsome anyway, and besides, was it not perverted for a guy to pull off someone else's mask? Jing Yuan completely ignored Kakashi, tied the balloon, and began to practice. Jing Yuan knew well that injecting a large amount of chakra at the start would definitely cause it to burst just like Kakashi. Perhaps it was due to his chakra control mastery. Jing Yuan handled chakra manipulation very smoothly. In fact, the Rasengan did not appear suddenly. Those masters also released chakra bit by bit, just accelerating the process. It wasn't like magic summoning a dove where tapping a hat twice makes a white dove fly out. Jing Yuan injected the chakra into the balloon strand by strand, causing it to rotate. At first it was very stable and the balloon indeed withstood it, but as the chakra ball rotated faster and grew larger, the balloon emitted sounds of straying. Squeak! 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 Bang! In the end the balloon burst. Jing Yuan sighed. As expected, how could he succeed on the first try? The two of them practiced as they walked, and the 12 balloons were quickly used up. Then they passed the toy store and bought over 50 more balloons. When they were almost home, Jing Yuan felt his face was about to explode. That's right, he hadn't learned the Rasengan, but his muscles were about to be injured. You know, the mouth is not like the hand that can apply medicine easily. If it drips into the mouth, it will evaporate directly. The atomization temperature of this potion is very low, almost only 35 degrees. That's why a special bottle is used, which is not only shatterproof but also airtight. It could be said to be very nice. As they walked, they suddenly noticed something. He grabbed Kakashi and hid behind a tree. What's wrong? Kakashi whispered. Jing Yuan made a shushing gesture and activated his Sharingan. His sixth sense had just told him there was danger. Sure enough, with the Sharingan's enhancement, Jing Yuan saw 3 mist ninjas walking boldly on the streets of Konoha. They were probably using the hidden mist technique, which allowed them to be so reckless. I smell them too. Pakin, who had been barely noticeable, suddenly spoke, startling Jing Yuan, but Jing Yuan was also pleased. Pakin could smell the scent of those mist ninjas. Kakashi frowned slightly. What happened? Jing Yuan whispered. There are 3 mist ninjas ahead and they are invisible. Kakashi frowned. Is Konoha's security so poor that ninjas from other countries can just enter? Jing Yuan also frowned slightly, then said, those ninjas use the hidden mist technique. It's normal that the gate guards who are Genin or Chunin didn't notice them. Moreover, their enormous chakra reserves. It should be 1 elite Jonin and 2 elite Chunin. A bead of sweat the size of a soybean rolled down Kakashi's forehead. Last time a single Jonin had made him feel such pressure. This time there was a full elite Jonin and 2 elite Chunin. What is their purpose? Kakashi. Jing Yuan shook his head. Not sure. But they seem to be heading toward the Boyi Sanshui house. Jing Yuan and Kakashi both widened their eyes in shock. Ding. Trigger option. 1. Pretend not to see them and go home with Kakashi. Boyi Sanshui. None of my business. Reward, ninja fragment. 2. Call for reinforcements. Sanzu Sanshui, hold on, help is coming. Reward, fresh corpse of Bo Shui-sen. 3. Follow them quietly, no shooting. I, Jing Yuan, will never watch a comrade die before me. Reward, elite ninja fragment. Kakashi, stay close to me. Their target should be that raccoon dog from the Bizenshi clan. It seems that raccoon dog has quite a background. Jing Yuan stared intently at the 3 mist ninja and said. Kakashi was stunned. How do you know? Jing Yuan replied calmly. The 6th sense. Captain, it should be ahead, said Chunine. The mist squad leader grunted. He frowned slightly as he looked at the house ahead. Tracking technique indicated that Liji was inside the house ahead. That place was only a little over 200 meters from the 3. At their speed they would arrive in about 5 minutes. It is worth mentioning that the mist concealment technique only functions properly in heavy fog. Although it can still provide invisibility in normal air, its attributes are greatly reduced. First, movement speed is significantly reduced. Any attempt to accelerate will expose them. Also, perception range shrinks to about 1 meter in radius, but they can sense other users of the mist concealment technique within 10 meters. Moreover, they can silently transmit messages to other users of the technique. It's an essential tool for group operations. Jing Yuan followed closely behind the three but always kept a distance of no less than 30 meters. Not knowing these properties of the mist concealment technique, he chose to be cautious and stay beyond 30 meters. Just as Jing Yuan was at a loss, the system appeared. Beep. Major option triggered. 1. Run away directly. Reward Mangekyo's Sharingan. 2. Deter and ambush them, target the weaker first. Reward Mastery of Rasengan. Jing Yuan frowned slightly but chose to trust the system, just like the time when Rin was kidnapped. Jing Yuan swallowed hard and said, Kakashi, this won't work. Wait here for me. I'm going to take a risk. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Wait, Jing Yuan, what are you going to do? Kakashi, listen to me. The more people involved, the easier it is to be spotted. Don't move from here. Wait for my good news. Kakashi said worriedly. Jing Yuan, you. Jing Yuan showed a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. After saying that, Jing Yuan turned and ran toward an alley. The alley led directly to the front of the Century residence, which was the exact route the three mist ninja had to take. Panting heavily, Jing Yuan sprinted. For now he had to rely on himself. The system could only tell him what to do, but the execution required his own effort. Before long, Jing Yuan passed through the alley and arrived ahead of the mist ninja. Using his chakra senses, he detected that the three mist ninja were only 5 meters away from him. Jing Yuan pressed himself against the wall, panting. The three mist ninja were just on the other side, not far away. Calming down, his mind raced. The mist ninja would be here in seconds. What to do? What to do? Transformation technique. Poof. Captain Hehe, if we capture Liji and bring him back, will we get promoted, get a raise, and become managers? Chuninbi chuckled. Don't be careless. That Liji is skilled in genjutsu. Never underestimate him, or he wouldn't have escaped. The captain said calmly. Yes, you're wise, Captain. Chuninbi flattered with a sly grin. As they talked, they passed by the alley. They hadn't spotted Jing Yuan at all. Because Jing Yuan had used the transformation technique to turn into a brick. Seeing that the three had completely failed to notice him, he immediately confirmed his suspicion. The mist concealment technique definitely has limitations when used in a fogless area. It seemed to limit perception and speed. Even such a low-level technique as the transformation technique would normally be detected by any chunin. Yet even an elite jonin among them didn't notice. This proved their perception was restricted. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jing Yuan's mouth. Perception is restricted. The elite jonin leading the group had just passed the alley entrance, and was now beside the gate of the Bazenshui residence. Jing Yuan was quick and alert. He fixed his gaze on the elite chunin at the rear. Jing Yuan silently cancelled the transformation technique, and the three ninjas showed no reaction. The thrilling situation made Jing Yuan's adrenaline surge. Holding a kunai in his left hand, he quietly approached the rearmost chunin. Just as the elite chunin at the rear was about to step out of the alley, someone suddenly threw a urea bag over his head. The elite chunin's vision went black, his heart skipped a beat, and he froze for a moment. He tried to cry out, but Jing Yuan already had him by the throat, choking off any sound. But his mind raced. Oh right, he could still use telepathy. Bam! Jing Yuan slammed a large brick onto his head, striking with a critical hit for 6 times the damage. Telepathy. Heh. As a trickle of blood flowed down the chunin's forehead, his eyelids grew heavy and eventually he closed his eyes. And he would never open them again. Jing Yuan understood the principle of eliminating the roots. How many supporting characters in his past life died because they weren't finished off. He drove a kunai into the ninja, performing a bloodletting surgery. 1 stab was not enough. 2 more. Beep, congratulations, host obtained Rasengan and epic ninja fragment. Beep, congratulations, host killed a ninja, obtained elite ninja fragment. Jing Yuan was stunned. Good grief, so the elite ninja fragment is obtained by killing enemies. But now was not the time to be joyful. Judging by the system prompt, the ninja was dead. So what should he do next? There was no chance for another ambush. Jing Yuan decided to hide first and observe. Besides, that raccoon dog at the Bazenshui residence was no pushover. Jing Yuan figured he could take advantage while the raccoon dog stunned them, then attack. So he turned around, climbed over the wall into the Bazenshui courtyard and hid in a tree. Finally thanked these 3 polite Miss Ninja for using the front gate. A moment later, the other 2 ninja came to their senses. The elite jonin was startled and looked behind Chunin A. Wait, where's my apprentice? The Mist Ninja finally realized that Chunin B, his apprentice, was missing. Listen to me saying thank you. Apprentice. Where's my apprentice? The elite jonin hastily peered into the alley. But the chunin had already been stuffed into a urea bag and thrown into the trash can by Jing Yuan. Where could he find him? Don't ask where Jing Yuan got the urea bag, there was trash everywhere. Couldn't he just pick one up? The elite jonin scanned every corner in sight but found no trace of his apprentice. Where is my apprentice? The jonin seized the chunin by the collar and roared. The chunin, paralyzed with fear, could only stammer incoherently. Abba, Abba. Abba. Where is he? The jonin bellowed again. Trembling, the chunin babbled wildly. He's here. Right here. Where is he? The jonin's voice erupted like thunder, reducing the chunin to a quivering wreck. Dada. What dada? With a sharp crack, the jonin delivered a brutal nose punch. I don't know. Tears welled instantly in the chunin's eyes. Konoha hidden village, I curse you all. The jonin howled to the heavens, unaware his position had just been exposed. Humph. So they've arrived. I even have backup, how unexpected. Liji lounged lazily on the windowsill. Suddenly every muscle in Liji's body coiled taut. In one fluid motion he vaulted 3 meters into the air and landed squarely on the wall, eyes flaring wide. The shattered jonin and chunin froze mid-motion, their gazes hollow and vacant. That boy truly is extraordinary. Liji murmured, awed. A single genin, facing 2 elite chunin and 1 elite jonin, had remained unshaken, eliminated 1 elite chunin outright, and shattered the will of the remaining 2. Such mastery was nothing short of remarkable. Jing Yuan leapt beside Liji, and stared momentarily stunned at the 2 shinobi trapped in illusion. Already resolved. Liji licked his fur coolly. More or less. Jing Yuan stood speechless. This being was simply too formidable. Right. Go finish them off, before they awaken. Though it'll take at least half an hour. Jing Yuan nodded. Then with one hand outstretched, a brilliant blue sphere materialized in his palm, radiant, swirling alive with chakra. Rasengan. The Rasengan itself. The dream he'd long held, now pulsing tangible in his very hands, filled him with exhilaration beyond words. A faint triumphant smile lifted his lips as he dropped downward. In an instant the blue sphere slammed into the chunin's throat, blood sprayed violently across the air. Ding! Congratulations, host! 1 shinobi eliminated. Elite shinobi fragment acquired. Jing Yuan choked back nausea, readying another strike against the elite jonin, only to freeze mid-motion, breath caught in his throat. There stood the elite jonin, left hand gripping the unconscious Liji, bloodshot eyes blazing with feral fury as he glared down at Jing Yuan. You fool! Did you truly believe I'd come for Liji without safeguards? Jing Yuan's limbs locked rigid under the sheer crushing weight of the jonin's chakra, a terrifying pressure that made his bones groan and forced even his Sharingan to recede instinctively. Before Jing Yuan's eyes the jonin dissolved, then an invisible arm seized his throat and hoisted him aloft. Shine! Rasengan! At that decisive moment, a silver-haired man descended from above, palm clenched around a spiraling blue sphere. Blood erupted in a crimson arc. A headless corpse slowly came into focus before Jing Yuan's dazed gaze, while he collapsed onto the ground, gasping raggedly for breath. That indescribable dread, the certainty of imminent death, the overwhelming aura of power, had crushed him, utterly extinguishing even the will to resist. He never wished to endure such terror again. Ha ha ha! Jing Yuan, are you alright? Kakashi burst from the alleyway behind, revealing he'd shadowed Jing Yuan all along. Ha! Ha ha ha! Jing Yuan still trembled, not yet recovered from that abyssal fear. Kakashi bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Thank you? Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya laughed heartily. No need for thanks. Had Jing Yuan perished, I'd have no way to face the 3rd Hokage. Truth be told, I never strayed far these past days. I watched your training silently, closely. You've done well. You've honored the 3rd Hokage's faith in you. I'll report this to the 3rd Hokage. Jing Yuan and Kakashi neutralized 3 intruding mist ninja. Kakashi recoiled slightly. No. 2 were slain by Jing Yuan, 1 by you, Jiraiya-sensei. I merely observed, hidden in the shadows. Jiraiya chuckled warmly. From the moment you spoke those words, you became a genius shinobi worthy of true respect. Jiraiya-sensei, you flatter me. Kakashi lowered his head, cheeks faintly flushed. Cough, cough. Jing Yuan finally stirred from his stupor, gasping, choking, then breathing deeply as clarity returned after 10 seconds. He stared blankly at his own trembling hands. Child, there's no need to fear. It's over. All over. Jiraiya placed a warm, steady hand atop Jing Yuan's hair, his quiet strength gradually steadying the young shinobi's racing heart. It wasn't weakness, not at all. It was the sheer bottomless terror that had overwhelmed him. You! Little Riri! Thin Leaf Mizu heard the commotion outside and stepped out, only to find Liji unconscious on the ground. Young lady, he's unharmed. Merely knocked out. Relieved, Thinleaf Mizu exhaled softly, Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Do you know who, or rather what, he is? Liji, the Mist Village's most formidable illusion beast. Thinleaf Mizu blinked bewildered. What chicken? Liji, Liji. Jing Yuan deadpanned. Got it. She blinked again, those impossibly clear golden eyes shimmering. Are you taking little Riri away? Ignoring her innocent ploy, Jiraiya continued gravely. The Mist Village once demanded Konoha return Liji, rudely arrogantly. Yet the third Hokage, prioritizing peace between nations, reluctantly agreed. For a time Mist Shinobi mocked Konoha's concession, yet now they brazenly deployed elite jonin as weapons of war. Thankfully Jing Yuan intervened early, preventing catastrophe. Thinleaf Mizu blinked again, those luminous golden eyes brimming with tears. You're sending little Riri to the Mist Village. Jiraiya thumped his chest confidently. Never. We'll only borrow him briefly, and afterward Liji shall be entirely free, to dwell wherever he chooses. Really? Can I enter the women's bathhouse? Liji, not knowing when he had woken up, looked at Jiraiya with eager anticipation. What are you thinking? Even I can only sneak a look, and you want to go in. Jiraiya looked at Liji with disdain. Ah. Boyi Sanshui shouted, covering her blushing face, you two perverts. 3 days quickly passed and the village of Mist received news of 3 Mist ninjas who died in Konoha, along with the news that Liji was also in Konoha, prompting them to send a delegation. In the Konoha Council Hall, a place dedicated to diplomatic affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the center, flanked by 2 individuals on his left. Mizuno Toin and Zenkai Koha were present. On the right sat another person, Sarutobi Shino, with an empty seat presumably reserved for Shimura Danzo, who had not arrived. Before long 3 envoys from the Mist Village entered, escorted by 2 Umbu. Hey! Konoha ninjas, hand over our Liji immediately. Exactly. How can a great ninja village like Konoha think of stealing from us, Mist? That's right. And you killed our Jonin and Chunin, how will you compensate for this huge loss? The 3 envoys barged in, speaking arrogantly, causing the 2 Umbu beside them to clench their fists tightly, nearly taking action. Silence. This is Konoha, not your wild territory. Sarutobi Shino suddenly stood up and shouted. He had been unable to sleep after the last negotiation left him furious. However, the 3 Mist envoys became even more arrogant at his words, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Shino, showing no sign of backing down. Their attitude was clear: they would not respect Konoha, and what could they do about it? Sit down, Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen said faintly. Humph. Shino snorted angrily and sat down in frustration. So why did you send 2 elite Chunin and 1 elite Jonin to infiltrate our village? What are your intentions? Zenkai Koha organized the documents in her hands and questioned. What? Who said that? Who is spreading rumors? It was clearly you, Konoha, who infiltrated our Mist Village and kidnapped our 2 elite Chunin and 1 elite Jonin. We haven't even asked you for an explanation and you're questioning us. Do you want to go to war? The leader of the Mist envoys spoke arrogantly, as if whoever shouted louder was right. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and said, Let's not argue about this matter anymore. The facts are clear, and you have also caused serious trauma to one of our genin. Why should we? Whatever you say is what it is. What do you think of our Mist Village? Want to go to war? The Mist ninja started shouting again, sounding like he was cursing. Every time someone mentions going to war, they think they're right. Who are you threatening? Are we afraid of you? Sarutobi Shino suddenly stood up and shouted. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and shouted. Sit down. Shino sat down, angrily glaring at the 3 Mist ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, saying, You can tell us how you want to resolve this matter. One of the Mist ninjas chuckled and said, How to resolve it? Kill 1 of our elite Jonin and 2 elite Chunin and return our strongest illusion beast, Liji. How do you plan to compensate for that? Give us 1 million copper coins, 10 carts, and return Liji to us, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, we will immediately go to war. You sweet talker. Sarutobi Shino turned to grab a chair, about to tell the arrogant Mist ninja why the flower is so red, but Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly unleashed a powerful chakra that suppressed Shino. Suppressing his inner rage, he said angrily, Can you ask for a little less? Why should we compromise? Shut up. What do you understand? The powerful chakra left Zenkai Koha and Mizuno Toin speechless, only able to watch the father and son argue. The 3 Mist ninjas chuckled. They had taken the bait. Hey, seeing you so reluctant, we will generously ask for a little less. 800,000 copper coins and hand over Liji with both hands. We will leave immediately. Every word seemed to mock Konoha, each syllable ringing in Sarutobi Shino's ears like a derisive laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately smiled. Good, Umbu, go prepare for the envoys from the Mist Village. The entire council hall fell into a dead silence. Moments later the three mist envoys burst into raucous laughter. Their boisterous laughter echoed throughout the entire hall. The two Umbu had veins bulging from their hands but still gritted their teeth and said, "Yes." As the mist envoys and Umbu left the council hall, Sarutobi Shino felt anger boiling within him. "Dad. Why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and sighed as if he had aged 10 years. "Child, you are still too young. We are not the same as the mist. I do not want to see any more ninjas, upright people, or children die because of the radical actions of our higher-ups. But you know this will only make them even more rampant." Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, sighed, shook his head, and left the council hall followed by Zenkai Koha and Mizuno Toen. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Shino stood there in a daze, laughing wildly. He finally understood why Shimura Danzo had not come. He was afraid of being angered to death. Sarutobi Shino looked at the departing Sarutobi Hiruzen and murmured, "You are a wise ruler in times of peace, but not a wise lord in this chaotic era." Ha 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 ha, you make me laugh to death. That Sarutobi Hiruzen was scared like a grandson by the boss. Exactly, but that's also the boss' brilliance, intimidating them. Konoha, let someone else try it. Right, the boss is brilliant. Ha ha ha, too much praise, it's everyone's effort. The three mist ninjas laughed and left with 10 carts filled with Konoha's wealth. Jiraiya stood at the entrance watching their departure with his fists clenched. At this time 2 ninjas from Konoha's Umbu put on their masks. Code name: Green Seedling. New Moon. In the roots, Shimura Danzo looked at the 3 kneeling below and said blandly, "As expected, the result was as I guessed. You 3 remember to disguise the scene as a robbery by mountain bandits, understand?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." "Woe. Jing Yuan. Kakashi. You said? You must protect Xiaoli and bring her back." Sanshui gazed at Jing Yuan and Kakashi with tearful eyes. Jing Yuan and Kakashi also wore sorrowful expressions. "Sanshui. I'm sorry. I don't want your apologies. I want Xiaoli back." "Woo-woo." Jing Yuan and Kakashi silently endured Sanshui's emotional outburst. For a child, a sudden change of heart is the most hurtful. "Have you heard? The whole Leaf Village is buzzing." "I've heard. The mist is too oppressive. Damn it, if I had the power I would tear the mist to pieces. Alas, the 3rd Hokage is also considering us. Cursed mist." At the Leaf Village gate, Jiraiya removed his leaf forehead protector, donned the oil forehead protector, and slung the summoning scroll over his back. "Stop, present your travel," the gate-guarding ninja said impatiently, but halted mid-sentence, staring at Jiraiya's forehead protector, as he abruptly stood up, his companion also rising. "Stay safe." Both men stood at attention and bowed deeply. They understood Jiraiya's intent, but no one stopped him. Passers-by froze in place, watching the hero depart with their eyes. Whoosh! 2 more dark figures flashed by. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, held hands yet moved at a speed no less than Jiraiya's. Following closely were 3 more dark figures. The leading one was so fast it blurred, matching Jiraiya and even hinting at overtaking. The 2 gate guards were stunned, and tears welled in their eyes. The Leaf Village was not weak, for they still had them. Moonlight fell. 3 mist envoys spurred their horses toward the Mist Village, finally stopping near a large tree. Dark currents surged in the night. Each mist envoy held a torch. As they lit them, the figures in the surrounding darkness were illuminated by the flames. A full 30 of them. 30 elite Jonin. This was the entirety of Mist's high-end combat power, apart from the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. Including the 3 envoys, there were 33 elite Jonin present. It seemed that this time they were determined to get those 800,000 copper coins. Even if the 3rd Hokage himself came today, it would be useless. Ha ha ha, those Leaf cowards! I just shouted a few words. Look, all 800,000 copper coins are mine alone. Earlier they had agreed that everyone would share the credit, but when it came to reporting the mission, they changed it to only me. Such is the Mist. Captain, how can you hog it all? We also contributed some, you know. Exactly. Nonsense. Inspector, don't listen to them. It's all my merit. After this is done, I'll share 20,000 copper coins with you. Really? Really? And for your mother. A sharp blade suddenly pierced the throat of the leading. The so-called inspector tore off his mask, revealing himself to be Sarutobi Shinizuke. WH. What? The Mist envoy's head rolled to the ground. In his last second he saw the corpses lying scattered in the distance. Heh. He wanted to speak, but he would never speak again. Thud. Thud. With 2 sounds of bodies falling, the 33 Mist members were dead. All right, you can leave now, the leading root member said. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded. They turned the carriage around. Returned to the village. This mission was a great victory. While cleaning the scene, Gecko Kaze carrying a corpse recalled the earlier scene and felt a chill. The Leaf Ninja are truly formidable. Lord Jiraiya, it's here. I sense it. Shinza Shizuka, also Saratobi Shinosuke's girlfriend, said. I see it, Gecko Kaze said. In the darkness, he was invincible. The other two root members said nothing, silently following behind Gecko Kaze. Move! Earth release ground movement! Saratobi Shinosuke roared. He slammed his hands on the ground and instantly the earth within a radius of 1 li began to tremble. In the resting place of those mist ninja, cracks split open. Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The mist ninja screamed and lit their torches. Although this ground movement technique caused no damage, it was not over yet. Ninja Art Earth Sword Array! Shinza Shizuka thrust her ninja sword into the ground. Then from the fissures created by Saratobi Shinosuke, giant swords emerged. Instantly a chorus of screams arose. Sage Art Immovable Wisdom King! Jiraiya flicked his hair, entering sage mode. On his shoulders stood the two sages Shima and Fukasaku. As they began their chant, the screams of the mist ninja gradually faded. Soon utter silence fell. Dark Knight 78 Sword Style. Each of the 78 swords could slay one man. With the fall of 78 blades, none survived. Half a minute later, Gecko Kaze returned to his original spot. All dead, not one left. Clean the battlefield. In less than 5 minutes, the sky of the mist village had collapsed. Dawn broke. The first light of the eastern sun rose. The first ray of light striking the carriage symbolized their victory. People had long been standing at the village gate, eagerly awaiting the return of their heroes. Ha ha! We're back! Jiraiya stood on the carriage, bursting into laughter. As soon as they reached the village gate, everyone except Jiraiya quickly vanished from the spot. After all, only Jiraiya dared to take full responsibility for this matter. Let me show you the power of this earth-shattering ninjutsu. After returning to the Leaf Village, Jiraiya was called in by the third Hokage for a talk. But instead of explaining much, he went to find Jing Yuan, Kakashi, and Sanshui. He began to boast about how heroic and mighty he was, how he had swiftly defeated all enemies and bravely rescued Xia. He went on and on. As dusk approached, Jiraiya changed back to the Leaf Forehead Protector, then patted the head of Boyi Sanshui. See, I didn't break my promise. Boyi Sanshui hugged Xiaoli and replied happily. Jiraiya, seeing Xiaoli's joy, departed with great delight. Ho 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 ho, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku is me, Lord Jiraiya. It feels like we've been invisible these past few days. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat. Jing Yuan also broke into a cold sweat. Over 20 days later, the news that all 33 elite jonin of the Hidden Mist Village had perished overnight resounded throughout the entire ninja world. It became a topic of idle chatter among the populace. Hey, have you heard? All 33 elite jonin of the Hidden Mist Village died overnight. I heard. It seems bandits did it. That's absolute bullshit wrapped in a spiral of nonsense. What bandit could take out elite jonin, 33 of them? If you ask me, it's definitely Leaf Ninja behind it. Right, those Mist Ninja are both weak and cocky. Leaf didn't want to wipe them out, yet they got all smug. Now look at them, screwed, aren't they? Ha! Ha! A few days later, though the matter had spread far and wide, the Hidden Mist Village played dumb. They acted as if they knew nothing. The whole world knew it was Leaf's doing. But they didn't dare utter a single word. Weren't they so arrogant before? Well, when a shark loses its teeth, how can it still be cocky? You're not far from being devoured. Now's the time to grow your teeth back quickly. Keep wandering around and you'll end up dead. Since the mist incident, the ninja world seemed to have grown considerably peaceful. Many neighboring countries that once eyed the Hidden Leaf with covetousness began to reconsider whether they were strong enough to face Leaf's might. The ninja world suddenly grew much calmer. And Yuan Fei, risen gazing at the dancing leaves, seemed to have realized something. Sometimes offense is the best defense. Yet none of this was the real focus of recent times. The true highlight was the Hidden Leaf's Chunin exams. The grand stage where countless youths and maidens dreamed of rising to fame. On this stage, all kinds of geniuses gathered, various techniques dazzled in brilliant displays, thrilling battles, desperate comebacks, and spectacular fights all unfolded here. Adelaide. Jing Yuan watched the excited youths and maidens brushing past him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He looked at the wide-open gates of the Chunin exam venue and smiled. After waiting so long, wasn't this the day he had been anticipating? Suddenly a hand landed on Jing Yuan's left shoulder. Jing Yuan startled. He saw a head of white hair. Kakashi! His right arm was also tapped by a hand. Turning his head, Jing Yuan saw Yugong Qianzhu smiling gently. Jing Yuan slowly turned around, a look of disappointment on his face as he scanned the sea of people. That person was not there. Where are you now, Qianzhou? Feel you? Jing Yuan sighed softly. Jing Yuan, let's go. The time to test our long efforts has come. Kakashi suppressed his inner excitement, but his trembling voice betrayed his thrill. Yugong Qianju smiled lightly as well. Jing Yuan don't get eliminated in the written exam, haha. Jing Yuan looked at the two and nodded slightly. He stepped through that gate full of uncertainty. After receiving his exam number, Jing Yuan searched for his designated classroom. 101. 101. Here it is. Indeed, Jing Yuan's exam room was room 1, the seed room. Those who took the exam here were highly likely to become chunin. In other words, formidable opponents were mostly gathered here. Jing Yuan swept his gaze across the classroom. He spotted that familiar figure. Qianqiu Filiu. The latter saw him too but seemed to have no desire to acknowledge him. What's wrong with Filiu? Jing Yuan muttered with worry. The Filiu he knew wasn't like this. What had happened to Filiu in this past month? But Jing Yuan didn't dare to ask. He would have to wait until the ninjutsu competition. Room 1 had some familiar faces. For instance, Kakashi. To Jing Yuan's surprise, Yugong Qianju was also in room 1. Though Jing Yuan found it incredible, for now he had to worry about himself. The written exam was no joke. When the test paper was handed out, Jing Yuan froze. This. Fill in the blank questions. 10 blanks, 10 points each, total 100 points. All 10 questions were fill in the blank. Jing Yuan scanned them once and knew the answers instantly. Jing Yuan was stunned. This exam was truly damn impressive. Having only attended the Ninja Academy for 3 months, coupled with some memories from his past life, he had all the answers. It seemed the decisive factor in the current chunin exams was the ninjutsu battle. Jing Yuan wrote a few lines and prepared to hand in his paper. Is the final question really this easy? Jing Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The first 9 questions were simple enough, but the final one, worth a full 37 points, was also this easy. Besides, in his past life, Ming Ren's chunin exam final question hadn't been revealed until the last 10 minutes. Jing Yuan sighed softly. It seemed the current hidden leaf didn't place much importance on academics. After checking the paper once more and confirming no mistakes, Jing Yuan went to hand it in. Kakashi also turned in his paper at the same time. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched as he lamented how unfair it was. Kakashi not only excelled in ninjutsu but also performed brilliantly in academics. Kakashi was also taken aback when he saw Jing Yuan coming to submit. Jing Yuan's talent in ninjutsu already far surpassed his own, and now his academic prowess matched his. The proctor took Kakashi's paper, glanced at it casually, and marked a score on it. 56 points. Jing Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Kakashi showed no expression, walking straight out to retrieve the scroll for the second round. As if it were the most normal thing in the world. Jing Yuan turned around. Good heavens. Behind him a crowd of genin were scratching their heads in distress. Some hadn't even written a single answer. Jing Yuan was even more shocked. Was it really that hard? Kakashi only got 56 points. Then his own score must be even lower. Where did I go wrong? I felt like I got them all right. Biting his finger while thinking, Jing Yuan prepared to leave. He wanted to find Kakashi and ask for clarification. But the proctor grabbed his left arm. Wait. The proctor pushed up his glasses. His eyes widened as he meticulously examined the paper again from top to bottom. Jing Yuan saw the proctor's trembling hands and his heart skipped a beat. Surely I'm not going to have to retake the exam because I did too poorly. This. The proctor suddenly became incoherent. After a moment he calmed down. He placed the paper on the podium. Then let out a long breath. What a talent! Then the proctor glanced at the time, 5 minutes since the exam began. Then to Jing Yuan's astonishment, the proctor gave the paper a full score of 100. The examiner, barely containing his excitement, shoved a business card into Jing Yuan's hands. Little one, what is your name? You must tell me. Jing Yuan was speechless. Ah. He thought, what kind of weird request is this? Isn't my name already on the exam paper? Well, my name is on the paper. The examiner slapped his forehead. My fault. I forgot about that. While the examiner was reading Jing Yuan's name, Jing Yuan looked at the card in his hand suspiciously. Then his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Technical Director of Mu Yi Technology. Good heavens, this. Ordinary people might not think much of this identity. What chicken tree director? But Jing Yuan can tell you responsibly, this guy was one of those people in his past life who designed airplanes, aircraft carriers and tanks, and he was the leader of them. Jing Yuan was utterly stunned, unsure whether to be happy or sad. After reading Jing Yuan's name, the examiner's voice trembled slightly. Uchiha. Why does it have to be Uchiha? Sigh. Jing Yuan frowned. What's wrong with Uchiha? Did Uchiha eat your white rice? The examiner seemed choked. Well, that's not what I meant. Sigh. The examiner hurriedly explained. I originally wanted you to follow me in scientific research. Your future prospects would definitely be better than being a ninja. But Konoha has strictly stipulated that high-level technology must not be accessible to the Uchiha. Jing Yuan got angry. Does this damn Konoha discriminate against the Uchiha? The examiner pushed his glasses. How about you become my adopted son? Take my surname, and then you can enter Konoha's technology department. Jing Yuan thought this was even more absurd. He wanted me to be his adopted son. That's ridiculous. Sorry, I have no interest in going to Konoha's technology department, and even less interest in being your adopted son. No. The examiner became anxious. You don't have to call me Dad. You just pretend for a bit. Crazy. Jing Yuan left without looking back. He was a man destined to conquer the ninja world. He had no interest in some lousy research, let alone calling him that. Wait. The examiner, panicking, handed him a slip of paper. This is my ID and contact info. Whenever you want to become a researcher, you must come find me. Jing Yuan pouted and took the slip. He glanced at it. Murakami Showville 1 Muyibi Street. Jing Yuan's eyes nearly popped out. What does 1B Street mean? Actually, living on B or C Street doesn't necessarily mean you're worse than those on a street. You have to look at the number. 1B Street, what does that mean? It's the number 1 under the Hokage. Even Danzo doesn't have that status. Good heavens! Jing Yuan looked back at the examiner, and suddenly felt he wasn't that crazy. After all, genius and madness are two sides of the same coin. But even if his status was high, he wasn't the Hokage. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Jing Yuan thought bluntly, aside from Snake Sage technology, was really useless. That guy who tied a battery to a katana was an exception. That was downright insane. Watching Jing Yuan walk away, the examiner was still immersed in that exam paper. A true genius. What a pity he wasn't born in the right era. Otherwise he would have been my final disciple. Sigh. When Jing Yuan arrived near the front desk for team assignments, he saw Kakashi already waiting for him. Why so slow? Jing Yuan scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, that examiner insisted on discussing life ideals with me. It was a bit of a waste of time. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly under his mask. Then he asked, By the way, Jing Yuan, what score did you get? Jing Yuan hesitated for a moment, then thought, screw it, no need to be humble. A brave man shows off his skills. Oh. I just wrote casually and got a perfect score. Kakashi's eyes widened, he almost slapped himself to stay awake. 100 points. It wasn't that Kakashi was short-sighted. The main thing is that ordinary people scoring around 21 was already good. Kakashi's 56 points could be called genius. But Jing Yuan got 100. What did 100 mean? The concept of 100 points is similar to Eagle Sasuke's 500 points, a height ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. Just like the Umbu rank, which most people could never attain. It wasn't Kakashi exaggerating. Since the founding of Konoha, no one had ever answered that final question. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. Was it really that hard? Isn't it just controlled nuclear fusion? Cough, just kidding. Isn't it just writing the name of a time-space ninjutsu? Jing Yuan filled in Flying Thunder God. He felt it shouldn't be that hard. Maybe it was because they hadn't been exposed to time-space ninjutsu. That remains unknown. In just a moment, Senjifili also finished, and came over looking at Jing Yuan strangely. What's wrong? Jing Yuan felt uneasy under the stare and asked. You scored 100 points. Jing Yuan nodded, then asked with slight confusion. How do you know? Aren't the candidates' scores supposed to be made public only after the Chunin exam? Philia was also quite speechless. That examiner had been wandering around ever since Jing Yuan left. Every time he saw someone, he would smack his lips and say, Not as good as Uchiha Jing Yuan's 100 points. Jing Yuan's face turned pale. This guy. Was he trying to get other ninjas to gang up on Jing Yuan, making him fail the Chunin exam so he would go to that technology department? What an old geezer. Sure enough, people from exam room 1 all glared at Jing Yuan with resentment. Some even made throat-slitting gestures. Jing Yuan was momentarily at a loss. But fortunately his team had already been formed. Kakashi, Filio, and Jing Yuan. The three were assigned to Team 7. He didn't know if the third Hokage did it intentionally or just randomly. Anyway, it looked great. Soon Jing Yuan saw a girl with purple hair. A boy running towards him. Huff. Huff. Why did you score so high? That examiner kept nagging beside me. Tisk tisk, not as good as Jing Yuan style answering. Tisk tsk. I was so angry I almost broke my pen, you know. Fei Lu looked at Yu Gongqianzhu in surprise and then his face immediately turned red. However, Jing Yuan did not notice this detail. He could only twitch the corners of his mouth to express his indifferent mood. After complaining, Yu Gongqianzhu went to find people to form her own team. It is worth mentioning that not everyone is qualified to practice at the ninja school. Some are simply lucky while others come from affluent families. Most ordinary commoners cannot afford the exorbitant fees of the ninja school and can only train at home. As long as ordinary ninjas learn the three-body technique, they can go to the task assembly hall for assessment, and successfully advance to the rank of genin. They can then participate in the Chunin exams. It can be said that they are quite capable. However, these individuals lack guidance from a jonin, and have no teammates, so they can only look for partners at the Chunin exam venue. Yu Gongqianzhu is one of these people. Although his family is wealthy, he simply does not want to attend the ninja school. Therefore his family has chosen not to waste money. After Qianzhu left, Fei Lu poked Jing Yuan. By the way, what was that person's name just now? Jing Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he looked at Fei Lu. He is a boy. From that moment on, a young man lost his dream. Jing Yuan along with Kakashi and the disheartened Fei Lu stepped outside to find Sarutobi Shino waiting for them. After the three arrived in front of Sarutobi Shino, he looked at Jing Yuan with a strange expression, making Jing Yuan feel uneasy. "What's up with you, hey?" Sarutobi Shino suddenly looked embarrassed, and coughed lightly, saying, "Jing Yuan, have you offended someone?" Jing Yuan's face immediately turned pale and he recounted his morning's experiences to Shino. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter." Shino openly mocked Jing Yuan, causing his expression to darken. "Are you even a jonin instructor? Do you look like one at all?" Shino immediately covered his mouth but still emitted sounds of laughter. "Sorry, I don't want to laugh, but I can't help it." Jing Yuan sighed deeply, thinking enough already, let it all end. "The naturally evil Sarutobi clan, I'll take care of this myself." "Ha ha 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 ha. You're still laughing." Jing Yuan was so angry he could hardly catch his breath. Sorry, actually." Sarutobi Shino upon hearing this stopped laughing, and wiped his nose, saying, "Actually, I came to tell you something today. After the Chunin exam, you will have a new jonin instructor." After Shino finished speaking, Jing Yuan and his companions were left stunned. Sarutobi Shino continued, "A junior named Namikaze Minato will replace me to teach you. I have to go execute a mission now." Jing Yuan was somewhat taken aback and after a moment felt a bit disappointed, saying, "Oh. No problem, just be careful on your mission." "I will," Sarutobi Shino replied. "By the way, this is the exam site. Just come here tomorrow, there will be special jonin acting as examiners. They will guide you. Well then. Goodbye everyone." Sarutobi Shino felt a bit reluctant after all they had spent so much time together, and parting suddenly felt a bit sad. Jing Yuan, remember not to anger the new instructor, okay? Jing Yuan nodded and lowered his head. "See you in the future." Sarutobi Shino put on his ANBU mask, flickered a couple of times and disappeared from their sight. Jing Yuan watched Sarutobi Shino leave, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart, but then forced a smile, and said, "It's better that guy is gone, he was so long-winded and clumsy." Kakashi and Fei Lu, although feeling down, soon recovered and returned to their usual selves. Since the exam was the next day, the three went home to find their mothers. Kakashi and Jing Yuan walked home on the same path, so they chatted for a while. "Kakashi, do you feel like the Rasengan is coming along well?" Feels pretty good." Jing Yuan asked Kakashi, who gave a positive answer, which meant that his efforts over the past month were worthwhile. In these last 20 days, Kakashi also successfully practiced the Rasengan, feeling quite pleased. After that, the two fell into a deep silence. Indeed, boys walking together often find it easy to run out of topics. Once the conversation halts, it becomes awkward, just like now as they walk home in silence. Uncomfortable. Eventually Kakashi could no longer bear the atmosphere and spoke up, "By the way, that new jonin instructor. Is named Namikaze Minato, right?" Jing Yuan nodded slightly. Then came another round of heavy silence. At this moment Kakashi's mind was racing like 1,000 horses. When you talk to someone, you just say "oh I am," and then what, or just remain silent. Or simply don't respond. You stop chatting, you're like a block of wood. If you want to chat in the future, go find that talkative talking Tom, don't look for me, it's quite annoying. "So, what is that Namikaze Minato like?" Kakashi asked tentatively. Namikaze Minato is great, and he is also a disciple of Jiraiya Sensei. Jing Yuan thought after a moment. "A disciple of Jiraiya Sensei? Does that mean we are technically peers?" Kakashi asked, curious. Jing Yuan slightly twitched the corners of his mouth, saying, "Objectively speaking, yes, but strictly speaking, we are not actually Jiraiya Sensei's disciples, so the concept of peers does not really apply." "I'm home, Jing Yuan, goodbye." Kakashi ran off, as if escaping, as soon as he reached his neighborhood, leaving Jing Yuan in a daze. Wait. I'm not going to eat you, Jing Yuan said somewhat speechlessly. But since the other person had already run off far away, he couldn't exactly call him back. So Jing Yuan could only walk home silently, feeling somewhat at a loss. Occasionally humming a little tune. In life one must enjoy to the fullest a love song. What? 100 points. Sarutobi Hisashi exclaimed, suddenly sitting up from the Hokage office chair, his eyes wide open as he looked at Murakami Masaru. That's right. 100 points. Murakami Masaru casually took a sip of the long Jing tea brewed by Sarutobi Hisashi. Sarutobi Hisashi sat back down, furrowing his brows slightly, saying, Jing Yuan, how many secrets do you have? At dawn, when most people were still lost in slumber, the forest ahead was already crowded with a throng of over 100 individuals. Although the examination ground of Jing Yuan did not have any eliminations, that was merely for the first arena. From the second arena onwards, a significant number of participants would lose their qualifications. Out of 1,000 participants, only over 100 remained, a terrifying elimination rate. Jing Yuan, Kakashi, and Fei Lu had arrived early, as the stipulated time was 6 o'clock. Thus waking up early was unavoidable. Soon all the genin gathered together, and standing before them was the renowned illusionist known as Shiri Yang. Shiri Yang, currently one of Konoha's top illusion ninjas, possessed top-tier ninjutsu that even the Mangekyo Sharingan could not counter. It could be said that he was terrifyingly powerful. Jing Yuan had a vague impression of this man, recalling that he was a powerful ninja often compared to Minato Namikaze. However, his talent surely could not match that of Minato, who had already made a name for himself by the age of 20, comparable to Shiri Yang at 40. All of you genin, I believe you have come here with a resolve to face death, right? As soon as Shiri Yang spoke, he stirred the emotions of the crowd. What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. Shiri Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Of course, I mean the courage to die in this trial. The rules will be explained later. For now, please sign this. Shiri Yang pulled out a stack of papers from his clothing and began handing them out, causing all who received them to gasp in surprise. Death agreement. Jing Yuan was taken aback. What was Shiri Yang up to? Shiri Yang chuckled, amplifying his voice with chakra. Everyone, don't rush to sign, let me finish speaking. My name is Shiri Yang, and I am your proctor for this examination, as well as the sole authority overseeing it. In other words, I will conduct the exam as I see fit. My examination methods are not as lenient as those of other teachers. I have my own rules. Only through battle can one's true potential be unleashed. Therefore, my examination cannot be paused. Once you sign this agreement, you cannot withdraw. If you die inside, it is your own affair. We will not provide any compensation. If you give up now, you can still reclaim your life later. It will be too late. Upon hearing this, some first-time participants in the Chunin exam began to panic, debating whether to withdraw. As for those who had participated multiple times, this is said every year. Despite claiming that death was imminent, each team was secretly protected by Umbu. Any accidents occurring inside would be prevented, making it unlikely to die unless one faced someone overwhelmingly powerful who could eliminate them in an instant. Thus one could treat the proctor's words as mere bluster. Kakashi looked at the document in his hands, increasingly shocked. The clauses in these agreements were increasingly severe, seemingly wishing for them to perish within. Jing Yuan quickly glanced over it and chuckled. It turned out that the Chunin exams of past generations were merely replicated, even the agreement was copied. The reason was simple. Jing Yuan had seen this agreement in the original work, nearly identical, clearly taking the easy way out. Jing Yuan, this. Kakashi looked at Jing Yuan and said, hey, just treat it as nonsense. Surely we will be protected by Umbu. They are all elite seedlings from Konoha. Would they be cruel enough to watch you die? Jing Yuan replied leisurely. However, Shiri Yang seemed to have heard him. Ahem, I heard someone say that Umbu will protect you. Don't get too arrogant. Who do you think you are for the Umbu to protect you? Don't they have missions to carry out? Signing the agreement only proves your bravery, but it does not guarantee your survival. If you do not strive to live, then if you die, we truly will not care. Alright, I see that you have filled it out nearly enough, so now those who are cowardly exit and turn right. To Jing Yuan's surprise, a full 30% of the participants were intimidated enough to actually withdraw. Jing Yuan felt as if his worldview had been completely refreshed. Are those people out of their minds? A mere 10% elimination rate brought them here, yet they give up before the exam even begins. Fei Lu, seeing Jing Yuan's shocked expression, calmly said, every year there are deaths during the Chunin exams. They are likely lacking confidence in their own strength, or have spotted someone exceptionally strong, or perhaps they are first-time participants who are content with just placing. In the second stage of the Chunin exam, 30% of participants withdraw each year because the pass rate is at most half, and that is under ideal circumstances. Each year there are individuals known as scroll hunters, who are groups formed by candidates themselves. Usually 2 or 3 small teams will band together to overwhelm other teams and seize their scrolls. However, if they fail to acquire enough scrolls, they will also turn on each other. This is the basic format of the second exam. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan shivered, wishing he had utilized the excellent ninja fragments yesterday in the classroom. Because Jing Yuan had been greedy, wanting to find two strong ones and extract their marrow. Of course, marrow was metaphorical, what he truly wanted was their trump cards. However, with the ability to form teams in the second exam, it had taken a turn for the worse. Jing Yuan suddenly recalled the candidates in the first arena who seemed as if they would tear him apart. Goodness, those people wouldn't team up to beat me, would they? Jing Yuan thought. 1 or 2 would be fine, but if too many came, no one could withstand that. Just imagining a scenario where 50 people were chasing after him with weapons was daunting. Moreover, of the remaining 100 or so candidates, half were from Class 1. Jing Yuan swallowed hard, feeling as if countless eyes were staring at him from unseen corners. Murakami Masaru. You better not come for my legs. Jing Yuan began cursing Murakami Masaru in his heart, yet there was nothing he could do now but be cautious. At this moment, Shiri Yang also began explaining the rules. First, each group consists of 3 members, and each group carries a heaven or earth scroll. Once inside, you may form your own teams, but to win, all 3 must bring the heaven and earth scrolls to the forest's end. Moreover, these 3 must be your teammates, others are not allowed. Let me explain the heaven and earth scrolls in detail. Time is set for 5 days. If you do not emerge within 5 days, it will be considered a failure. After Shiriang finished his explanation, the examinees began to collect the heaven and earth scrolls one after another. Because the distribution point was a small stall with obstructions, no one knew which scroll each team received or who was keeping it. Moreover, there were many entrances to the forest, so they wouldn't encounter other teams at the start. The trio, Jing Yuan, Kakashi and Filiu, immediately dashed toward the forest's depths upon entering. Staying at the entrance would only lead to being surrounded and attacked. Those who reached here were no pushovers, so the trio didn't provoke trouble and instead moved forward while foraging for food. All meals for the 5 days had to be sourced from the forest. To seize other scrolls, they needed ample stamina. Only by facing opponents in peak condition could they maximize their chances of survival. Why shouldn't we team up with other squads? In the forest, 2 boys and a girl leaped between trees seeking a safe spot to rest. The 3 children were all about 9 years old and from the Uchiha clan. Shinran, how could those ordinary commoners be worthy of cooperating with us? Exactly, Shinran, you is right. Huddling together is for the weak. We're the team that will end the competition. The girl called Shinran still felt reluctant. Do we really have to seize scrolls we don't need? The boy called you snorted coldly. We're fully capable. Every extra scroll we take means 3 fewer rivals. The less competition for Chunin, the better. Rightly. You is right. Uchiha Shinran, Uchiha Lee and Uchiha Yu, these were apparently the names of the 3 ninjas. They seemed extremely confident, believing they could end the competition. Whether they had the strength remained to be seen. There's a squad over there. Shinran Lee, let's go. Okay. Yeah. Fire release great fireball technique. Fire release great fireball technique. Jing Yuan formed hand seals and spat out a massive fireball that shot forward. Act. The fireball struck a ninja directly, who screamed and collapsed unconscious. Rasengan. Kakashi slammed a Rasengan into another ninja who also passed out. Water release water severing blade. Filiu struck a ninja with the flat of his blade, sending him crashing into a tree unconscious. Jing Yuan searched the 3 bodies and found an earth scroll. Ah. Another earth scroll. Jing Yuan let out a sigh. In the past 2 days they had taken down 2 squads, yet both only yielded earth scrolls. Truly rotten luck. Kakashi patted Jing Yuan's shoulder. Don't lose heart, there's still a chance. Filiu suddenly tensed. Someone's coming. Jing Yuan was startled. Is it the Umbu? They must be here to take. He snapped back to reality, and saw that the 3 unconscious ninjas had already been taken away by the Umbu. Quick hands. But then, who is the newcomer? What, can you sense them? Uchiha Lee said. Great, found another squad. Uchiha Yu's lips curled slightly. His perception ability seemed exceptionally strong. This is the 5th squad, right? Uchiha Shiran said. Yeah, after this we'll ambush other teams at the finish line. That'll boost our chances of becoming Chunin. Uchiha Yu chuckled. Alright, let's go. Well, take them out with the usual method. Uchiha Lee drew his blade and assumed a combat stance. Got it. Uchiha Yu prepared himself. He would leap down and use genjutsu to control them. Uchiha Shinran, however, looked uneasy, feeling this was improper, but she still readied herself to heal the 2 if needed. Indeed, Uchiha Shinran was a rare medical ninja. Go! The 3 sprang from the tree, but the moment they appeared, a blue water blade sent them flying into the trees. Water release water severing blade. Their ambush was as obvious as shouting their plan. Under Filius' formidable perception, they were completely within his control. Moreover, with Jing Yuan's Sharingan, he instantly pinpointed their positions. Thus with a single counter-prediction strike they caught the trio off guard. The three were struck by Philea's heavy blade and lost their combat ability. Uchiha Shinran was still struggling trying to heal Uchiha Yu. However, Jing Yuan strode over and forcibly interrupted her jutsu. A rare medical ninja no less. Shinran stared at Jing Yuan's Sharingan in shock. How? The Sharingan. A mischievous impulse struck Jing Yuan. What, not allowed? Then he ignored Shinran. He had to eliminate the threat completely. To the shock of Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Lee, Jing Yuan knocked each of them out with a chop to the neck. Then he searched their bodies. Strange no scroll. He then turned to the dazed Uchiha Shinran with a wicked grin. Should I knock you out and search, or will you hand it over yourself? Kakashi facebound. How could Jing Yuan sound so villainous? Uchiha Zinran's cheeks flushed red. Pervert. She then curled up against the tree, wrapping herself tightly, looking as if she would rather die than comply. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. Why did he look like a villain? He stepped closer to Shinran with a smirk. If you want handed over, I don't mind searching myself. Uchiha Shinran glared at him, furious but powerless. Turn around. Jing Yuan blinked in confusion. Turn around. You want me to turn around just to get a scroll? Planning to assassinate me? Uchiha Shinran clenched her teeth in anger. The scroll is inside my clothes. Jing Yuan was troubled. If he turned around, she might stab him with a kunai. Or she might run away. What a hassle. The Sharingan in Jing Yuan's eyes began to spin. Shinran met his gaze and fell into a genjutsu. You're sleepy. You're sleepy. You're sleepy. Blah blah. Turning into an idiot. Turning into an idiot. Wow, so many scrolls. Good heavens, so the heaven scrolls were all with them. No wonder I couldn't find any. Jing Yuan remarked as he looked at the 5 scrolls on the ground. Including the 3 on Jing Yuan, these scrolls would allow 4 teams to advance. Exactly 4 heaven scrolls and 4 earth scrolls. Fei Lu and Kakashi were also somewhat astonished. With just those 3 people they managed to obtain this many scrolls. In truth, it wasn't that the 3 were too weak, but that Jing Yuan's trio was overwhelmingly strong. One was the son of the White Fang of Konoha, another was the grandson of the second Hokage, and the third was essentially cheating. Where could one find such an elite lineup? After checking the scrolls, Jing Yuan gave 1 set of heaven and earth scrolls to Kakashi, 1 set to Fei Lu, and kept 1 set for himself. Carrying too many would hinder combat. Unlike Shinran, who was a medical ninja, the 3 of them were pure offense. Their combat effectiveness wouldn't be compromised by carrying extra scrolls. All 3 were capable of annihilating a group single-handedly. So Jing Yuan was at a loss for what to do with the remaining set of scrolls. Maybe bury them in the ground and leave them for some lucky person. Heh. Jing Yuan, you're really funny, Fei Lu said with a cold laugh. Kakashi also frowned slightly, but carrying them would indeed affect the fight, and they didn't want to discard them. Just as Jing Yuan was struggling, a sobbing sound came over, making the 3 shiver. Jing Yuan looked back with disgust and saw that it was Uchiha Shinran who had just woken up. Why didn't the Anbu take her away? Not sure. Dunno. However, Uchiha Shinran was startled. Seeing the scrolls in Jing Yuan's hand, she quickly checked her own person. Good heavens, not a single scroll left. Moreover, her clothes were disheveled, and she had just been under the control of the Sharingan. A terrifying thought surged into her mind. You 3 perverts. Boo-hoo. Jing Yuan had no idea what was going through Zinran's mind at that moment. If he had known, he would only have sighed at how precocious the kids in the Naruto world were. Is this girl crazy? It's just that her scrolls were taken, Jing Yuan said bluntly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Idiot. Fei Lu didn't even bother to respond to Shinran. He was still pondering who to give the extra scrolls to. Jing Yuan frowned slightly as he watched Shinran cry endlessly. Where are the Anbu? They took her teammates away. Why did they leave her here? But what Jing Yuan didn't know was, from that point on there would be no more Anbu. Because that old man Uchiha had withdrawn all the Anbu units. In simple terms, the beginner's protection period was over. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This girl wouldn't stop crying. Since the Anbu weren't handling her, he'd have to resort to tougher measures. Jing Yuan walked up to Shinran and stared at her coldly. Stop crying. Startled, she paused for a moment, and then cried even harder. Please stop crying, my lady. Why are you crying? It's just a scroll being taken. It's not that big a deal. Besides, if you can't handle losing, why participate in the Chunin exam? Shinran sobbed and stammered. You. Boo-hoo. You didn't even turn around, and then. We did turn around. Jing Yuan said helplessly, not perverted enough to do such a thing. I knew. You turned. Jing Yuan nodded. All 3 of us turned around. I used genjutsu on you only to prevent you from running away or attacking me. We treat prisoners very well. Shinran looked at Kakashi and Fei Lu. Kakashi, catching her gaze, quickly nodded, afraid that if she got upset she would start crying again, and with her crying like that they would soon attract some righteous do-gooders. After receiving the affirmative answer, Shinran finally stopped crying. Instead she looked at Jing Yuan with a slightly flushed face. Jing Yuan slapped his forehead, feeling like he was coaxing a daughter. Finally it was over. But although Shinran had stopped crying, no Umbu had come to pick her up, and it was dangerous for her to be alone in the forest. The forest was full of wolves, tigers, leopards, poisonous herbs, and toxic fruits. After a moment of thought, Jing Yuan said, "What's your name?" Uchiha. Shinran wiped her tears and said, "Shinran." "Uchiha Shinran." Jing Yuan nodded slightly. "Uchiha Shinran, the Umbu seem to have left you behind. You'd better stick with us for now or you might run into danger." "Okay." Shinran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Jing Yuan handed her the extra scroll and let her keep it. Then, the next few days with the four of them turned out like this. "Wow, Jing Yuan, your Sharingan is amazing. You can see things even when they're so hidden." Right. Hurry up and pick them, these are all not poisonous. The ones with spots are poisonous, the ones without are safe. Put them in your clothes." "Hey. Wait, throw that one away, it's poisonous. How did you manage to pick a poisonous fruit out of a bunch of safe ones?" Wow. Kakashi, your fishing skills are amazing." Kakashi was holding a raisingan in one hand and a shuriken in the other. He thrust the raisingan into the river, and the rapidly spinning sphere churned the water, sending fish flying out of the surface. Quick as a flash, Kakashi threw a shuriken, pinning a fish to a tree. In no time he had caught 8 whole fish. "Wow, Fei Lu, your grilled fish is amazing." Zinran's mouth watered at the fragrant aroma of the grilled fish. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. "Seriously, Fei Lu? You actually carry barbecue seasoning with you?" Kakashi's worldview was also shaken. Fei Lu turned the fish over the fire, the corner of his mouth lifting. "In life there are 3 indispensable things: the blade, water style, and grilled fish." Good heavens, Shinran had really latched onto a great team. Along the way she was treated to delicious food and drink. All she had to do was be a little fango. Others came to the Chunin exam for wilderness survival, scared to eat even a fruit in case it was poisonous, and getting outsmarted by fish whenever they tried to catch them. It was miserable any way you looked at it. Then look at Jing Yuan's group. Was this a Chunin exam? No. It was a camping trip, a picnic, a flower viewing excursion, a vacation. Jing Yuan savored the grilled fish, even sprinkling barbecue seasoning on it. If those struggling examinees saw this, they'd probably spit blood on the spot. It seemed that due to the haste of Jing Yuan and the others, they reached the edge of the forest by noon on the 3rd day. Moreover, no one was there to rob them. Thus the 4 easily arrived at the reception area, and Xian Ran was about to part ways with them. "Thank you for your care, goodbye." "Goodbye. See you." Wait a moment. Xian Ran suddenly called out, stopping the 3 who were about to turn away. "This is my home address. Remember to find me later, goodbye." Exiting during the exam was allowed, but one had to go to the designated area for exit, which was different from the area for completing the exam. Therefore Jing Yuan and the others decided to escort Xian Ran first. 233 Mai Street. Jing Yuan glanced at the address, slightly pondering, and then tucked the note with the address into his pocket. The 3 applied for their completion. After a series of operations, Jing Yuan and the others were sent back to Mai, receiving an exam permit each. The exam was scheduled 3 days later. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon the Chunin exam reached its climax. The 3rd stage. Those who reached this stage were all exceptionally strong ninjas. Jing Yuan had reserved his excellent ninja fragments for this moment. Jing Yuan, Kakashi, and Fei Lu walked into the vast arena for battles. This arena was usually used for ninja sparring, but today it was specially designated for the Chunin exam. As soon as Jing Yuan entered, he noticed some people glaring at him. Goodness. They hadn't encountered him in the 2nd match, and now they were preparing for revenge in the 3rd. However, Jing Yuan remained unfazed and even began to calculate. With the arrival of Jing Yuan and the others, the 3rd stage officially commenced. In this special phase, the outcome was not the main concern. Judges would be present to score the performances. Winning or losing was no longer important. What mattered were the powerful abilities demonstrated in combat, the composure under pressure, and sharp combat intelligence. These were the keys to determining whether one could become a Chunin. A total of 6 teams advanced, including Jing Yuan's team, making it 18 individuals in total. To Jing Yuan's surprise, Yugong Qianzhu had also advanced. Unbelievable. The 18 individuals swallowed hard as they looked at the 5 people seated in the audience. Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Komatsu, Mito Gaten, and Sarutobi Shino. These 5 were extremely hard to see in Mai, yet now they were all present at the Chunin exam. Teacher. Jing Yuan waved at Sarutobi Shino, who politely smiled back. What was Jing Yuan? Ordinary people might not understand. It meant, my teacher is a high-ranking official in my, so everyone should be a bit discreet. Kakashi and Fei Liu's lips twitched slightly. Watching the surrounding people focus their attention on the three of them. How awkward. Sarutobi Hizashi also lightly cleared his throat. Those standing here should be the new generation seeds of my. As Hokage, I certainly have something to say. First of all, the first match will be a team battle where 3 member teams will compete. This test is about teamwork, so please feel free to showcase your skills without worrying about damaging the arena. It is completely enclosed and the materials are special, so ordinary ninjutsu won't cause any damage. Of course, even if there is damage, you won't have to compensate, haha. Ha! Sarutobi Hizashi's unexpected joke lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Sarutobi Hizashi looked deeply at Jing Yuan, eagerly anticipating how high this Jing Yuan could reach in the future. Jing Yuan was completely oblivious to what Sarutobi Hizashi was saying. Instead, he focused on his own extraction of ninjutsu. Jing Yuan first set his sights on a Uchiha. Using excellent ninja fragments. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Onetomo Sharingan. Ding. Since the host already has one Tomo Sharingan, it automatically converts to Sharingan energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Totomo Sharingan. Jing Yuan was taken aback. He could even draw a Sharingan. Wow, if he could draw a Sharingan, what more could he ask for? Hurry and draw. Since fragments could be used in bulk, Jing Yuan directly used 100 excellent ninja fragments. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3,400 points of chakra. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Tomo Sharingan X4. Ding. Congratulations, host, your Sharingan has been upgraded to 3 Tomos. Sharingan energy is full and the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be obtained through Sharingan energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Jing Yuan was astonished. 3 Tomos. 3 Tomos already. This was too fast. He had reached 3 Tomos in no time. In fact, Jing Yuan was just lucky. The probability of obtaining the Sharingan was extremely low, with almost only 2 draws in 100. Yet Jing Yuan had gotten 4 times. He exclaimed in excitement. However, regarding the chakra points, can you still gain chakra from the lottery? In no time, all the rewards from the 100 draws were absorbed by Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan instantly felt he had become much stronger. Previously, if he could defeat an ordinary genin, he now felt he could take on 10. With over 40 draws remaining, Jing Yuan decided to save them, planning to use them when the abilities in the first match had been mostly revealed. What if he encountered an ability he particularly desired? If he didn't get it, he would be heartbroken. As for the elite ninja fragments, Jing Yuan planned to reserve them for Namake's Minato. This year Namake's Minato had just turned 16 and probably had not yet reached the level of Kaiga, so what if he drew the Flying Thunder God technique? Wouldn't that be a huge gain, allowing him to take off right there? As for Sarutobi Shino, Jing Yuan felt that Sarutobi Shino didn't have any remarkable skills. It was purely his massive chakra that caused the qualitative change in ninjutsu. It was of no use to him. Sarutobi Hizashi had talked for so long mainly about one thing. The third stage exam was divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the team battle, the second phase is the individual battle, and the third phase does not require the majority to participate. It is the battle between the top 2 scorers. To determine the true strongest, the strongest will receive a reward, which is the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Jutsu Vault of Mai and choose one Forbidden Jutsu to learn. As Jing Yuan finished drawing his ninjutsu, the distribution of the first battle was also completed. Jing Yuan's 7th class was matched against the first class. Jing Yuan silently resolved to secure the first prize. The forbidden technique's power is beyond description. At 18, Mizukage had earned the title of the Yellow Flash with just a single Flying Thunder God technique. This is enough to demonstrate the might of the chosen forbidden technique. Jing Yuan and his companions were soon led by a member of the Anbu to begin their preparations. Meanwhile, the other participants were also getting ready. In the preparation room, Jing Yuan glanced at the files of his 3 opponents, feeling a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Kai. This kid. Isn't he the one I once exploited like a sheep for all he was worth? Indeed, Jing Yuan had spent 100 consecutive draws on him. To be precise, it was 101 draws. So now it's clear this kid must be the illusionist for the opposing team. As for his 2 teammates, Nara Ruziai and Hirame, Jing Yuan had no impression of them. Additionally, it should be mentioned that historically the pig deer butterfly teams have always been composed of direct descendants, while those who form teams casually are likely collateral branches which are significantly weaker than the main lines, such as Nara Ruziai, who might not have even learned the shadow imitation technique. In the end it seems like these individuals are destined to perish in the third battle. Jing Yuan sighed, but that did not mean he would show mercy. He was determined to win this championship, especially with his 3-tomo Sharingan. The battle was about to begin. The first and 7th teams arrived at the duel arena one after another, while other participants filled the surrounding audience seats. There were also some supervising Umbu. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had already left. Come on, who do you think you are? The Hokage is here just to watch your match. What are you thinking? 3, 2, 1. Start! With the referee's command, Jing Yuan charged forward. They had previously discussed their strategy. Jing Yuan would attract attention, Kakashi would wait for the right moment to assist him, while Tobirama would gather his powerful techniques from the back. Seeing Jing Yuan rush towards him, Uchiha Kai immediately threw 2 explosive kunai from his ninja tool pouch. This instantly drew gasps from the crowd. This guy's attack is lethal. Uchiha Kai smirked slightly, activating his own Onetomo Sharingan. As long as Jing Yuan blocked the explosive kunai's attack, he would cast an illusion on him. However, Jing Yuan remained calm under pressure, activating his Totomo Sharingan, which elicited another wave of gasps. Even the Umbu were taken aback. 6 years old with a Totomo Sharingan. It was already astonishing for a 6-year-old to make it this far, and now he had activated his Totomo Sharingan. The onlookers stared at Jing Yuan in disbelief, unsure of how they would face him if they encountered him. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly as everything around him slowed down to several times less speed under his Totomo Sharingan. If you are astonished by merely 2 tomo, what about 3 tomo? The Uchiha can switch between the number of tomo at will. If I want 1 tomo, I can use 1 tomo. If I want 2 tomo, I can use 2 tomo. However, most Uchiha use their highest level Sharingan or 3 tomo during battles, since the consumption between 1 and 3 tomo is roughly the same, so they always opt for the highest level. As for why Jing Yuan would use 2 tomo, revealing his trump card from the start isn't his style, and 2 tomo is more than sufficient. Ding ding! Jing Yuan swiftly flicked 2 explosive kunai away with his kunai, then directly bounced Uchiha Kai's illusion back at him. Bang bang! The 2 explosive kunai exploded, creating a massive cloud of smoke, and Kakashi took advantage of the smoke to charge forward. Rasengan! The Rasengan struck Uchiha Kai, who was frozen in place due to the illusion. Just as Nara Ruzai and Hyuga were about to counterattack Jing Yuan, and Kakashi suddenly dropped to the ground. What? Water style. Water flows slash. A massive water blade sliced through the smoke, hitting both Jing Yuan and Kakashi from above. The two were slammed against the wall. 3 seconds. The battle is over. My companions and I were dumbfounded. Goodness gracious. Truly remarkable. The crowd expressed their disappointment. Who has ever seen a match end in 3 seconds? The referee was momentarily stunned before muttering. The match is over. Team 7 wins. Please score both teams. Now please score Team 1. 0 points. 1 point. 2 points. After seeing this, Jing Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This is just because the 3 of them were still unconscious, otherwise they would be furious. This is significantly more damaging than Tobirama's water flow slash. Now please score Team 7. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Bang. Suddenly some colorful streamers fell from the roof. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. A little yellow bird appeared to celebrate. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who started it. Then a wave of applause erupted. Sarutobi Shino's eyes squinted with joy. Even though the other 4 high-ranking officials had left, Sarutobi Shino remained. His task was perfectly timed to conclude after today's match, so Shino stayed to watch the competition. This is his student. As the applause continued, Jing Yuan and his companions walked up to the audience seats. The surrounding people cast admiring glances at the 3. Seeing this scene, Jing Yuan coughed lightly. Ahem, chicken grass, don't be too much. The applause around them immediately dimmed, replaced by a wave of questioning voices. Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Kakashi and Tobirama silently distanced themselves from Jing Yuan. We don't know this guy, thanks. Sarutobi Shino was also covering his face, feeling both amused and exasperated. How should one put it about Jing Yuan? Handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Jing Yuan snorted at the crowd's doubts, crossed his arms, tossed his head, and sat down in the audience. Kakashi and Tobirama also sat down and began to watch the subsequent battles seriously. They were preparing for the upcoming individual matches. The 3 had each earned 3 perfect scores of 10, undoubtedly securing first place, so they were now preparing for the individual competition. However, after watching for a while, Jing Yuan became drowsy. Sarutobi Shino also left. It was simply boring. It was all just minor tricks between lower ninjas, and Jing Yuan had even seen through some of their ideas. Truly dull. Just as Jing Yuan yawned preparing to take a nap, it was time for Ayumi Asaka to take the stage. As the most handsome boy in the arena, Ayumi Asaka's match naturally drew much attention. Even Kakashi and Tobirama began watching intently. Jing Yuan also looked forward to it. Since Asaka had advanced from the written exams, his combat strength must also be impressive. As Jianshu took the stage, the atmosphere became much more lively. Jing Yuan was originally watching Qianzi's battle intently. Unexpectedly, he overheard some whispers. "Hey brother, that Yugong Qianzhu is too beautiful, isn't he? But I heard he is a man. I suddenly feel that women are all pink skeletons." "Tisk, you heard he is a man. Who told you I'm not a woman?" Jing Yuan shuddered all over after hearing, "Good heavens," facing the man Hedon. Thrilling, but unfortunately not my taste. Jing Yuan deliberately blocked those words and focused on the battle. 3, 2, 1. Start. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yugong Qianzi's delicate skin suddenly began to turn sallow, and his smooth, bouncy skin became dry and wrinkled. He transformed from an exquisite 8 or 9-year-old child into a lecherous old man. What also changed was his long hair. His hair began to extend infinitely, rushing forward. "Monster! Monster! Surrender, we surrender! Stop! Stop!" The referee was also quite frightened, stammering, having never seen such a bizarre ninjutsu. The three kids opposite were even more terrified. They sat on the ground and started crying. Yugong Qianzhu retracted his hair and his skin became delicate, smooth, and bouncy again. He turned back into an adorable child. "Why didn't you do that earlier? Forcing me to get rough." Yugong Qianzhu wiped his nose and said. Jing Yuan turned to look at Kakashi and Philia with a bewildered expression. Kakashi and Philia also had confused looks. "Mom, my idol has fallen. Wuwa will never dare to like anyone again, Wuwa. Ah. My goddess. Wah. Wah." The field was instantly filled with cries of lament. The referee was also quite embarrassed. Jing Yuan expressed disgust. Kakashi said he was fine. Philia said he wanted to wash his eyes. Please, judges, give scores." 5 points. 6 points. You ask where the third score is? Oh, the third judge went to vomit. 0 points. The judge was scoring while vomiting, clearly suffering severe psychological trauma. Second stage. It's the individual competition. Because the team competition eliminated the 2 lowest scoring participants, only 16 people remained for the individual competition. The individual competition was even less interesting. With his Tsutomu Sharingan, Jing Yuan directly crushed the top 16 and top 8 contestants. However, the top 4 contestants made Jing Yuan break out in a cold sweat. Jing Yuan vs. Kakashi. Qianzhou Philia vs. Yugong Qianzhu. "Kakashi, we finally meet," Jing Yuan murmured. Kakashi also looked solemn. First match of the top 4, Chimu Kakashi vs. Yuzebo Jing Yuan. And the originally drowsy audience instantly woke up. These matches also made them realize the gap in strength. It wasn't that they were too weak, but that Jing Yuan and the others were too strong. The surrounding fill lights and photographers were all ready. The cameraman began recording. He had a premonition that these 4 semi-finalists would surely be the shining new stars of Mai. And he had to do this filming work well. The next 3 battles he felt would be full of surprises. What kind of potential would these geniuses unleash when facing opponents of equal strength? Jing Yuan and Kakashi took their positions and formed the opposing seals. Then both quickly distanced themselves and began a long-range firefight. Jing Yuan opened his eyes again, revealing his Tsutomu Sharingan. But Kakashi abruptly closed his eyes, dodging Jing Yuan's first wave of genjutsu. Such predictive ability. Jing Yuan was startled. The spectators might not feel much, but only Jing Yuan knew how much skill was involved in Kakashi's sudden eye closure. Both Jing Yuan and Kakashi immediately took out their ninja tools to exhaust the opponent. Kakashi was incredibly fast, throwing shuriken after shuriken at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan was taken aback. If he dodged, he would be on the defensive. So he could only match. Jing Yuan also threw shuriken, perfectly colliding with Kakashi's shuriken, each one deflected flawlessly. Moreover, Jing Yuan even achieved the miracle of one shuriken deflecting multiple shuriken. This is the absolute defense of the Sharingan. This. Everyone on the field was stunned. The cameraman's breathing became rapid. He had never seen such an intense battle scene in his life. As the ground was littered with shuriken, the first round ended with Jing Yuan being scratched by 2 shuriken. Both Jing Yuan and Kakashi began to pant heavily while also starting to admire each other. Kakashi was shocked inwardly. Even my most proud shuriken technique can be forced to balance by the Sharingan. Jing Yuan was shocked inwardly. The gap that even the Tsutomu Sharingan can't catch up. How much better is his shuriken technique? Jing Yuan's expression turned stern and he threw a smoke bomb. Kakashi was stunned but didn't intend to just wait. While retreating rapidly, he began to form hand seals, quickly summoning 5 shadow clones. When the smoke cleared, 5 shadow clones appeared at Jing Yuan's original location. Moreover, each shadow clone was spinning a Rasengan in its hand. What? How can Jing Yuan's chakra be so vast? Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. But was the smoke bomb just to charge Rasengan? Even the referee got excited. Rasengan. It's a Rasengan, a training difficulty of a rank. The surrounding audience also began to cheer. Go Yuzibo Jing Yuan. Go Chimu Kakashi. 5 Jing Yuans each with a Rasengan charged at Kakashi, while Kakashi's 5 shadow clones armed with kunai stood ready. Poof! 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 Surprisingly, Kakashi's 5 shadow clones armed only with kunai fought to a draw with Jing Yuan's shadow clones wielding Rasengan. As the 5 shadow clones of Jing Yuan and 5 of Kakashi disappeared, only Kakashi remained on the field. All shadow clones, so the real body is. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jing Yuan jumped down from above shouting. The earlier Jing Yuan had used the smoke bomb to leap onto the roof, and with his chakra control he had been hanging on the roof watching the show. Kakashi was startled. He looked up toward the source of the sound only to meet Jing Yuan's blood-red Totomo Sharingan. Haha. Just kidding. Kakashi's spirit dimmed upon meeting the blood-red double Tomo Sharingan of Jing Yuan. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan fell to the ground brandishing a kunai and charging forward. As long as he could place the kunai against Kakashi's neck, the reconciliation seal could be formed. However, Kakashi suddenly drew a kunai from his waist and stabbed it into his left arm. Blood spurted out instantly. Kakashi regained his clarity in an instant. Jing Yuan was taken aback. Kakashi. Ding! Kakashi's kunai pressed against Jing Yuan's kunai, and the two remained locked in this deadlock. I won't lose so easily. With a surge of strength, Kakashi pushed Jing Yuan back 3 steps. At this moment both were nearing their limit. Gasping for breath, they stared at each other. The referee and the onlookers held their breath, preparing for the conclusion of this battle. Kakashi looked at his left arm, now drenched in blood. Continuing the fight would be severely detrimental to him. It seemed only one move remained to determine the victor. Kakashi threw the kunai to the ground. A pale blue orb materialized in his right hand. Jing Yuan had the same idea. A similar orb appeared in Jing Yuan's left hand. Rasengan! Rasengan! The Rasengan in their hands collided with a resounding bang, creating a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. The shockwave surged towards both of them. Kakashi was thrown off balance, rolling several times before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Jing Yuan, bracing himself against the explosive recoil of the 2 Rasengans, slid back several meters, leaving deep, shocking marks on the ground. Huff! 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 As the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the outcome of this battle. Oh! Jing Yuan! Jing Yuan! Jing Yuan! The referee also shouted in anger. Let us congratulate Uchiha Jing Yuan! Clap! Clap, clap, clap! Clap, clap, clap! Jing Yuan shouted at the applauding medical team. What are you applauding for? Save him! The medical team froze momentarily, then realized they were not there just to watch the match. 4 medical personnel hurriedly carried Kakashi away on a stretcher. Jing Yuan gasped for breath, brushing off the dust from his body. After taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. Jing Yuan had overexerted himself by enduring the explosion of the Rasengan. Save him! Save him! This was the last thing Jing Yuan heard. Days later, he woke up in a hospital bed, slightly opening his eyes to see a white ceiling. Moreover, his legs were in plaster. Jing Yuan turned his head slightly and saw the sleeping Jio Sun. It seemed Jio Sun had been here for quite a while. Jing Yuan looked to the other side where the unconscious Kakashi lay. Kakashi hasn't woken up yet. Is this the hospital? Jio Sun immediately woke up upon hearing the voice. Rubbing his eyes, he was filled with joy upon seeing Jing Yuan awake. Jing Yuan, don't talk, just focus on getting better. I'll call the doctor. Wait. Jing Yuan, feeling fine, quickly stopped Jio Sun. Uncle. Forbidden technique. Jio Sun gently patted Jing Yuan and said, What forbidden technique? 4 of the top 4 in the Chunin exams are all injured and unconscious. What forbidden technique? Just focus on recovering. Jing Yuan was taken aback. 4 people. Injured and unconscious. Does that mean Senju Tobarama and Amigami Asaka ended in a tie and both passed out? Jing Yuan found it hard to believe. The probability of a tie was very low, and they both fainted. Moreover, he always thought Amigami Asaka was just a pushover. Amigami Asaka. Are you polite? Well, it turns out that people cannot be judged by appearances. Just because Amigami Asaka looked easy to bully didn't mean he truly was. Before long, the doctor arrived, checked Jing Yuan, and announced that Jing Yuan could be discharged. However, it was also fine if he wanted to stay in the hospital, and the medical fees had already been covered by the third Hokage. Jing Yuan decisively chose to be discharged. Staying in the hospital was not his style. How could he trigger options to become stronger without seeking out trouble? Jio-sun followed the doctor out to process the discharge paperwork, while Jing Yuan changed into a fresh set of clothes. After stretching his whole body, he felt no significant issues. As for the plaster, it was merely a place to rest his foot. Jing Yuan only had some scrapes, and there was no need for plaster. After putting on his shoes, Jing Yuan stretched lazily, suddenly feeling hungry, but not very thirsty, probably due to the 4 fluids he had received over the past few days. Jing Yuan cast a faint glance at the unconscious Kakashi, letting out a soft sigh. You truly deserve respect, Kakashi. Jing Yuan stomped his foot, familiarizing himself with his body as he prepared to go find Tobirama's hospital room. Since the hospital rooms were shared, it was likely he was next door. However, as soon as he stepped out of the hospital room, he was suddenly attacked by an unidentified creature. Ah! The creature exclaimed. Upon seeing the creature, Jing Yuan exclaimed, Isn't that Haku Mizusawa? Haku Mizusawa regained her composure and hugged Jing Yuan, sobbing. Ooh, Jing Yuan, I thought you would never wake up again. Alright, I'm awake now. Jing Yuan gently patted Haku Mizusawa's back to comfort her. After Haku Mizusawa released him and wiped her tears, she asked, Aren't you feeling well? What are you planning to do? A sense of pride surged within Jing Yuan. Ha! Tobirama, in this line of work I surpass you by far. I have a girl coming to pick me up from the hospital, and that's something you can never surpass. Jing Yuan smiled widely, saying, I was just about to visit my friend, he's also hospitalized. Haku Mizusawa responded with an, oh, and smiled, saying, Then go ahead. Jing Yuan was taken aback. Aren't you coming with me? Haku Mizusawa thought for a moment and said, I need to visit Kakashi first. This fruit basket is for Kakashi, you go on ahead. Jing Yuan stood frozen in place. Huh! Only then did he notice that Haku Mizusawa was holding a fruit basket. Why don't you give me the fruit basket? Because you have your uncle and Kakashi has no relatives at all. Haku Mizusawa said innocently. I finally felt a rush of emotion and you made me lose so thoroughly, ha 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 ha. Jing Yuan laughed as he covered his face and walked into the neighboring room. Jing Yuan, aren't you feeling better? Haku Mizusawa asked with some confusion, but then she entered the hospital room. Kakashi, I'm here to visit you. Jing Yuan covered his face, laughing hysterically as he stumbled into the next room, only to discover it was the women's restroom. A middle-aged woman was washing her face inside. Ah! Pervert! I'm sorry! Breathing hard, Jing Yuan rushed into the ward beside the restroom and found Yugong Qianzhu and Qianshou Feilu lying there, both unconscious. Why was Yujibo Xian Ran here? She was dozing atop the small table beside Qianshou Feilu's bed. Beside Yugong Qianzhu's bed, another young woman lay dozing. Jing Yuan suddenly did not want to wake. Among the 4, was he the only one without a girl keeping vigil? Ha, so I am the lone fool. Yujibo Xian Ran muttered, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Jing Yuan. You're awake. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. No, am dead, this is my soul. Then Yujibo Xian Ran's face visibly paled, and she fainted. Jing Yuan glanced at the young woman sitting with Yugong Qianzhu and noticed how much she resembled her. A chill ran through. It can't be another man, can it? Jing Yuan shook his head and left the ward. He refused to be the joke any longer. He would be discharged early to train and take missions. He would outpace them mercilessly. As a Chunin, he could accept missions on his own, that was one benefit. But where had his Chunin jacket gone? With his results, he would surely become a Chunin. As Jing Yuan pondered, he spotted a group of familiar faces. Shan Zhong Chang, he cried, pointing at the leader. Ah, Jing Yuan, you're still alive, lucky you. Jing Yuan wanted to be discharged. He would no longer endure humiliation. Dai Tu stepped forward, circling Jing Yuan with questions. Jing Yuan answered them offhandedly. Mai Teikai meanwhile dashed into the ward to look for Kakashi. As Dai Tu prepared to ask more, Jing Yuan pointed at Yi Yuan Lin and said, Dai Tu, if you don't go see to your wife, go find Kakashi. Dai Tu turned and indeed saw Yi Yuan Lin entering the ward. Lin, wait for me. Jing Yuan snickered. The man had not noticed anything odd in the way Jing Yuan addressed Lin. He really thought Yi Yuan Lin was his wife. To Jing Yuan's surprise, the whole class had shown up. AC Ma Shi Rihong Mai Teikai Dai Tu Yi Yuan Lin. Jing Yuan did not linger on the hospital's 2nd floor. He went down to the 1st to find Jio-sun. He wanted to distance himself from this troublesome place. Unnoticed by Jing Yuan, a quiet figure had been watching him from the start. Jing Yuan, the gap between us seems to be growing. The watcher was Hai Yi Lu Ka. Jing Yuan left the hospital with a casual air, and told Jio-sun he needed to clear his head, asking him to go home first. Jio-sun did not think twice and went home. Jing Yuan walked and replayed the day's duel in his mind. Kakashi's close combat skill and raw strength far exceeded his own. His shuriken technique was also superior, which left Jing Yuan troubled. Kakashi has always worked so hard, I only won because of the system. The thought felt terrible, an unearned victory. It gnawed at him. I want to become stronger. Do you want to become stronger? Jing Yuan stiffened, then activated his 3-to-mo Sharingan and scanned the surroundings. You're that injured and still hiding your strength. Is it respect for Kakashi or is it pride? Who is it? Playing God. The familiar voice made Jing Yuan start, then a small smile tugged at his lips. Bo Feng Shui Men. It's you, teacher Shui Men. A flying thunder god kunai thudded into the grass beside Jing Yuan. With a flash of golden light, Bo Feng Shui Men appeared. Not bad. How did you guess it was me? The newcomer was the young Shui Men. At 16 he still bore a boyish air. Who would tease a child for no reason? And who else would know about my Chunin exam battle except the new Jonin instructor of the 7th class, Bo Feng Shui Men? Ha! Right, it was me. Jing Yuan felt a thrill as he looked at Bo Feng Shui Men. Seeing him felt like catching a glimpse of a future Xian Wemingren. With a flash of yellow light, Bo Feng Shui Men tossed a bundle of clothes to Jing Yuan and laughed. I've never seen such a small Chunin uniform. Congratulations, you have officially become a Chunin. Jing Yuan's face lit up as he hurriedly opened the parcel. The Chunin outfit was simply a green jacket. But Jing Yuan's smile fell when he saw the emblem on the back. Instead of the red swirl, the symbol was a pair of ping-pong paddles. It looked almost like a mocking Uchiha emblem. What's the matter, Jing Yuan? Bo Feng Shui Men asked, puzzled that his new Chunin seemed displeased. Oh. It's nothing, I like it very much. It's just that I happen to recall something unpleasant. Bo Feng Shui Men considered briefly. Is it Kakashi and the others? The doctor said they'll need a few more days to wake. You're the least injured of the 4. In the meantime, we could take a difficult mission to practice. Ever done an A-rank mission? Jing Yuan's eyes widened. AAA. An A-rank mission, one that pitted them against rogue Nin from other countries. He and Bo Feng Shui Men did not seem to have such a grudge, did they? Bo Feng Shui Men stifled a laugh at Jing Yuan's reaction. I'm teasing, there's no way would accept an A-rank. I don't want my students wiped out the moment I become their Jonin instructor. Tomorrow at 8 gather beneath the shadowed rock. How about it? Jing Yuan leapt with excitement. At last an advanced mission. What rank would it be? At least rank, he thought. All right. But the moment he agreed, a chill of malevolent energy washed over him, not mere killing intent but a grim, baleful aura. Jing Yuan trembled all over. What is this? The air feels several degrees colder. I'm doomed. I forgot to cook for Jiu Xi and Nai. She must be chasing me. Retreat. And don't tell anyone you saw me. Bo Feng Shui Men scooped up the kunai, and with 2 uses of Flying Thunder God vanished without a trace. Jing Yuan shivered, feeling as if a tyrannosaur stood behind him. The shadows on the ground writhed like claws, and he would have believed anything, even a lurking Cthulhu. Silence. The next morning, Minato Namikaze and Jing Yuan met beneath the shadow rock. Jing Yuan secretly used 2 elite ninja fragments on Minato. He had intended to use them yesterday but was so startled by Kushina that he forgot. Since they were meeting now, he might as well try. What if he got the Flying Thunder God technique? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 chakra. As expected, the Flying Thunder God technique isn't so easy to get. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space-Time Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique 4th Hokage's improved version. Jing Yuan stood frozen in place, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Did he really draw it? I really drew it. Jing Yuan was both shocked and elated. This was no different from pulling a gold card in a single draw. Haha. Minato Namikaze looked at the strange Jing Yuan with slight confusion. Was this guy even listening to him? Hey Jing Yuan, Jing Yuan. Minato waved his hand in front of Jing Yuan. Here. Minato sighed slightly. Are you even listening to me? Jing Yuan scratched his head apologetically and said, Sorry, master. I was spacing out just now. Minato had no choice but to repeat himself. All 4 of you have earned the admiration of the 3rd Hokage, so once you become a Jonin you can go to the Forbidden Technique Archive and choose one to learn. Jing Yuan was first stunned, then delighted. Really? Minato, caught between amusement and exasperation, said. Do you think I'd lie to you for candy? Jing Yuan rubbed his nose and grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I'm just too surprised. Beyond surprise, Jing Yuan was also thrilled. He had drawn the Flying Thunder God technique in just 2 tries. But it seemed he couldn't use it freely. Jing Yuan thought to himself because the Flying Thunder God technique was one of the more difficult forbidden techniques. Mastering it casually was impossible. So he could only use it when no one else was around. It would serve as a life-saving trump card. He could try asking Minato to teach him later. That way he could use the Flying Thunder God technique with a clear conscience. Minato thought for a moment and said, "Well, I think that's all. Let's go to the mission assembly hall to pick up a mission." "All right," Jing Yuan replied cheerfully. So the two headed toward the mission assembly hall. As they walked, Jing Yuan frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that the people around him seemed to be talking about him, making him uncomfortable. Was there something on his face? Minato, seeing Jing Yuan's expression, immediately understood his thoughts and explained with a smile. "Don't you know Jing Yuan? You've become famous, you Kakashi Senju and Amamiya Chizuru." Jing Yuan was slightly stunned. "Huh? How did I become famous?" Minato chuckled. "Remember the Chunin exams? Every match was recorded. The 2 battles from the Final 4 were released and they're broadcast almost every morning, noon and night. So your fight with Kakashi made you famous." Perhaps such battles weren't particularly impressive among Chunin, but not to mention the high-level technique Rasengan, their ages alone were enough to astonish people. As for Filia and Chizuru, though they were older, their dazzling fighting styles were also very popular. Jing Yuan widened his eyes in slight shock, so his Chunin exam hadn't been in vain after all. Soon the two arrived at the mission assembly hall. Minato picked up a rank mission and looked it over. This level of mission was just right for a team consisting of a Jonin like Minato and a Chunin like Jing Yuan. It wouldn't be too difficult nor too easy. And it could serve as a way to wait for Kakashi and the others to be discharged from the hospital. Jing Yuan took the mission sheet Minato had read and started examining it. A rank mission wasn't like a drank mission where you could guess the specifics. This was Jing Yuan's first time taking a rank mission, so he had to read it carefully. Jing Yuan scrutinized it intently. Rank mission escort. Client Baki. Mission details: I am a merchant who travels the world selling goods and making friends along the way. Today I have saved enough copper coins and wish to visit the Dragon Tower in the Land of Fire, but I fear encountering danger, so I request an escort. Note: since the dangers are unknown, the mission is tentatively rated rank. Even if the rank fluctuates, the reward will not decrease, only increase. Reward 1,000,000 copper coins temporary. Ding, triggering a major option. 1. Accept the mission reward Shadow Clone Shuriken technique. 2. Abandon the mission reward none. Jing Yuan's eyes widened. This mission definitely had something fishy about it, since even the normally dormant system had been activated. Jing Yuan looked at Minato, who was checking other missions, and said, "Master, let's choose this one. I think it's perfect for me." Minato glanced at the mission in Jing Yuan's hand and frowned with concern. "This mission might be very dangerous with many uncertain factors. Besides, I just saw a good mission, simple with high pay. You've just been discharged, let's not take risks." Jing Yuan's eyes sparkled with starlight as he said, "Master Minato, I'm sure we can handle it together. I've really taken a liking to this mission." Minato thought it over. After all, if any danger arose, he could still escape with Jing Yuan. It probably wouldn't be too dangerous. "All right then, well, take this mission." Minato took the mission sheet from Jing Yuan and went to the front desk to register. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was ecstatic. Finally. Adventure. Jing Yuan was going on an adventure. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadow Clone Shuriken technique and an epic ninja fragment. Jing Yuan's lips curled slightly. If he remembered correctly, including this one, he now had 2 epic ninja fragments. Next time he saw Jiraiya, he would definitely draw twice and maybe even get a sage art. Then he would skyrocket. From a commoner to a phoenix. In one leap he would rival cage-level figures, or at least become an elite jonin. Soon Minato had registered the mission. The two began preparing their ninja tools and getting ready to depart. Since Jing Yuan had used many shuriken in his battle with Kakashi, and those had been retrieved, he had to buy more. So Jing Yuan could only lament as he bought some more shuriken. Minato didn't prepare much, but he brought some dried food. After all, long-distance missions couldn't be without provisions. Jing Yuan stared blankly. The Bachi fellow was utterly unhinged. He had vast grasslands, dense forests, and the great hidden leaf village right at his disposal. Yet he insisted on visiting some godforsaken dragon tower, a place Jing Yuan had never even heard of. And this so-called Star Dragon Tower was built squarely in the middle of a desert. You're surely wondering what those incessant, gaga sounds were. Indeed, Jing Yuan and his 2 companions each rode an ostrich. These ostriches were none other than Bachi's spirit beasts. Ho 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 ha. Don't you love the exotic charm of the desert? Bachi was a slightly portly middle-aged man with a thick bushy beard. Yet his appearance radiated warmth and humor, making him instantly likable with no trace of eccentricity or unpleasant quirks. His dream was refreshingly simple: to travel across the entire ninja world with a lovely companion. Well, half of that dream had already been fulfilled. He'd circled the entire ninja world, but the companion remained elusive. What a pitiful man. Ha 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 ha. Jing Yuan truly felt sympathy. For heaven's sake, don't misunderstand him, he was after all a man of unimpeachable integrity. Good grief. 2 out of every 3 sentences were as meaningless as idle wind. The trio had first met in a small town nearest to the Dragon Tower. After completing formalities in the Hidden Leaf village, Ba Chi settled permanently in Longji Town, fearing the village's shinobi might lose track of him. Longji Town was in truth a remote, underdeveloped hamlet, yet its villagers were unfailingly sincere and kind, defying any notion of barren mountains and treacherous waters breeding lawless folk. As for why both the town and the tower bore the prefix Longji, that remained a mystery. Perhaps some ancient connection lingered between them. Though Longji Town lay far from the Dragon Tower, Ba Chi's ostriches moved with astonishing speed, reaching their destination within a single hour. Jing Yuan spotted the tower long before they arrived. It was impossible to miss. And the tower's construction defied reason. The ground within a kilometer radius sloped inward toward the tower's base, descending steadily, relentlessly. At its lowest point, the terrain sank over 50 meters below the surrounding plain, and yet despite this profound depression, the tower soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds. Newton's coffin lid had well and truly sprung open. Jing Yuan couldn't help but marvel. This tower must stand over 1,000 meters tall. Its first tier spanned nearly 100 meters in diameter, narrowing progressively with each ascending level. Before long, the three stood before the tower's colossal ground floor entrance. Jing Yuan's lips twitched faintly as he gazed upon the 2 statues flanking the entrance. These statues are hideous. They look like porcupines carved by amateurs. Thwack. Minato Namikaze lightly tapped Jing Yuan's head. Such remarks are disrespectful. These are masterpieces left by our ancestors. Ba Chi burst into hearty laughter. Ah, children, they simply lack the eye for such artistry. Enough, enough. Let's begin our tour. Let's explore. Ba Chi led the way, glancing left and right with genuine curiosity, as though deeply engaged in studying ancestral craftsmanship. Jing Yuan's brow furrowed deeper with every step. So far nothing suggested danger. In Jing Yuan's memory, scenes triggering dual-choice moments always heralded peril. Yet Ba Chi bore no trace of malice. So what danger could possibly lie ahead? Jing Yuan trailed behind Minato, distracted, glancing idly about. There's nothing here worth appreciating. What's there to see? Monolithic black stones, uniformly dull and unremarkable in shape. Just as Jing Yuan pondered this, Minato suddenly halted. Where's Ba Chi? Minato exclaimed in alarm. Jing Yuan froze. Oh no, has Uncle Ba Chi walked into danger? Minato dashed forward instantly. Ba Chi had vanished in the blink of an eye. Jing Yuan hurried after him, and the two began searching frantically through the vast echoing first floor. Ha ha! Uncle Ba Chi, could he have gone up to the second floor? Jing Yuan panted. Minato frowned. But there's no visible entrance leading upward. Jing Yuan retorted immediately. Impossible. This floor stood 5 meters high. Did the ancients possess flight? Flight. Minato murmured, then sprinted abruptly toward the chamber's center. Jing Yuan followed without hesitation. At the exact center they looked up, and saw only open space stretching unobstructed all the way to the tower's apex. Minato seized Jing Yuan's arm and activated Flying Thunder God, vanishing instantly onto the second floor. Empty. Then the third. 4th floor, empty. 5th. 10th, empty. 11th. Where on earth has Uncle Ba Chi vanished to? Jing Yuan's lips twitched again. Even Minato looked momentarily drained. We've reached the 19th floor, huff. Flying Thunder God. As they materialized on the 20th floor, a blinding flash seared their eyes. Ha ha ha, never imagined you'd find me here, but it's already too late. Once steady, Minato and Jing Yuan finally saw what Ba Chi was doing. Ba Chi, what are you doing? Minato thundered. Ha ha ha, you needn't know. My true beloved, I'm coming for you. What? Why so slow? Has time eroded its function? Ba Chi muttered to himself, watching the device stall at 99 completion. Minato reacted instantly, though he knew not Ba Chi's intent. Apprehension came first. Minato hurled his Flying Thunder God kunai, but it hung motionless in midair, frozen as if suspended in time, utterly unable to reach Ba Chi. Not a single inch closer. Ha ha. This is a rift in space-time. Everything here stands utterly still. Without the Dragon Talisman, take even one step forward and you shall remain fixed forever, awaiting the slow, inevitable end of your lives. Thanks to that blonde shinobi, your temporal spatial chakra saved your lives. Without it, you'd have perished on the second floor. And now, thank you for your chakra. I shall ascend as emperor. Haha. As Ba Chi spoke, the ritual array surged to 100, flooding the chamber in radiant blinding light. Ah! What is this? Jing Yuan recoiled in shock. The light spilled outward, engulfing both him and Minato. Minato too staggered in astonishment. But time granted no reprieve for reflection. A violent wave of vertigo crashed over them, accompanied by a profoundly alien sensation. As the strange sensation faded, Jing Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A cacophony of noises assailed his ears. Jing Yuan opened his eyes and was stunned by the world before him. This. At the same time, Bushui Shuman also opened his eyes in shock. Damn it. You two crossed over too. Startled, Jing Yuan turned toward the voice. It was Ba. Hearing this, Bushui Shuman snapped back to reality, his face grim as he gripped the flying thunder god kunai. His expression made it clear: if you tried to flee, I'll kill you. Ba Chi immediately surrendered. Don't kill me. If you do, you'll never get back. Bushui Shuman calmed down and asked, what era is this? The surroundings bore no resemblance to Konoha, more like houses from the Warring States period. The passers-by were dressed not as ninja but as samurai. Jing Yuan grew furious. This guy was too wicked. Playing with time travel. Now look what happened. Jing Yuan wished he could take back his earlier words and slap himself twice. With that thick beard, Ba Chi didn't look trustworthy at all. Ba Chi sighed softly. Actually, I originally wanted to come to the Warring States period to find a partner. And because I've read many survival guides, I know how to refine salt. I also brought chili seeds with me and learned how to grow them. Then I'd surely become a man of high status with endless money and a person who truly loves me. Jing Yuan found it more and more absurd. Time travel. And finding true love in the Warring States period. Was he making a movie? Seeing their disbelief, Ba Chi pulled chili seeds from his bag. Look, I really don't want to do anything bad. Why else would I warn you not to go forward? Wouldn't it be better for me if you died in the Dragon Tower? I've seen through the people of our time. They only want my money and looks. No one truly cares for me. Both Jing Yuan and Bushui Shuman twitched their mouths slightly. Jing Yuan stared at Ba Chi's full beard. Good looks. Jing Yuan shuddered. That kind of handsomeness was beyond his appreciation. Bushui Shuman frowned slightly. Is it really just that? Jing Yuan was also puzzled. You were laughing like a villain earlier, and now you want to be a good man. Do you think I believe that? And your ambition is so low. Risking death to travel through time just to sell salt, grow chili peppers and marry a princess. Honestly, it didn't sound too bad. Jing Yuan thought Ba Chi could write a book. Fine. I'll tell you. Actually, I've fallen in love with someone. Ba Chi said sheepishly. Her name is Princess Luo Di. I heard her legend while traveling the ninja world. At that time I had just broken up with my 103rd little darling, and I happened to hear her story. I felt that in this world only Princess Luo Di was worthy of admiration. So I went through all kinds of hardships, obtained the key of time and traveled to this era, just to have a secluded romance with her. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched after hearing the story. Princess Luo Di would be terrified if she saw Ba Chi. After listening, Bushui Shuman also lowered his guard and put the kunai back into his ninja tool pouch. Whatever you intend, this will affect the original timeline. I won't let you disrupt the space-time. Ba Chi sighed softly. It's all that damn machine's fault. Why did it bring you two here? Sorry for ruining your dream. So how do we get back? After his sarcastic remark, Jing Yuan asked the crucial question. We need to use the 20th floor of the Dragon Tower again, along with my Dragon Jade pendant as the key to travel back to our time. Bushui Shuman frowned. Wait, why do you know so much detail? And the Dragon Jade pendant, where did you hear about it? We won't trust you easily until you explain clearly. Ba Chi looked troubled. The mysterious person told me not to tell anyone. Do you want us to kill you right here? Jing Yuan then revealed his Tsutomu Sharingan. If you don't confess honestly, you'll be trapped in Genjutsu for— Ba Chi's face filled with terror as he staggered back 2 steps. As an ordinary person, he was naturally afraid of ninja. Yet Ba Chi sighed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I hardly know anything. That person was wearing a black robe with a voice neither male nor female, about 1.6 meters tall. He told me he had found someone who would fall in love with me at first sight. Just 10 million copper coins would buy a strand of fate. It sounded unreliable, but 10 million wasn't much. I thought, why not, so I bought it. Jing Yuan was stunned. Why not? Utterly extravagant. Bushui Shuman's mouth twitched. He had initially thought there might be an evil force trying to alter history using Ba Chi as a scout. But now it seemed like nothing more than a street vendor who had stumbled upon this item and wanted to scam a fool, after all, who would believe in time travel without experiencing it. Ba Chi chuckled confidently. Don't worry. According to the book, 3 days from now Princess Luogi will be pushed off the 20th floor of the Dragon Tower by her uncle Luoji. And at that exact moment 3 people from the future will save her. This book actually predicted our arrival. Did you just make that up? Jing Yuan frowned. Bachi quickly waved his hands. No. I was wondering who the other 2 were, now it makes sense. Once we rescue Princess Luogi and show the Dragon Jade Pendant, entering the 20th floor of the Dragon Tower to return to the future will be a breeze. As for time, I don't fully understand it, but there must be a reason. Anyway, this will definitely get us back. When they set out, Bushui Sherman and Jing Yuan had brought some dry rations and water enough for 3 days. Since they had finally traveled through time once, why not experience the life? 3 days was still early. Thus the 3 of them parted ways. Fortunately, the country where Jing Yuan and his 2 companions had traveled to was a symbol of peace, so no random conflicts broke out on the streets. Even if Bachi was just an ordinary person, nothing untoward would happen in this era. He wondered if he could ever learn a time-traveling ninjutsu. If so, he would become a time ronin, letting his legends spread across various eras. Then learning the art of immortality, wouldn't that be splendid? It was so peaceful here that Jing Yuan couldn't help but think of Blue Star in his past life. Help! Suddenly a cry for help came from an alley to the right of Jing Yuan. Godfather, want we incur divine retribution for this? My son, you are too kind-hearted. You haven't seen the darkness in people's hearts. Back in the day, your godfather rose through his ruthlessness and was instantly favored by Elder Loki. In the dark alley, a woman lay unconscious on the ground while 2 men stood beside her. One was rotund with a full beard, a villainous look, older in age as if the senior. The other was strong and well-built with a handsome face, seemingly a chivalrous soul. This woman is Princess Laura's close friend. If we capture her, then Grand Elder Loki's plan will succeed, and then The older man spoke with a sinister grin. The young man wore a reluctant expression. Jing Yuan, listening nearby, twitched the corner of his mouth. Had he just transmigrated into a cliché drama? The plot would probably be something like Grand Elder Loki vying for the throne against Lori. This woman would be kidnapped by the 2 underlings to become Loki's leverage, and then someone would push Lori off a tower. Jing Yuan had already guessed the gist of it. But he had to admit, were all the girls in this era this beautiful? Alright, the next part of the plot is that I, the hero, save the beauty by taking down the 2 bandits, and then this girl will fall deeply in love with me. And then, well, as if none of my business. Why invite trouble? Moreover, according to the flow of history, if these 2 captured this girl, wouldn't the result be Lori being pushed off the 20-story tower? If he saved her, then Loki wouldn't have a tower to push her from. Besides, he wasn't sure if he could win in a fight given he didn't know their strength. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Sharingan chakra was a major handicap. So Jing Yuan turned and left without looking back. As for what happened next, there was nothing interesting to see. The novelty would fade after a while. Moreover, people in this era seemed reluctant to greet strangers, so nothing interesting happened afterward. 2.5 days later. Under the moonlight. In the darkness, Namikaze, Minato, Jing Yuan, and Bachi stood below the Dragon Tower, gazing up at the towering spire that pierced the clouds. During the day, one might not notice it immediately, but upon closer observation, the current Dragon Tower was completely different from the one Jing Yuan had seen before, like 2 separate towers. It was not as dilapidated and riddled with holes as before his transmigration. Now each level of the Dragon Tower had a massive arch ventilation opening, while the rest was solid impenetrable stone walls. Through the vents, Jing Yuan could vaguely glimpse interiors that grew more opulent toward the top. Indeed, the Dragon Tower was originally built for the royal family, so it would be unbecoming if it were too run down. Floors 1 through 19 were for the guards who usually patrolled the tower and treated any intruder as an enemy. Yet today not a single guard was seen. Who was behind this? Everyone had a good idea. This phenomenon also served as a shot in the arm for the trio. Thus the 3 silently waited without a word, anticipating the next turn of events. On the 20th floor of the Dragon Tower, a slightly plump young woman sat at a desk sorting through papers that appeared to be petitions from the people. By common sense, a princess should pay more attention to appearance, so why was she plump? In this country, plumpness was considered beautiful. In this resource-scarce nation, one's physique often indicated their family's wealth. But it wasn't that the plumper the better. For a woman 1.68 meters tall, 65 to 70 kilograms was considered ideal. This aesthetic standard seemed tailor-made for Princess Lori. Combined with the exquisite golden hair she had since birth, Princess Lori unsurprisingly became the nation's unparalleled beauty, leaving her name in history. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came at the door. Lori gently placed the papers aside and said coolly, "What is it at this hour?" In fact, each floor of the Dragon Tower had 3 or 4 rooms for dwelling. "Lori, it's me, Loki. I have an urgent matter." Is it about father? If so, please leave. I won't agree to you using the dragon force. 3 days ago, while traveling abroad, Laura's father was ambushed by the enemy country and died on the spot. The only thing brought back by the guards was the dragon jade pendant. The so-called dragon force is a mysterious power refined from royal blood, eternal for a millennium, possessing the power to transcend time. But each use requires the dragon jade pendant to activate. Loki's reason was simple: he wanted to use the dragon force to go back in time and save Laura's father. But Loki was no fool. Loki was originally the eldest son and the rightful heir to the throne, but due to discord with the former king, the position fell to Laura's father. Though Loki appeared to care about Lori on the surface, he had always coveted the throne in secret. If he were allowed to use the dragon force to go back in time, she wouldn't even know how she died. Lori, I know you're wary of me, but I'm your uncle. What bad intentions could I have? Today is the unseen century full moon. I'd like to invite you to watch the moon. If you're uneasy, you can hide the jade pendant. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Laura's mouth. Casually, she placed the dragon jade pendant in a hidden compartment under the desk. Gracefully, she stood up and walked a few steps to the door. Creak. Princess Lori, you've grown even more beautiful. You flatter me, uncle. The moment Lori opened the door, Loki's eyes quickly scanned the room, finding nothing. Then with a fawning smile, he made a gesture inviting her to step out. At this sight, Lori merely gave a cold smile and walked calmly toward the observatory platform. In truth, it was a ventilation opening meant for people to stargaze and air out in their leisure time. In front of the stargazing platform on the 20th floor of the Dragon Tower, Luo Di and Luo Ji appeared to be admiring the moonlight, but in truth neither of them had the heart for it. Both of them were sharp-minded. Eventually it was Luo Ji who spoke first. Luo Di, the wind tonight is quite boisterous, isn't it? Uncle, don't you think I know what you're thinking? I will never agree to let you return to the past. Luo Di intended to take a roundabout approach, but Luo Ji directly revealed the ultimate truth. Luo Ji frowned upon hearing this, and then snorted coldly, saying, It seems you are refusing the toast and opting for punishment instead. To be honest, your friend out there has already been captured by me. If you don't want to see her die before your eyes, hand over the jade pendant. I don't want to be too ruthless. Though Luo Di was mentally prepared for this, he still felt a jolt in his heart. However, he did not panic too much. Instead, he wore a self-deprecating expression. It seems I can only trust that guy. After all, it's all about death, so why not take a gamble? Although Luo Ji had missed the throne, she had been quietly gathering strength in the dark over the years, her power even subtly surpassing her father's. She had long known that when her father died, her own death would not be far behind. Tomorrow night, when Luo Ji calls you to admire the moon, she will force you to hand over the dragon jade pendant. At that time, if you jump off the stargazing platform, someone from the future will save you. Who are you? Why should I trust you? You can only trust me. Luo Ji looked at Luo Di's indifferent expression, and anger rose within her. If you're so stubborn, then go to hell. After all, once I cross back to the past, your bloodline will still be mine to use. Upon hearing this, Luo Di had just regained his composure when a sense of weightlessness hit him. Seeing this, Luo Di leaped and freed himself from Luo Ji's grasp. Luo Ji was startled. This guy jumped off by himself. Luo Ji was taken aback. This was the first time since Luo Di's birth that she had escaped her control. However, it was of no use. Luo Ji snorted coldly. Bring that dead girl up here and search her. Yes. Yes. Suddenly a formation rose from the central hole on the 20th floor, and 2 men appeared carrying an unconscious girl. It was indeed the 2 men who had encountered Jing Yuan that day. Teacher, she jumped down. Jing Yuan shouted immediately upon seeing this. Flying Thunder God. With a flash of golden light, Bo Feng Shui men had already returned with an unconscious girl in his arms. Truly the fastest in the ninja world. Let me see, let me see. Ba Qi was most excited and eagerly surrounded them. Jing Yuan was also curious about what the most beautiful person in this country looked like. Bo Feng Shui men gently placed Luo Di on the ground. After all, he had a girlfriend now, so he had to be careful with his words and actions, even if they were not in the same era. After observing for a moment, Jing Yuan smacked his lips. The Sparrow clan is indeed beautiful. The ancients did not deceive me. However, Jing Yuan was more concerned about when he could return. She's awake. She's awake. Ba Qi squatted down, looking at Luo Di with anticipation. Luo Di slowly opened her eyes and then froze. So handsome. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It was obvious he was talking about Bo Feng Shui men, and he hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Ba Qi. How can that not count? However, Luo Di smiled and grabbed Ba Qi's chubby face, rubbing it. Chubby is so cute. Ba Qi was first taken aback, then her eyes grew moist. You are the second woman to say I'm handsome aside from my mother. Jing Yuan was petrified on the spot. Both feng shui men also smiled slightly. If not for the time period, Ba Qi might have truly been a handsome man in ancient times. Luo Di released Ba Qi's face, struggled to sit up, and hurriedly said, I beg you, can you help me? My good friend is in their hands. Alright, we come from the future. Helping you this time is to return to our own era. We already understand the situation. Lead the way. We will have to know sooner or later, so let's clarify everything at once to avoid wasting words. Alright. I will lead the way. Luo Di stood up and hurriedly ran toward the entrance of the Dragon Tower. Jing Yuan and Ba Qi quickly followed suit. Both feng shui men looked around at the vibrant surroundings, feeling slightly puzzled. Strange. How did this place turn into a desert? But soon shui men did not think much of it, and caught up with Jing Yuan and the others. The four quickly entered the central area of the first floor of the Dragon Tower. Jing Yuan stared at the scene before him, slightly dazed. This place was not as dilapidated as in his past life, but rather full of vitality and colorful. The four stood on the stone platform in the center. Luo Di pushed a hidden compartment, and a formation was instantly completed on the stone platform. They began to ascend rapidly. Although the ascent was incredibly fast, there was no sensation of shaking, which surprised Jing Yuan and both feng shui men. Wasn't this much more comfortable than using Flying Thunder God to climb the stairs? It seemed that Ba Qi had indeed used this thing to reach the 20th floor quickly. The four soon arrived at the 20th floor, where they saw three men rummaging through a room. In the corner a girl was tied up. Luo Ji sensed that the formation had been activated, and immediately looked in the direction of Jing Yuan and the others. Strange, the guards are all on leave. Who else? You are still alive. Luo Ji was shocked to see Luo Di among the four. Humph. If I weren't alive, this country would fall into your claws. Luo Di. You should leave quickly. Why have you come back? The woman in the corner anxiously said upon seeing Luo Di return, but due to being drugged she had no strength to move. Xiaoya, I will not abandon you. Truly sisterly love. What a pity. Luo Ji grabbed the bound Xiaoya and placed a glowing white blade against her neck. However, the next second his knife was already knocked to the ground. A kunai was held to Luo Ji's neck. What? Both feng shui men said coldly in a voice filled with icy intent. Die. With three resounding thuds, Luo Ji and his two subordinates all fell. So strong. Jing Yuan thought to himself. Could he last even a second under both feng shui men's command? Xiaoya. Luo Di stepped forward and embraced the fallen Xiaoya. I am truly grateful to you all. Haha, no need for thanks, no need at all. Luo Di bowed deeply before Jing Yuan and the other two. Ba Qi replied bashfully. Jing Yuan cut straight to the point. Well then, may we return now? Of course. Of course. Luo Di immediately agreed. But won't you stay a little longer? He added wistfully. After all you've done so much for me, I wish to express my gratitude properly. Please do stay a while longer. Namikaze Minato, observing Ba Qi's comically eager yet hesitant expression, broke the awkward silence with gentle encouragement. Clearly he had been deeply unnerved earlier by Jing Yuan's Sharingan. Seeing Minato speak thus, Jing Yuan raised no objection. After all, he too longed to savor the cuisine of this era. They had rushed to return before only because uncertainty weighed heavily upon them. Now that Luo Di had given his word, there was nothing left to fret over. Very well, let us stay a while longer. I too am eager to taste the delicacies of this age. No one noticed it, but outside Longji Tower a mysterious figure clad in grey robes watched silently. A faint ripple of temporal energy shimmered around him, then he vanished into the night. At last I'm home. Jing Yuan stood before the gates of Konoha and shouted triumphantly. Minato chuckled softly, stepped forward and presented the mission authorization scroll to the gate guards. Ba Qi chose not to remain in the past, an unexpected decision that left both Jing Yuan and Minato mildly astonished. Yet wasn't that precisely who Ba Qi was? A man whose actions required no justification. The three returned to the day after their departure. With a grand sweep of his hand, Ba Qi gifted Jing Yuan and Minato 1,000,000 copper coins each. A gesture of staggering generosity. They split the sum evenly. Naturally, what they received were bank vouchers, fully functional, akin to modern debit cards. Jing Yuan froze as he accepted the money, so stunned he nearly dropped to his knees and cried. You are my god! They resolved to keep the entire affair secret. After all, time-traveling power could ignite a war unlike any history had ever known. As for the dragon talisman, Minato took custody of it, for two reasons: first, to prevent Ba Qi from acting impulsively should his judgment falter; second, to shield it from those with ill intent. Goodbye, Sensei Minato. After entering Konoha, Minato excused himself, citing a prior engagement with Kushina, and training for the day ended early. Jing Yuan paused to consider his next move. Home, he decided. Having been absent overnight, Jio Sun would surely worry, especially since it was his first such absence. Creak! Oh, Auntie-da. Just as Jing Yuan stepped inside and removed his sandals, he lifted his head, and there sat Jio-sun leisurely sipping coffee while reading the newspaper. Ah, you're back, Jing Yuan. Have you eaten? Not a trace of concern crossed Jio-sun's face, only casual inquiry. Yes, I have. He just finished a meal with Luo Di before returning, so there was no need to eat again. Oh good. Jinbi went out to play. If you get hungry, just call me. Don't you even worry about me? Jing Yuan asked, bewildered. Jio-sun burst into laughter, nearly spitting out her coffee. After swallowing, she spoke, 3 parts puzzled, 7 parts amused. So, you weren't injured? No. Jing Yuan replied, utterly speechless. Jio-sun smiled faintly, blowing gently across her coffee. It's perfectly ordinary for shinobi to be away overnight. You're already a chunin, just like me, and your teacher is none other than Jiryuzama's direct disciple. Honestly, I can scarcely imagine how likely it is that anything would happen to you. Jing Yuan reflected, and realized with a start that she was absolutely right. So, he'd been fretting over nothing. Are you speechless? Jio-sun asked, grinning as she watched him stand dumbfounded at the doorway. No, I'm practicing the golden silence. Jing Yuan pouted. Ha ha, you'll kill me laughing. She nearly spilled her coffee. Then I'll be off. Jing Yuan's lips twitched faintly as he turned toward Kakashi's place. Go on, no need to report back next time. You're an adult now. TCH. Jing Yuan sighed inwardly. This rare plea for care had ended in utter defeat. With resigned disappointment, he stepped back out the door. What did this even count as? A homecoming that never landed. He decided, Kakashi it was. Are you sure you're alright, Kakashi? You only just woke up. Yes, really, shouldn't you rest a few more days? Cough, no need. Where's Jing Yuan? Jing Yuan was discharged yesterday. Obito stared blankly as Rin and Thin Water Miyuki fussed over Kakashi. Miyuki answered calmly. I want to be discharged too. I can't fall behind him. Enough. Lie still. Your hand injury is serious, the doctor told me just now. Jing Yuan entered the ward holding a box of premium medicine. Jing Yuan, you're here. Obito beamed with genuine delight. Jing Yuan. Thin Water Miyuki exclaimed, equally thrilled. Jing Yuan, hi. Rin offered a polite greeting. Jing Yuan. Next time, I will defeat you. Kakashi, newly awakened, remained unaware that his match with Jing Yuan had ended in a draw. Jing Yuan's lips curved faintly as he took in the scene, so deeply yearned for, so vivid yet undeniably real, not a dream but truth itself. His heart swelled, joyful yet shadowed by quiet dread. What if this were all a dream? And if so, how would it end? No more bravado. Get well soon so Team 7 can reunite. This is the medicine I brought you. Take it and you'll be discharged the day after tomorrow, otherwise you'll be confined another full week. Kakashi accepted the medicine from Jing Yuan's hands, then paused, searching for words. We're friends, it's only natural. Get well soon. Jing Yuan, sensing Kakashi's unspoken gratitude, smiled and spoke first. Kakashi nodded firmly, then turned his full attention to the medicine in his palm. Kakashi, let me apply the ointment. Rin chirped cheerfully. Obito should do it. Propriety forbids contact between unmarried men and women. Jing Yuan remarked as he exited the room. From the corner of his eye he saw Rin's smile freeze mid-expression, and Obito flash him a triumphant thumbs up. Brother Obito's seal of approval. Jing Yuan's mood lifted considerably. Let's check on Fei Lu. In high spirits, Jing Yuan made his way to Fei Lu and Amamiya Asazuru's shared ward, only to find 2 immaculately made beds empty and silent. Where are Asazuru and Fei Lu? Already discharged. Well, that's no fun. So, where are they? Jing Yuan stood still, gazing at the vacant room, his thoughts suspended in quiet anticipation. Jing Yuan sat on the rooftop of the hospital, lost in thought, when suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned his head. Oh, Obito, why aren't you with Rin? What do you want with me? The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Obito. Wiping his nose, he grinned and said, I heard from Kakashi that you know a super powerful ninjutsu, the one you used to defeat Kakashi. Teach it to me, please. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan thought Obito wanted to learn the Rasengan. You want to learn it? Yes. Come, I'll teach you. Watch closely. Jing Yuan flipped over and stood up. Just jump. Bam. Obito stared at Jing Yuan in confusion. Jing Yuan burst into laughter. Just kidding. The Rasengan is too difficult. It'll teach you something else. Practicing the Rasengan required a large amount of coins to buy the necessary potions, a hefty expense for Obito's family. Moreover, Obito knew that needing to spend so much money would definitely make him reluctant to learn. Also, the third stage relied entirely on talent. Without a system, Jing Yuan wouldn't even know when he could learn it. According to the data in the Book of Formation, Obito's talent wasn't even as good as Rin's, so Jing Yuan thought the Great Fireball technique would be more suitable for Obito. Ahem, let's go with the Great Fireball technique, Jing Yuan said with a smile. After a moment of thought, Obito frowned and said, "Is there any other ninjutsu? An uncle in the clan mentioned he would teach me the Great Fireball technique soon." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan pondered slightly. He couldn't teach the Great Fireball technique. Obito looked at Jing Yuan, who was deep in thought, feeling an urgent anxiety within. Watching Kakashi and Jing Yuan grow stronger while he hadn't even fully mastered the body flicker technique, he knew he couldn't keep slacking off. "Jing Yuan, I don't want to see Rin get kidnapped while I'm powerless anymore. Please teach me a powerful ninjutsu." Looking at Obito's earnest expression, Jing Yuan felt a bit troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, it was just that he didn't have many impressive ninjutsu to teach. The Flying Thunder God Rasengan wasn't suitable for Obito, and someone was already teaching him the Great Fireball technique. Oh. Jing Yuan suddenly remembered the ninjutsu he obtained from the Dragon Tower mission with Minato Namikaze. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. This ninjutsu was strong in some ways yet weak in others. Strong enough that Minato could create thousands of shadow clones and strike the enemy severely. Weak enough that producing just 2 or 3 shurikens could be easily dealt with using kunai. Let's give it a try. After all, there's nothing better to teach. After contemplating, Jing Yuan said, "I do have a ninjutsu that's quite powerful, but its effectiveness relies entirely on your own capabilities." "Yes." Obito looked at Jing Yuan earnestly. "I will learn it well. I want to protect Rin." Jing Yuan smiled slightly and jumped down toward the hospital. A height of 8 or 9 meters was like a step for a ninja. After Jing Yuan landed effortlessly, Obito followed suit. The two quickly found a large tree next to the hospital. Jing Yuan took a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and focused slightly, then used 2 fingers to channel chakra into the shuriken. Whoosh! A sound of cutting through the air rang out. Jing Yuan quickly began to form seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken that flew out suddenly started to blur, transforming from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In just about half a second, an unremarkable shuriken became a storm of shurikens. Don't underestimate shurikens. If one doesn't dodge or has no special protection, these 32 shurikens are enough to kill any ordinary person. The 32 shurikens quickly pierced into the trunk of a tree arranged neatly. Wow! Such a powerful ninjutsu! How did you learn this, Jing Yuan? Obito stared in shock at the tree riddled with shuriken wounds. Jing Yuan calmly dispelled the shuriken shadow clone technique. As a puff of white smoke dispersed, the shuriken remained stuck in the tree. Jing Yuan stepped forward, took the shuriken, and placed it back into his ninja tool pouch. Jing Yuan mused. "I happened to see the third Hokage use this ninjutsu, remembered it secretly, and practiced it until I mastered it. I just learned it a few days ago." After a moment of thought, Obito grasped Jing Yuan's shoulders and said earnestly, "Jing Yuan, I want to learn this ninjutsu." Jing Yuan felt a bit troubled. This ninjutsu was given to him by the system, and teaching it wasn't easy. Ding, triggering option task. Option 1, this ninjutsu is simple, just jump and you'll learn it. Reward Obito's disdain. Option 2, thoughtfully teach Obito and help him learn the shuriken shadow clone technique. Reward, ninja fragment. Option 3, Obito, I see you have the potential of a great emperor, so go find Minato Namikaze. You will definitely learn the shuriken shadow clone technique. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Reward, excellent ninja fragment. Jing Yuan pondered whether this was the right thing to do. However, he only thought for 0.003 seconds before deciding to pass Obito off to Minato. If he taught Obito himself, he would have to teach for quite a while, and besides, he couldn't teach well. The two might not learn it even after a year, and Minato and Obito would eventually meet. They were both ninjas with great potential. The yellow flash that fell into darkness, you have nowhere to run. Obito looked at Jing Yuan, who was lost in thought, puzzled, and waved his hand in front of him to bring him back to reality. Jing Yuan. Obito, I'm really not good at teaching people. Why don't you go find teacher Minato instead? Jing Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he truly couldn't teach. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining excellent ninja fragment. Minato Namikaze. Isn't he? Jing Yuan's guiding jonin. It might not be good for me to go learn ninjutsu from him. Obito scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. What's wrong with that? Tomorrow we won't have any missions, so you can come train with us. I'll explain everything to you then. Jing Yuan patted his chest, assuring him. Really? Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would I lie to you? Obito was instantly thrilled. Minato Namikaze was a disciple of Jiraiya. If given the choice, he would certainly prefer Minato to teach him. Because Minato knew more and stronger ninjutsu. Jing Yuan felt a twinge of guilt for passing the responsibility to Minato, but he quickly let it go. After all, they were all training together, having one more person didn't matter. Fire release, great fireball. Jing Yuan leaped backward, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, then expelled a fireball roughly a meter in diameter from his mouth, hurtling toward the renegade Suna ninja who was their mission target. The fireball surged with ferocious momentum, casting a fiery glow across Jing Yuan's face. The renegade ninja quickly retreated upon seeing it. Then he rapidly hurled two shuriken. The fireball exploded upon striking the sand, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The Suna ninja vanished from Jing Yuan's sight. Jing Yuan knew well that losing sight of one's opponent in battle was extremely dangerous, so he fixed his gaze and activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Then he saw two shuriken bursting out from the smoke. His expression hardened as his right hand swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Clang clang. With two metallic clashes, Jing Yuan, relying on his three-tomo Sharingan, easily deflected the shuriken. But the deflected shuriken were suddenly connected by two chakra threads. As the dust settled, the renegade Suna ninja had two chakra threads emerging from the palms of his hands, linking to the two shuriken. Jing Yuan immediately sensed danger and swiftly turned to find the two shuriken manipulated by the chakra threads attacking him from exceedingly tricky angles. Unfazed, Jing Yuan used his left hand to throw a shuriken toward one of the puppet shuriken, while the kunai in his right hand parried the other. Clang clang clang. Thanks to his three-tomo Sharingan, Jing Yuan did not fall at a disadvantage, and the two were locked in a stalemate for a time. The Suna ninja poured all his effort into control, intending to swiftly subdue Jing Yuan and then support his comrades. Though Jing Yuan appeared at ease, he was actually suffering greatly. The attack interval of these puppet shuriken was extremely short, leaving him unable to break free and form seals. He could only barely ensure his safety by relying on high-intensity use of the three-tomo Sharingan. His mission was to stall this renegade ninja, so he had deliberately exposed the weakness at the start, wanting to keep the opponent engaged in battle and prevent him from reuniting with his allies. But now he had thrust himself into a bitter struggle. Damn it! If only I had the Mangekyo. Jing Yuan was hard-pressed to cope, for the puppet shuriken did not attack from a single direction. Whenever a shuriken disappeared from his field of view, he had to divert his attention to his surroundings. Just as Jing Yuan fell into peril, two chakra threads were suddenly severed. Ha! Take this! Kakashi and Filia were suddenly teleported in by Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God. Quickly assessing the situation, they swiftly cut the chakra threads, rescuing Jing Yuan from his predicament. Jing Yuan, are you alright? You did well. Minato Namikaze, clutching 6 Flying Thunder God kunai, stared intently at the renegade Suna ninja, speaking with unwavering vigilance. Ha. A bit tired, nothing serious. Jing Yuan let out a deep breath and deactivated his Sharingan. Good. Now it's his turn. Minato Namikaze instantly hurled the 6 Flying Thunder God kunai around the renegade ninja, who immediately realized his predicament. You killed Ku. Damn it. They'll make you pay. The renegade ninja quickly pulled out the scroll from his back. He bit his thumb, then began forming hand seals. Summoning. Yet showing a casting animation before the yellow flash of the ninja world. Foolish beyond measure. Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze swiftly hurled 3 shuriken toward the renegade Suna ninja. The speed was too fast for anyone to react. Rasengan. In an instant, Minato Namikaze vanished from his spot and appeared behind the Suna ninja the next second. Wah! Boom! Minato Namikaze struck the renegade ninja's back with a Rasengan, causing the skin to split open. Then Minato Namikaze immediately performed a spinning kick, sending the renegade ninja flying toward Filyu. A puppet master bereft of puppets is like a tiger without its fangs. All threat is gone. Water stream slash. A massive amount of water chakra suddenly erupted around Filyu, coalescing onto his scabbard. With one slash. Filyu was very mindful of his force, using the back of the blade to strike the renegade ninja's back. The Suna ninja was instantly knocked to the ground. Duh. Damn it. Fast, extremely fast. The combined assault of the two took less than 2 seconds. And there was absolutely no room to dodge. Don't move. Kakashi calmly pressed the white fang against the neck of the renegade Suna ninja, who was writhing in pain on the ground, and spoke flatly. Soon Minato Namikaze knocked the renegade ninja unconscious and bound him with rope. Afterward, Minato frowned slightly. Strange. This guy. Why does he have no body heat? By now Jing Yuan had recovered somewhat and stepped forward to examine. Kakashi and Filia were also a bit puzzled. How could a living person have no body heat? Filia wondered. Could it be that he cultivated some kind of sinister technique that eliminated his body heat? Kakashi remained silent, deep in thought. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow as well. Although he had encountered many opponents, he had never seen one without body heat. For the time being he couldn't come to a conclusion. Though it was only a matter of body temperature, and seemed inconsequential, Jiraiya had taught him that any anomaly in battle must be treated with caution, otherwise it could cost him his life. But a faint smile curled at the corner of Jing Yuan's mouth. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Beep, emergency option triggered. Please make a decision within 1 minute, host. Option 1, it's just a body temperature issue, nothing major. Let's quickly go back and hand in the mission. Reward complete funeral package. Option 2, quickly tell everyone to run away. Reward legendary ninja fragment. Jing Yuan was taken aback. The system, which hadn't appeared for so long, suddenly resurrected and even offered a complete funeral package. But trusting the system was definitely the right move. Minato Namikaze frowned deeply. Strange. This puppet is getting hotter and hotter. Jing Yuan snapped out of his daze, his heart jolting as he had already guessed the general idea. He shouted urgently. Fall back. Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned, then reacted with incredible speed. He threw a flying thunder god kunai into the distance and grabbed Kakashi, Jing Yuan, and Filyu. The three were about to retreat when they were suddenly seized by Minato Namikaze. After a dizzying sensation, the four of them had already appeared 100 meters away, and then they heard a mushroom cloud rising from where they had just stood. Dust was thrown over 10 meters high. Jing Yuan broke out in a cold sweat from fright. This was the closest he had ever come to death. From now on, if anyone says explosion is art, he would knock their head off. Huh. After releasing the three-wave wind, Water Gate half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. That was too close. Kakashi and Fei Lu were momentarily stunned. The area around the explosion just now had turned pitch black within a 10-meter radius, making it hard to imagine the consequences of being caught in it. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Their teacher was Wave Wind Water Gate. Suddenly, two piercing sounds cut through the air. Kakashi reacted quickly, drawing out his white fangs and looking towards the source of the sound. Two shurikens were flying in from a distance. Jing Yuan recalled the scene just now where he was ambushed by a shuriken and quickly moved in front of Kakashi, activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan and drawing kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The two shurikens came fiercely and Jing Yuan stood in front of everyone, the 3 tomos in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. If the explosion was caused by that rogue ninja, then who threw these shurikens? Clang, clang, clang. With a series of sharp metallic sounds, the two incoming shurikens were intercepted by Jing Yuan using his kunai. They fell to the ground. Jing Yuan quickly picked up the two shurikens and stored them in his ninja tool pouch. Confiscated. Wave Wind Water Gate immediately turned to the direction from which the shurikens had come, taking a fighting stance, but suddenly felt a sharp pain and half knelt on the ground. Wave Wind Water Gate grit his teeth, looking at his right foot, which had now become tattered, revealing a purple sole. It's poisoned. It was from that earlier rogue ninja. Teacher Watergate. Kakashi looked over at the cry of pain, then turned to Watergate with a face full of concern. Wave Wind Watergate's face turned grim as he realized the toxin had paralyzed his chakra, rendering him unable to use ninjutsu. Geek. Your battle experience is far inferior to mine. Being proud of defeating a mere puppet. You shall pay the price for your ignorance. A ninja wrapped in bandages suddenly emerged from the sand, and his sinister laughter chilled the air. Hey, you bamboo pole mummy over there, what are you babbling about? Are you going to fight or not? Fei Lu stepped forward, planting his katana into the ground, looking mockingly at the rogue ninja. Pfft. Jing Yuan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The mummy looked a bit intimidating, but it was so thin that its ribs were visible. The nickname bamboo pole really suited him well. Humph. You brats, I initially planned to kill you directly, but it seems I should properly torment you first. Suddenly a massive amount of chakra erupted from the mummy as it opened its mouth and roared. The chaotic chakra around it began to organize. Gradually 13 chakra threads began to dance in the air. The mummy's fingertips extended chakra threads and 3 more emerged from its mouth. Just watch, soon you will be killing each other, and that will surely excite me. 13 chakra threads surged towards Kakashi, Jing Yuan, and Fei Lu. It seemed he intended to control Kakashi, Jing Yuan, and Fei Lu like puppets. However, he was destined to be disappointed. This is where you meet your end. Unbeknownst to him, Wave Wind Water Gate had already appeared behind the rogue ninja. The kunai swung down. The mummy's head flew high into the air. In its final moments, the mummy's face was frozen in a twisted smile, seemingly unaware that it was already dead. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and took out the mission report, which contained information about this rogue ninja. Specializes in puppet techniques and poisons. It is advisable to carry antidotes. Thanks to this intel, Aogong Qianzhu has made a great contribution. Jing Yuan smiled slightly. Before departing he had gone to Aogong Qianzhu to buy antidotes, gambling that the antidote from Qianzhu's family could counteract this puppet master's poison. Their earlier bluster was also meant to draw the puppet master's attention, while buying more time for Wave-Wind Watergate. As it turned out, their gamble had paid off. In early July, 40 years of Konoha, Jing Yuan and the others had just returned from their mission. This mission had lasted more than 10 days, and every detail in planning to find the rogue ninja required careful consideration. After completing the village return procedures, Wave-Wind Watergate joked, "This antidote is really effective. Without it the consequences would have been unimaginable. I thought that rogue ninja would have been dealt with, but it turned out to be just a puppet." Kakashi muttered as he walked. Fei Lu remained silent, his head down as if lost in thought. Jing Yuan wiped his nose and smiled. "This is the first time I've completed an A-rank mission. If an A-rank mission is this dangerous, how perilous must an S-rank mission be?" Wave-Wind Watergate smiled warmly. "You still have a long road ahead of you. Completing an A-rank mission at just 7 years old is quite impressive." Before long the four separated. This mission had been exhausting, and Jing Yuan longed to sleep the entire afternoon. As Jing Yuan strolled through the shopping street, he couldn't help but remember the first time he met Qianzhu, thinking she was a cute girl back then. Thinking back now, Jing Yuan felt incredibly awkward. Why am I suddenly recalling such an embarrassing moment? No, I need to buy an ice cream to cool down. In summer, ice cream is definitely a must-have for cooling off. Sitting in the shade after training with a tangy ice cream is a delightful thought. Jing Yuan skillfully made his way to the nearest convenience store, remembering that he had bought the balloon for practicing the spiral sphere here before. As Jing Yuan took a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces. It was Rin and Obito. Jing Yuan instantly felt excited. It had been over 10 days since he last saw Obito, and he missed him a bit. At that moment, Obito and Rin were laughing and joking in front of the convenience store. "Uchiha Obito, from today on you are a genin. Respect your elders, work hard, and strive to become a pillar of Konoha in the future." At that moment, Obito was lowering his voice to imitate the way people spoke in the mountains, making Rin laugh heartily. "Hee Rinchin, do I sound like them?" Obito had already replaced his goggles with a forehead protector, proving that he was now a genin. Jing Yuan was not surprised by this. Obito had been training with Jing Yuan and Wave-Wind Watergate for several months. Although he didn't go on missions with them, he never missed out on regular training. Obito had developed a strong foundation, and becoming a genin was a foregone conclusion. Although Wave-Wind Watergate played a significant role, Obito's efforts should not be underestimated. "Mr. Dai 2, as your early graduation gift, let me treat you to some ice cream." Lin clasped her hands together and smiled. Her smile was so healing that Dai 2 was utterly captivated. "What are you waiting for? Let's go, Mr. Dai 2. Lin laughed, and took Dai 2's hand, leading him into the convenience store. The corner of Jing Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. He could see a hint of affection in Lin's eyes. "Huh. Wait, didn't I come here for ice cream? Why am I being fed dog food instead?" Jing Yuan was taken aback, then realized he had just been force-fed a romantic scene. Jing Yuan shook his head and walked into the convenience store as well. But as soon as he entered, he saw Lin and Dai 2 wearing troubled expressions. "Huh?" Jing Yuan was puzzled. They were fine just a moment ago, so what happened now? "What's the matter?" he asked with some confusion. The clerk was an old acquaintance of Jing Yuan's, since he often came to buy things. Slightly helpless, the clerk said, "These two kids just picked up a stick of ice cream that costs 160 copper coins. They don't have enough money and are a bit embarrassed." Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. 160 copper coins. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen only costs 3 copper coins. What kind of ice cream could possibly be worth 160 copper coins? "What ice cream is so expensive?" Jing Yuan frowned slightly. "Well, it's snow cake, you know. It's been very popular lately. It's made from the purest snow in the land of snow, soft and smooth with a refreshing taste," the clerk said with a dreamy expression. "Is it really that good? Give me 2 sticks and I'll pay for the one they have as well." Jing Yuan was a bit speechless. He wanted to see just how tasty this ice cream was. He tossed a small pouch of copper coins to the clerk. 500 copper coins. Keep the change." "Sure thing." The clerk immediately pocketed the coins without counting. He knew Jing Yuan was generous and wouldn't cheat a small shopkeeper. The clerk went to the freezer and took out 2 bags of ice cream. Jing Yuan took them and handed one to Dai 2, who looked at him with gratitude. Jing Yuan rarely used gold coins anymore, as his daily expenses for medicine, food, clothing, and housing were all covered by his mission rewards. He also understood that too many gold coins in circulation would cause inflation. Scarcity gives value after all. As for the gold coins produced by his summoning beast, they were stored in chakra form. "Jing Yuan, thank you so much. I never expected this ice cream to be so expensive." Dai Tu looked at Jing Yuan with deep gratitude. It's nothing. A small favor. Jing Yuan didn't show much emotion. For him it truly was a trivial matter. Now he was more interested in the ice cream in his own hand. Lin thanked Jing Yuan and took the first bite. The packaging was made of paper that felt pleasant to the touch and didn't absorb moisture. A gentle tear opened it easily. One bite revealed a dense sweet and refreshing coolness. The outer layer was a soft cream with a texture resembling snow, very cool, perfect for the heat, and it didn't hurt the teeth. A deep bite released a cool white liquid cream inside, sweet and delicious. Eating the whole stick didn't cause the back of the head to ache from the cold. Good stuff, Jing Yuan thought. It was indeed impressive, with a texture far superior to ordinary ice cream. But if he had to buy a second one, he absolutely wouldn't be that fool. Although it was delicious, 160 copper coins still wasn't worth it. Perhaps some wealthy families would buy it for the texture, but Jing Yuan still preferred little white ice. 2 bags for 1 copper coin. He had come to buy little white ice, which had been his savior last summer. It's really good. Right. I was just as amazed when I first tried it. The clerk's eyes sparkled at Jing Yuan's reaction. He had been worried about not selling this ice cream, and now a customer had appeared. So wouldn't you like a few more? The clerk asked hopefully. No thanks. I prefer little white ice. This ice cream is too good for me, Jing Yuan said with a wry smile. He wasn't foolish enough to spend 160 copper coins on a single ice cream. Little white ice, huh? The clerk looked troubled. What's wrong? Jing Yuan asked, puzzled by the clerk's awkward expression. To be honest, little white ice was discontinued a few days ago. I don't have any stock left either. Jing Yuan was stunned. Why? They were selling so well. Why did they suddenly stop production? The clerk shook his head slightly. I don't know either, but according to the explanation from the land of snow, the hygiene of little white ice didn't meet standards. Jing Yuan frowned. Little white ice has been sold for so many years. They must have made a lot of money. Couldn't they afford a clean production facility? I wouldn't know about that. The clerk sighed softly. Then give me another kind of ice cream. Jing Yuan was a bit helpless, but he could only wait for little white ice to make a comeback. In the meantime, he'd have to find another way to beat the heat. The clerk still looked troubled. What is it? Don't tell me you only have snow cake. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. Well, maybe. It's exactly as you said. Apart from snow cake, all other ice creams have been discontinued. The clerk sighed helplessly. Jing Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The sudden disappearance of an entire category of products. He couldn't believe there was no foul play. Dai Tu and Lin also snapped out of their daze. What? Is little white ice gone too? Jing Yuan's mouth twitched again. They hadn't been listening to him at all. Kids, I'm sorry to tell you, but the only ice cream I can get is snow cake. I'm truly sorry. Jing Yuan lowered his head in contemplation. Konoha could not be without little white ice, just as the West could not be without Jerusalem. He had to investigate what was going on. An entire category of products disappearing except for one brand. It was bound to raise suspicion. But Jing Yuan had no leads at the moment, so he could only bid farewell to Dai Tu and Lin and head home. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Jio-sun sitting in front of a fan, fanning himself with a hand fan. Jing Yuan, you're back. Close the door quickly. It's unbearably hot. Jing Yuan was puzzled. Was it really that hot? He had been using chakra to resist the heat, but it was exhausting, which was why he wanted to buy ice cream. As soon as he stopped circulating chakra, a wave of hot air hit him and beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Why is it so hot? Jing Yuan quickly took off his jacket, revealing his t-shirt, and joined Jio-sun in front of the electric fan. But it was still hot. No way. I can't stand it. I must bring back little white ice. It's so hot. Sanshui sat under the shade of a large tree in the yard, waving his hand to create some breeze, but it was still very hot, and his face was flushed. Li Ji licked his fur and said, I'm not that hot actually, because the chakra within me is quite thick, making it easy to resist the heat. There's no ice cream left, I'm sorry. I went to many shops, but there's no ice cream. I'm about to faint. Sanshui wailed against the tree trunk. Li Ji felt somewhat helpless, but there was nothing to be done. 40 degrees Celsius felt like a furnace. Thud. Suddenly Sanshui really collapsed to the ground. Hey, are you really fainting? Li Ji was taken aback. He stepped forward and felt Sanshui's forehead. The temperature is just right, I could fry an egg. Let me see. Where is the cumin? Jing Yuan darted between the rooftops as a true man never takes the straight path. Then he suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance of frying eggs. Wait, who is frying eggs? Jing Yuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. He looked in the direction of the smell and discovered it was indeed Sanshui's house. Sanshui is cooking. Perfect. He'll grab a bite first before heading to the land of snow. Jing Yuan quickly jumped near Sanshui's house, nimbly entering a small alley and climbing over the wall. He coughed as he walked through the front door. As soon as he landed, Jing Yuan saw a black cat wearing sunglasses frying eggs, skillfully flipping them. Li Ji, you can fry eggs too. I thought it was Sanshui doing it. Li Ji casually tossed the cumin bottle and raised his sunglasses, then pointed to the ground beside Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan looked over in confusion and discovered Sanshui collapsed on the ground, suffering from heat stroke. Sanshui! He exclaimed, quickly crouching down to check on her. Seeing Sanshui in such bad condition, Jing Yuan realized that staying like this could be dangerous. This wasn't something a healing technique could fix. It wasn't an injury, it was a debuff. Jing Yuan was instantly furious and glared at Li Ji, saying, Li Ji, why didn't you take her to the hospital? Li Ji turned off the fire and used a fork to scoop out the eggs. It's already past 3 time for some tea. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He stuffed a military ration pill into his mouth and hoisted Sanshui onto his back, setting off toward the land of snow. At this time the Konoha hospital was overcrowded and such scenes were unfolding across the ninja world. After all, this year featured a rare scorching summer. Ninjas were hospitalized due to the heat, let alone ordinary people. The land of snow was a small island nation. One must take a boat to get there. Due to the massive disappearance of ice cream, many people wanted to go to the land of snow to see what was going on. Thus, in these past few days, the land of snow had unexpectedly become a tourist spot. The perennial snow made the area very cool, which was an indispensable reason. The goal this time was the border of the land of fire. Jing Yuan had marked many flying thunder god seals during his previous missions. This way he wouldn't have to waste days going back and forth while traveling. This was also the secret to how Minato Namikaze swiftly completed tasks. However, Jing Yuan's chakra was limited. Carrying Sanshui meant each teleportation couldn't exceed 10 kilometers, or else he risked chakra exhaustion. Running out of chakra in the wild was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Jing Yuan would stop and rest after each teleportation. However, they had just reached the border of the land of fire by dusk. That was quite fast. As for why he didn't call Minato Namikaze first, ninjas couldn't leave the village without permission. Going through the application process would take too long and Sanshui was already overheated. Additionally, Jing Yuan couldn't guarantee that Minato would accompany him, and the longer they stayed, the more danger Sanshui faced. Besides, Jing Yuan was already very confident in his current strength. Just relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he had enough confidence to escape if he couldn't win. Jing Yuan quickly arrived at the port carrying the unconscious Sanshui. Though referred to as a port, there were no cruise ships or anything like that. Those were under the control of the feudal lords. This unnamed port was designated for civilians, and the boats inside belonged to private ownership. There was no order, but almost no one was causing trouble. Because if this port were to disappear, it would become difficult for civilians to set sail. So besides a few fools, no one would cause a ruckus. Surrounding boats were filled with people, leaving only one in the middle unoccupied. Jing Yuan found it strange. Despite occupying the best position and being the largest boat, no one sat in it. Other boats were about 5 meters long, while this one measured a full 10 meters, complete with a smaller canopy. It could provide shelter from the rain. Jing Yuan quickly approached the boatman, who was scraping fish scales, seemingly preparing to have fish for dinner. Hey, are you taking passengers? Jing Yuan held Sanshui on his back with one hand and patted the boatman's shoulder with his right hand. The boatman was startled, but when he saw it was a passenger, he immediately put on a smile. He hurriedly put down the fish and the knife, rubbing his hands together with a smile. These 2 esteemed guests, we are about to set sail. Please head onto the boat and wait. Well, depart promptly at 7 o'clock. Jing Yuan's keen hearing suddenly picked up the murmurs of people around him. When he looked over, he found them whispering and pointing in this direction. A bad premonition arose in Jing Yuan's heart. It seemed there was a problem with this boat. Hey, esteemed guest, what's wrong? Please board. The boatman maintained his previous smile, but under the dying light of the setting sun it appeared somewhat sinister. Jing Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Nothing, just asking how much it costs to ride the boat. The boatman was taken aback, then chuckled and replied, 100 copper coins, 100 copper coins. Jing Yuan took out a small pouch containing exactly 100 copper coins, tossed it to the boatman, and then boarded the boat with Sanshui. The boatman tossed the pouch in his hand, grinning wickedly as he hung it on his waist. 2 little kids, hee, the business has begun. Jing Yuan laid Sanshui down on the boat and began to refine his chakra. The man on the boat remained silent, simply sitting there in meditation, appearing to be a ninja as well. The boatman, however, was quite talkative. Haha, gentlemen, at this time heading to the land of snow, perhaps it's to escape the heat, right? The land of snow is a wonderful place, picturesque and delightful. It also produces delicious ice cream. Oh, just thinking about the ice cream from the land of snow makes my mouth water. Unfortunately, it seems they are not selling it right now. What a pity, you've made me hungry just talking about it. By the way, you gentlemen haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's start a fire and have some soup, haha soup. I'm quite renowned for my soup-making skills around here, it'll surely be delicious. The boatman stopped rowing, pulled up the oars and took out a large iron plate, a spoon, a bowl, a grill, a big pot, some seasonings and firewood from a hidden compartment. This made Jing Yuan doubt whether he could pull out a toilet from that hidden compartment. The boatman took out a cleaned fish from the fish basket at the front of the boat, and scooped up some water from a nearby bucket. Chopped green onions, ginger slices, star anise, and cilantro, all neatly packed in small bags. I don't eat cilantro. Just as the boatman was focused on cooking the fish soup, the man in black, who had been silent, finally spoke. The boatman was taken aback, then laughed. Oh, how can we get rid of the fishy smell without cilantro? I have my secret seasoning for you picky eaters. The boatman took out a small plastic bag from his waist. Inside was a substance that looked like flour. Jing Yuan quietly activated his 3-mo Sharingan. He clearly saw that the seemingly clean powder contained some wriggling small insects. This boatman was indeed suspicious. But Jing Yuan didn't expose him, he wanted to see what tricks the boatman could play. Soon the fish soup was ready. The boatman cheerfully held a bowl and began to ladle out the fish soup. Hey, here comes the fish soup. He first served a bowl to the man in black. The man in black took it, blew on it, and took a sip. This soup tastes really good. Drinking soup on a boat is quite nice. The boatman served a bowl of fish soup to Jing Yuan, and before him appeared a system multiple choice question. Option 1, drink this bowl of fish soup. Rewards, ordinary ninja fragment, you will definitely regret this. Option 2, throw the bowl on the ground and say pick up the bowl. Rewards, excellent ninja fragment. Option 3, you dare to scheme against me. I will destroy you. Rewards, Yilua's special Q. Jing Yuan smiled. It turned out that the man in black was named Yilua. As for the boatman with a face full of stubble, his name was also Yilua, and Jing Yuan immediately dipped the bowl in tomato sauce. The boatman noticed Jing Yuan hesitating to take the fish soup and looked puzzled but still smiled. What's wrong? Jing Yuan casually accepted the fish soup, staring at it in deep thought. Does this sleepy little girl want some? Should I serve her a bowl? No need, we brought our own food. Just as the boatman was about to say something more, Yilua had already finished the entire bowl. Boatman, another bowl please. Alright. What's your name, boatman? You make such good fish soup, you should open a restaurant. After finishing the soup, Yilua also began to chat. The boatman laughed while ladling soup. Running a boat is much easier than running a restaurant, and who drinks fish soup in this hot weather? My name is Shanjia, I'm the most famous boatman in this area. Heroes don't mention past glories. Yilua took the served fish soup, blew on it, and started drinking. Suddenly an unexpected event occurred. Splash. Jing Yuan suddenly overturned the fish soup onto the boat's board, splashing soup everywhere. The bowl rolled to the boatman's feet. Pick up the bowl. Ding, obtained excellent ninja fragment. The boatman was taken aback. This guest, is this fish soup not to your taste? Pick up the bowl. Jing Yuan suddenly shouted, startling both Yilua and the boatman. Yilua frowned slightly. Little brother, that's quite rude. If you don't want to drink, you can just sleep. Jing Yuan, however, ignored Yilua and instead smiled at the boatman who was picking up the bowl. I'm quite cautious, I won't drink anything unsafe. How about you try a sip first, boatman? The boatman looked displeased, calculating that the medicine would take effect soon, but he needed to get him to drink the soup quick. Yilua frowned slightly. You little brat, I've been drinking for so long, and nothing has happened to me. You're slandering a good person. The boatman forced a smile and ladled out a bowl of soup. Watch closely, cough cough, I'll drink it. Drinking soup is such a wonderful thing. The boatman raised the bowl to drink quietly, slipping an antidote into his mouth in the blind spot of the two. Gulp gulp. Ha. See, nothing happened, right? Oh, you're just too paranoid. The boatman didn't realize how ridiculous his little moves were under Jing Yuan's Sharingan. After finishing, the boatman hurriedly served Jing Yuan a bowl of soup. However, Jing Yuan hesitated to take it, simply looking at him with amusement. Drink it, drink it. This soup is so good. Oh, just one sip, you'll know how good it is. Drink it, hurry up and drink. What's going on? My head feels so dizzy. Just as the two were in a stalemate, the effects of the medicine had already started to take effect on Yilua. Yilua suddenly collapsed to the ground, weak, and flushed his eyes hazy. Jing Yuan merely watched with a mysterious smile at the boatman. Drink. Drink. Drink it for me. Why aren't you drinking? Not drinking, it's pointless to think about living. The boatman, realizing his plot had been exposed, suddenly became furious and threw the bowl at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan easily caught it and threw it back, splashing soup all over the boatman. The boatman abruptly pulled out a knife from the hidden compartment and swung it at Jing Yuan. However, Jing Yuan suddenly appeared behind the boatman. He had already marked him with the flying thunder god before stepping onto the boat. The boatman watched as the person in front of him suddenly vanished, cold sweat pouring down his back. Then he saw a hole in his stomach with a kunai stuck inside. Damn. Damn. The intense pain caused the boatman to lose his ability to fight, collapsing to the ground. Blood stained the boat's board. Jing Yuan clapped his hands and hummed. He had taken matters into his own hands. Just as Jing Yuan thought it was over, he heard a voice that made his face flush. Ha! So hot. The fallen Yilua suddenly turned over and took off his outer coat. Yilua took off her black coat, revealing a light blue t-shirt underneath. Due to the previous confinement, her t-shirt was now almost soaked with sweat. Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This boatman didn't know what kind of drugs he had taken, seemingly having aphrodisiac effects. It seems he usually did good deeds, so today he was ridding the world of harm. No wonder no one boarded his boat. This guy was probably like him, experiencing a boat ride for the first time. Jing Yuan flipped the boatman's corpse over, rummaging through his clothes. Finally he found a small bottle of pills. It seemed that the boatman had just taken this kind of thing. Jing Yuan activated his Sharingan to check once more, confirming it was correct before opening the vial. As soon as he opened the small vial, a strong medicinal smell surged out. Jing Yuan smacked his lips. This boatman had some skills, but unfortunately his intentions were foul. He poured out a small pill which indeed looked like the one the boatman had eaten. Jing Yuan also found 200 copper coins on the boatman's body, and after confirming there was nothing else, he tossed the corpse into the sea to feed the fish. After eating fish for so long, it was time to give back to nature. After storing the copper coins, Jing Yuan took out an antidote, and walked over to the fleshed Yilua lying on the ground. He pinched her cheek to pry her mouth open. As the pill entered her mouth, Yilua immediately fell unconscious. Jing Yuan thought he was done when Sanshui beside him began to groan again. His lips twitched slightly, but he then walked over to Sanshui. He crouched down, and placed his hand on her forehead. This time it took twice as long as before to stabilize her. This was why Jing Yuan didn't dare to delay. The more times he stabilized her, the more chakra and time it required. If the chakra fell short, Sanshui would be in danger. This summer was indeed a bit strange. Normally a simple heat stroke shouldn't cause prolonged unconsciousness. After settling Sanshui, Jing Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just getting dark outside. Jing Yuan looked at the two people lying on the ground and fell into contemplation. Who would row the boat? It seemed these two guys were unreliable. Suddenly Jing Yuan remembered seeing Jiraiya rowing a boat with a Rasengan in a TV show from his past life. Strange knowledge gained. With the mindset of giving it a try, Jing Yuan rubbed a Rasengan with his right hand. Under the starry sky, Jing Yuan's Rasengan emitted a faint blue glow, looking very beautiful. Jing Yuan steeled himself, and placed the Rasengan on the sea's surface. However, it only splashed water all over his face. It seems anime really deceives people. Jing Yuan wiped the water off his face with his sleeve and then prepared to summon 2 shadow clones to row the boat. As for himself, if he could let the clones do the work, why should he do it himself? The land of snow was not far from the land of fire, taking about a day to reach. Just as Jing Yuan was about to form seals, he was suddenly startled by a mysterious sound. Woo! A huge sound wave emanated from the seabed. The originally pitch black sea surface became even darker. Jing Yuan's heart sank. Looking at the suddenly darkened sea around him, he swallowed hard. Years of experience told him that there was a massive creature beneath the boat. Jing Yuan looked at the blood water around the boat, which hadn't dissipated yet. He realized that this blood water had attracted the monster. Jing Yuan hadn't finished speaking when the huge shadow suddenly sped towards the sea surface not far from the boat. Why did it leave? Is it not because of the blood water? Jing Yuan was taken aback. In his past life he suffered from deep sea phobia, and it was the same in this world. If he were to fight while carelessly seeing the pitch-black deep sea, his combat effectiveness would likely drop significantly. Fortunately, it seemed to show no hostility. Otherwise, Jing Yuan would feel quite uncertain about a fight. Woo! A loud buzzing sound came. That sound was similar to the whale calls Jing Yuan had heard in his past life. Splash! As the sound of splashing against the sea surface rang out. Under the moonlight, a blue unicorn whale slowly surfaced. The moonlight shone on its back, making it appear as if countless diamonds were sparkling under the moonlight. Woo! Another call sounded. After hearing it, Jing Yuan felt a tinge of sadness. Do unicorn whales also have troubles? Before long, that unicorn whale slowly approached Jing Yuan's boat. Jing Yuan was startled. Did this unicorn whale want to attack them? However, moments later the unicorn whale steadied itself beside the boat. It emitted a mournful cry. As the unicorn whale approached, Jing Yuan could see clearly. What appeared to be countless diamonds on its back were actually clusters of barnacles. Jing Yuan swallowed hard, a blessing for those with trypophobia. He suddenly understood. This unicorn whale must have been tormented by barnacles seeking help. In his past life, whales were also troubled by barnacles. Unexpectedly, the unicorn whale in this world couldn't escape its fate either. Jing Yuan felt a deep sympathy for the unicorn whale's mournful cries. Jing Yuan stood at the edge of the boat. He wrapped his hands in chakra and gently pulled off 2 barnacles. Once the barnacles were removed, the skin revealed was already in a terrible condition from the torment. Ah, how pitiful. Just as Jing Yuan wanted to continue, he realized he was too short to reach the barnacles at the back. With no other choice, Jing Yuan attached chakra to the soles of his feet and stood on the sea surface. Suppressing his fear, he slowly stood on the back of the unicorn whale. Jing Yuan took a deep breath and began to pull off the barnacles one by one. Before long, he had cleared most of them. However, Jing Yuan accidentally touched a wound on the unicorn whale. Woo! The sudden cry of the unicorn whale startled Jing Yuan, causing him to lose his balance and fall into the sea. Ah! Before he finished speaking, Jing Yuan felt a choking sensation. In an instant, his nose and mouth were filled with seawater. Ignoring the feeling of suffocation, Jing Yuan frantically swam upwards with a dog paddle but couldn't move at all. The sounds of water below were like an hourglass counting down his life. For a moment, Jing Yuan even forgot to use his jutsu. Woo! Jing Yuan slowly began to tire, his body sinking towards the seabed. Am I going to die like this? Suddenly, Jing Yuan felt his descent stop. He was slowly floating upwards. Is this an illusion? But Jing Yuan's strength no longer supported him to open his eyes. Hey, wake up, wake up. Jing Yuan opened his eyes. Before him was not the dark seabed but a dock. 2 seagulls perched on a pole gazing into the distance. Oh, what a boring day. What should we do now? Said one seagull. Jing Yuan was startled. He rubbed his eyes. He hadn't misheard, the seagull had spoken. How about we grab some fries from that cruise ship? Said the other seagull. No way, if we get caught we'll be thrown to the fish. Then let's go. With that, the 2 seagulls flapped their wings and flew toward a cruise ship. Jing Yuan was bewildered. The situation was beyond his expectations. A strange harbor, talking seagulls. Had the world gone mad, or had his mind been addled by the seawater? Young man, what is it that you most desire to do? Suddenly a hollow voice echoed in Jing Yuan's mind, a feeling akin to a system interface communicating directly with his. Who are you? Jing Yuan asked, though shocked he did not lose his composure since he had already seen talking seagulls. He calmed down and questioned. You need not know. Just answer, what is your dream? Jing Yuan did not know who this entity was, but it seemed he had no choice but to reply. To become stronger. Wrong. Wrong. Then to become the strongest in the world. No, young man, what your heart truly desires is not to become stronger. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. The thing he most wanted to do. He did indeed want to do many things, but the one he most desired was unclear at the moment. Maybe save Jiraiya. Or give Naruto a better childhood. Or change the dark politics of Konoha. None of those, child. What you most want to do is go back to the past. As the words faded, Jing Yuan sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. He found himself floating on the sea. The narwhals were long gone. Just now. Jing Yuan stared at his hands, momentarily unable to distinguish dream from reality. Go back to the past. Why go back? Jing Yuan murmured. His voice caught the attention of Yiliyue, who was rowing the boat. Yiliyue turned her head and, seeing Jing Yuan awake, burst into tears. You're finally awake. I thought I was going to die out here on the sea. Jing Yuan frowned at Yiliyue. How long was I unconscious? Yiliyue wiped her tears and held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. Why not say 2 minutes? You were out for 2 whole days, 2 days. Do you know how I survived these 2 days? I'm starving. Jing Yuan ignored the wailing Yiliyue, took out a military ration pill from his waist and started eating. Give me some. Seeing the food in Jing Yuan's hand, Yiliyue immediately moved closer. Jing Yuan tossed the pill to her. She popped it into her mouth and ate it. Disgusting. Although complaining, Yiliyue ate every bit, wasting nothing. After restoring his strength, Jing Yuan immediately looked for Sanshui. He found her lying motionless on the deck. Jing Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly examined her. Aside from her still feverish head and unconsciousness, there were no other symptoms. She wasn't dehydrated. Jing Yuan looked at Yiliyue with suspicion. Yiliyue snorted. I didn't even dare to drink water. Don't worry, she's absolutely fine. The only fresh water on the boat was in that bucket, but now the bucket was empty. Jing Yuan assessed the situation urgent. They had to reach the snow country before their strength ran out. Woo! Just as Jing Yuan was about to summon shadow clones, that familiar sound came again. With the sound, a huge shadow appeared beneath their small boat. Woo, woo, what's happening? Yuliua, who had never seen such a scene, was so terrified she collapsed onto the deck. Don't be afraid, it's narwhals. Jing Yuan was puzzled. Had these narwhals been following them all along? After the greeting phase ended, one by one narwhals surfaced, their backs covered in patches of barnacles. Then they all approached the small boat. Woo! Jing Yuan was troubled. Now was not the time to help them remove barnacles. But it seemed they wouldn't let the three leave unless he did. The boat was surrounded tight as a drum. Jing Yuan steeled himself and counted 4 narwhals in total. One of them was the narwhal from that night. The marks on its body were unmistakable. It had likely brought the other 3. This time Jing Yuan was clever. He split into 8 shadow clones at once. 2 clones were assigned to each narwhal. He never wanted to go into the sea again. The shadow clones were efficient. They finished cleaning in just half an hour. Just as Jing Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to row away, the boat was suddenly lifted by the 4 narwhals. They used their forehead horns to form a large chakra net, hoisted the boat, and began moving toward the snow country. Both Jing Yuan and Yi Liyue were astonished. The narwhals moved much faster than rowing. Within an hour they arrived at the snow country. Of course, arriving so quickly was also due to the fact that Yi Liyue had already rowed for a long while. Finally here. The land of ice cream, your lady has arrived. Yi Liyue jumped off the boat and disappeared in a flash. Jing Yuan smiled wryly, shook his head, and carried Sanshui on his back, starting to look for a way to cure her. Then Jing Yuan encountered Minato Namikaze and his team, who had arrived a day earlier by cruise ship on a mission. Minato-sensei, thank you for treating us. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Haha, it's nothing. Minato Namikaze bought 5 snow cakes at once. For this mission he had made an exception to bring Obito and Rin, along with Kakashi and Philia. That made 5. Since they couldn't find Jing Yuan, Kakashi said while eating his snow cake. What a pity Jing Yuan isn't here. Minato Namikaze smiled regretfully. We went to his house, even his uncle didn't know where he went. Why are you all here? Jing Yuan, carrying Sanshui, looked at the 5 of them in bewilderment. Jing Yuan, why are you here? Thank you, Jing Yuan. If you hadn't come here yourself, Rinchin and I wouldn't have been able to join this mission. Ah ha ha. Ha. Jing Yuan's laugh was very fake. It felt like you climb a mountain with great effort. They say there's a prize at the top, but they take the elevator up and get there faster than you. I've had enough. High fever that won't go away. In a coma and unresponsive. Both Feng Shui men looked at Sanshui, who lay on the ground in a coma with a puzzled expression. Yes, that's how it is. At first I thought it was just heat stroke, but it's been so long, and she's still not awake. I've been using chakra to stabilize the chaotic chakra within her body. It seems to help her feel a bit better. Bo Feng Shui Men placed his hand on Sanshu's forehead to check on her, then said, Jing Yuan, you did well. Although it was a bit reckless, fortunately you brought her away from Konoha in time. What's wrong? Jing Yuan frowned slightly, not understanding why Bo Feng Shui Men said that. Recently someone has altered the air circulation around Konoha. The 5 of them were all startled upon hearing this. Bo Feng Shui Men's expression was very grim. I don't know who set up the air reversal formation near Konoha. This is a type of toxin resistance formation that can keep external air at bay. But that person set up 4 formations at once, positioned at the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest corners of Konoha. This has caused the air in Konoha to become stagnant, leading to rising temperatures. Sanshui is not just suffering from heat stroke, someone has drugged her. If she stays at a temperature of 40 degrees for too long, it could be life-threatening. And the temperature in Konoha, sealed off from fresh air, has remained above 40 degrees. Jing Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Does someone want to secretly put Sanshui in danger? Why? Bo Feng Shui Men pondered for a moment and replied. There is only one truth: they want to unleash chaos with the dysentery. Dysentery can go berserk too. Kakashi turned his face, took a bite of ice cream, then turned back and said, I heard it from the 3rd Hokage. Dysentery will latch onto a person or an object as its possession. If that object or person is damaged or dies, then the dysentery is likely to go berserk. The destructive power of a berserk dysentery is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Comparable to a tailed beast. Jing Yuan was shocked. He had never considered that there was a tailed beast so close to him. Does that mean Sanshui is in danger? Well, once we reach the land of snow, she will be fine. The drug in her body will decompose under low temperatures. At the current temperature, she should wake up in about 2 days. Jing Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then a new question arose. Who wants the dysentery to go berserk? The Hidden Mist Village. By the way, Teacher Watergate, what are you all doing in the land of snow? Jing Yuan suddenly asked. We received a report of stolen ice cream, and the reward is quite generous. Obito, who had been silent, spoke up. What about Rin? Why did she come along? Isn't she in danger? Jing Yuan asked, puzzled. I'm on vacation and I don't have anything else to do. Plus I plan to graduate early, so I wanted to take on a mission to test my skills, and the mission clearly states that there's not much danger. Rin said excitedly. After all, it was her first mission. Jing Yuan, do you want to join us? Kakashi asked Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan looked at Sanshui, who lay in the snow, and shook his head. Sanshui is too vulnerable right now, it's a bit too risky. You all go ahead, and I just got off the boat, and need to replenish my strength. Alright then, Jing Yuan, be careful. We'll head to the mission location first. Okay. Knock knock knock. Come in. In what appeared to be an office, a man sat at a desk looking at documents in his hands. Boss, you wanted to see me. A young man in his 20s pushed open the door and said, Dan Yuching, how long have you been working for me? The man in the office chair placed the documents on the table, propping his chin with his hand as he looked directly at the young man, saying bluntly. Dan Yuching was taken aback. 7 months. Mr. Shizu, if you have something to say, please go ahead. The man referred to as Mr. Shizu stood up from the office chair and slowly walked to Ching-Yi's side. Do you know how high our profits have been since the collapse of other ice cream industries? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just an employee and don't know. Ching-Yi's gaze shifted awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with Shizu, and he smiled awkwardly. In just 7 months you've risen to team leader. Your progress is rapid and your abilities are indeed impressive. To be honest, I have high hopes for you. Moreover, my daughter has taken a liking to you since the first time she saw you. I hope you continue to work hard. Ching-Yi scratched his head and smiled. You're overpraising me, sir. I'm just lucky, and as for your daughter, I'm not that easygoing. Shizu glared coldly at Dan Yuching. I built my empire from scratch up to now. You should know my strength. Your answer does not satisfy me. A cold sweat dripped down Dan Yuching's forehead as he smiled. Sir, please tell me what I did wrong. Shizu smiled mysteriously. You have a lot of sweat on your forehead. Dan Yu instinctively smiled. It's probably because the room is too hot. Bang. Blood splattered all over Shizu. A pitch-black handgun suddenly appeared in Shizui's hand with smoke curling from the barrel. Thud. Is a 5-degree room too hot? You're a good person everywhere. Just not cut out to be an undercover agent. Shizu coldly looked at Ching-Yi, who lay on the ground. If only he had been loyal to me. Unfortunately, you are an undercover agent. Otherwise. Someone clean up the scene. As soon as the words fell, 2 bodyguards in black quickly entered the room carrying cleaning tools and starting to work. Shizu stepped out of the room lighting a cigarette. Tisk him out of lighter fluid. With a snap. He tossed the lighter into the corner and took off his coat. It's all blood and this outfit is quite expensive. I should wash it a bit. Ching-Yi works here, right? Yuli, you hopped in front of a factory. Snow Ice Paradise. Haha, the name of an ice cream factory sounds quite fairy tale-like. Yuli chuckled lightly, then looked at the letter in her hand, her face turning red. She shook her head and walked into the factory before her. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the guide, both Feng Shui men and the others arrived in front of this factory. Snow Ice Paradise. Is this mission to find the lost ice cream? Well, Mr. Watergate, actually this task was entrusted to me specifically requesting you. Munch munch. Jing Yuan was eating sugar balls while watching a group of adventurers composed of commoners from the land of snow outside. Today marked the 2nd day since he had arrived in the land of snow, and Sanshui was still not awake. Thus he could only pass the time by searching for some local delicacies he had never tried before while enjoying the beautiful scenery of the land of snow. The adventurers numbered around 100, all ordinary people, not a single ninja among them. The distribution of ninjas in the land of snow is different from that in the land of fire. In the land of fire, both commoners and ninjas reside in Konoha village, which is akin to a royal capital. Of course, there are some other smaller villages, though they do not appear on the map. In the land of snow, all ninjas are concentrated in the castle, which is the residence of the royal family. Therefore, if you see certain activities on the streets of the land of snow, it is highly likely organized by commoners. Boss, what are they going to do? Jing Yuan leaned on the dining table with one hand while holding a skewer of sugar balls in the other. This shop's layout was quite similar to that of Ichiraku Ramen, and Jing Yuan felt a sense of familiarity at first glance, so he had breakfast here for the past few days. At that moment, Jing Yuan was the only customer in the shop, and the owner, having nothing else to do, started chatting with him. You mean them? They are going to slay dragons. Jing Yuan's mouth suddenly froze in mid-munch, and a certain tireless character who wielded a knife every day popped into his mind. Cough, cough, cough. Jing Yuan was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the sugar ball, and began to cough while pounding his chest. After a moment, he wiped his mouth, looking incredulous. Slay dragons? He did not doubt that there were no dragons in the Naruto world. After all, there was the Nine-Tails Fox. But a team of ordinary people going to slay dragons? That was surprising. The shop owner tapped the dining table with his finger. Eat slowly. You're here as a tourist, so of course you don't know. You tourists must be here because of the widespread disappearance of ice cream, right? The shop owner looked at Jing Yuan seeking an answer. Jing Yuan nodded affirmatively. He wasn't afraid that this would expose anything. Among the tourists coming to the land of snow at this time, 9 out of 10 were here because of ice cream. This isn't a secret, it's no big deal for me to tell you. The land of snow is not located in a cold climate, on the contrary it is situated in a hot sea. The reason for the constant snowfall and low temperatures here is because of a dragon, a snow dragon. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago the land of snow was just an ordinary tropical island until one day the snow dragon Ini arrived at this isolated place and froze it with an ice storm. Ini. Jing Yuan rested his head on his hand, listening intently to the story, but was momentarily confused upon hearing this name. It's an ancient name that has been passed down. It is said that calling out to Ini can summon it. Ini brought ice and snow along with the core material for ice cream. Snow essence. Snow essence. What is that? Jing Yuan was like a clueless little kid. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you. Snow essence is the feather of Ini. Every year during its molting season its feathers flutter through the skies of the land of snow, falling all over the country. Once these feathers leave Ini they transform into a white snowball, which is what snow essence is. Every year during its molting period it coincides with the hottest time of the year, which is also when the production of ice cream is at its peak. Stop right there. The owner, noticing Jing Yuan's curious expression, knew he was about to ask another question, and immediately made a gesture signaling him to be quiet, preventing Jing Yuan from speaking for a moment. Snow essence with its refreshing taste and sweet flavor is the main ingredient of ice cream and some street snacks. At this time of year Ini has already molted and scattered its feathers across the country. However, for some unknown reason this year Ini did not sprinkle snow essence nationwide, and naturally the ice cream that relied on snow essence as its main ingredient has also ceased production. Can't we use white sugar? Jing Yuan casually remarked, looking at the group of ordinary people outside who were all geared up. 845. You see, the citizens of the land of snow have one ice cream every day. Without it they feel uncomfortable. If you add white sugar, wouldn't that lead to diabetes? The shop owner said with a smile, but for some reason Jing Yuan felt a strange sensation as if he were being patted on the head. Then why are they going to slay dragons? Perhaps Ini has some unavoidable reason for doing so. Even if they really want to eat snow essence, it shouldn't come to this. 845. You're really a bit slow. How could they actually go and confront the snow dragon directly? One reason is to see what exactly is going on, and the other is to see if they can bring back some snow essence. Sigh, one day without eating and they feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Yuan was somewhat speechless. How did they all become so addicted? Then why are all the other ice cream shops closed while snow ice cream is still open for business? The shop owner opened his mouth ready to launch into a tirade, but Jing Yuan quickly covered his mouth. No, forbidden to speak. The shop owner's mouth twitched slightly as he removed Jing Yuan's hand. Cough cough. As for the owner of snow ice cream, his life has been quite a roller coaster. In his childhood he was notorious in this area for being part of a gang mingling with the local tyrants for 4 years. But one day he met his current wife. At that moment he had the thought of changing his ways. They say the power of love is truly great. This guy really gave up his promising future for that girl and decided to leave the gang to start a small business. But reality is always cruel. He was broke. Where would he get the capital to start a business? Ironically, that guy accidentally stumbled into a bounty office, and upon seeing the bounty list he recognized everyone on it. He became rich overnight. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This kid. The shop owner took a sip of water and continued his tale. Originally this money would have been enough for them to live comfortably for a lifetime, but after doing the job one must pay the price. His wife was captured by a group of former gang members and was beaten nearly to death. By the time that guy arrived she was already half dead. He hurried to the hospital only to discover. It turned out that most of the girl's organs were damaged, and if she was still alive it was already a blessing. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. Don't the police do anything? Sure. The shop owner suddenly leaned over the dining table and made a shushing gesture. The royal family doesn't care about such matters, otherwise the owner himself would also have a criminal record and would have been in prison long ago. Now if he wants to treat her it requires a lot of money and it cannot be interrupted. Now you understand why that owner, even though the snow essence is gone, still has to substitute with milk and sugar and sell it at such high prices. Who would buy such an expensive ice cream? Jing Yuan still leaned on the table, propping his head on his hand as he spoke. Hey, nobody's a fool. Why would they sell it for so much? The shopkeeper fanned himself with a fan he had seemingly produced from nowhere, then put on a pair of small round black glasses the kind storytellers favored and flashed a mouthful of white teeth as he said, "The factory owner isn't unaware of what you've said. First, this ice cream isn't made with snow spirit, it's made with edible sugar and milk. Having too much of it isn't healthy. Second, there are plenty of people in this world who don't lack money. When there's only one kind of ice cream available, don't you think he can make a lot of money?" Jing Yuan fell into thoughtful contemplation for a moment. "So as long as we find the snow spirit, the price of snow cake will drop and little white ice can come back, right?" "Exactly. You're not as dense as I thought." Jing Yuan swallowed the meatball in his mouth and one gulp patted his rear and prepared to follow the group to the snow mountain to have a look. Jing Yuan rented a hotel in the snow country, while San Shui lay in the room, his living supplies already purchased by Jing Yuan. San Shui would wake up in the next day or two, and once back he would have to investigate who was behind the whole mess. Jing Yuan put on a coat he had bought in the snow country, and walked toward the leader of the group outside. "Hello, are you all heading to the snow mountain to find the snow spirit? Kid, don't join in the fun. This is something for adults to do." A man in a big red cotton hat looked at Jing Yuan's small frame and said. Jing Yuan indeed looked quite unimpressive at the moment, frail and weak as if a gust of wind could knock him over. The man leading the group glanced at Jing Yuan without a word, seemingly acquiescing to the man's remark. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a chunin." Jing Yuan's words immediately caused the people around to turn and look. In the snow country, ninjas were extremely scarce. They were either on missions or under the control of the royal family, rarely seen on the streets. Seeing their disbelief, Jing Yuan promptly formed a raisin gun right there on the spot. The men around watching the rapidly spinning raisin gun crowded around with curiosity. Most of them had never seen a ninja technique in their entire lives. "Then come along. But we won't be responsible if anything happens. It's fine, I can protect myself." The leader glanced at Jing Yuan's technique and agreed to let him join. After all, even a single genin's combat power far exceeded that of 10 ordinary people. Jing Yuan then found a spot and squeezed in. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The man in the red hat lowered his head and smiled at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan casually told the man his name. "Uchiha Jing Yuan." The man in the red hat seemed unaware of the Uchiha clan's reputation, merely grunting in acknowledgement before turning his head back. "Anywhere you can call me Uncle Yu." After a while the man in the red hat spoke again. A few more people arrived one after another, and then the group set off in a grand procession toward the snow mountain. The snow country was quite vast. The snow mountain was a 30-kilometer trek. Jing Yuan naturally had no trouble. His chakra reserves sustained his stamina and kept his body warm. But it was tough on the ordinary people. And halfway there it started to snow, forcing them to walk for a while and then rest. Meanwhile, Kakashi leaned against the wall listening to the man in front of him ramble on. Obito and Lin also listened intently. Philia didn't listen at all, instead polishing his katana. Minato Namikaze frowned slightly. The 5 of them listened to the man's words. Though he was an employee of the factory, he kept cursing the factory owner. He used phrases like unconscionable, against humanity, and lacking martial virtue. To sum it up, the factory owner was once a very wicked man. Once for profit he pretended to escort the man's father's goods, and upon seeing the cargo he was so blinded by greed that he killed the man's father. Then he took the goods for himself, sold them, and used the money to open this factory. His story was so moving and vivid as if he had witnessed it firsthand. He quickly added more. He said that now for profit the factory owner had threatened all the other ice cream sellers, preventing them from selling so only he could sell ice cream. He also used ice cream to bribe some royal members to stay out of the matter. Now the people of the snow country were suffering greatly, but because they couldn't afford the expensive mission commission fees they could only let him act as the spearhead leading the charge. If Jing Yuan had been there he would have slapped him across the face. This guy could talk too much. But Minato Namikaze and the others hadn't had time to inquire among the locals about the matter. They had been rushed to the factory as soon as they arrived in the snow country. So for a while Obito and the others were taken in, and even Minato Namikaze was somewhat convinced. Mostly because the man's emotional performance was hard to distinguish from the truth. Lies are easily exposed, but when a lie is tied to an obvious event that has already happened, the lie becomes perfect. "So that's it. No wonder I can't find little white ice in the stores. It's all his fault." Obito jumped up, his face full of indignation. Lin was also a bit angry, as it was truly affecting her daily life. Kakashi didn't show much reaction. He didn't eat ice cream very often. Philia had no reaction at all. Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment and said, "Then what should we do next? We don't have solid evidence. If you want us to help, that's fine, but asking us to solve a case is a bit much." The client waved his hand. No need. I've already sent someone to gather evidence. That person is trusted by the factory owner, so he should be back soon with success. First, come in with me to familiarize yourself with the factory. They'll give you a tour so you'll know the layout for the operation. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Otanashi Zensuke, an employee of the Snow Cake Factory. Otanashi Zensuke bowed and extended his hand to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. Minato also grasped the hand Otanashi Zensuke offered. The group soon entered the factory. Obito looked around left and right. There weren't many machines inside the factory. Most of the work was done by hand. So many workers could be seen. There were probably several hundred employees. Lin also looked around curiously. Factories were quite rare after all. This is the area where the workers work. Everyone follow me this way. Otanashi Zensuke turned and addressed the group. Along the way, Jing Yuan also learned a bit about these older men. He listened to their tales about Shui Long Yini. For example, they said that since before they were born, Shui Long Yini would scatter snow spirits from the sky, and the older generation regarded these snow spirits as gifts from the heavens. In the beginning, in the snow country, sugar was a very precious food. At that time, because the snow country was an island, sugar had to be purchased from other countries, making it quite valuable. Only members of the royal family were qualified to eat it, while the snow spirits perfectly replaced sugar. Their icy and delightful texture resembled that of jelly made from sugar water. Of course, besides these stories, there were some legends. There were tales of snow maidens, but Jing Yuan did not listen closely. The event was organized by an older man named Wei Xier. His wife was melancholic because she couldn't have ice cream made from snow spirits, which made Jing Yuan wonder if this snow spirit was some addictive substance. However, his moment of doubt was quickly dispelled. This snow spirit had been examined by the 5 great nations, and the conclusion was that it was very healthy. Anyone from the snow country would know about the lair of the snow dragon. Every midsummer night, the royal family would organize people to offer fruits at the mouth of the snow dragon's cave to repay the snow dragon for its annual offering of snow spirits to the land. However, due to the heavy snow, reaching the dragon cave immediately was quite difficult. The crowd could only walk slowly, and the closer they got to the dragon cave, the heavier the snow became. Jing Yuan had also tried to use chakra to start a fire, but as soon as the flames appeared in his hand, they were extinguished by the falling snow. Thus he could only proceed slowly. These things are strange, like a bunch of arms. Obito mumbled as he looked around. They had arrived at the fully mechanized production area. Ahead was the staff dormitory where the employees took their breaks. Kakashi was somewhat surprised to see boxes of snow cakes being slowly transported away on the conveyor belts. It was his first time seeing so many snow cakes, and since there were very few factories in Konoha, these mechanical devices also captivated Kakashi. Minato followed closely behind Otanashi Kanji, surveying the surroundings as he had a nagging feeling of unease. Just as they were about to reach the staff dormitory, a figure appeared around the corner. The person wore a light blue t-shirt with hair cascading over their shoulders and was holding a photo, looking left and right. Then they spotted Minato and the others. They immediately ran towards the group. Otanashi Kanji frowned slightly as he didn't recall any female employees. This person had also come in from outside. Yu was delighted to see Minato and the others, as Jing Yuan had given him a very favorable impression of the Konoha ninjas. His impression was of them being upright and kind, and at this moment, encountering trouble, he felt confident in seeking their help. "Excuse me, have you seen the person in this photo? He is an employee of this factory. But I couldn't find him, and when I asked other employees, they all looked at me oddly and wouldn't tell me where he was." Upon hearing this, Minato stopped and took the photo to look at it. The photo depicted a sunny and handsome young man making a peace sign at the camera. However, it was clear that Minato had never seen him before. Minato handed the photo to Otanashi Kanji and asked, "Have you seen him?" Otanashi Kanji frowned slightly, then examined it closely before shaking his head expressionlessly. "I haven't seen him." There was no indication of any issues. His face remained calm, his heart steady. Otanashi Kanji had become adept at lying. He had just deceived the other party into a fatal situation, and perhaps the body was already cold. Should he reveal the truth? Wouldn't that be courting death? Yu let out a somewhat disappointed "oh" upon hearing the reply. But he soon regained his playful demeanor. "Can I follow you? I've almost seen the entire factory. If I can't find him, maybe there will be some gains by following you." "Do as you wish," Minato said nonchalantly. Wait a moment. We also have our own business to attend to. You can't follow us." Minato was indifferent, but Otanashi Kanji refused. Minato patted Otanashi Kanji's shoulder, leaving Otanashi Kanji puzzled. "It's nothing, you continue." Otanashi Kanji sighed and said, "We are going to the staff dormitory. It contains the ice cream recipes for our factory. The boss has stipulated that the recipes cannot be known by outsiders." Yu felt a bit disappointed but had nothing more to say. He nodded regretfully, and then turned to walk back the way he came, looking for any overlooked spots. The staff dormitory consisted of single rooms, each quite small, about 10 square meters, only able to accommodate a small bed and a fan. On the wall directly facing the door there was a small window for ventilation. Upon entering the staff dormitory, Minato immediately saw several black-clad bodyguards surrounding the door of room 107 with sounds of rummaging inside as if searching for something. "What is over there?" Minato asked in confusion. "That is where my companion's room is. He must have been discovered. We need to act quickly to rescue him." "Don't worry, I had already instructed him to hide the evidence in my room. Now we just need to obtain the evidence to report them." Otanashi Kanji whispered, then moved to the left. "Room 101, Otanashi Kanji. Read the sign on the dormitory door." Minato clearly saw the words on the door, surrounded by black-clad people. "Room 107, Dan Uchini." Minato squinted his eyes. He realized the situation was not simple. With the sound of a door opening, the bodyguard from room 107 left the staff dormitory. The door to room 101 was also just opened. What came into view were two photos on the bed. The photos distinctly showed the factory manager trading with the royal family. "Is this the evidence?" "Exactly. But didn't you say the manager colluded with the royal family? Reporting the royal family would be like walking into a trap." Otanashi Kanji smirked, saying, "The royal family of this country is quite unstable. As their king ages, the royal family has long since divided into two factions. One faction is aligned with the old king, while the other faction is led by the king's brother, who is currently building up strength. I have long been fully prepared. The one colluding with the manager Shirlu Ye is the old king. As long as we deliver this evidence to the king's brother's faction, he will have leverage over the old king. At that time this factory will be shut down and other ice cream factories will officially resume operations." "Who is this? The Dragon Cave?" Jing Yuan was the first to enter the Dragon Cave. Due to the heavy wind and snow behind them, they could hardly advance. The person at the front had their snot frozen into ice, and even though they wore thick cotton jackets, they felt the biting cold of the wind despite it being summer. The so-called Dragon Cave was actually transformed from a wild cave. Because many people participated in the rituals, the royal family feared that some would be squeezed outside and unable to enter, so they expanded the cave. Surrounding them were beams made of red wood with some ritual utensils placed at the entrance. They were already covered in snow, indicating that it had been some time since anyone had visited. The space in this cave was vast. The deeper Jing Yuan walked, the more artificial traces he found, and even after everyone had entered there was still a large area of space. Moreover, the further and the darker it became. Wei Xier took out a small device resembling a lighter from her thick jacket and lit the oil lamps on the dark cave walls. Snap! Snap! As each oil lamp was ignited, the surroundings suddenly brightened. There were only 6 or 7 oil lamps, but that was enough. The lamps illuminated the scene inside the cave, revealing a narrow and long tunnel leading into darkness. How is that dragon supposed to come out of such a narrow tunnel? Jing Yuan observed the passage that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side, feeling suspicious. "In fact, I have thought about this issue too. Perhaps Yi's body is simply very small, not as gigantic as we imagine. There are indeed legends about dragons all over the world, but no one has seen one. Perhaps they hide in the lava of volcanoes beneath the ocean's rocky depths, or even in the cave before them." Descriptions of dragons vary from place to place. Some consider dragons to be violent and lustful creatures, while others see them as symbols of auspiciousness. Perhaps dragons, like humans, have both good and evil. Ding, options triggered. 1. Walk directly in. Reward: protect your body from being eaten. 2. Grab a hapless victim to scout the way. Reward: ordinary ninja fragment. 3. Call out Yi's name. Reward: excellent ninja fragment. After reading the options, Jing Yuan looked back at the dark passage, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. It felt the same as before, yet something dangerous seemed to have been added inside. Jing Yuan swallowed hard. Wei Xier also suddenly didn't know what to do. "Yi," Jing Yuan softly called out. "Ding, obtained excellent ninja fragment." The sound waves quickly traveled along the rock walls into the dark space. Before long the echo returned to Jing Yuan's ears. This indicated that the sound had reached the end and bounced back. Wei Xier and the others were startled and hurriedly retreated, leaving Jing Yuan alone in place. To be honest, Wei Xier was also prepared to call out, but he wasn't mentally ready yet. Because none of them felt assured. None of them had seen the real Yi. They could only hear Yi's calls when she released snow essence, and see the tiny black dot in the sky. Getting so close to a deity was undoubtedly a huge challenge for them. Even Jing Yuan didn't have full confidence. As long as there was any uncontrollable situation, he would instantly use Flying Thunder God to return to the inn at the foot of the mountain. As for Wei Xier and the others, sorry, but he couldn't take so many people with him using Flying Thunder God all at once. Of course Jing Yuan wouldn't use Flying Thunder God to escape unless absolutely necessary. Whoop! After a few seconds of silence, a flurry of snowflakes blew out from the dark tunnel. Within the snowflakes a figure became faintly visible. The wind and snow blew against Jing Yuan, but he did not retreat. Instead he stared blankly at the figure in the wind and snow. Even a blurred glance at her could make one forget the passage of time and the cold. As the figure drew closer he could gradually see her clothing appearance and demeanor. The figure walked barefoot through the snow, dressed in a white-blue kimono with her hands hanging at her sides. Her long white hair cascaded down to her waist, gently swaying with the wind and snow. Her skin was as cold as that of a corpse, her eyebrows white whether due to the snow and wind or her natural color. Her eyes remained closed, yet she could see the path ahead. Her snow-white nose had skin as smooth as jade, and even her lips were snow-white. She resembled a fairy in the snow, yet her presence gave off an eerie feeling. Snow. Snow woman. Someone in the crowd trembled and spoke. Jing Yuan stood frozen, utterly unresponsive, staring blankly at the direction in which the snow woman was approaching. As the snow woman brushed past Jing Yuan, the wind and snow behind her suddenly became chaotic, quickly burying Jing Yuan's feet in the snow. The snow woman slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of snow-white vertical pupils. These were unmistakably dragon eyes. Upon opening her eyes, a noble aura instantly enveloped the snow woman. She resembled a magnificent work of art. Everything about her was so perfect. Humans, you should not be here. Her tone was devoid of emotion. The snow woman slowly placed her hands over her mouth, her gaze lifeless like a puppet being controlled. Whoop! A flurry of snow flew out from the snow woman's mouth. This noble aura of the snow woman now threatened to take the lives of everyone present. Help! Help! The crowd screamed and fled, but one person stood dazed in place. The snow blew onto Acier's face, but it was mostly melted by her warm tears. Sister. This man, nearly 40 years old, was actually crying. Run! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yao quickly pulled the dazed Acier to run with everyone towards the cave's exit. Seeing that they all fled the cave, the snow woman closed her lips, and the blizzard soon came to a halt. Are you not fleeing? I will kill you! The snow woman spoke in a stuttering manner, as if her recent actions had stiffened her mouth. Jing Yuan slightly parted his lips but did not make a sound. At this moment in Jing Yuan's view there was a light blue panel before him. Ding triggered a nation-destroying level option. 1. Rescue the Snow Nation about to be destroyed. Reward: Snow Blade Mirakumo. Additional reward unknown. 2. Run away. Penalty: none. Yi Liu wandered aimlessly down the corridor of the factory. At this time she had confirmed that she had almost been everywhere in the factory. There was only one place left. Yi Liu looked at the spiral staircase in front of her that spiraled downwards. The wall beside it read: Restricted area of the factory, entry without permission is prohibited. Are we really just walking out through the front gate? Minato Namikaze asked, watching Otanashi Chienjia, who was looking around warily ahead. Of course not. The factory manager isn't a fool. He'll surely have men stationed at the gate. But I know the location of a secret passage that leads straight to the royal palace. Otanashi Chienjia was searching for the direction of that secret passage. He had only overheard from Niwa Joichi that there was a hidden tunnel inside the factory concealed beneath a spiral staircase. Now he was trying to recall the staircase's orientation. Then won't the manager guess you're heading for the secret passage? Kakashi, who had been barely noticeable until now, voiced his doubt. He absolutely won't guess it, because only the manager Niwa Joichi and I know about that passage. Even if he's on guard, the defense there will be very weak. That's why I hired you. And inside the news spreads much slower. We'll have more time to escape. Otanashi Kwanji's logic was clear. He had evidently been plotting this for a long time. After a moment he pinpointed the direction and dashed swiftly toward it. Minato Namikaze Obito and the others followed closely behind Otanashi Chienjia. It's here. Otanashi Chienjia halted before a spiral staircase. A sign beside it read in red letters. Factory restricted area. No entry without permission. Otanashi Chienjia gazed at the spiral staircase, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Without hesitation he immediately began descending swiftly. Minato and the other three followed closely behind. Soon they arrived in a vast empty space. The moment they entered, a pungent smell of disinfectant hit them. The smooth steel floor left them all stunned. This enormous space was large enough for a football match. The ceiling, walls and floor were all constructed of polished steel gleaming with reflected light. Of course such a vast area couldn't be occupied by only them. Soon Otanashi Chienjia and Minato Namikaze noticed a girl sitting against the right wall, expressionless. It was Yi Liu. Not far from her lay a corpse. Fortunately there were no black-suited bodyguards. It seemed the factory manager had forgotten about this place. Damn it, how did this brat get here? Otanashi Chuanjia hurried forward intending to ask Yuliyue if she had seen any hidden passages. He scanned the space but found no secret passage. Had Niwa Joichi deceived him? There was no reason for that. Minato Namike seeing this also walked slowly toward Yuliyue, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Hey! Have you seen any hidden passage or something? Otanashi Chuanjia was extremely agitated. He felt that Niwa Joichi had tricked him. If Niwa Joichi had lied, then he would kill this girl before him. She seemed important to Joichi, didn't she? He couldn't escape anyway, and those ninjas clearly posed no threat to him, so he'd take his revenge on her. At least he'd have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Just as Otanashi Chuanjia had already devised how to kill the girl, she murmured expressionlessly. Joichi. Dead. Joichi. Dead. Otanashi Chuanjia was stunned. Coming to his senses, he walked toward the corpse and saw the familiar face of the dead man lying on the ground. It was Niwa Joichi. A complex mix of emotions churned in Otanashi Kwanji's heart. Though he had long guessed that Joichi would die, in truth he had still harbored a faint hope. And regardless of whether Joichi lived or died, he was determined to make the factory manager pay irrevocably so that they could avenge their fathers. Creak, bang. At that moment a grating metallic sound rang out, and a large square iron cage dropped from above, trapping Otanashi Chuanjia together with Niwa Joichi's body. What? Otanashi Chuanjia was startled. He grabbed the two iron bars and tried to bend them to escape. But this was nothing short of a pipe dream. The iron bars of this cage were even straighter than Zhuo Jing's brain. How could he ever bend them? Who is it? Creak. With another screech of metal. A familiar man emerged from the darkness. Everyone present recognized him. Shiliye Jingza. You. Otanashi Chuanjia wanted to denounce Jingza's despicable betrayal, but the words died in his throat. Shiliye Jingza had secretly adopted them as orphans, him and Joichi, without anyone knowing. Until a year ago, when they came of age and were allowed to go out. Joichi and he accidentally discovered that they had been raised by a man who was no different from their father's murderer. Now, this man had turned against them. He had killed Joichi first, and then trapped him inside the iron cage. Minato Namikaze. Kill him quickly. That devil deserves to die. Kakashi and Minato exchanged glances. Minato sighed and said, Sorry, but we shinobi of Mai do not kill the innocent. But until things are explained clearly, I won't let him harm you. Otanashi Chuanjia was on the verge of madness. The devil stood right before him, and he could do nothing to stop him. You scoundrel, you pervert, you bastard! You'll die a horrible death! Otanashi Chuanjia hurled insults at Shiliye Jingza, each word more venomous than the last, yet Jingza remained silent. After a long while, Otanashi Kwanji's throat was dry from cursing. He plopped down on the ground, glaring fiercely at Jingza. Jingza sighed helplessly and clapped his hands. Clap, clap. Come out. Huh. Otanashi Chuanjia looked in confusion toward the dark space behind Jingza, which had remained open. From inside a figure slowly emerged. That person was sunny and handsome. It was the supposedly dead Niwa Joichi. What? Otanashi Chuanjia rubbed his eyes and looked again. Then he shot to his feet, gripping the cage bars, staring at Niwa Joichi in utter disbelief. Joichi, you're not dead. Otanashi Chuanjia couldn't help but glance back. The corpse was slowly fading away, becoming a straw dummy. Liyue, you've worked hard. Niwa Joichi looked at Yuliyue with a tender expression. Yuliyue, now lively and adorable, bounced over to Niwa Joichi. Joichi caught her in his arms as she leaped into his embrace. Joichi, why did you fake your death? Why did you deceive me? Joichi gave Otanashi Chuanjia a deep look and said, I'm sorry, but I had to put on this act to make you fall into the trap. Chingy, is it because of her that you betrayed me? We've been brothers for 19 years. You. Inwu Chuanjia gripped the two iron bars, his gaze fixed intently on Danyu Chingy. Danyu Chingy gently set Yuliyue down from his arms, his expression complex as he looked at Inwu Chuanjia. He opened his mouth but no sound came. Let me speak. Shiliye Jingza, though nearing his twilight years, still possessed a strikingly handsome face. Dressed in a black suit that accentuated his perfect figure, it highlighted his unique aura. I should have told you the truth long ago. Inwu Chuanjia sighed and slumped to the ground. Now that he was in his hands, what else could he do? 19 years ago one day. Your father, Inwu Kwanji's father, and Danyu Chenjia's father, Inwu Jingchuan and Danyu Xiaozhuan, kidnapped my wife. At that time she was pregnant, yet your father showed no mercy. Later, when they were taken away by the royal family, they regretted it and begged me. Because their children were only a year old, then they entrusted me to take care of the two of you. Click. Shiliye Jingza pulled a cigarette from his pocket, then a lighter from another. The flicker of the lighter illuminated Jingza's handsome yet weathered face. Huff. They said you two were just children. and their wives fled overnight after hearing of their capture. When I looked at you, my heart was torn. If they hadn't acted, my child would have been just as old as you. But I still raised you. However, because you were the children of criminals, I didn't send you to school. Instead, I taught you myself. It wasn't until a year ago that I let you truly see the outside world. I wanted you to make more friends. Crack, crack. Before Jingza could finish, 2 cracking sounds interrupted him. Yuanjia lowered his head, trembling all over, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Nonsense. All nonsense. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? You expect me to believe this without a shred of evidence? The proof is that you're still alive. Yuanjia in his rage had roared out the latter part. But Dan Yuqing cut him off loudly. Ha 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 ha. Yuanjia burst into wild laughter. Whether it was sardonic laughter from extreme anger or sheer self-mockery, no one could tell. Or perhaps it was both. Soon his laughter ceased. He swept his cold gaze around. Jing's face was indifferent. Dan Yuanjia's eyes held regret. Yiliu and Basui Shuman died too. Kakashi and Lin looked at the iron cage containing Yuanjia with expressions of pity. Filiu continued to wipe his katana, absorbed in his own world. Hee. A dark, sinister laugh escaped Yuanjia's lips. What makes you think I would believe you? My traitorous comrade. A red light flashed in Yuanjia's eyes as he pulled a black remote device from his clothing. It had only one red button. Jingza was startled and rushed forward, but it was too late. All of you die. Click. Boom, boom, boom. As Jingza pressed the button, a series of explosions echoed from outside. Boom. The final blast was deafening, originating from the summit of the snowy mountain. Did you really think I had no backup plan? Ha! Yuanjia covered his face and laughed wildly. You're insane. Dan Yuqing cursed angrily. Just then a black-clad bodyguard tumbled down the spiral staircase. The back of his black suit had a large hole burned through, revealing charred skin. Following that came a barrage of alarm sounds and flashing red warning lights. The fire alarm had been triggered. Boss! A series of explosions suddenly started outside. Everyone's running frantically. No casualties yet, but the factory is about to collapse. Jingza remained calm and shouted, Go up and evacuate the crowd. Well, handle things down here. Got it. The bodyguard immediately rushed upstairs. The red alarm light illuminated Boss Wei Shuman's face. Seeing this, Shaman quickly said, Everyone gather around me. My jutsu can take us out of here. Dan Yuqing and Yi Liyue hurried over to Boss Wei Shuman. Jingza glared at Yuanjia, then dashed toward the secret room he had come from. My wife is still inside, wait for me. In truth, for years Jingza's wife had been preserved in an ice coffin. The hospital had long since issued her death certificate, but he had spent all these years searching for a cure, thus keeping her stored in that secret chamber. Just then Philia moved. A flash of white light and Philia's figure vanished like a phantom. The katana slid from its sheath, aimed straight at Yuanjia's heart. Jingza heard the sound and turned startled, then rushed toward Yuanjia. Schlick! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Yet Yuanjia was unharmed. It was Jingza who had used his left arm to block the strike for him. You old fool, are you insane? What if you'd been stabbed to death? Shut up, unfilial son. Jingza's mouth twitched slightly. The pain was clearly immense. Philia frowned and withdrew his katana. What are you doing? My child is not for others to meddle with. Philia, come back. Boss Wei Shuman called out urgently. Philia gave Jingza a long, deep look, then tossed him a vial of medicine. Jingza caught it and hastily poured it over the wound. The bleeding stopped instantly and a faint fragrance of bamboo wafted out. Chenyi, help me carry her. My arm is injured. No time. We have to go. Boss Wei Shuman shouted urgently. I won't abandon any of my family. Chenyi heard this and immediately ran toward the secret room. Jingza also dashed in that direction. Everyone help out. Boss Wei Shuman waved his hand and said hastily. Kakashi and the others followed suit, running toward the secret room. Yuanjia watched everyone dash into the secret room, then lit a cigarette. Huff. Let me die here alone. Father, I'm coming to join you. Soon the steel plate ceiling began to collapse. It wasn't a single large slab, but rather a series of interlocking steel plates like tiled flooring with cement filling the gap. Inside the secret room, the group quickly spotted the ice coffin preserved in nitrogen. It was encased in a large glass dome. It'll shut off the cold air. Dan Yuqing hurriedly ran towards the controller and said, There's no time. Jingza directly opened the glass door, and suddenly a blast of white icy air surged out, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to drop several degrees. Jing Zai rushed straight in the frigid temperature of -30 degrees, making him shiver, but he had no time to rub his hands for warmth. Jing Zai yanked the handrail above the ice coffin and pulled it out. There were actually 4 wheels underneath the ice coffin, which Jing Zai had installed some time ago to prevent it from being difficult to move in case of an emergency. Come quickly! There's no time! Bo Fengshui Men urged. Wait! Jing Zai pushed the ice coffin toward Dan Yuqing and then took a key out of his pocket, rushing towards Yin Wuquanjia. Are you crazy? Dan Yuqing caught the ice coffin that was pushed over. The woman inside was beautiful. If her child was born, they would surely be stunning as well. Wait! Don't act rashly. Bo Fengshui Men tried to stop him. However, Jing Zai did not slow down. Right now! Jing Zai rushed out of the secret chamber towards Yin Wuquanjia. You old fool, are you crazy? Yin Wuquanjia stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. A drop of sweat trickled down Jing Zai's forehead. This iron cage was several years old, and the lock core was already rusty, making it difficult to open with a key. Click! It's open! Jing Zai grabbed hold of Yin Wuquanjia's arm. Yin Wuquanjia had a complicated expression. Jing Zai hurriedly pulled Yin Wuquanjia towards the door of the secret chamber. His sense of crisis was growing stronger. Hurry up! Dan Yuqing extended his right hand, the distance between them shortening. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Watch out, old man. Yin Wuquanjia yanked Jing Zai back. A massive steel plate brushed past Jing Zai's nose and crashed to the ground. Boom! As the steel plate fell, the door of the secret chamber was sealed tight, not allowing any light to penetrate. Damn! Jing Zai's face darkened. Old man, why can't you just leave safely instead of trying to meddle in my affairs? Nonsense! What do you think I am? Yin Wuquanjia looked equally displeased. It's not over yet, there's still an exit. Jing Zai pulled Yin Wuquanjia towards the spiral staircase. Boom! However, the steel plate had already turned red from the flames crashing down and shattering the spiral staircase, igniting a fierce blaze. Alright, now we are in a desperate situation. Shut up. Jing Zai scanned the surroundings but found no viable solution. As more steel plates fell, the temperature in the room began to rise sharply and oxygen rapidly depleted. The two were forced to retreat further. At this point, neither spoke. After a moment, Jing Zai sat down on the ground and lit a cigarette. I used to be a non-smoker. Then why are you smoking now? Huff. I'm smoking loneliness, not tobacco. Old man, still joking at a time like this. As the red alarm flashed more frequently and the fire intensified, the smoke in the room occupied more territory. At this rate, not to mention the steel plates, the smoke alone could suffocate them. At a time like this, do you still have something to say? Jing Zai exhaled smoke and asked. Old man, what is there to discuss between us? Yin Wuquanjia glanced over. The spiral staircase isn't high. Jing Zai crushed the cigarette butt on the ground and said, What are you planning to do? Yin Wuquanjia frowned slightly, sensing that this guy was about to make a final struggle. They'll get you out. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Zai hoisted Yin Wuquanjia up. Old man, what are you doing? What good does this to you? Are you hoping he'll remember a favor after letting you out? Don't count on it. Shut up. You were raised by me, how could I possibly leave you here? Jing Zai rushed through waves of flames, his feet burning blackened and his pants catching fire. But this did not stop him, instead it made him run even faster. Get out alive! Flying Thunder God! Boom, boom, boom! A tremendous sound echoed from above Jing Yuan, and a huge explosion shook the cave violently. Xuenu was taken aback and then turned to look outside. The massive explosion awakened the snow mountain that had slumbered for 1,000 years, and the snow spirits on the mountain rushed towards the outside world, forming nature's wrath, an avalanche. The avalanche chased after the fleeing people with screams ringing out incessantly. Oh no! They will die! Xuenu said intermittently. Meanwhile, heavy snow began pouring into the cave. Child. Xuenu turned back to gaze at the pitch-black passage, murmuring. Her eyes held 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts reluctance. Then Xuenu turned and floated towards the exit, crossing her arms over her shoulders. Her pure white lips slowly parted. Ah! A melodious voice emerged from Xuenu's mouth. The avalanche gradually began to slow down. But moments later, Xuenu frowned and a trace of bright red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Xuenu also fell from the air, her face contorted in pain, while the avalanche howled and continued rushing down the mountain. Heavy snow crazily surged into the cave. Please! Save! My child! Jing Yuan was startled, coming back to his senses. Turning around, he saw Xuenu kneeling on the ground, feeling deeply conflicted. After a moment, Jing Yuan squatted down, looking at Xuenu with pity. All right. Xuenu seemed to have made up her mind, cupping Jing Yuan's face. Jing Yuan looked at Xuannu shocked as she drew closer. Jing Yuan's face touched Xuannu's icy tears, as her body began to fade away. Jing Yuan felt chakra continuously flowing into his body mixed with fragments of memories. Bang! With a crisp sound resembling glass shattering. Xuannu vanished from this world. Jing Yuan stood up faintly glancing at the dark passage before silently turning to face the snow that had already reached his calves, clenching his fists. A surge of light flashed in Jing Yuan's eyes. Huff! Suddenly a cold white chakra enveloped Jing Yuan's body. A massive chakra similar to the complete form of the Ninetales emerged within Jing Yuan's body. This power, bang! A tremendous energy wave expelled all the snow from the cave. I feel like I can change everything now. Weixir, it seems that we are destined to die together. Joel and Weixir fell into a small cave. Snow was continuously pouring into the cave through the entrance. They were frozen and had no strength to climb out. Joel cough, I want to thank you for pulling me out of the cave just now. Weixir's lower body was completely buried in the snow. Although he wore padded pants, he couldn't hold out for long. You're welcome, who are we to each other? Joel was also in a bad state, buried in snow with only one arm and his head exposed. I never expected. My wife would be very sad if she knew I had died. Joel exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, Don't lose heart, have a smoke. Weixir used the little strength he had left to light 2 cigarettes, handing one to Weixir while putting the other to his lips. Hey, why do you call that Snow Woman's sister? Joel took a puff of smoke, seemingly feeling a bit better. That was a long time ago. I never expected to see her again in this lifetime. Weixir exhaled a puff of white smoke. That was many years ago. An old witch came to the village, deceiving everyone that as long as the most beautiful girl in the village was offered to the Dragon King, the Snow Kingdom would have good weather the following year. The superstitious villagers injured my father, kidnapped my mother and sister, leaving me abandoned in the snow. Later my mother died and my sister was offered to the Snow Dragon Ini. My father turned to drinking and eventually passed away. I was left all alone. The following year the old witch was arrested by the royal family. In fact, everything she said was to satisfy her twisted desires, and my family became the only victims of that incident. Weixir exhaled another puff of white smoke. I originally had a gentle mother, a beautiful sister, a brave father, but after that incident, I was all alone. And the villagers avoided me as much as they could. During that time I felt like my existence in this world was meaningless. If I had power back then. Sigh. Fortunately. Later I met my wife. She was so beautiful, so gentle, she was like my sister. I never expected that after so many years I could still meet my sister. I can die without regrets. Joel. Weixir looked at Joel and found that Joel had closed his eyes forever, the cigarette in his hand still burning. Who? The beginning of one person, the end of another. Weixir lay in the snow and also closed his eyes. A white light burst forth from the snow. At that moment Jing Yuan exuded a powerful aura. Ini, your child will be fine, and this country will be fine. This year is the last year of Ini's lifespan. It is also the time for her to give birth. Ini's lifespan is only 200 years, but the end of destruction is rebirth. Her child will live on in her stead. Her child will also be named Ini and will love humanity. They do not even know where they came from, but they are the guardians of this planet, even stronger than the tailed beasts. I will protect my companions, protect this world. Thump. Thump. A series of huge heartbeat sounds echoed. A wave of green energy was released from Jing Yuan. A melodious voice emanated from Jing Yuan's mouth, not his own but that of the young girl. A giant young girl's phantom appeared behind Jing Yuan. The miracle began. A wave of green energy passed through Weixir and Joel. Thump. Thump. The intense heartbeat sounds awakened both of them. Sister. In a daze Weixir saw his sister and his memories. Am I still alive? Joel awoke from the endless darkness, now filled with strength. In the inn. A wave of green energy passed through Thin Leaf Sanshui. Where is this flying thunder god? A flash of golden light appeared. Minato dragged the unconscious Keisuke and Otanashi Kanji to escape using the flying thunder god. He had previously left a flying thunder god mark on Keisuke's shoulder when he suspected him. Otanashi Kanji slightly opened his eyes, then got up. Looking at everyone in front of him, he rubbed his eyes, came out. Keisuke. Otanashi Kanji unconsciously called out Keisuke's name, but no one answered him. Otanashi Kanji hurriedly crawled up. He looked at Keisuke lying on the ground, silent and stunned. At this moment Keisuke had no signs of life. His handsome face was charred black by the flames. His splendid suit was tattered and his upright body was riddled with wounds from the fierce flames. Keisuke. Otanashi Kanji fell to his knees with a thud, gripping his hands tightly, tears streaming down one by one. Only now did he truly understand that the man before him should never have been his enemy. The corners of Niwashiro's eyes were also moist, 2 drops of tears sliding down. This man who raised them died at the hands of the child he raised. Thump. Thump. A green light mixed with heartbeat sounds swept over everyone. At that moment the wounds on Keisuke's body miraculously began to heal, growing new flesh. The ice coffin also began to slowly emit a breath of life. All the injuries everyone sustained began to recover at this moment, even returning from the dead. Look! Over there at the snow mountain. Obito pointed at the snow mountain, shocked. Minato stared at the giant young girl phantom on the snow mountain, his mouth slightly ageki. Is this a god? Ah, as the chanting began. The accumulated snow slowly started to move. The snow spirits returned to their homes under the guidance of the song. The mountain peak that was blown up also slowly began to recover. But Ini's power is also limited. It is impossible to restore this entire snow mountain to its original state. Ini is not a god. Sure enough, moments later the young girl's phantom behind Jing Yuan began to flicker, as if it could shatter at any moment. The chakra attached to Jing Yuan also began to dwindle. Jing Yuan gritted his teeth in agony. If he gave up now, the avalanche would destroy the entire snow country. Sanshui Shum and Kakashi died too, Lin Fei Lu, Uncle Wei Sier, Uncle Yuer, and the owner of the snow ice dumpling shop would all perish. He could not give up. But as a human he had his limits. The faint chakra within his body no longer allowed Jing Yuan to continue. Just as Jing Yuan's will was about to shatter. Woo woo! A series of melodious sounds echoed from within Jing Yuan's heart. This is a narwhal. Suddenly from the distant sea surface a pillar of chakra flew over and connected to the illusory maiden behind Jing Yuan. As the first, second, and third pillars also flew from the sea surface, beam after beam of light connected to the maiden's illusion. As the beams grew more numerous, the maiden's phantom gradually solidified. The maiden opened her arms, which had been crossed over her shoulders, and raised her hands toward the sun. Even a beam of light flew down from the sun. As the beams increased, so did the energy within Jing Yuan, and with it his hope. Thank you all. Woo woo. Narwhals are pure-hearted creatures. They can perceive the joys and sorrows of others. Jing Yuan's will moved the narwhals, and they all gave him their chakra. As for the energy from the sun, Jing Yuan did not understand it. It was not he who controlled the maiden, that was her own will. Under this energy, ice and snow reversed their flow. In the frozen land of Snow Country, which had been lifeless for 10,000 years, little flowers now bloomed. These flowers grew in the snow, basking in the sunlight. For a moment Snow Country transformed from monotonous white into a riot of colors. Thank you everyone. I will protect Snow Country. Jing Yuan's pupils suddenly turned into dragon eyes. These were Ini's eyes. As if by a divine miracle, the snowy mountain was restored to its original state through the efforts of Jing Yuan, Ini the maiden, and the narwhals. Bang! The maiden behind Jing Yuan shattered. She dissolved into streams of energy that flew towards Snow Country. Meanwhile Jing Yuan fell from the sky and tumbled into the snow. Next year a new Ini would appear, taking her mother's place to soar around Snow Country and scatter snow essence. He had fulfilled Ini's last wish. Ding, mission complete. Obtain Snow Blade Muramasa. Bonus reward, Power of the Frost and Snow Dragon Ini. Suddenly a long blade appeared in Jing Yuan's right hand, and the power that had vanished within him now re-emerged. In the sword and the energy he felt the warmth of Ini. Thank you? Jing Yuan murmured softly. The maiden made of ice and snow broke into pieces and scattered towards Snow Country. Snow essence fell from the sky. This was Ini's final gift to Snow Country. On the castle a maiden stared blankly at the distant snowy mountain. That earth-shattering miracle was etched into her heart. Jing Zhe slowly regained consciousness. Large chunks of snow essence fell from the sky. Sunlight reflected off them like countless small mirrors slowly descending from the sky. The residents of Snow Country did not revel in the unexpected gift. Instead they clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for the safe return of the warrior on the snowy mountain. Jing Zhe's mind was still dazed. He remembered that he should have rushed into the sea of fire. His life had flashed before his eyes in a kaleidoscope. Yet in that pitch-black empty world a snow-white hand pulled him back. At that moment within his field of view a snow-white hand reached out to him. He looked up instinctively. His nose stung and tears streamed down like rain. That snow-white hand belonged to the beloved he had longed for day and night. She had come back to life. All the years of effort were rewarded in this moment. All hardships and grievances no longer mattered. At this moment, he only wanted to embrace the woman before him. Wei Xiar patted the snow off his clothes. He had walked out alive. Behind him one by one people emerged from the snow. They too had come out alive. Snow Dragon Ini had given them a miracle of resurrection. At the same time she had given everyone a miracle that reversed the flow of ice and snow. And she had given Jing Yuan a miracle, an incredibly powerful miracle. Under the setting sun, people embraced one another. The joy of surviving death made them embrace and weep, weeping for their own survival, weeping for the safety of their loved ones, weeping for the snow essence, weeping for a miracle. Snow Dragon Ini had used her remaining life to protect Snow Country. She loved humans so deeply. Jing Yuan walked out of the snowy mountain. The blizzard had stopped. The snowy mountain reflected the dying sun under the evening glow. It was incomparably beautiful. Facing the mountain, Jing Yuan thought of many things. Next year a new Ini would be born, and she would once again bring snow essence to Snow Country. Everything would always be this wonderful, wouldn't it? The corners of Jing Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. The feeling of saving the world wasn't bad. Even if people didn't even know him. Jing Yuan didn't plan to talk about what happened today. It was a secret between him and Ini. Room 107, Snow Pavilion. Bo Shui-san lay by the window gazing at the beautiful scenery outside. Her heart felt empty. She felt as if something was missing. On the table were steaming hot dishes she had taught herself to cook since she was 5 years old. She had made enough for two. She was waiting for someone. A flash of black light streaked by. San Shui, who was leaning by the window, shuddered. Turning around, she saw the familiar figure. "You're back. Let's eat." "Okay." Neither spoke much. They ate in silence. After a moment, Jing Yuan stopped eating and looked at San Shui. "Not to your taste?" San Shui asked in confusion. "No, it's delicious." "Then why? Aren't you curious? Why suddenly appear in this strange place?" "I'm not curious. I know you wouldn't harm me. I feel a strange sensation about you. I just took a bath yesterday." "Well, does this count as a perfect mission?" On a small steamship, Wishui Shuman stood on the deck muttering to himself while watching two seagulls perched on the ship's roof. "Sensei, is something troubling you?" Kakashi emerged from the cabin and leaned beside Wishui Shuman. "No, I just feel like I've forgotten something." Shuman pondered for a moment before replying. Kakashi glanced at Shuman, then at the azure sky, and asked the final question of this mission. "What will be done with Jingzai and the others next?" "Well, Jingzai has accepted Iwuchiha, and Iwuchiha has acknowledged Jingzai. They'll probably rebuild the factory next year." In the 46th year of Konoha, Jing Yuan stood on the shadow rock adjusting his forehead protector. In the blink of an eye, Jing Yuan had become an elite jonin, growing from a small child to a height of 1.6 meters. His strength had surpassed that of his teacher Namikaze Minato, reaching super shadow level. This year Jing Yuan had just turned 13, making him the youngest elite jonin in Konoha. Jing Yuan reached out and grasped a fluttering leaf, and as he looked at it he fell into memories. So much had happened in these 5 years. The most important thing, on one hand, was the enhancement of strength. Firstly, in the 41st year of Konoha, Jing Yuan mastered most of the basic ninjutsu, trained in close combat skills, diligently studied Uchiha swordsmanship, and practiced shuriken jutsu, laying an important foundation for the future. Of course, the system played an indispensable role. In the 42nd year of Konoha, Jing Yuan became a jonin. He attained this rank without utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, or Ini's powers. With just a ninja blade, the Snow Blade Muramasa, he earned the title of jonin. He also successfully obtained the qualifications for forbidden techniques and learned the multiple shadow clone technique. The advantage of the multiple shadow clone technique over the shadow clone technique is its greater power. Not only can the individual clones withstand a certain amount of damage, but the clones created from multiple shadow clones possess their own consciousness. They can communicate with each other to devise battle strategies and ultimately achieve their goals. One person can become an army. Moreover, other forbidden techniques were either too difficult or had stringent conditions. Techniques like Edo Tensei were too dangerous for the third Hokage to allow Jing Yuan to access. Secondly, in the 44th year of Konoha, Jing Yuan practiced sage techniques alongside Namikaze Minato. Jing Yuan's growth was also noted by Jiraiya. By then, learning new ninjutsu had lost its meaning for Jing Yuan, so he had to engage with higher level abilities. With the system's enhancement, Jing Yuan successfully learned the perfect sage mode. In the same year, he mastered the Rasengan and gathered chakra of all attributes. In the 45th year of Konoha, he developed Rank Ninjutsu Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. He mastered the Super Yuta Collapse technique and took on numerous high-difficulty missions. His various experiences were growing rapidly. Next came the important matters. Firstly, Obito and Rin were promoted to Chunin. It was estimated they would become jonin in another year or two. Then Kakashi became an elite jonin just like Jing Yuan. Tobarama Senju also became an elite jonin. Asuma Sarutobi had also reached the jonin rank. One could say that the new generation of Konoha was unprecedentedly powerful. Jing Yuan could even rank among the top combat powers in Konoha. Of course, the disturbances from Sunagakure and Iwagakure were becoming increasingly frequent. Although Kumogakure showed no overt hostility, they were still contesting with Konoha in the shadows. They were eyeing the position of the leading nation among the 5 great shinobi countries. In Jing Yuan's memory, the Third Great Ninja War could be divided into 3 periods. The first period was when Sunagakure and Iwagakure attacked Konoha together while Kumogakure and Kirigakure watched from the sidelines. The second period was when Sunagakure surrendered and Kumogakure and Kirigakure attacked Konoha. Meanwhile, Kumogakure attacked Konoha alongside Iwagakure and Kirigakure while secretly ambushing Sunagakure, which was weakened in strength. Under the leadership of Raza, Sunagakure rose up in resistance, repelled the assault, and allied with Konoha to combat the other 3 great nations. In the end, Konoha and Sunagakure won the battle at the cost of heavy losses. Jing Yuan's assessment was that the third Hokage was too indecisive, directly allowing Edo Tensei to be learned by 2 individuals, which led to a battle where they captured 2 ninjas from the opposing side and summoned the first and second Hokage, resulting in significant losses. Even if the Edo Tensei versions of the first and second Hokage were not as powerful as in their prime, they were still at the top level in the current ninja world. Wouldn't their immortal bodies have allowed Konoha to dominate the world and trample all nations? The third Hokage placed too much emphasis on familial ties and was overly indulgent toward Shimura Danzo. Otherwise, half of the ninja world could have been spared from chaos. Of course, Jing Yuan only thought this in his heart and did not voice it. Jing Yuan snapped back from his reverie. Looking at the Konoha before him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He would make this village more prosperous for Jishuin, for his friends, and for his teacher. Uchiha Jing Yuan, the Hokage is looking for you. An Anbu suddenly appeared beside Jing Yuan and said, "All right." Jing Yuan nodded in response, then vanished from the spot. Indeed, truly worthy of being the number 1 of the new generation, such speed I can't even perceive. The Anbu muttered, being an experienced jonin. Truly the new waves push the old waves away while the old waves die on the beach. TSK tisk Uchiha Jing Yuan achieving such strength at this age, I fear only the first Hokage could be compared to him. This truly is the greatest crisis Konoha has faced in history. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, releasing a puff of white smoke while seated in his office chair. Knock knock knock. Grandpa Hiruzen, you called for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also considered Jing Yuan's mentor, so he had no issue with Jing Yuan calling him Grandpa Hiruzen. Come in, little Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan pushed the door open and paused for a moment. The office was bustling with activity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade Senju, Shimura Danzo, Mito Menju, Sarutobi, Shinji, Namikaze, Minato, the heads of various clans, and even Jiraiya Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were usually absent, were present. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was also present. Jing Yuan had little impression of him, as he rarely saw him. Jing Yuan was somewhat surprised by the grand assembly called by the third Hokage, but it also indicated that this matter was serious. It was likely the notification of the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Among all present, Jing Yuan was the youngest, followed by Namikaze, Minato. Both of them were considered juniors, but due to their outstanding strength they had qualified to participate in this discussion. Jing Yuan, your seat is here. Namikaze Minato called out to Jing Yuan, who was dazed at the door, bringing him back to reality. He then patted the empty seat beside him, which was where Jing Yuan was to sit. Seeing this, Jing Yuan hurriedly ran over and quietly sat down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response and then with a worried expression said, "What follows may be very heavy, but we must face it. This is bad news. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have declared war on Konoha simultaneously." Jing Yuan fell into thoughtful contemplation. The reason the Third Great Ninja War broke out at this time was primarily due to one person, Sasori. Sasori's goal was to kill Konoha's White Fan one day to avenge his parents, but Hatake Sakumo had died under the weight of rumors. This caused Sasori to lose his purpose for living. Later, Sasori shifted his target to the third Kazekage, believing that it was due to the third Kazekage's erroneous command that led to his parents' deaths. Thus he killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet before escaping. The disappearance of the third generation of Wind Shadows led Suna to believe that Konoha was responsible for the ongoing conflicts, thus declaring war on them. Iwagakure had also long prepared to declare war on Konoha, and now that they had a reason, they naturally aimed to kick a dog when it was down. As for Kirigakure, they had always harbored hatred towards Konoha, so seeing Konoha become the focus of everyone's ire, they naturally wanted to step in and take a shot. Regarding Kumogakure, at this time Killer Bee had not fully mastered the 8 tails, so they were not in a hurry. They planned to intervene when the situation escalated, reaping the benefits, like a fisherman. Shimura Danzo was the first to express his opinion. If they want to fight, then let them fight. Konoha is not a soft persimmon. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly, sighing, "If possible, I still hope for a peaceful resolution." Danzo's lips twitched. He knew that Hiruzen would say such a thing. Afterwards, the leaders of each clan spoke in turn, with those supporting the war, and those against it being roughly equal, making it impossible for anyone to convince the other. Meanwhile, Jiraiya Tsunade and Orochimaru had not yet stated their positions. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly and then looked at the silent Namikaze Minato and Kageyama. Minato, what is your opinion? Namikaze Minato was taken aback by the question, hastily stood up but soon froze in place. I'm sorry. I can't really decide. Minato knew that he and Kageyama were merely there to listen, and it was not their place to speak. Saying something casually could easily offend others. Hey, sit down, Kageyama, what about you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite troubled. All three of his disciples were not making their positions clear, leaving him in a difficult spot. Of course, he held no hopes for Kageyama either. Could a child casually discuss war? Even if they spoke, their words would be trivial and potentially offensive. Ultimately, it fell to him, the Hokage, to make the decision. War. We must fight. Kageyama stood up, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. Shimura Danzo looked at Kageyama with a hint of astonishment. He did not expect a child to dare speak such words. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, saying, have you thought this through? Your decision concerns the fate of the entire Konoha village. Namikaze Minato trembled in fear. Kageyama. Sit down. What are you saying? Kageyama unabashedly replied, Suna wants to declare war on us. Iwagakure and Kirigakure are also joining in, and with Kumogakure watching closely, we must fight. Konoha's long period of silence has led them to believe we are easy prey, so let's show them. Let them know who the real leader is. This battle is inevitable. If we do not fight, our children will have to. Since we cannot avoid it, we might as well go all out. Kageyama's declaration plunged the room into a profound silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell with a clatter onto the Hokage's desk, scattering ash all over. Good. Jiraiya laughed heartily and led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping echoed, rising and falling. The clan leaders Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others like Shimura Danzo and Naro Shikaka looked at Kageyama with appreciation, as if witnessing the rise of a new star. Beneath the elite strength lies a Hokage-like mindset. This young man will surely lead Konoha to greater heights in the future. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, standing up abruptly. All right. Then let's fight. In just a single day, the entire Konoha transformed. The next morning, all the ninjas of the village gathered beneath the Hokage office, arranged in 4 major teams. The last time it was this grand was when Sarutobi Hiruzen took office as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Naro Shikaka stood atop the Hokage building, with Sarutobi Hiruzen using Chakranhan's voice to rally the crowd below. In this war, if we do not fight, our children will. Since we cannot escape, we might as well go all out. Fight. 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 Surprisingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed Kageyama's words. This was enough to illustrate the weight of those few words. Uzumaki Kushina stood beside Namikaze Minato, smiling. Did your student say these words? Namikaze Minato scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Kageyama is just too talented. It's not unusual for him to surpass me, is it? Uzumaki Kushina chuckled, covering her mouth. She felt proud of Minato for having such a legendary student. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was also nearing its conclusion. Now I will announce the battle plan. First team led by Jiraiya. Members: Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Kageyama, Hatake Kakashi, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Obito, Noura Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, Kaminari. Your task is to rush to the Iwagakure battlefield. Good luck. Second team led by Tsunade. Members: Sarutobi Shino, Kaminari Shizuka. Your task is to rush to the Suna battlefield. Third team led by Orochimaru. Members: Uchiha Kagami. Your task is to rush to the Kirigakure battlefield. Fourth team led by Shimura Danzo. Members: Yatsuki Kifune. Your task is to protect the elderly, women and children in Konoha, preventing enemy incursions. The roll call lasted from dawn until night. The primary combat force of the first team was composed of the younger generation of Konoha. The second team's main strength came from the Anbu. The third team's main strength was composed of various clans. The fourth team's main strength was from Root. At night, the gates of Konoha opened, and one by one ninjas ran out of the village, heading in various directions. If we must fight, then let us fight. Within Konoha, the young and old were unable to sleep. They sat in their yards. Some were flipping through books. Some gazed at the starry sky while sipping tea. Some played with their children. But all their faces bore expressions of worry. War always brings death. Will their loved ones return victorious after the war? Or will they forever rest in that unfamiliar land? Jiosun sat at the dining table. He did not turn on the light. Due to his severed arm, he was not included in the team. He wanted to fight alongside Kageyama, but he was too inadequate now. He could only sit alone in the house, praying for Kageyama's safe return. Hoka Mizumi sat in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky. To her right lay a sickly figure. At this time Mizumi had already grown somewhat graceful. At 15 she was not included in the team, she was too weak, having just become a genin. The main battlefield of this battle was concentrated in the Iwagakure village. Sunigakure had lost its wind shadow while Kirigakure was severely weakened by Konoha 6 years ago. Moreover, Iwagakure was inherently stronger than both Kirigakure and Sunigakure. This contrast made it clear to any discerning eye that the battlefield in Iwagakure was the most perilous with the largest scale of combat. Konoha was essentially challenging the entire ninja world with just one village. In terms of numbers, Konoha was undoubtedly inferior to the enemy. Thus it was fated that they could not engage in a heated clash. Jing Yuan and the others needed strategies. Of course these thoughts belonged to the lower and middle ninjas, but for Jing Yuan now numbers no longer determined the outcome. The next morning. Iwagakure's encampment. Iwagakure was divided into several small encampments, each comprising about 100 personnel. Every encampment was led by an elite jonin. With several jonin and countless chunin and war, chunin were merely cannon fodder, while jonin represented real combat power. Even in the initial stages of the war, the lower ninjas were not qualified to step onto the battlefield. Each encampment of Iwagakure was well hidden, concealed within the forests along the borders of the Land of Fire. They had designated the battlefield in the Land of Fire, thus the losses from the combat would not be their burden to bear. The three great nations attacking Konoha together gave them a sense of inevitable victory. So much so that laughter and chatter filled the camp. They were completely oblivious to the impending danger. On a towering tree, Jing Yuan leaned against the trunk, watching the bonfire below and the constantly moving Iwagakure ninjas. Behind him stood an elite jonin and 8 jonin. They were the vanguard, currently standing on a towering tree dozens of meters high, completely unaware that the enemy's attack was coming so swiftly. Konoha's smaller numbers were a benefit in disguise, as it made them harder to detect. Thus the initiative fell into the hands of Konoha. Jing Yuan initially intended to come alone, but Jiraiya was not reassured and insisted on sending Kakashi and another 8 jonin along. Kakashi squatted beside Jing Yuan, his two exposed eyes slightly furrowed. "Jing Yuan, what should we do?" Kakashi asked. Jing Yuan was the leader of this operation. The 8 jonin behind him had to follow the command of this 13-year-old boy, yet they expressed no complaints, strength, determined authority, and if the opponent could easily overpower them, it was best to follow orders. Jing Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. "You don't need to move, just watch me perform. If things go awry, you can run directly. They won't be able to hold me back." Kakashi nodded slightly. This was not arrogance but confidence in Jing Yuan's abilities. His strength was such that these words would not invite doubt. The mesmerizing Flying Thunder God technique could allow him to enter and exit the battlefield without anyone noticing. After sitting down, Jing Yuan began to absorb Senjutsu chakra. Previously he had placed 2 shadow clones in Myobokuzen to absorb Senjutsu chakra. Due to having signed a summoning contract with the gold coin, Jing Yuan could not sign another contract with Myobokuzen. Thus he had to resort to this method. Moments later, 2 patches of orange eye shadow appeared at the corners of Jing Yuan's eyes. This indicated that he had entered Senjutsu mode. Jing Yuan then stood up and leaped into the air. His hands rapidly formed seals. Summoning technique. Jing Yuan slapped one hand down. Super Yutakai collapse technique. As soon as the gold coin appeared, Jing Yuan frantically poured chakra into its body. The gold coin meowed and shook its finger. Suddenly a giant 40-meter-high golden lucky cat appeared in the sky. This was the rank ninjutsu Jing Yuan had developed. Jing Yuan discovered that as long as he poured chakra into the gold coin, it could conjure gold. Therefore, delivering a large amount of chakra at once would enable the gold coin to summon a massive golden statue. Puff! The gold coin vanished into the air. Jing Yuan stood atop the giant golden lucky cat, waiting to reach the ground. The landing site of the giant golden lucky cat was precisely at the center of this Iwagakure outpost. That was where the jonin resided. Iwagakure had never anticipated that the opponent would not deploy a large number of ninjas. Instead, a single ninja would launch an attack from the skies. The ninjas on the ground noticed the sky suddenly darkening and quickly looked up. However, a mere glance sent them screaming in terror and fleeing frantically. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yet some were slow to react. This ninjutsu instantly turned 2 jonin and 3 chunin into pancakes. Jing Yuan's eyes widened. In an instant, a layer of cold white chakra enveloped him, transforming his aura. He resembled a white war god. Multiple shadow clone technique. Flying Thunder God. The camp was quite spacious, allowing most ninjas to notice Jing Yuan's position in an instant. In a flash, Jing Yuan summoned 9 shadow clones. They too were cloaked in cold white chakra. In no time, 10 kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God were hurled to the ground. Upon noticing Jing Yuan, the Iwagakure ninjas furiously hurled ninjutsu at his position. However, under the Flying Thunder God, their techniques were destined to miss. They had no understanding of the flying thunder god technique, not even the elite Jonin. A series of white flashes passed by. 10 white death gods suddenly landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, the 10 Jing Yuan, like sheep entering a tiger's den, began to harvest lives mercilessly. The Chunin stood no chance against Senjutsu. Combined with the ultra-high mobility provided by Yin-Yi's power, they couldn't even touch Jing Yuan. Senjutsu's supergiant Rasengan. In unison, 10 Jing Yuans formed a Rasengan 6 or 7 times larger than themselves, charging towards the crowd. Kakashi and several other Jonin on the tree were dumbfounded and speechless. "Is this really a human?" one Jonin stammered. "I remember Lord Jiraiya only sent us to scout for information. Are we really killing everyone?" Kakashi clicked his tongue, feeling parched. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Jing Yuan had never shown mercy to enemies. Thus he unleashed full firepower, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Iwagakure ninjas. "Help! Mom, I want to go home." The Iwagakure ninjas present were terrified by Jing Yuan's ninjutsu. This was no ninja, this was a death god. The elite Jonin gritted his teeth. The katana in his hand trembled slightly, and then he threw it down, screaming and trying to escape. However, in just a moment he was consumed by the massive Rasengan. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Every flicker of Jing Yuan represented the demise of a ninja. Jing Yuan's current speed made his movements resemble flickers, coldly harvesting countless lives. Approximately 10 minutes later, this once bustling Iwagakure camp had become a wasteland. Jing Yuan stretched lazily amidst the ruins of the Yanin stronghold, dispelling his chakra cloak. The other 9 shadow clones also dissolved into puffs of smoke and vanished. The Sage mode could only last 5 minutes and had already dissipated during the battle. Yet even without Senjutsu chakra, the remaining Chunin posed no threat to Jing Yuan. He had eliminated all the Jonin before his Senjutsu chakra faded. "This is no battle at all, it's a massacre." Kakashi leaped down from the tree, swallowing hard at the sight of the corpses strewn across the ground. In all his years he had never seen so many bodies. Jing Yuan glanced at Kakashi indifferently. "I have never felt pity for invaders. Their purpose is to kill us, so they must be prepared to die." Kakashi nodded, acknowledging Jing Yuan's reasoning. In war, a soft heart does not survive long. Everyone who had prepared for close combat had already contemplated death. Yet when faced with the reality of life and death, one could not help but waver. But wavering meant death, so one must steel oneself against it. Jing Yuan took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. It was a gift from Sanchoe, his 13th birthday present. "Clean up the battlefield. Erase our traces as much as possible. Leave no usable information for the enemy." "Yes, sir." As soon as Jing Yuan finished speaking, the other 8 Jonin snapped to attention and saluted. If there had been any lingering resentment before, it had now been replaced by sheer admiration for their commander and his strength. With such a genius in Konoha, how could victory be in doubt? At the Konoha camp. "What? You wiped them out?" Jiraiya slammed his hands on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. "That's right. I saw they were off guard, so I took them all out in one go," Jing Yuan said nonchalantly, as if recounting the most ordinary event. Minato Namikaze gave an awkward smile, but deep inside he felt a surge of pride for his disciple's extraordinary prowess. Jiraiya sighed. In truth, he wasn't all that surprised. Once Jing Yuan entered Sage mode, he stood a fair chance even against cage-level opponents. Mastering Sage mode created a vast gap between oneself and ordinary ninja. Taking on 100 foes single-handedly was hardly remarkable. Kakashi too was somewhat awed, silently mourning the elite Jonin who had died 3 seconds into the fight. After training hard for half a lifetime to be killed at the first encounter on the battlefield. How tragic. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then spread a map across the table. "These are the terrain maps and intelligence gathered by our reconnaissance ninja over the past 2 days. We've located 3 enemy strongholds so far, the largest housing over 500 men. The other 2 are similar to the one Jing Yuan destroyed, each with just over 100 men. Since Jing Yuan already eliminated one, the other strongholds must have received word and are now on alert." Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Jiraiya was meticulous when it came to the grim realities of war. The first division numbered only 2,500. The opposing Yanin forces, however, boasted at least 10,000 ninja. The primary reason Jing Yuan had been able to annihilate a 100-man Yanin unit in one stroke was the disparity in intelligence and the element of surprise. The stronger the enemy, the more crucial intelligence becomes. The enemy had no idea of the Flying Thunder God technique's full capabilities, so they were slaughtered like chickens. If Jing Yuan had faced 100 ninja in a heated confrontation, the outcome would have been far from certain. They were rigorously trained shinobi, not ordinary civilians. Of course, Yanin would never give Jing Yuan another chance to wipe out an entire camp in one fell swoop. In real warfare, both sides first deploy advanced units, commonly known as cannon fodder. The advanced units clash first, and only then does the true battle commence. Due to Konoha's numerical disadvantage, their advanced unit consisted only of Jing Yuan, Kakashi, and those 8 ninja. Ninja play a vital role. The real battlefield is not decided by generals but by the soldiers beneath them. Both sides would divide their combat ninja into groups of 3 for missions or intelligence gathering. Occasionally they would form groups of 4 or 5, but most were in 3s. Only in this way could ninja maximize their effectiveness. Ninja excelled at assassination and stealth. Once they lurked in the shadows, even Jing Yuan could be caught off guard and capsize in the gutter. Of course, ninja are still human. Every stronghold would include support-type ninja, healers and cooks for example. A unit without logistics cannot go far. Thus the basic shape of warfare was that both sides maintained a well-hidden main camp. Then there would be a supply line connecting the camp to the village. A small number of ninja would be left to guard the main camp, but not too many. Because if the main camp was discovered, forget about counterattacking. The enemy lurked in darkness while you stood exposed, and the light survival itself would be a stroke of luck. Therefore the location of the main camp had to be extremely concealed. Jiraiya's strategy was to deploy 1,000 men to establish 4 outposts between the main camp and Yanyan strongholds. Each outpost would hold 250 men, preventing the enemy from reaching the main camp. Logistics personnel and some ninja would guard the outposts, while the rest would form 3-man squads for missions or intelligence. Watching Jiraiya explain for so long, a sudden idea sparked in Jing Yuan's mind. He was a time traveler. Why should he take them hidden? Wait for them to unleash their full strength and adjust to their peak before engaging. That would be foolish. Was this the way of war that the shinobi world had always followed? Both sides could bring themselves to optimal condition. It was a brute force contest of sheer might. Once such a battle began, both sides would suffer heavy losses and Konoha would be devastated. They might even lose, because on the surface Yanyan's forces outnumbered their first division by 4 times. The third Hokage probably intended for the second and third divisions to quickly conclude their battles and then reinforce the Yanyan front. But sitting idly by was not Jing Yuan's style. Why clash hidden when he could simply strike at the enemy's home village? If they lost their home and logistics, would those Yanyan ninjas still have the will to fight? Jing Yuan searched his memory for battle tactics from his past life, but after much thought he realized he was a complete ignoramus. He couldn't recall a single piece of ancient Dragon Kingdom military strategy. After racking his brain, only one tactic stood out vividly in his memory: a certain battle doctrine from Country D in his past life. That doctrine could rout the enemy in the shortest possible time. Exactly what Jing Yuan needed now. The tactic is referred to as blitzkrieg, commonly known as lightning warfare. In simple terms, it means declaring war in the afternoon after finishing the battle, in the morning concentrating troops to break through with overwhelming force and directly strike the enemy's homeland. The battle ends in an instant. Of course it must be swift, otherwise it would be futile once the enemy's reinforcements arrive. Moreover, it is essential to conclude the battle quickly. Jing Yuan slightly smirked. This was it. He directly interrupted Jiraiya, who was still laying out tactics. Uncle Jiraiya, why not listen to my strategy? Jing Yuan grinned wickedly as he spoke. Jiraiya, Kakashi and Minato felt a chill at Jing Yuan's expression, as he rarely showed such a demeanor. However, Jiraiya frowned slightly and asked Jing Yuan, "This is not a child's play, you." Jing Yuan smirked. "Just listen to me first." Jiraiya frowned. This method has a low chance of success. It's too challenging to quickly resolve the battle. Jing Yuan smiled slightly. "Who said we have to fight them hidden? We can just bypass them." Jiraiya paused. "You mean?" Jing Yuan stood at the command table pointing at the map. "Including myself, we only need 100 jonin. I'll proceed ahead for reconnaissance. Using Sage Mode, I can sense chakra fluctuations within 1,000 meters, and once I confirm no one is around, I'll place the Flying Thunder God Kanai with Master Minato. With Master Minato and myself, teleporting 100 jonin 100,000 meters is completely feasible. As long as we do it a few more times, we can directly reach Iwagakure. At that point it will be difficult for Iwagakure to refuse to surrender." Jiraiya and the others were completely stunned by Jing Yuan's audacious plan. Jiraiya frowned, somewhat hesitant. This method is too risky. Jing Yuan looked at Jiraiya calmly. 2,500 against 10,000. Do you think we have a chance? Kakashi and the others fell silent. Jiraiya suddenly slammed the table. "All right. I trust you, Jing Yuan." Jing Yuan's mouth curled into a slight smile. With the help of the system, Jing Yuan's chakra had reached a terrifying level over the past few years. Coupled with chakra akin to the Nine-Tails Ini's power and Sage Chakra, Jing Yuan was certainly not joking. Moreover, the area of the ninja world is not that vast. Jing Yuan had once traveled from Konoha to the borders of the Fire Country in a single day. Additionally, they were currently at the border of the Fire Country, requiring only a brief day to reach Iwagakure. "Hurry up. Faster." A man dressed as an IWA ninja shouted ahead. They were the supply team for Iwagakure, tasked with delivering supplies to the front line. They had to reach quickly. They were the second batch of supplies, the last before the official battle, and nothing could go wrong. While they were still diligently transporting materials, they were unaware that they were already targeted by a demon. The demon was calculating the importance of this cart of supplies. Since all Iwagakure's ninjas had been sent to the front lines, this supply team only had 1 jonin and 9 chunin. In the darkness, the demon opened its mouth, smiling as it watched the convoy. 1 or 2 souls for 3 copper coins, no transaction, no killing. In the next moment, the jonin urging them had his throat opened. The other 9 chunin also grasped their necks and fell one by one. Jing Yuan retracted his cold white chakra cloak, exhaling a breath of foul air, and his mouth curled into a slight smile. This was Jing Yuan's current speed. Flying Thunder God. He threw the Flying Thunder God kunai to the ground and then used Flying Thunder God on the kunai left with Minato. In a flash of black light, Jing Yuan suddenly appeared beside Minato. Minato let out a small sigh of relief and quickly said, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. This will be the last use of Flying Thunder God." Jing Yuan's heart surged with excitement. Iwagakure was about to be doomed. Jing Yuan grabbed Minato while Minato grabbed Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi had also come along. The 100 of them held hands and completed the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash of light, they successfully arrived at the borders of the Earth Country. The long-distance teleportation left the jonin feeling a bit dizzy, but soon they noticed something worth paying attention to. This is... The jonin were all stunned. Iwagakure's supplies. Jing Yuan smiled slightly as he spoke. "Well done, Jing Yuan," Minato praised. "We're only 5,000 meters away from Iwagakure. Let's take these supplies and pay them a visit." Jing Yuan grinned wickedly. Kakashi felt it was surreal had Iwagakure lost just like that. Iwagakure. Tsuchikage's office. Anoki sat at his desk, slightly nodding in satisfaction as he looked over the documents in front of him. Reports of their stronghold being attacked had not yet come back from the battlefield. He was reviewing the information on Iwagakure's ninjas. The villagers of Iwagakure wore smiles, their discussions filled with laughter. They were undoubtedly talking about Konoha. Hey, after being the #1 ninja village for so long, it's time to give up the position. Ha ha ha, the first hidden village should belong to us, Iwagakure. Don't celebrate too early, there's still Kumogakure lurking outside. Humph. What can Kumogakure do? We Iwagakure are the strongest. However, just as they were joking about how to celebrate their victory over Konoha, Jing Yuan had already arrived at the front of Iwagakure with the black sunglasses and 100 jonin. The gatekeeper ninja of Iwagakure saw a large group of about 100 people marching towards the village from a distance, thinking it was an ally from Sunigakure. However, as they got closer, they realized it was a uniformed group of Konoha ninjas. Each of them exuded a presence indicating they were all jonin. Especially the one at the front wearing sunglasses, whose aura was terrifying. The gatekeeper ninja's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This lineup was a top-tier team, even on the front line. How did they sneak up to their doorstep? Jing Yuan lifted his sunglasses, his eyes spinning with the 3-Demo Sharingan, looking at the gatekeeper ninja with an unruly expression. "Get your village's leader out here or else you won't have a good end." Pft. Pft pft. Ha. Some of the jonin behind Jing Yuan were struggling to hold back their laughter while others were laughing out loud. Who would have thought that they had someone capable of teleporting the main force thousands of miles to launch a sneak attack? Report, report, report. Report. A rock ninja rushed into the Tsuchikage's office, his face pale with terror. Fear made him stammer as if stuck. His stuttering gave Anoki goosebumps, and the pleasant mood Anoki had been enjoying was completely shattered by this ninja. Anoki looked exasperated. "What's the matter? Don't make a fuss. Speak slowly. Report. Konoha is at the gate." The ninja swallowed hard before speaking. What? Anoki was so shocked that he too began to stutter. "Lord Tsuchikage, you need to think of something." The rock ninja forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Anoki slumped into his office chair, his eyes vacant, muttering, "Impossible. Impossible. Take me to see. If you're lying, you'll answer to me." Anoki suddenly erupted, speaking harshly. How could Konoha have broken through in such a short time? Are the ninjas on the front line pigs? The ninja had no way to defend himself. "Lord Tsuchikage, please come see for yourself." "Where's the one in charge? Come out here. Don't you want to live?" Huh. Jing Yuan bounced around like a dog and fox, borrowing power from others, causing trouble everywhere. Just because an ordinary person glanced at him, Jing Yuan instantly flashed over and slapped him twice. The man was completely stunned. Who dares to cause trouble here? Anoki arrived at the scene with the ANBU operative. Jing Yuan lifted his sunglasses, revealing a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan, as if he wanted the whole world to know he possessed it. "Oh, isn't this Anoki of the 2 scales? Just a few days without shitting and you're already this cocky." Pfft. The jonin couldn't hold back their laughter, each one looking at Anoki with a mocking grin. Standing in front of an enemy Kage and mocking him with the other party unable to do anything. This might be an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Anoki's face darkened. You little brat, get lost. Have your leader come talk to me. Jing Yuan sneered. I am the leader. Anoki froze, then said angrily, are you lying to me? Jing Yuan stretched, removed his sunglasses, and instantly changed his demeanor. The Sage mode and Ini mode were activated simultaneously. The pressure from his aura weighed heavily on Anoki, forcing his body downward. This. Anoki looked at Jing Yuan in disbelief. He seemed only a teenager yet possessed such overwhelming power. The surrounding people screamed and fled back to their homes, packing their belongings in case they needed to run. In an instant only Anoki and the 100 Konoha Jonin remained. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Anoki's forehead. The powerful ninjas were all at the front, and he had no one beside him. Anoki, I don't want to repeat myself. Jing Yuan's aura shifted and Anoki's heart was thrown into turmoil. Seeing the Sharingan in Jing Yuan's eyes, Anoki was reminded of that man once again. That day Anoki remembered the fear of being dominated by that man. Uchiha. Madara. Anoki stammered the name. He couldn't think of anyone else who could be so powerful. Jing Yuan raised an eyebrow. Do I need to say the rest? I'll give you two choices. The land of earth will surrender unconditionally and compensate the land of fire. The compensation delegation will arrive in 5 days. Second, I kill you and smash the hidden rock village to pieces. Choose for yourself. Jing Yuan put his sunglasses back on as the Sage mode and Ini chakra slowly faded. Namake's Minato and Kakashi stood frozen in place. In all their years they had never seen Jing Yuan like this. Anoki's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Damn it, don't think the hidden rock village is easy to bully. Without wasting words, Jing Yuan raised his right hand and condensed a Rasengan 6 or 7 times larger than himself. The gleaming, rapidly spinning Rasengan created a gale that swayed the few remaining strands of hair on Anoki's head. I won't say it again. Jing Yuan spoke with a slightly threatening tone. Anoki swallowed hard. All right. After saying all right, Anoki slumped to the ground like a lost soul, his face hollow. Had his hidden rock village really been defeated? Only 2 days ago the war was declared and today they lost. Jing Yuan chuckled. Then to prevent you from going back on your word, I'll have to put a mark on you. Anoki was startled. No. Absolutely not. Jing Yuan leaned a few inches closer to Anoki's face. Oh. So you're saying you want to start a war? Anoki's expression twisted as if he had swallowed a fly. This phrase had always been used to threaten Konoha, and now it was being used on them. Jing Yuan directly injected some Ini energy into Anoki's heart. The energy lingered on the surface of his heart. Don't try to touch it or it'll explode. I'm not responsible. Jing Yuan gave a sinister smile. Anoki swallowed hard, his face pained. Demon. Don't be so down. Come on, Anoki, give me a smile. Jing Yuan grabbed Anoki's chin and laughed. Anoki forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Jing Yuan chuckled. Done. Let's go home. After a few steps, Jing Yuan suddenly turned around. Don't try to cause trouble for Konoha again, or you wouldn't want your family to die one by one. Anoki sighed, watching the Konoha group leave. As long as they didn't know how they appeared in the hidden rock village, they couldn't oppose Konoha anymore. In truth, the cluster of Ini energy wouldn't explode at all. Jing Yuan just scared Anoki. But that chakra contained the Flying Thunder God technique. With a single thought, Jing Yuan could instantly teleport beside Anoki and backstab him. After Jing Yuan and the others left, Anoki with a pained expression summoned 2 ninjas. Go inform the front line that the hidden rock has been defeated, and from now on do not provoke Konoha. At least as long as that man is alive. The reason? I'll tell them when I return. The 2 ninjas also wore expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. Yes. Wow, Jing Yuan, you're incredible. Kakashi was so stunned he could barely speak. Inside a cave. The crackling sound of burning filled the cavern. Uchiha tossed a wooden plank into the fire. Above the fire a large iron pot was suspended. Uchiha Shinran was tossing chunks of radish and potato slices into the pot. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu stood by the cave entrance, eyes closed, leaning against the rock. These 3 formed the strongest squad among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Of course, that was the strongest squad among the kind where all 3 members were Uchiha. In fact, there was only one squad composed entirely of Uchiha. They could be called the strongest or the weakest. Yet none of this could deny their strength. Their team of 3 was exceptionally powerful. The reason was simple: you excelled in sensory abilities and genjutsu control. Lee mastered swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Shinran was skilled in healing and was very intelligent. Their lineup was nearly perfect, a well-rounded team. Among their peers, the 3 were the strongest squad after Team 7. Although Jing Yuan had already gone to launch a blitz on Iwagakure, Jiraiya couldn't guarantee 100% victory, so he reassigned the teams after removing the 100 men Jing Yuan had taken. Shinran and her 2 teammates were also assigned. Their mission was to gather intelligence on enemy strongholds as much as possible. They were currently resting. The soup in the pot smelled delicious, but Lee had other things on his mind. Shinran. At that moment Shinran was sprinkling seasoning with a serious expression. Hearing Lee speak to her, Shinran paused, then put away the seasoning. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking puzzled. Lee stared at the blazing fire without speaking. After a moment he suddenly said, "Have you been getting close to that senjuphilia lately?" Shinran was taken aback, then stuck out her tongue. "Hey, you notice?" Lee sighed, then looked directly into her eyes. "Do you like him?" "What?" Shinran was startled, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. "What are you saying?" "No, not at all. I just asked him for help occasionally, we're just good friends," Shinran said earnestly. Lee's expression turned complicated, his mood as tangled as his face. He didn't press further, instead lowering his head to silently watch the fire. "That's right. He's the grandson of the second Hokage, handsome and powerful. It's only natural for Shinran to like him. What am I anyway? Could my proud swordsmanship ever buy the girl I love her favorite cake?" Of course Lee didn't say it aloud, he only thought it in his heart. Lee clenched his right fist suddenly as if about to speak. "Xian. Watch out, enemies are coming." But Yue, who had been leaning against the rock, suddenly opened his eyes and cut him off. Lee leaped to his feet, drawing the katana at his waist and bracing for battle. Among the 3 only he was a jonin. If the enemy was too strong, they could only pray the opponents were just chunin. Shinran, startled, immediately put down the iron ladle and pulled the kunai from her ninja tool pouch. "Tsk tis kid, you've got good perception." Iwa ninja smirked as he leaped down from the tree, licking his lips while eyeing the 3 children. Seeing this, Yu quickly retreated, and when he opened his eyes again, a pair of Totomo Sharingan had appeared. Lee blinked and activated his single Tomo Sharingan. The Iwa ninja shook his head with a sinister grin. "Running into our team, you're doomed." Whoosh. Whoosh. As he spoke, 2 more figures dropped from the trees. Lee's heart sank as he sensed their immense chakra reserves. 3 jonin. The 3 Iwa ninjas looked at them with mocking expressions like they were lambs to the slaughter. One of the Iwa ninjas had been staring at Shinran since he jumped down. "Hee hee, little girl, you're not bad looking. Want to play some games with Big Brother later?" The Iwa ninja's eyes held mockery, but more of another emotion. Shinran felt a chill of disgust. "Pa! Pervert, dream on." The Iwa ninja, instead of being angry, looked excited. "Ooh, I like your attitude. I can't wait to see what expression you'll have later." Lee suddenly burst into action. He couldn't stand listening any longer. The lead Iwa ninja drew his blade in response. The Iwa ninja's blade suddenly became coated with wind-released chakra. As the 2 swords clashed, the Iwa ninja's blade shattered Lee into pieces. Lee froze for a moment. The fragments of his ninja blade seemed to float in slow motion before his eyes. The sword that had been with him since childhood was broken just like that. Bang! The Iwa ninja kicked Lee flying. Lee spat a mouthful of blood, tumbled several times, and came to rest against the rock wall. Meanwhile, Yu was being lifted by the neck by another Iwa ninja. Lee's eyes grew unfocused. Watching the 2 Iwa ninjas slowly approach Shinran, a surge of grief and anger rose in his heart. But without his sword, how could he fight? Even Yu's genjutsu was useless. What could he do? Watching Shinran struggling in the grip of 2 Iwa ninjas, a feeling of self-mockery suddenly welled up in Lee's heart. Was it all over? He couldn't accept it. He hadn't confessed to Shinran, hadn't tasted the soup she cooked, hadn't. "Hey, stop!" A sudden unfamiliar voice drew everyone's attention. At the cave entrance stood a white-haired youth. He wore a light blue ninja outfit with a katana at his waist and another slung over his shoulder. He looked at the 6 people inside with an indifferent expression. It was Senjuphilia. He had originally wanted to join Jing Yuan in raiding Iwagakure, but his chakra reserves were so massive that taking him with the Flying Thunder God technique consumed almost as much chakra as taking 5 veteran jonin. So Jing Yuan simply kicked him out of the team. Kicked out of the team, he could only bottle up his frustration and head to the battlefield to vent on some Iwa ninjas just happening to stumble upon the scene. "Brat, I advise you not to meddle. Get lost and we might spare your life." The jonin who had been choking you threw him aside. You rolled a few times on the ground, then knelt, clutching his neck and coughing. Philly glanced at him coolly. Suddenly a massive amount of water-released chakra materialized around him. The chakra surged forth, forming 3 water dragons that charged at the 3 Iwa ninjas. The 3 rock ninjas were petrified, frozen in place. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but rather where could they hide in this cave? The 3 water dragons nearly filled the entire cavern. With a swoosh, 3 shadowy figures burst forth, and the 3 upper ninjas had no idea how they managed to escape. They directly arrived behind Filiu. Filiu turned around nonchalantly, and waved his hand. 3 massive water dragons swam out of the cave glaring at the 3 upper ninjas. Damn it. Let's retreat. The leader of the rock ninjas felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. They knew this boy was not someone they could provoke. Want to leave? Filiu looked coldly at the 3 of them, and waved his hand. The 3 enormous water dragons immediately charged toward them. The rock ninjas showed expressions of fear and fled hastily. However, Filiu remained unhurried, forming hand seals with both hands. A water sphere coalesced in his palm. Water release, water dissection. The 3 fleeing rock ninjas suddenly halted and flew towards the water sphere in Filiu's hand. Ah. Monster. Monster. Mom, I want to go home, wah wah. In the next moment the 3 were torn to shreds by the water dragons. The light blue water dragons were stained a dark red. Snap. Filiu snapped his fingers and the 3 water dragons transformed into a stream of water that fell from the sky. Thank you, Filiu. Just as Filiu turned around he saw Sinan running over with a joyful expression. Sinan stood with her hands behind her back smiling at Filiu. Filiu frowned slightly. He didn't like people being so close to him. But he didn't say much and simply pushed Sinan away as he walked toward the cave. I was just passing by, no need to thank me. I would save other leaf ninjas here as well. Sinan let out a disappointed oh. She watched Filiu walk straight towards the pot of radish and potato soup. Grandma would make me radish and potato soup every day when she was alive. Filiu swallowed and murmured softly. Clearly he wanted to taste it. Sinan suddenly appeared beside Filiu smiling cheekily. How is it? Doesn't it smell good, the one I cooked? Filiu's face turned slightly red. He inserted his right-hand sword back into its sheath and raised a fist in front of his mouth pretending to cough twice. I quite want to try it. At that moment an untimely voice interrupted. Ah. Sinan, can you heal me first? Can you develop your feelings later? You lay on the ground wailing. The group of sand ninjas had stepped on him 2 or 3 times while escaping, causing internal injuries. Sinan shot a furious glare at Uchiha Yue, her expression seemingly asking, can't you hold on a little longer? Filiu kept staring at the pot of soup. After sensing Sinan's gaze he casually said, you go help him heal, I'll just heat up this soup. Alright. Sinan smiled slightly and nodded. Filiu sat down in his original spot, tossing pieces of wood into the extinguished fire. Then with his right hand he conjured a flame that appeared in his palm. Like his brother, Filiu was a versatile ninja. After igniting the firewood, Filiu breathed in the fragrant aroma of the radish and potato soup, lost in thought as he watched the flames. Before long Sinan had treated Yu and Li almost completely. Li hadn't said a word, only sipping the soup while occasionally glancing at Sinan. Yue, on the other hand, was quite talkative, engaging in casual conversation with Filiu. Sinan, however, kept circling around Filiu, showing concern. Li looked at Sinan. Although there were only about 10 meters between them, it felt like a world apart. He suddenly realized that the distance between him and Sinan had always been so great. Li touched the band-aid Sinan had placed on his face, lost in thought, even oblivious to the fact that the soup in his bowl had cooled down. Meanwhile Filiu was immersed in the warmth of the soup, reminiscing about the past, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The area around the cave was actually a terrain resembling a basin. Surrounded by high basin edges, the center was a pit-like formation. There were several large trees in the pit. It was very concealed. However, the rock ninjas had discovered this place. They stood atop the high basin edges, coldly observing the flickering light inside the cave. Although I don't know why Lord Tsuchikage ordered us to withdraw from the battlefield before that, let's eliminate this group of leaf ninjas. Just passing by, they are out of luck. Over 100 rock ninjas, a small vanguard unit. The leader was surprisingly an elite upper ninja. The chakra within him was unfathomable. He was indeed an old elite upper ninja, likely at the level of a Kage. He stood at the front, behind him a multitude of rock ninjas. He slowly crouched down, forming hand seals, his eyes fixed on the cave. Earth release, earthquake. Boom. What? What happened? Sinan lost her balance and fell to the ground, dropping the iron ladle she used to serve soup. The soup in Filiu's hands spilled everywhere. Yue, who had just fallen asleep, was directly awakened. Li also jolted awake from his dreams. Earthquake. You said in shock? No, hurry up, let's go. The cave is going to collapse. There are still some annoying guys outside waiting to deal with us. Filiu stood up and drew his sword from his waist. He transitioned from walking to running, quickly charging outside. Sinan, rubbing her sword back from the fall, gritted her teeth and stood up. Yu suddenly ran outside. Turning back, he saw Sinan and Li dawdling and shouted, "Are you out of your minds? Enemy attack. Run." Li snapped to attention and immediately stood up to run outside. Sinan also started to run. However, after just 2 steps she was suddenly struck in the hind leg by a falling rock from the cave's ceiling. Ah! Sinan fell to the ground, her right leg bleeding profusely from the rock's impact. Ah! Tears streamed down Sinan's face from the pain. Halfway through her run, Lee was distracted by Sinan's cry. Seeing the exit just 5 meters away but noticing Sinan over 20 meters behind him, he hesitated for barely a second before charging towards Sinan. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." Lee hurried to Sinan's side, kicking the rock away, revealing her mangled leg underneath. Lee picked Sinan up and charged toward the exit. However, the cave was already starting to collapse with large boulders falling. Time was running out. Lee sensed a massive stone that would crush him in 2 seconds, leaving him no chance to dodge. Stopping would only result in being crushed. There's only one way left. Shinran, survive! Lee hurled Shinran away as a massive boulder crushed him beneath its weight, her eyes wide with disbelief. In his final moments 2 drops of water fell upon Lee's face, cold, piercingly cold, like that bowl of soup long gone lukewarm. As Shinran tumbled through the air, Lee's lips curved into a faint, tender smile. "So this is how it ends. My life truly was a tragedy. My ninjutsu never reached the pinnacle. My treasured Tanto shattered before death, and the girl I loved cherished another, not me." As the boulder descended upon him, fleeting images flickered before Lee's eyes, like scenes from a spinning lantern. The first time he saw Shinran at the Ninja Academy, she had been radiant, perhaps not the most dazzling, yet gentle, perceptive, profoundly kind. Later they graduated together, and were assigned to the same squad. Lee spent the entire night awake, heart pounding with joy. Shinran too wore a quiet, luminous smile. Mission after mission they escaped death side by side. And afterward Shinran would brew a pot of radish and potato soup, unrefined, even bland after repeated sips, yet Lee cherished every steaming moment of it. Then came the Chunin exams. His defeat marked the slow, silent widening of distance between them, growing ever farther apart. Until the end he never voiced those 4 words, the simplest confession, yet one he carried unspoken to his grave. Ha! So in these final instants, what shall I think of? May you be happy. A thunderous crash. Dust billowed violently as Uchiha Lee vanished from Shinran's sight. No! A second later Shinran struck the ground and rolled several times, but she sprang upright instantly, ignoring the searing pain in her leg, and sprinted toward the boulder, pinning Lee beneath it. "Please move! Just move!" Shinran strained against the stone with all her might, yet such effort was futile. Unless she awakened sage mode, no mortal strength could shift it. Shards of rock rained steadily around them. Above, a colossal boulder began to shudder loose. "Stop wasting time, run!" Yu seized Shinran's wrist and yanked her backward. The instant she was pulled clear, the massive stones slammed down where she'd stood. Shinran and Yu tumbled headlong from the collapsing cavern. A vast cloud of dust rose like a storm. Shinran's face was instantly coated in grime. Mere minutes earlier a delicate, lovely girl, now reduced to the likeness of a ragged beggar. A vial of medicine clattered before Shinran, thrown by Filiu. Above them loomed a towering wall of churning water. Filiu stood rooted, arms outstretched, deflecting relentless assaults from dozens of Iwagakure shinobi overhead. Sweat poured from Filiu's brow, tracing glistening paths down his temples. Moments earlier he'd barely escaped the cave's mouth before becoming the focal point of a barrage of ninjutsu. He'd barely erected the watery barrier in time, yet the enemy's overwhelming firepower pinned him, utterly denying him even a breath to form seals. He could flee. If he chose, none present could hope to restrain him. But if he fled, what of Yu and Shinran? "Are you alright?" Yu rushed to Filiu's side. He stared upward at the immense aqueous dome. Without it they would have died 100 times over. Filiu did not answer. The sweat streaming ceaselessly from his forehead told Yu all he needed to know. His comrade was nearing exhaustion. "What do we do? Is this truly our end?" Yu paced frantically yet remained powerless. This water barrier was a dual-directional technique. Either side could strike the other. Above could not attack below, below could not reach above. To dispel it would invite a hailstorm of hundreds of jutsu. Yet how much longer could Filiu hold? Shinran tended her wounds while berating herself, helpless once more. Was this truly their end? The Iwagakure leader watched Filiu's desperate struggle with mocking amusement, preparing to deliver his taunts. Well, well, aren't you a Konoha shinobi? How strange, haven't seen you in ages. Oh my, look at you, dripping with sweat. Care to tell me what's wrong? Maybe I'll even help. Oh right, you can't even speak, can you? A cruel echoing laugh. His words ignited raucous laughter across the Iwagakure ranks, arrogance thick in the air. Veins bulged on Filiu's temples, rage burned behind his eyes. He longed to ascend and show them exactly why blossoms bloom crimson. Had he not sworn to protect Shinran and Yue, he would have charged forth long ago. Ha! Filiu exhaled sharply, channeling a slender stream of chakra into a uniquely forged kunai at his waist. Far away a lone shinobi froze mid-stride. From the shadows he slowly turned toward Philia's direction, his eyes blazing scarlet, each bearing a swirling triple-tomo Sharingan. Hey, why strain yourself? That kunoichi beside you has charm, hand her over willingly, and we'll grant you a dignified death. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Waves of laughter crashed upon Philia's ears. His frame trembled, seized by pure incandescent fury. Yet as the Awagakure shinobi reveled in their mockery, an eerie chill brushed their scalps. Strange. Snowflakes drifted silently onto the earth. One shinobi caught a flake upon his palm, puzzled. Strange snow in June. Truly bizarre weather. Before his sentence finished he looked up, and instantly regretted it. Before him atop every towering tree stood a boy clad in a chilling pearlescent chakra shroud. Yin Yi's power granted Jing Yuan dual bloodline limits, snow release and ice release, ideal for overwhelming numerical superiority with area-wide devastation. One by one Jing Yuan's wove rapid hand seals, the falling snow now streaked with lethal ice shuriken. Snow release snowfield domain. Ice release swallows snowfall. It's freezing, why so sudden? Some Awagakure shinobi sensed danger, ceased their assault, and glanced upward. Their gaze met the glint of ice shuriken descending through the blizzard. Retreat, ambush. Their commander finally grasped the peril, shouting for retreat. But what precisely does the snowfield domain do? No, I can't move. So cold, I'm frozen solid. I'm paralyzed. Help, someone save me. Help, I don't want to die. Help. Ice shuriken rained into the ranks, each tiny blade claiming a life with brutal efficiency. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening thuds of ice-piercing flesh echoed relentlessly, screams filling the frozen void. They screamed. They wept. It changed nothing. Silence, absolute suffocating silence, filled the Reikige's office. They had just received the latest frontline intelligence. Awagakure had surrendered. From declaration of war to capitulation, only 3 days. Perhaps the shortest conflict in shinobi history. Lord Reikige, shall we wait? A Kumogakure shinobi knelt trembling on the floor, acutely aware of his leader's seething fury. With a thunderous crack, third Reikige slammed his palm onto the desk, shattering it into splinters. Arcs of lightning still crackled across the fractured surface, a stark testament to his overwhelming power. Arose to his full imposing height. With each deep breath his broad chest rose and fell with raw, unyielding strength. Declare war on Konoha, immediately! His voice boomed with irrefutable authority etched with wrath. That Inoki is utterly unreliable, he thought inwardly. As for Inoki and Konoha conspiring against him, he dismissed the notion outright. Inoki harbored an unrelenting hatred for Konoha, yearning endlessly to crush it. Even if Awagakure and Konoha joined forces, he held unwavering confidence that Kumogakure alone could overpower them both. Lord Reikige, might we not wait a moment longer? The kneeling shinobi ventured cautiously. Awagakure's surrender after only 3 days must have a cause. We should dispatch scouts to gather intelligence first. No. Declare war, now. The shinobi bowed silently and turned to carry out the order. Sunagakure and Kirigakure, those 2 inept villages, only dared wage war because Awagakure stood behind them. Now that Awagakure has fallen, if we delay our stance, those cowards may well surrender before we even act. Sank back into his chair and exhaled heavily. Yes, Lord Reikige. Without further hesitation the shinobi strode toward the door to relay the command. Wait. Just as the shinobi reached the threshold, third Reikige called out sharply. After declaring war, send 2 trusted agents to Awagakure. Caution remains paramount. Then pausing thoughtfully he added. How long would such a mission take? Still uneasy, A reinforced his precaution. The shinobi considered briefly, then replied. I'll order them to move at maximum speed, round trip no more than 2 days. Very well, dismissed. I muttered under his breath, a fierce smirk tugging at his lips. Kumogakure is vastly superior to that wretched Awagakure. Let us see how this insignificant Konoha dares defeat my ironclad legions within 2 days. Awagakure has surrendered. In Sunagakure's council chamber, high-ranking shinobi clustered together, voices overlapping in anxious debate. Damn it, how could this happen? What do we do now? We wait, and watch the Reikige's response. If he declares war, we follow. If he does not, then we too must surrender. Understood. Meanwhile Kirigakure's office echoed the same tension. Both villages held their breath awaiting Kumogakure's decree. In Konoha's Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled uncontrollably, gripping the battlefield report with parched lips and racing pulse. Awagakure has surrendered. Moments later his voice emerged hoarse and gravelly. Beside him Danzo Shimura, mid-sip, choked and spat tea violently across the room. What? Water Dragon Hikari and Koharu Udatane sat frozen speechless with disbelief. Thighs, this. Danzo snatched the report from Hiruzen's hands and stared wide-eyed, scanning every line. It detailed Jing Yuan's unprecedented campaign. 3 days of relentless advance culminating at Iwabakure's gates, culminating in the humiliating spectacle of him perching atop Inoki's shoulders and demanding toilet paper. Requesting the Hokage dispatch envoys to Iwabakure to negotiate terms of reparation. Danzo's hands trembled faintly as he clutched the parchment. Is this report genuine? Hiruzen smiled faintly, drew deeply on his pipe, and released a slow curling plume of white smoke. War is no child's game. Would Jiraiya jest about such a matter? Danzo shot upright, yet his expression betrayed no joy, only a creeping chill. Jing Yuan's extraordinary power marked him as a future obstacle. If he could be co-opted, all was well. If not, he would have to be eliminated. The Hokage title must never fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's brow furrowed faintly as this resolve hardened within him. Unaware that his brilliance had already earned him a near-fatal sentence from Danzo, Jing Yuan prepared for his next bold move. It was time for a home invasion. Yes, Jing Yuan would strike twice. A lightning assault on Kumogakure. The essence of blitzkrieg lay in striking at dawn, and declaring war by noon, pushing audacity to its zenith. Ahem, scholars do not act shamelessly, they execute strategy. Since Kumogakure would soon declare war anyway, why not seize initiative and strike first? As for waiting until Kumogakure's main force marched out, leaving their village vulnerable, no. Kumogakure was no fool. Learning from Iwagakure's ruin, they would surely dispatch scouts. Delay would render blitzkrieg obsolete. A subtle smile curled Jing Yuan's lips. He would deliver Kumogakure a true shock. Adjusting his forehead protector, he resolved not to inform Jiraiya. He would go alone in silence. Jiraiya stood before a row of weathered tombstones, his heart constricting with quiet sorrow. Their unit had been reassigned to reinforce Tsunagekere's front lines, joining the 2nd Division, following Iwagakure's surrender. But before departure they paused to honor the fallen, those who had perished in this war, however brief Jing Yuan had made it. Among them was Uchiha. Jiraiya chose a secluded bamboo grove for the memorial, serene, graceful, fitting for remembrance. The air was crisp and clear, the atmosphere heavy with reverence. Jiraiya and the others bowed deeply before the graves, many of whom had left behind no bodies at all. Some had died shielding comrades' retreat, some completing missions, others rescuing allies. Shinran gazed at Ri's portrait, her chest tightening. She knew he had died protecting her. Fear had stifled her tears earlier, but now amid the soft sobs around her, her own nose stung, and twin tears traced warm paths down her cheeks. Yet she sniffed sharply, clenched her fists before Ri's image, and whispered inwardly, if only I was stronger, Ri would still be alive. If only she'd run faster, if only her reflexes had been quicker. But there are no ifs. You stood wordlessly before the portrait, silent, unreadable. Bang. Dust billowed. A massive tailed beast ball slammed into the ground beside Tsunade. She leaped backward just in time to evade it. That attack, composed of immense wind-natured chakra, had been launched by a monster towering 17 meters. Haha. Die. Die. Those madmen from Tsunagakure, they actually unleashed Shikaku. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Though she had dodged the blast with apparent ease, she had suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, Tsunade's own regenerative abilities were formidable, so she was not seriously harmed. However, the same could not be said for the Jonin and Chunin of Konoha. The number of Suna combatants was roughly equal to Konoha's 2nd Battalion. Since the Kazekage was absent, the elders of Suna could not mobilize all their shinobi. Tsunade intended to finish the battle quickly, then reinforce Orochimaru and preserve strength for the impending confrontation with Kumogakure. But she had not anticipated that those madmen would bring Shikaku directly onto the battlefield. Among the nations there were unspoken rules, such as the prohibition of using tailed beasts in war. Yet these scoundrels from Suna had cast those rules aside. With each step, Shikaku's 17-meter frame caused tremors akin to a minor earthquake. Suna had gone insane. Many of their own shinobi were unaware of Shikaku's presence. After taking control of its Jinchuriki, the beast's first target was the nearest Suna ninja. In an instant, numerous Suna shinobi were torn to shreds. The colossal Shikaku blotted out the sun, its massive body casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Tsunade felt a helplessness she had never experienced before, not even when facing Hanzo the Salamander. A tailed beast was simply beyond the strength of any shinobi. Its immense body and vast chakra made every attack lethal. Under the barrage of tailed beast balls, Konoha's shinobi suffered heavy losses. Wails filled the air. Blood spilled onto the sand as if painting the world red. Shikaku was like a red paintbrush, staining every place it touched with crimson, the pigment being the blood of the fallen shinobi. Ha. Die. All of you die. Ha. Shikaku's shrill laughter echoed across the battlefield. Each time it slapped its belly, 4 or 5 shinobi perished. In an instant the 2nd Battalion's numbers dwindled drastically. The surviving shinobi hurled jutsu at Shikaku, but they only raised puffs of dust on its body. Ha! Useless, useless. All of you die. Shikaku strode across the battlefield like a reaper harvesting lives. Tsunade clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. You bastard. She leaped into the air, charging toward Shikaku. Shikaku's eyes swiveled and caught sight of the ant rushing toward it. Eager to die. Ha! Die, die. Shikaku slapped its belly repeatedly, unleashing 3-tailed beast balls. Tsunade's expression darkened. She had no foothold in the air. Is this how I die? I can't even flee from this colossal being. My strongest attack is as fragile as paper about to be torn apart. I'm really not cut out for command. Those who died must hate me deeply. Just as Tsunade was in extreme peril. A pale blue figure swept in, grabbing Tsunade and carrying her away from the lethal-tailed beast balls. Bugs, bugs, I hate bugs the most. Die. Die, die, die. Enraged that its prey had been rescued, Shikaku spat out tailed beast balls one after another. But none could hit the swiftly moving blue figure. Aya. Die, die. Losing sight of its prey, Shikaku turned its attention back to the surviving Konoha shinobi on the battlefield. Ah. Help. Someone save us. Inside a cave, Tsunade was set down. Kato Dan opened his eyes. That blue figure had been his spirit transformation technique. In its spiritual form, Dan's movement speed was unparalleled, allowing him to rescue Tsunade. Dan. Slap. Tsunade tried to speak, but Dan stood up and delivered a sharp slap to her face, then pulled her into a tight embrace. Don't speak. You were too reckless. Dan released Tsunade and began analyzing the battlefield situation with a serious expression. Shikaku is now roaming the battlefield. If we want to save the remaining Konoha shinobi, we must stay calm. As the leader, you need to be even more composed, not charge in headlong. What we need to do now is locate other strong shinobi while also being wary of hidden Suna ninja. They won't abandon Shikaku. Tsunade nodded slightly, her heart filled with guilt. From what I know, the only shinobi who stand a chance against Shikaku are Sarutobi Shinosuke and Kazuki Shizuka. But they need cover. In my spiritual form, my perception is far-reaching. When I brought you back, I already located their positions. However, if we rush there directly, Shikaku will surely notice us. So we need to think of another way. Dan sat down, picked up a twig, and began drawing on the ground. His sketching skills were indeed impressive. He easily depicted the current situation. Tsunade crouched down, her expression grim. She looked at Dan and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Dan met her gaze. "I have 2 plans. You need to make the decision." Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Dan began to explain. First plan, I use the spirit transformation technique to go to the cave where Sarutobi Shinosuke and the others are hiding and inform them of the plan. However, due to the chakra involved, Shikaku might detect our current location. But this plan carries very little risk. Shikaku is almost certain not to sense us. The second plan is for you to use taijutsu to run to their cave and inform them. But this option is far too risky. Tsunade hesitated for less than a second before nodding. I'll take the second one. I trust my taijutsu. Dan smiled slightly, then picked up the twig and continued drawing on the ground. When you pass this area, run inside. It's a blind spot for Shikaku's current position, and you can reach the cave where Sarutobi Shinosuke and the others are hiding without being detected. This will be more advantageous for our operation. Dan used the twig to sketch the route Tsunade would take. Tsunade stood up and nodded at Kato Dan. Very well, I will return safely. Kato Dan also rose to his feet upon hearing this. He wiped the sand and dust from Tsunade's face, then removed the pendant from around his neck. This is the safety charm you gave me. Now I return it to you. You must stay safe. After saying this, Kato Dan planted a kiss on Tsunade's forehead, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and helped her hang the pendant around her neck. Tsunade blushed, not expecting that at this moment Kato Dan would still have the mood to kiss her. She pushed him away, leaped out of the cave twice, and dashed toward the mission target. Tsunade was not good at expressing such sentiments. She could only flee to conceal her inner emotions. Kato Dan smiled faintly at the sight, but the next moment a grave expression crept onto his face. He had not told Tsunade the full details of the mission. There was one final step. Tsunade had run only a few hundred meters before she came within Shohei's line of sight. Seeing the escaped prey return, Shohei's face instantly filled with excitement. Haha! Bug! Die! 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 Shohei madly pounded its belly, firing one massive air bomb after another at Tsunade. Tsunade narrowly dodged each one. At full speed, Tsunade was incredibly agile, moving like a startled hare. She was not a mindless brute. Thus when moving at maximum velocity she could barely evade the colossal air bombs. The enormous air bombs slammed into the mountain, sending boulders tumbling down from the summit in a cascade of stone. But Tsunade, gripping the pendant on her chest, dodged every one of them as if blessed by some protective charm. Finally at a bend, Tsunade spotted the traces left by Kato Dan. With a turn she vanished from Shohei's sight. Arg! Die! Die! Shohei, seeing the bug escape its vision, began moving toward the mountain where Tsunade had disappeared. But suddenly a kunai struck its head, causing it pain. Shohei, your opponent is me. A pale blue figure floated in the air, a kunai in hand. It was he who had just tapped Shohei's hard head with the kunai. Bug! Bug! Arg! Die! 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 Shohei frantically spat air bombs at the spiritualized Kato Dan, but he dodged every time. Annoying, annoying, annoying! Die! Die! Shohei trudged after Kato Dan, swiping its giant hand through the air as if shooing a fly. It never realized that Kato Dan was luring it toward a specific location. Tsunade turned to avoid a falling rock and finally reached the cave Kato Dan had told her about. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, she saw Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu grimacing in pain in a corner. While rescuing Xinyu Jingxiang, his right leg had been crushed by a falling rock. Xinyu Jingxiang was bandaging him. Seeing Tsunade, Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu was startled. Tsunadesima, it's so good that you're alive. Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu smiled bitterly. He was too battered now. Xinyu Jingxiang also noticed Tsunade's arrival and quickly stood up to make room. Tsunade stepped forward, placing her hands near Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu's wound, and a green glow emanated. Moments later the injury healed. Thank you, Tsunadesima. Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu stood up looking embarrassed. For an Earth Release Master to be injured by a rock was hard to justify. Tsunade frowned slightly. Now is not the time for thanks. I came to ask for your combined strength to help me defeat Shohei. Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu was astonished. Tsunadesima, are you feverish? How could a monster like Shohei be defeated? Even my father wouldn't dare claim he could subdue it. Tsunade then explained Kato Dan's plan to the two. Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu pursed his lips, then said, Tsunadesima, this method can indeed severely wound the one-tailed Shohei, but it's not enough to kill it. I suspect Kato Dan hasn't told you the full details. Xinyu Jingxiang also nodded, slightly agreeing with Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu. Tsunade clenched her fists. She had already guessed as much, but now there seemed no other way for the sake of Konoha. Just do your part, Tsunade said. Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu and Xinyu Jingxiang exchanged glances, then followed Tsunade out of the cave. They were about to do something unprecedented. Kill a tailed beast. Die, die, die. Lured by Kato Dan, Shohei had unknowingly arrived at a basin-like terrain, the target location Kato Dan had set for Tsunade. Through his powerful spiritual perception, Kato Dan sensed that the ground beneath was hollow, a massive pit. If Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu and Xinyu Jingxiang used their combined technique, they could break the surface layer and trap Shohei inside. Then he would deliver the finishing blow. Die, 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 die. Bang, 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 bang. Shohei spat out air bombs at Kato Dan as if they cost nothing, but Kato Dan always narrowly avoided them, infuriating Shohei. Just as Shohei prepared another volley of air bombs, the ground suddenly gave way, sending its body into freefall. Bang! About 2 seconds later a loud crash echoed. Half of Shohei's massive body had fallen into the enormous cavity. Arg! Shohei shrieked in terror, but then noticed Tsunade and the two beside her, Yuan Fei's Shinji Zhu and Xinyu Jingxiang. At that moment Xinyu Jingxiang clapped her hands. Ninja Art Earth Sword Array! Instantly several giant iron swords plunged into Shohei's body. Arg! It'll kill you all! Shohei madly spat air bombs at Tsunade. Tsunade stomped her right foot, kicking up a massive rock like a shield. She punched the rock, sending it flying. In the sky the air bomb and the rock collided, canceling each other out. Just as Shohei prepared another volley, it noticed Kato Dan rushing toward the Jinchuriki on its head. Die, die, die! Shohei swiped its palm at Kato Dan. Kato Dan's pupils contracted. He was betting that Shohei wouldn't notice him. But now. In a mere second, Kato Dan contemplated many things. Since the appearance of Shohei, he had not considered the possibility of survival, as his initial intention was to sacrifice his own life to defeat Shohei. He did not wish for Tsunade to perish. He did not want the people of Konohagakure to die. Sacrifices in war were commonplace. If he could use his life to prevent the sacrifice of more people, then he was willing to give everything for Konohagakure. This distance should be enough. Tsunade, please don't cry, it would sadden me. Yet in the face of death, how many could remain unmoved? Even Kato Dan felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart. Duan! Tsunade shouted as she saw Kato Dan in peril. Hearing her voice, Kataduan's pupils slightly contracted, but then the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. The reason why the spirit transformation technique is classified as a forbidden technique, aside from the danger of sending one's divine sense out of the body, is that once the practitioner chooses to detonate their divine sense, the resulting explosion is akin to that of a tailed beast bomb. The price to pay is damage to the soul. However, what does soul damage or death matter to Kataduan? As long as Tsunade can survive. Kataduan gritted his teeth, channeling the turbulent chakra within him. Boom! A flash of white light erupted, followed by an explosion that shook the very earth. Tsunade quickly covered her eyes with her arms to shield herself from the blinding white light. About 2 seconds later, all that remained of Shoha's original position was a dark pit. Both Shoha and Kataduan vanished. Shoha was not completely released. The sealing method of Sunigekure is quite unique. As long as the Jinchuriki falls asleep, Shoha will take control of the Jinchuriki's body to unleash havoc. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki sleeps atop Shoha. Once the Jinchuriki awakens, Shoha will return to its seal. At this point, not only is it unlikely for the Jinchuriki to awaken, but they may also be reduced to ashes in such a powerful explosion. The lives of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are intertwined. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also perish unless they are separated first. This is common knowledge. And at this moment, it is likely that Kataduan, the Jinchuriki, and Shoha have all perished. The surrounding hills were flattened by the massive explosion, and the Jinchuriki could no longer survive. Tsunade stood in place, stunned for nearly half a minute. Kataduan did not inform her that the plan included this step. In truth, she had long been mentally prepared, but the reality was still hard to accept. There was a trace of hope in her heart. Lady Tsunade. Shingetsu Shizuka also understood what had happened and asked Tsunade with concern. It's nothing, you all go search for any surviving leaf ninjas, I will go retrieve Kataduan's body. Tsunade strained to suppress her hoarse voice, trying not to reveal her fragile heart. Sarutobi Shino also sighed at this sight, grabbing Shingetsu Shizuka's hand as they rushed toward the original battlefield. Tsunade said nothing, she remained calm. She followed the path back to Kataduan's cave. The sky gradually began to rain. Drops of rain fell to the ground. Slowly the rain intensified, drenching Tsunade's face. She soon arrived at Kataduan's cave, her clothing soaked. In the quiet cave, Kataduan sat peacefully on the ground. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His face still bore a smile. Tsunade staggered a couple of steps before kneeling in front of Kataduan. She tightly embraced Kataduan's lifeless body. Tsunade buried her face in Kataduan's shoulder just as before. Tears, rainwater, and blood mixed together, soaking Kataduan's clothes. However, this time Kataduan did not pat her back to comfort her. Tsunade was not as calm as she had imagined, nor did she cry out as she had envisioned. At this moment she felt as if she could hardly breathe. Every breath was a struggle that drained all her strength. It turned out that being overwhelmed by sorrow truly made it impossible to breathe. In the pitch-black cave, a Sunigekure ninja opened his eyes. He was the Jinchuriki of Shoha. Sands of gold fell from his face. He was lying among a pile of puppet fragments. Indeed, he was not dead. Sunigekure had adorned him with the hardest puppets to protect him as the Jinchuriki. He had also used his unique secret technique, the gold sand armor, to cling to his skin for protection. The massive explosion tore through the puppets, but was blocked by his gold sand armor. Although his armor was now in tatters, he had suffered minimal injuries. Shoha also fell into a deep slumber due to severe injuries. He is the Jinchuriki, but he also has another name, Rasha. Rasha's body could not stand up immediately due to pain. He attempted to grasp something to help himself up, but touched something sharp, cutting his palm. Rasha looked at the spot he had reached for. It was a massive sword blade. Konohagakure ninjas. Truly terrifying. If they cannot be eliminated, then one must never oppose them. Rasha squinted his eyes. Duan, truly an admirable ninja. His consciousness had awakened when Kataduan was less than 5 meters away from him. Thus he heard Tsunade's address to him. The massive explosion left Rasha unable to calm himself. A flying kunai appeared. In a flash of golden light, Namikaze Minato materialized on this rain-soaked land. The rain had ceased. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds. Namikaze Minato fixed his gaze and spotted a team of about 10 people. The leader carried a corpse on his back. Namikaze Minato immediately took a defensive stance. Is that Sunigekure ninjas? He rushed to the battlefield at the fastest speed, creating some distance from Jiraiya's main force. Everyone he encountered now needed to remain vigilant. Namikaze Minato. Minato was taken aback as he saw a figure from that team running towards him. Minato narrowed his eyes. As he got a clearer view of the person's face, he exclaimed, Sarutobi Shino. A cold sweat ran down his back. That meant, this team of 10 is from Konohagakure. Minato hurriedly approached, noticing that these people bore various injuries. Among them Kataduan had already perished. What happened? Where are the leaf ninjas? Minato frowned slightly. Everyone present fell silent, unwilling to speak. They are all dead. After a long pause, Tsunade said. Yunin Village. The village is built upon towering mountains, with its elevation being the highest among the 5 great ninja villages, and some of its important structures are even above the clouds. This makes the Yunin ninjas standing on the high mountains believe they are treading on the clouds. At this moment Jing Yuan stands halfway up a mountain, observing the densely packed Yunin ninjas below. It seems that Yunin has officially declared war on Konoha, with ninjas rushing to the front lines, seemingly heading towards the Sunigekure battlefield. They do not intend to engage Konoha directly, appearing to favor the strategy of taking down Sunigekure first before annihilating Konoha. Jing Yuan's position can be considered a blind spot for Yunin village. It happens to be the back of the mountain where sunlight does not reach. Jing Yuan has been hesitating to act as he waits for Yunin to mobilize their forces. The essence of defeating many with few lies in ambush. If the opponent sees you can no longer ambush. If Jing Yuan were to recklessly charge out to trouble the Reikage, he would probably be turned into a sieve before he took a few steps. Jing Yuan's combat ability is rather awkward. Though he has many offensive techniques, he lacks defensive means. If Senju Hashirama is a warrior, Tobarama is an assassin, and the third Reikage is a tank, then Jing Yuan is akin to a mage. For our missing one. TSK. It's merely a difference in profession and expertise. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were to cause chaos in Yunin village, they wouldn't need to look for opportunities, they could simply rampage through. The third Reikage with his powerful physique can also fight multiple opponents hidden. But Jing Yuan is different. Although he possesses the Sage mode and Ini mode, his physical body isn't strong. Moreover, he lacks sustainability, unlike Wood Release, which can absorb the enemy's chakra to replenish itself. He is not like Madara, who can dance before 9-tailed beasts and only lose a small arm. Jing Yuan is not suited for fighting many opponents, but if it were an unknown duel, he is confident he could defeat the third Reikage. If he defeats the third Reikage, wouldn't Yunin village surrender? To challenge the third Reikage unknown, he must find an opportunity. Nighttime. In front of Yunin village's gate. Jing Yuan stands up from his meditative position after entering Sage mode. Next, he is about to do something that will impact the entire ninja world. He intends to forcibly end the war. Both Sunigekure and Kirigakure are at their limits, and the huge Yunin village is the only thing holding them together. As long as he defeats the third Reikage, the third ninja world war can be declared over. The war lasted only 5 days from start to finish. Jing Yuan will create an unprecedented miracle. Although this carries certain risks, he believes in his own strength, and he believes in the snow blade Muramasa. Jing Yuan grips the ninja blade at his waist and begins to walk into Yunin village. The third Reikage is pacing back and forth in his office. Deep down he feels a sense of unease. How could a Wagakure have been defeated in just 3 days? There must be some secret behind this. Why haven't the intel team returned yet? This growing sense of unease prevents him from calmly handling his duties. He just wants to quickly find the source of this unease and eliminate it. Report. Suddenly a Yunin ninja bursts into the Reikage's office, kneeling on the ground with a loud thud, shouting. What happened? Has the intel team returned? The third Reikage is startled, unsure what could have caused such panic. No. There is. A ninja from Konoha wearing something resembling the tailed beast chakra cloak. 2 jounin have already died at his hands. What? A Konoha ninja. An unknown tailed beast cloak. Could it be he who caused the Wagakure? The third Reikage feels a murmur in his heart, but soon suppresses the feeling of unease. He considers himself invincible, believing no one can penetrate his armor of lightning. If the opponent is just one person, even a tailed beast can hold him off. The third Reikage ignores the kneeling Yunin ninja and charges outside. He wants to see which fool dares to come to his Yunin village and cause trouble. Jing Yuan slashes a charging ninja with his blade, then kicks him off the arena. The place where Jing Yuan stands is a large arena equipped with viewing seats. It was originally used for Yunin ninjas to settle their disputes through life and death battles. Now, however, Jing Yuan has turned it into a temporary base. It is spacious and flat, allowing him to maximize his strength. Usually those who fight here harbor deep-seated grudges. The viewing seats are generally filled with onlookers. Currently Jing Yuan stands alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by enemies in the viewing seats, yet not a single one dares to approach. Those who went up earlier have either died or been wounded, many of whom are elite jounin, yet none could last a single round against Jing Yuan. Why would they go up? To seek death. Jing Yuan sits cross-legged on the ground, completely still, absorbing natural energy. He notices that the people around him also hesitate to take action. Moreover, he senses a powerful chakra. He must maintain his strength. In the original text there are descriptions of the third Reikage's power. Simply put, he is the strongest among those below the tailed beasts. This means the third Raikage is not as powerful as a tailed beast, at least not stronger than the 8 tails. Yet now Jing Yuan has long surpassed the tailed beasts. He came prepared. Bang! Dust and smoke rise. Jing Yuan slowly opens his eyes and stands up from the ground. 2 shadows appear in the corners of his eyes. The chakra of Yi bursts forth and envelopes Jing Yuan. In an instant, Jing Yuan transforms from an ordinary child into an incredibly terrifying being. Jing Yuan throws the flying thunder god kunai around the arena, then draws the snow blade Muramasa from his waist and holds it across his chest, adopting a battle stance. The Uchiha cloak on his body flutters. When Jing Yuan opens his eyes again, they are already spinning with a pair of 3-Demo Sharingan. Then snowflakes begin to fall from the sky. Snow release snow domain. In an instant, Jing Yuan reveals all his trump cards. The dust and smoke disperse. Jing Yuan's vision locks onto the third Raikage's figure. At this moment, the third Raikage, nearing old age with graying hair, still possesses a vibrant life force that cannot be underestimated. On the left side of the third Raikage's chest, a prominent scar catches the eye. Jing Yuan has seen it in the anime. It is the only scar on his body caused by an accidental injury. This proves that the third Raikage's attacks and defenses are top-notch. He is a man embodying the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The third Raikage glares at Jing Yuan with intermittent arcs of electricity crackling around him, making one wonder if he might suddenly unleash 100,000 volts, or if he is simply a faulty power bank. It's Lord Third Raikage. Great. Excellent. Now that Lord Third Raikage is here, this guy is as good as dead. Just a little child with a bit of strength daring to act wildly in my Yunin village. Let's see how you end up. Seeing someone backing him up, the Yunin ninjas in the audience area jumped up one by one, forgetting who had just been too scared to step onto the ring. Lord Third Raikage glanced around Jing Yuan, realizing there were no reinforcements, and suddenly burst into anger mixed with laughter. You, a mere child, have the courage to come here alone. Lord Third Raikage spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder. His imposing presence was indeed overwhelming. However, Jing Yuan had no time to engage in idle chatter with him. His Sage Mode had a time limit, and with the 2 clones from Yaoma Mountain, he could only use Sage Mode for a maximum of 15 minutes, leaving no time for small talk. Jing Yuan's momentum sank as he suddenly leaped forward. The ground cracked under his feet, and a large cloud of dust was kicked up, causing the Yunin ninjas in the audience to gasp in surprise. This explosive power. Lord Third Raikage felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within him as the opponent ignored him. He stomped 1 foot down, and a layer of lightning enveloped him. Raijin armor. He then raised 3 fingers and charged at Jing Yuan. The two moved at incredible speed, closing in on each other in an instant. The Yunin audience was sweating nervously. They knew just how powerful this young man was. The 2 streaks of light were about to collide, but one suddenly retreated. Suddenly they were separated by a great distance. After stopping, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Lord Third Raikage's forehead. He had just sensed a hint of death. That blade could kill him. Lord Third Raikage began to breathe heavily, a wave of fear washing over him. He had only felt that kind of sensation on the tailed beast Jade. Could it be that his unease had always stemmed from him? What kind of monster was he, so young yet possessing such immense power? Seeing that the opponent refused to engage, Jing Yuan sheathed his sword. It seemed that the opponent wasn't worth him using Muramasa. Lord Third Raikage felt a surge of humiliation and anger upon witnessing this action. He was afraid only of that blade, yet the opponent thought he was afraid of him directly sheathing the sword. You little brat, since you're seeking death, don't blame me. Lord Third Raikage suddenly radiated a vast amount of lightning chakra, the Raijin armor fully charged. He then casually extended a finger pointing at Jing Yuan. This was Lord Third Raikage's ultimate killing move, the 1-finger thrust. The fewer fingers used, the stronger the attack. Hell Piercer. With that, the ground around Lord Third Raikage cracked in circles, a massive amount of energy materializing around him. With this move, he aimed to take Jing Yuan's life. It's the 1-finger thrust. Lord Raikage is serious now. Humph. That brat deserves it. Let him challenge our Yunin. Long live Lord Raikage. Tear him apart. Go Lord Raikage. AI, hearing the cheers, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his aura becoming even stronger. 1-finger thrust. In an instant, Lord Third Raikage's body produced afterimages. Enveloped in rapidly swirling lightning, he charged toward Jing Yuan. However, at this moment, Jing Yuan simply stood in a horse stance, closing his eyes. Lord Third Raikage's mouth curled into a slight smile, his eyes widening in excitement. Ready to accept your fate. Die. However, just as Lord Third Raikage was about to strike Jing Yuan moved. His eyes suddenly opened. He thrust his left palm forward. Lord Third Raikage instantly felt an immense resistance. Frog Ancestor Hand? Jing Yuan extended his right hand nonchalantly. In the shocked gaze of Lord Third Raikage, he flicked his finger. Ah. Lord Third Raikage immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, clutching his finger, as tears streamed down his eyes. This man who faced tail beasts without flinching was brought to tears by a simple flick of his finger. Mostly. It hurt too much. Even a battle-hardened man would shed tears if he stubbed his little toe on a table. Okay. The audience fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lord Third Raikage, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. Their invincible Lord Third Raikage had fallen. Not only had he fallen, but it seemed he had also been brought to tears by a flick of his finger. Despicable and shameless scoundrel. Lord Third Raikage trembled all over, squeezing out these words between his teeth, instantly amusing Jing Yuan. AI saying the cherry blossoms in your hometown have bloomed, aren't you going to take a look? Upon hearing this, Lord Third Raikage's eyes widened, his body shaking uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He heard the sound of a blade being drawn. Then there was no more afterwards. Jing Yuan calmly sheathed the snow blade Muramasa. Looking down at the corpse lying on the ground. Lord Third Raikage was dead. Killed by his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an elite ninja. Randomly extracting one of the opponent's abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Raijin armor. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan's expression slightly changed. His system hadn't died yet. But that's good, it granted him a secret technique from Yunin village, so the trip wasn't in vain. The surrounding ninjas were frozen in place. The invincible Raikage had fallen. This time he truly fell and would never rise again. Jing Yuan scanned the crowd present. After I leave, inform your troops to return and surrender immediately. If I see any Yunin ninjas on the battlefield 2 days from now, I will come back to kill. If you think you can last 2 moves under my hand, then feel free. All the Yunin ninjas present were stunned. They stared blankly at the corpse of their Lord Third Raikage. They had thought this battle would have no suspense, that Lord Third Raikage would surely defeat this little brat, and then capture him in exchange for a bounty in Konoha. But instead, their Raikage had gone to admire the cherry blossoms. Just as Jing Yuan was about to leave, a sound reached him. Report. We have found the culprit who surrendered to a Wagakure. It's a brat named Uchiha Jing Yuan. A Yunin ninja knelt beside Lord Third Raikage's corpse. Lord Raikage. What happened to you? Why are you lying on the ground? You'll catch a cold like this. Suddenly a blade was pressed against his neck. The ninja immediately broke into a cold sweat and glanced at the documents in his hand. Oh, whose documents are these? Tear them up, tear them up. In an unknown cave, Uchiha Lee opened his eyes from a crude bed. What met his gaze was an oil lamp hanging on the stone wall. Where is this? A cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Lee's forehead. At this moment he felt his body was strangely different, as if something was missing. You're awake! A hoarse voice tinged with vicissitudes sounded. Uchiha Lee turned his head with difficulty, and immediately saw the 3-demo Sharingan in the other's eyes. Who are you? My name is Uchiha Madara. Lee's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Uchiha Madara. The Sharingan in his pupils trembled incessantly from shock. Aren't you supposed to be dead long ago? Lee couldn't believe that this white-haired wrinkled old man before him was a legend who had been dead for decades in the outside world. This is the rift between the underworld and reality. Uchiha Madara murmured with lowered eyes. I saved you. Lee closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Thank you for saving me, Grandpa Madara. If there's ever anything you need my help with, just let me know. Having said that, Lee prepared to get out of bed. Being alive was a pleasant surprise and he was grateful to Madara, but now he wanted to find Shinran even more. He still didn't know whether Shinran was alive or safe. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He realized what he was missing. He had no limbs, he was now like a human stump. You can't move now. Rest quietly and recover. If you need anything, call Black Setsu. He'll take care of you. You can think of him as me. If you want to find your companion, you should heal your wounds first. Madara seemed to have guessed all of Lee's thoughts. After speaking, he stood up and turned to leave. Lee also noticed a huge tube behind the old man's back. After Madara left, Lee turned his gaze to the half-black, half-white humanoid monster. To be honest, this creature had always had a low presence, so much so that Lee hadn't noticed him at all at first. Lee ignored the black and white Setsu, turned his head and lay on the bed staring at the pitch-black cave ceiling, his heart a mix of emotions. But more than anything he felt surprise. At least he was alive, and he could still see Shinran. After calming his inner panic and doubts, Lee fell into a deep sleep. He was really exhausted. The black and white Setsu said nothing as they watched the sleeping Lee, then turned to look into the darkness beside them. Obito, from now on his daily care is your responsibility. Outside. With the surrender of Kumogakure, Sunagakure and Kirigakure immediately surrendered as well. Iwagakure took 3 days, Kumogakure 2 days. The entire Third Shinobi World War lasted only 5 days. In this battle the name Uchiha Jing Yuan echoed across the nations. Whether among high officials in the streets or common folk, whenever they talked about the Uchiha, the first name that came to mind was undoubtedly Uchiha Jing Yuan. A war usually took at least 2 years. Yet this child had shortened that time infinitely. How many lives had he indirectly saved? He pacified the turbulent shinobi world with his own hands, forcefully forced Tsunegakure to surrender, and single-handedly went to Kumogakure to kill the third Raikage. Such means, courage and boldness were impossible not to admire. In the land of fire, Konoha village. In front of the village gate, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya stood together with solemn expressions. Behind them were Jing Yuan, Kakashi, Minato, Namikaze, and the other surviving warriors. Behind them were a group of A and B carrying funeral urns. One day after the official end of the Third War, they had finished clearing the battlefield and returned in triumph. At the gates of Konoha, the old and young stood together watching the triumphant heroes returning. Some had tears in their eyes, some were worried, and others were overjoyed. This battle made the other great nations fully realize that Konoha was not to be trifled with. And all of this was because of him, Uchiha Jing Yuan. After the inspection was completed, the two Chunin guarding the gate bowed deeply to the massive procession. "Welcome back, heroes." Jiraiya immediately walked at the front, leading the Konoha ninja forces into the village. The villagers, young and old, made way for them, to let them pass. But soon this order was broken. Someone rushed toward Jing Yuan with a scream, their face full of excitement. There were not a few of these people. After all, stopping a war single-handedly was something that had never happened in history. They were witnessing history. And the one who wrote history was right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? Of course, at the front were some aunties and mothers ranging from their 20s to 40s. "Jing Yuan, sweetie. Let auntie give you a kiss." "Jing Yuan, little brother. Let sister hug you." "Jing Yuan." Jing Yuan was embarrassed. With a flash of black light, Jing Yuan vanished from the spot. Of course, this was a rare occurrence. Most people were embracing their returning loved ones, weeping with joy. There were mothers welcoming their children back. Wives welcoming their husbands back. Children welcoming their parents back. And an old mother staring blankly at a box. A child crying while holding a box. In the crowd, an old grandmother was particularly noticeable. She held 6 boxes in her arms. 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law had all died on the battlefield. Her tears had dried up and her voice was hoarse. The people around all made way for this old grandmother. Kakashi felt a pang in his heart as he watched the old woman walk away. If only there were no war. Then he might be at home with his parents eating the lunch his mother had cooked. Kakashi adjusted his mask and walked home alone. The war was over. Some were happy, some sorrowful. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan pushed open the door before him. "Uncle, I'm home." A long-lost feeling. Jing Yuan felt a wave of warmth. Unlike the anxiety on the battlefield, this was his home with an uncle who loved him, waiting for his return. No enemy can I know fierce gazes, only pure warmth. "You're back." Jiuxiuan put down the newspaper in his hand, his eyes slightly red, clearly worried about Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan smiled faintly, not pointing out his uncle's awkwardness. "Let's eat. I just made it." Jiuxiuan cleared his throat. Jing Yuan nodded, revealing a rare smile. Suddenly Jing Yuan felt someone hug him from behind. A familiar scent reached his nose. "Congratulations on returning safely, Uchiha Jing Yuan." Jing Yuan gave a wry smile. "Mitsu, when did you arrive?" "My route." In the dark cellar, Shimura Danzo sat on his cold throne. His right hand kept tapping the icy stone seat. He was staring at a root member kneeling on the ground, listening to the report. After a long while, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Truly troublesome. Uchiha Jing Yuan, is it?" Shimura Danzo knew well that with Jing Yuan's current merit, he was definitely a very obstructive obstacle on his path to becoming Hokage. If he didn't find a way to deal with him, his own desire to become Hokage would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Resolving the Iwagakure, resolving the Kumogakure, and even more shocking, he had killed the third Raikage. Shimura Danzo didn't think himself more powerful than the third Raikage at all, which meant that this Jing Yuan could kill him at any time. Shimura Danzo never liked potential threats. After a long silence, Shimura Danzo looked at the kneeling root member and said flatly, "Spread the word that Jing Yuan is the main cause of this war. Remember, this time you must spread it carefully, don't be impatient. This is not like last time. Don't let the third Hokage realize it was me. Understand?" "Yes." In the next second, that root member vanished before Danzo's eyes. He had gone to carry out the mission. The empty space was left with only Shimura Danzo. Jing Yuan, blame yourself for being too ostentatious. Since you've obstructed me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shimura Danzo closed his eyes to rest. He intended to use the same method he used to eliminate White Fang back then to get rid of this brat. Of course now Jing Yuan was the apple of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eye, so he couldn't openly provoke him. After thinking, Shimura Danzo stood up, gritting his teeth in the empty space. The position of Hokage must be mine. No one else can take it away. All of this is for my... Jing Yuan pushed open the door. He was going to find Kakashi and Obito to relax properly. These past few days he had been either fighting or lurking, which had messed up his state of mind. Minato Namikaze had given them a month-long vacation so they could have some fun. All the fun places they had no time to visit before must be explored thoroughly. I also need to call Filiu. But as soon as he pushed open the door, Jing Yuan was dumbfounded. A large crowd was crowded and blocking the door, which startled him. Jing Yuan rubbed his eyes in astonishment, wanting to confirm if he had opened the door the wrong way. Jing Yuan! Jing Yuan! I'm your second aunt. I used to hold you when you were a child. Here are some eggs, take them. Jing Yuan! I'm your fourth uncle. I used to let you ride on my neck when you were little. Here are some tomatoes, take them, they're homegrown. Clean. Jing Yuan! I'm your sixth uncle. I have a daughter, I'll give her to you. Hearing the noisy voices, Jing Yuan rubbed his temples and pressed his hand down, signaling them to quiet down. Those so-called sixth uncles and seventh aunts gradually quieted down. Just as Jing Yuan was about to say something, Yusuba Sansui suddenly agilely sprang out from behind Jing Yuan, picked up a tomato, and took a bite. Sweet. Hey. Who's this? The old man who claimed to be Jing Yuan's sixth uncle looked shocked. Me. I am. Yusuba Sansui was momentarily at a loss, wondering what to say. I am Jing Yuan's very close female friend. Jing Yuan was speechless. Hearing that, the sixth uncle waved his hand and said, Ah, scatter, scatter, he has a girlfriend. As his words fell, more than half of the people left. Jing Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What was all this? And when did Sansui become his girlfriend? After a moment, Jing Yuan left this troubled place. The rest were bundled off by Jing Yuan to Joshuin to deal with. Next he was going to find Kakashi, Obito, and Filiu to watch a movie. But after walking for a while, Jing Yuan noticed a shadow following him. Jing Yuan rolled his eyes, turned around, and frowned at Sansui, who kept following him. Why are you always following me? What are you going to do? However, Sansui answered with a question instead. I'm going to find Kakashi, Filiu, and Obito to watch a movie. Why are you following me? Sansui giggled. Then I want to watch the movie too. With you all. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. We're going to watch a small film, do you want to come along too? Sansui first tilted her head in confusion, then two red clouds slowly crept onto her cheeks. Pervert! After quietly cursing Jing Yuan, Sansui ran away. Seeing this, Jing Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Finally, peace. He hadn't slept well, eaten well, or lived well these past 5 days. Now that he finally had a vacation, he didn't want to play house games with this little girl. Although Jing Yuan was younger than Sansui in age, he had lived 2 lives. To Jing Yuan, Sansui was just a little kid. Jing Yuan stretched and started walking to Kakashi's house. First find Kakashi and Obito, then go find Filiu. The happy time for boys had finally begun. First watch a movie, then go eat barbecue together. Lang ji li ji lang ji li lang. Then Jing Yuan bounced away happily. Kumogakure village. Reiki's office. The Reiki's office was very quiet at this moment. You could hear a pin drop. Their Kage had died in battle, died in his own ninja village. This was undoubtedly a slap in their face. And it was a hard slap right in front of them. The losses in this battle were immense. Kumogakure was definitely the worst hit among the 4 defeated nations. Of course, maybe in a few days it wouldn't be. Sunigakure had openly used the tailed beast weapon, breaking the rules among ninja villages, and would surely pay a huge price. But this was also unacceptable to these proud Kumogakure ninjas. Their third Reikage, whom they believed invincible, was killed by a 13-year-old brat from my village. After this, their Kumogakure would inevitably become a laughingstock. Surrendered just like that. Given just like that. That was not their style. They would make Jing Yuan pay a heavy price. Soon the first person broke the silence. He was the 4th Reikage. AI. We cannot just give up. Mai just had a bit of luck sneaking up on us while our main force was out, and the same for Iwagakure. Do you think Iwagakure will let it go? Do you think Sunigakure will accept punishment obediently? Nighttime. In Kanahigakure. Jing Yuan sat atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the brightly lit village, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, whenever he felt loneliness and cold, he would imagine himself crossing over into the world of Naruto, becoming friends with Naruto. In that world, he would give Naruto a childhood, and Naruto would give him a warm period of time. That time would be free of White Eye's ridicule and disdain. They would support each other as they walked towards the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Now Jing Yuan had indeed crossed over. Though incredible, it was a fact. However, reality was not as beautiful as he imagined. The world of Naruto was not filled with so much harmony and friendship. What remained was endless conflict. The innocent ones had to pay for the greedy serving them, yet in the end the greedy counted their copper coins while the innocent lost their lives. To cross into the world of Naruto was Jing Yuan's greatest wish in his childhood, yet now he did not feel much happy. I want to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together, but it doesn't compare to the youth of boys. Jing Yuan's ocular power was formidable, taking in the entire Konohagakure. He saw Minato, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin playing together in the park. Kushina stood nearby covering her mouth and chuckling softly. He saw Might Guy training hard with his father, using his hands to support himself on the ground while walking backwards. He saw Shikamaru holding a small raccoon in the courtyard admiring the stars. He also caught a glimpse of something in the Hokage's office. For twos. Who wants them? Smack. Shimura Danzo stomped his foot on the Hokage's desk, tossing 4 twos onto the table with a proud expression. I only have 2 cards left. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kazumi both looked distressed. Royal flush. Ha! I won again. Shimura Danzo slapped down his 2 kings with a triumphant laugh. Quick, bring the copper coins. There are also families that turned off their lights early. Konohagakure had just defeated the 4 great nations, and tomorrow there would be a 5 Kage summit to discuss reparations. Thus most people began to celebrate with song and dance. As for those families that turned off their lights early, it was likely that someone had died on the battlefield. Sunagakure had used a tailed beast and would face severe punishment, but that couldn't bring back their loved ones to continue playing and laughing as before. No one expected a wave of the hand to become a final farewell. Tomorrow was the 5 Kage summit, and a funeral would also be held. Worth celebrating, yet not worth celebrating. Jing Yuan sighed, lightly relieved that he had successfully protected those around him, this time with no important people lost. In retrospect, the reason Naruto was so enthusiastic and passionate was not because of this world but because of Uzumaki Naruto. It was Might Guy, Kakashi, Obito, Jiraiya. The interesting part was not this world but the people in this world. Jing Yuan reached out to catch a leaf dancing in the air. The leaf had a small hole eaten through by insects, and he peered through it to see a group of ninjas. A graveyard. Nighttime, and normally no one would come to such a gloomy place. It was not illuminated by any light. It was quiet, tranquil, and terrifying. This place seemed isolated from the world. No one would want to wander in a graveyard in the pitch-black night. Yet in this place, where even the birds in the sky were unwilling to linger for a second, knelt a young girl. Before a gravestone, Uchiha Shinran knelt on both knees holding a bouquet of flowers. The owner of that gravestone was Uchiha Lee. Shinran knelt there for quite some time, and as 2 lines of tears flowed down, she opened her eyes again, revealing a pair of spinning Sharingan. Lee. Zinran's heart twisted in pain. It seemed she had things left unsaid to Lee. Those words were buried deep within her heart, unable to be voiced, leaving her feeling distressed. Before the war, they used to joke with each other. If someone died, the other 2 teammates would have to kneel by his grave for a night. They had laughed and joked at the time, but why couldn't they smile now? The look Lee gave her when he threw her out of the cave lingered in Zinran's mind. It seemed to carry a sense of dejection, yet also a feeling of reluctance. Lee, from today onward I will take good care of myself. Because this life belongs to both of us. I will sleep on time, eat on time, and take good care of myself. Although I can no longer eat the cotton candy you bought, please don't be sad. Woo-woo. As she spoke, Zinran's nose turned sour, and she cried, tears dripping onto Uchiha Lee's gravestone. When Shinran was little, her parents all died in battle. And Lee had appeared in her life very early on. When Shinran was sad, he would comfort her. When she was injured, he would bandage her wounds. When she craved food, he would use the rewards from missions to buy her cotton candy. Shinran decided to become a medical ninja because of him. Yet Lee still died before her eyes. No one could replace Lee's place in Zinran's heart. Forever. Senju Tobarama leaned against the telephone pole in the graveyard, silently listening to Uchiha Zinran's weeping. In his hands he held a bouquet of flowers. In fact, before Uchiha Lee's gravestone was the gravestone of Tobarama's parents. Today marked the end of the Third Shinobi World War. He had come to report safety to his parents. But he encountered Shinran. Tobarama merely leaned quietly against the telephone pole, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the sky, his heart in turmoil. Not good with words, he didn't know whether he should comfort Shinran or simply pass by with an indifferent face to offer flowers to his parents. Yet, he also wanted to express his feelings to his parents. That would be quite awkward. After a moment, Tobarama firmly nodded and walked towards Shinran. Seeing Shinran kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly, Tobarama slowly extended his right hand, but it paused in the air as he had not fully decided. At that moment Shinran slowly turned her head looking at Tobarama with a puzzled expression. Tobarama was also slightly startled by the tear streaks on her face. Then Tobarama placed his hand on Zinran's head and squatted down. And he said that deceased loved ones will transform into stars in the sky to protect you. At a humble roadside stall Uchiha Yu sat alone drowning his sorrows in drink. He did not go to Li's grave for he believed his own cowardice had caused Li's death, and he had no face to face him. The brother who had once sneaked peeks at the neighbor's older sister taking a bath with him since childhood, now in the moment of life and death he had chosen to flee alone. This truth was something he could not accept in himself. Wah! Wah! As he drank he began to weep uncontrollably. The grief within him defied all words. This stall was near the main gate of Kanahigakura Place with sparse traffic so only you and the vendor were present. You wanted solitude. Kid, no alcohol until you're of age. The vendor set down a plate of fried rice and sat opposite you. Leave me alone. I'm nothing but a trader who values his own skin above all else. I'd be better off dead. Perhaps spurred by the alcohol you shouted out the thoughts festering in his heart. The vendor gave a bitter smile having observed the young man for a long time. When I was young I abandoned a comrade on a mission. In the end, I received 2,000 copper coins. Hearing this a surge of rage welled up in you. So you're a damn traitor too. He downed another mouthful of liquor. The vendor let out a resigned bitter laugh. I too was consumed by remorse just like you. But he never came back. Do you know the White Fang of Konoha? He was a hero. I envy him, he did what I most wanted to do back then. Two rosy patches bloomed on Yu's face, a sign of drunkenness. But they vilified him to death. They called him a scoundrel. The vendor fell silent for a moment, then looked at the moon and said, That's how this world works. He did nothing wrong, he was a hero. But he lost to human hearts. What I'm trying to say is setbacks come to everyone. The key is to endure, or else how can you ever make amends? Make amends. A flicker of anger lit Yu's eyes. He could not forgive himself. The vendor chuckled. You have the rest of your life to do many things. Better that than drowning your sorrows here, isn't it? Carry on his will. Live on. And then save others. Yu snorted. Old man, your words are pretty hard to understand. Then Yu staggered to his feet. He had made up his mind he would go see Li. He didn't know how to make amends, but at least he would apologize first. On the outskirts of Kanahigakura, a vast army of shinobi marched step by step toward the village's main gate. They had come for only one purpose. Revenge. 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 The colossal allied force was led by 4 men: the 4th Reikage, the 4th Kazekage Luosha, the 3rd Mizukage Paui, and the 3rd Setsukage Daimyu. But more imposing still was the army behind them, fully 20,000 shinobi strong. A force twice the size of Konoha's. Though not every ninja from their villages had joined the assembled alliance, was nonetheless vast and awe-inspiring. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yudatane Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura stood atop the roof, their gazes fixed on the shinobi outside the gate, faces etched with complexity. Damn it! Are those Uchiha good for nothings asleep? An entire army at our doorstep and not a single report. Shimura Danzo slammed his right fist against the railing, leaving a dent. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Cough, cough. My apologies. I ordered them to rest for a day. I thought the other villages couldn't gather so quickly even if they moved. In truth, even AI found the alliance's speed astonishing. Just as he was about to send envoys to the other 3 villages, their messengers had already arrived. Iwagakure had been the swiftest. No sooner had Kumogakure announced its surrender than an envoy from IWA had already entered the village. Jing Yuan stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing silently at the distant shinobi army. The evening wind lifted his long hair. In truth, Jing Yuan's hair was rather long. When loose it would likely match Itachi's in later years. But because he usually tied it with his headband, it appeared spiky. Now, instead of binding it with the headband, he had unfastened it and clenched the band tightly in his hand. This was the price of not finishing the job. But massacring an entire village was something Jing Yuan could not bring himself to do either. He was no bloodthirsty man, but next time he couldn't guarantee it. For now he had learned the hard way that mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. A second later, Jing Yuan vanished from his spot. At Konoha's main gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo stepped outside, flanked by several ANBU. Yudatane Kohara and Mitokado Hamura went to instruct the remaining ANBU to evacuate the civilians. Though it might spark panic, failing to do so would result in devastating losses once fighting broke out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face grave, stared at the 4 Kage in the distance without speaking. Every moment bought was a moment gained, even if futile. But at least it could reduce some casualties. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. The enemy's lack of immediate attack suggested ulterior motives. The fourth Raikage stepped forward to begin negotiations, his face contorting with rage, for it was the other side's shinobi who had slain his father, the third Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. We came for two things. Agree to them and we will withdraw immediately. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo fell silent. Who knew what terms the enemy would propose? Land? Money? After a moment Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Speak, he conceded. The enemy had at least 20,000 shinobi. The weakest among them were Chunin with nearly 1,000 jonin plus 4 kage commanding them. If war broke out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thus if conflict could be avoided, any price was worth paying. Ace's lips curled upward. First revoke the war reparations from our 4 great villages. And no punishment for Sunegakure's use of the tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed after only a second's thought. Fine. The fourth Raikage, while demanding concessions, had cleverly included Sunegakure, indirectly aligning them on the same side. Seeing his acceptance, the fourth Raikage's lips curled further. The second demand. Hand over Yujibo Jing Yuan. The fourth Raikage suppressed his fury as he spoke. At the mere mention of that name, AI burned with the desire to tear it apart. The other 3 kage remained silent, but their faces conveyed the same resolve as any words. Yuan Fei Rijan's expression soured. Though he had never inclined toward favoring the Yujibo, that did not mean he could so lightly relinquish Jing Yuan. The entire shinobi world understood just how immense Yujibo Jing Yuan's potential was. At 13 he had slain the San Daimyo laying single-handedly, a feat unprecedented even the first and second Hokage could not claim. Yet now he had to weigh Jing Yuan against the fate of the whole village. For a moment Yuan Fei Rijan's face betrayed his inner conflict. If war erupted, Mu Yixiyuan would suffer grievous losses. But to lose Jing Yuan would be no less than wrenching out Mu Yikun's very teeth. The 4 other kage waited in silence for Yuan Fei Rijan's decision. No one spoke. Aside from the fact that Yujibo Jing Yuan alone possessed the power to end a third great ninja war, there was also Yuan Fei Rijan himself and the 3 Sannin of Mu Yi, an equation not to be taken lightly. If open conflict truly began, victory was far from certain. They were gambling that Yuan Fei Rijan would surrender Jing Yuan. While he pondered, Jixiyuan Tuanzang almost brimmed with silent delight. He plotted ways to eliminate Jing Yuan. Who could have imagined such fortune smiling upon him? Remove Yujibo Jing Yuan, the greatest obstacle, and who would remain to oppose his claim to the Hokage? Tuanzang drew his thoughts in and leaned close to Yuan Fei Rijan's ear. What do you think Jing Yuan resembles now? Yuan Fei Rijan frowned in puzzlement. What could he resemble? A barrel? Tuanzang observed the predictable reaction and let a faint smile lift his lips. Yujibo Ban. Yuan Fei Rijan shuddered violently at that name. Indeed, was Jing Yuan not like Ban in his youth? Unnatural talent, razor reflexes in battle, and intellect honed for war. Is this not Ban? Tuanzang's smile deepened. Men who acquire power often lose their restraint. When he grows so strong that none in the shinobi world can stand against him, tell me, what do you think he will do? Yuan Fei Rijan trembled violently, his pupils narrowing. Yes, they were raising a Yujibo Ban. No matter how great the force, if it cannot be used, it is worthless. Besides, it might even turn and wound its master. So, what shall we do? Yuan Fei Rijan ceased to hesitate and countered Tuanzang. He is the disciple of Bo Fengshui Men, and Bo Fengshui Men is himself Sili Yes' pupil. Tuanzang frowned at that. It was indeed a difficult problem. And Jing Yuan's own combat strength was not to be underestimated. As Tuanzang wavered, voices rang out. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. The 4 cries of the summoning technique resounded across the sky. Behind Mu Yikun's walls, Hama Guang stood with folded arms. Above, 4 shadows took shape. As the 4 silhouettes formed hand seals, 4 colossal beings plummeted from the heavens. Jing Yuan had been using the Flying Thunder God technique to search the village and found Zilai Yi. He chanced upon Gang Shou and Dishuan racing with Zilai Yi toward the gate and joined them. He was not foolish enough to charge alone. The enemy numbered 20,000. The 4 of them slammed into the allied ranks, instantly flattening more than 30 expendable Chunin. The allied shinobi reeled back in alarm and hastily yielded ground to the 4. This. Tuanzang was left speechless. He had not expected so little time to think. A pang of missed opportunity welled up in Tuanzang's chest. The allied force had not struck first. Each of the 4 could with a single motion unleash a tide of bloodshed. They had come more to witness than to die. If not for the interests of their own villages, they would have erupted into internecine conflict long ago. Many among them were mortal enemies. The sudden appearance of the 4 titans captured every Aikage included. Ace's body erupted with blue lightning chakra. Yujibo Jing Yuan. Brother, don't be rash. Chi La Bai slammed a hand onto A's shoulder, forcing him to withdraw his chakra. After all, Yuan Fei Rijan still watched from the sidelines, undecided as to their course. As for the 30-plus Chunin who had died, dead was dead, it was not his concern. The San Dai Mu Shuiying's face darkened. The 30-plus slain Chunin were all from his Wu Yinxian. He felt the pain of that loss, yet with 4 behemoths among the allied ranks he dared not strike first. The disparity in scale was overwhelming. Ha Ma Wen Tai Kuiyu and Wan Shi gathered on the field. The 3 beasts exchanged a look and said nothing. Instead they all turned toward a massive golden Huangji in Fu Lu Wan in the center. Jing Yuan stood atop the head of that golden Fu Lu Wan. He deliberately restrained Fu Lu Wan's size, holding him at 17 meters to match Ha Ma Wen Tai Wan Shi, and summoning something overly vast risked collateral damage and offered little practical benefit. It was worth noting that Gang Shou had not developed a fear of blood over Kato Duan's death. After all, dying to protect Mu Yikan's shinobi was far more dignified than being blown apart by a detonated tag. At least the body remained whole. Gang Shou was resolute. Wan Shi was the first to speak, flicking its tongue. Hiss, these morsels look delicious. A hoarse voice rasped from Wan Shi, and the surrounding shinobi shivered inwardly, each silently calculating how much of their clothing might remain should the colossal beast lunge. It's been ages since I've seen so many shinobi together. Last time was the Second Great Ninja War. Ha Ma Wen Tai observed as it scanned the crowd. They waited for Zi Lai Yi and Jing Yuan to enter sage mode and then leave none alive. AI had underestimated Mu Yiciyu, and the village now stood at the pinnacle of its power. AI turned to Yuan Fei Rijan with a cruel glare. Hokage, have you decided? Yuan Fei Rijan slowly removed his Hokage robe. He straightened his back and declared, I will not abandon a single shinobi of Mu Yi. Jing Yuan let out a cold snort. He had heard every whispered word. Yini had bestowed upon him not only speed and strength but an almost boundless sharpening of his 5 senses. That was why Jing Yuan always reacted with such swiftness. A's face turned icy. So you mean we fight? The words had barely left his lips when a gust of wind swept across the air. Upon the towering outer wall of Konoha stood rows of elite Jonin and ANBU agents. At that very moment 2 streaks of tangerine hue appeared at Jing Yuan's temples. A chilling pearlescent chakra mantle flared around his body. His eyes snapped open. Within their depths spun a pair of 3 Damos Sharingan. In the next instant Jing Yuan reappeared, his hand gripping the throat of a Cloud Village ninja, lifting him clean off the ground. The sight was absurd. A slender youth barely over 1.6 meters tall hoisting an adult nearly 1.7 meters tall with one hand alone. Do you wish to dance as well? The Cloud Ninja felt no amusement, only desolation. Before him stood the White Reaper, his chakra vast and inexhaustible. In that moment the ninja knew with quiet certainty that he was about to leave this beautiful world behind. Lightning release, lightning cut. Just as the ninja's consciousness began to fade, visions of his life flashing before his eyes, a thunderous shout yanked him back into reality. It was their 4th Reikage. The young Reikage charged forward, his right hand forged into a razor-sharp blade crackling with dense, seething lightning chakra. A strike from this technique would be excruciating, beyond mere pain. The 4th Reikage moved with blinding speed. Within a blink he reached Jing Yuan's flank. Since Jing Yuan held the Chunin by the throat with his right hand, the Reikage was certain he could not form hand seals. This slash would leave no chance for survival. Yet mere 10 centimeters from Jing Yuan's throat a shimmering layer of lightning chakra suddenly erupted across Jing Yuan's pearlescent chakra mantle. What? The Reikage's blade struck the lightning chakra like slamming into a colossal unyielding rubber slab, slightly indented yet fiercely repelling the blow with immense elastic force. It was akin to compressing an impossibly powerful spring. No matter how hard one pressed it refused to collapse, and once released it recoiled with unstoppable vigor. Veins bulged across the 4th Reikage's forehead as he strained, yet his blade did not advance a single millimeter. Instead he was hurled backward several paces. This is the Lightning God armor. Through gritted teeth the 4th Reikage spat out the words. How dare you wield our hidden cloud secret technique? Jing Yuan kicked the Cloud Ninja, whose eyes had rolled back in suffocation, straight into the crowd, sending several others sprawling. Then calmly turning toward the 4th Reikage he said, Such a simple technique, I mastered it after a single glance. Impossible. The 4th Reikage's pupils dilated, breath ragged. He stared at the man who had slain his father, and now dared to steal their most sacred art. In the next heartbeat Jing Yuan drove a crushing kick into the Reikage's chest, so swift the Reikage could neither react nor defend. Jing Yuan's movements were pure afterimages. Mere grains of sand, less than 1/10 of my power. Jing Yuan instantly teleported before the airborne Reikage. Earlier that very kick had imprinted the flying thunder god mark upon the Reikage's abdomen. Wrapped in yin-yang chakra, even contact with a single strand of Jing Yuan's hair would suffice to brand such a mark. A whip-like leg strike sent the Reikage crashing onto the ground where he tumbled violently, 4 or 5 full rotations, before coming to rest. He never regained awareness. Pain had not yet registered in his brain before the next blow struck. All around shinobi recoiled as though facing a slaughter god. None dared raise a hand. If even the 4th Reikage fell so swiftly, what hope did these hastily assembled allied shinobi forces hold? No one squanders life on futile gestures. Jing Yuan paid them no mind, not only because slaying them would be tedious but also because they were merely pawns manipulated by ambitious men. They posed no immediate threat, so for now they could wait. Slaying the 3rd Reikage had yielded the lightning god armor, what then would slaying the 4th bestow? Jing Yuan strode slowly toward the fallen Reikage, while shinobi instinctively parted before him, clearing a wide silent path. Yet one figure stepped forward to block his way, a younger killer bee. "You idiotic bastard, don't you dare harm my brother!" Jing Yuan glanced coolly at the Reikage lying motionless on the ground. "Was it not you who sought to kill me? Then why object now, when I choose to end your lives? If our positions were reversed, if I stood helpless before you, would you spare me?" Killer Bee's expression darkened. "We will withdraw immediately. Name your terms." "Then my condition is this: one of you, either you or the 4th Reikage, must die. Only then may your forces retreat. Choose." A bead of cold sweat traced Killer Bee's temple. Memories surged, of childhood, of being scorned as a jinchuriki, of villagers turning away in disdain. Every time he danced his self-styled moves or rapped his improvised verses, eggs rained down upon him. Whispers followed, glances lingered, yet just beyond that same street stood his brother, smiling, fist raised in greeting. "Then let me die, but spared Yuki. Can you?" When Killer Bee looked up again, Jing Yuan had vanished without a trace. Killer Bee stared at his own hands, lost in thought. Perhaps he wasn't as monstrous as his brother believed. Jing Yuan had slain his father. He hated him deeply. Yet war claimed lives indiscriminately. To seek another's death was to accept one's own. In this truth he saw more clearly than his brother ever had. And yet his brother had gathered the allied forces to exterminate Jing Yuan, only for Jing Yuan to grant them mercy. On the battlefield, sparing an enemy men to their folly, or humanity, flesh and blood, compassionate, sorrowful. A person who loathes war itself. One who fights solely for his village, and his loved ones. Shadow clone, snake hand, sage art, gajiment. Weighted fist. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru moved as one through the ranks of shinobi. Wherever they appeared, enemies collapsed in waves. Their passage was absolute, an inviolable void. Opponents rarely even completed a hand seal before falling lifeless. Panic erupted across the battlefield, shouts turned to screams, then to frantic flight. Morale shattered utterly. They had come merely to spectate, never imagining Konoha would dare confront so vast a coalition. With survival at stake, pride dissolved, armor abandoned, weapons discarded, all fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile the 3 great summon beasts, Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsuyu, raged across the field, cutting down fleeing shinobi without mercy. The ninjas were like ants beneath the feet of these colossal beings, only able to flee while wailing incessantly. Meanwhile on the other side, in front of Konoha village, the 3rd Mizukage and Inoki were engaged in battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite being outnumbered, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unyielding, deftly countering various attacks while finding opportunities to strike back. As for Shimura Danzo, he frowned and retreated behind the others. For Shimura Danzo it was preferable to avoid combat, and let others fight. Why should he risk his life? The ANBU on the city walls charged into the chaotic ninja coalition. Although most of the coalition was frantically fleeing, a small portion remained loyal to their respective leaders. There were also those preparing to infiltrate, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen. They had already entered the village of Konoha using their exceptional mist concealment technique. However, other mist ninjas who attempted to enter Konoha, like the 7 ninja swordsmen, were all swiftly defeated by Sarutobi Shinji and Kamizuki Izumi working together. Though their bodies were invisible, their sounds remained the sound of their breathing. But the 7 ninja swordsmen were different. Some wrapped bandages around their faces to muffle their breathing, while others held their breath and focused, making them nearly undetectable. Yet during the fight one would soon realize. What about Raza and the Sunigakure forces? Sorry, they saw the situation was turning unfavorable and slipped away in the chaos. If Inoki found out, he would undoubtedly spit blood. He began to verbally chastise Raza, the sly old fox. At that moment Inoki was floating in the air, gathering his chakra, while the 3rd Mizukage stood in a standoff with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Either of them moved. Just as the corners of Inoki's mouth began to lift in a smirk, a cold white figure suddenly appeared behind him. Inoki dared to attack Konoha alongside the cloud and missed because he was determined to risk his life by using his own chakra to touch Jingwang's chakra. However, he found that there was no explosion, it simply lingered quietly at his heart. What he did not know was that the chakra was almost indistinguishable from a bomb. Jing Yuan quickly formed hand seals and Inoki suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then his entire body was encased in ice. This was indeed the ice power of Yuni. Ice release ice prison technique. Inoki fell to the ground with a thud. His two small eyes darted around. Jing Yuan slowly appeared in his line of sight and tapped on the ice block. I gave you a chance and you are useless, aren't you? Inoki felt as if he had swallowed a fly as the opponent had almost instantaneously appeared behind him, leaving him no time to react. The third Mizukage was momentarily stunned to see Inoki encased in ice. Jing Yuan immediately seized that fleeting moment of vulnerability, and in the next instant a red light flashed in his left eye. It was a genjutsu. Then Jing Yuan seemed to teleport, leaving a shadow in his place, swiftly drawing his snow blade and stabbing it into the heart of the third Mizukage. In the shocked gaze of the third Mizukage, the blade twisted. The third Mizukage was no more. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a shadow-level figure extracting the opponent's skills. Gained 1,000,000 chakra points. Jing Yuan frowned slightly. His chakra points had already exceeded 10 million. This Mizukage truly was a worthless existence, barely appearing in the original work. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. To kill a Mizukage in an instant and capture an Tsuchikage. This. Shimura Danzo's pupils also constricted slightly as the opponent's strength had already surpassed that of Konoha's White Fang. Could his plan still succeed? At that moment a flying Hiraishin kunai appeared on the ground. Minato Namikaze accompanied by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin arrived. Sorry, am I late? Jing Yuan looked at the retreating cloud forces and the chaotic mist and rock forces and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Not really, there's still a battlefield to clean up. Minato Namikaze also saw the third Tsuchikage frozen in ice, looking as if he wanted to cry, and felt a shock in his heart. Has Jing Yuan already surpassed him by so much? Suddenly Jing Yuan's body trembled as his sage mode sent 7 chakra signatures from the mist that had already entered Konoha, rapidly heading towards the house of the Hayashi family. Jing Yuan glanced at Minato Namikaze. Teacher, I'll leave this to you. I need to handle some matters. Minato Namikaze was puzzled but nodded in agreement. I would have done the same even if you hadn't said anything. Kakashi glanced at Jing Yuan, feeling a mix of emotions inside. He was happy that Jing Yuan had grown so powerful, but worried about the widening gap between them. Would they still be able to stand on the same battlefield together in the future? In the next moment Jing Yuan transformed into a shadow and vanished from the spot. I didn't expect Jing Yuan's Hiraishin technique to be so proficient already. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but exclaim. Kakashi pondered for a moment before saying, Sensei, after this incident can you teach me the Hiraishin technique? Minato Namikaze smiled back at him. Sure. Then he dashed into the chaotic battlefield holding his kunai. Meanwhile Obito curiously leaned over to observe Inoki encased in ice, glancing around. After observing he smacked his lips. This Tsuchikage isn't that impressive, huh? Inoki was infuriated to the point of nearly passing out. Rin immediately ran over and gave Obito a light smack on the head. Obito. How can you say that about Grandpa Tsuchikage? Inoki looked at Rin with gratitude. This little girl was definitely more sensible than the boys. If it weren't for the ice he would have been grinning from ear to ear. Although Grandpa Tsuchikage is short, old and ugly and his strength is lacking and his mind isn't great, you still shouldn't say that about him. He is at least a person. Inoki, having lost his combat ability, contemplated whether to switch his Pokemon. Cemetery. This is the shortest straight line from the Konoha gate to the Hayashi family. At this time the 7 ninja swordsmen had also lifted the mist concealment technique, and were swiftly heading towards the Hayashi family. As for the life and death of the Mizukage, what did it have to do with them? That kind of incompetent leader should die sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, deep within the cemetery, Philia, who had been comforting Sinyan, suddenly trembled. He turned around abruptly. 7 ninjas carrying various large blades passed through his line of sight, charging towards the Hayashi family. The 7 ninja swordsmen ignored Philia and Sinyan. Their target was Liu. There was no need for unnecessary conflict. Philia frowned slightly and stood up abruptly. He looked in the direction the 7 disappeared, thinking for a moment before trembling. Their attire was unmistakably that of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And their direction was clearly towards the Hayashi family. The target was evident. It was Liu. That guy Jing Yuan is too much. At this moment Sanshui was cradling the little raccoon in his arms while lamenting about Jing Yuan's misdeeds, gazing at the starry sky. The little raccoon lay quietly in Sanshui's embrace. However, suddenly it startled awake, its fur bristling up. Sanshui was taken aback by the sudden change. Wah! What happened, little raccoon? The little raccoon glared fiercely at the southern direction, squeezing out a few words. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Sanshui was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The title of the 7 ninja swordsmen was immensely powerful, even more renowned than the 3rd Mizukage. What's wrong, little raccoon? Have the 7 ninja swordsmen invaded? What about Lord Hokage? The little raccoon jumped to the ground and after pondering for a moment looked at Sanshui saying, Hurry, follow me. Though Sanshui was bewildered, she had always trusted the little raccoon it would not harm her. Meanwhile on the other side Pai Pa Shirzan looked at the compass in his hand and said hoarsely, They have discovered us and are now running north. Then hurry and chase them. Shigwa Shan He Tungui growled as well. In the next moment the 7 of them quickened their pace. Might Dai and Might Guy were practicing walking on their hands together in the park. Guy, even in victory we must not become complacent. Might Dai gritted his teeth. Clearly they had maintained this peculiar walking posture for quite some time. Might Guy was equally unyielding, striving to take each step. However, by sheer coincidence their position was right in the path of the 7 ninja swordsmen pursuing the infectious disease. Shigwa Peel. Get out of the way. Might Dai heard an angry shout from afar and the voice belonged to He Chui Leia. The 7 were rushing towards the infectious disease at full speed. Might Dai was taken aback and turned to see Pai Pa Shirzang charging at them with a large knife raised. The large knife was less than 3 meters from Might Dai's neck. Startled, Might Dai pushed off the ground and jumped, narrowly avoiding the strike. At this moment various attacks from the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen flew towards the 2. Might Guy had never seen such a scene and was instantly frozen in fear, unable to move. Especially the explosive knife of Wuli Shinba, which was covered with numerous explosive tags, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as the dense attacks were about to strike the 2, a large burst of green steam erupted from Might Dai. This phenomenon was due to the evaporation of sweat. In the next moment Might Dai, holding Might Guy, transformed into a blur and evaded the barrage of attacks. After setting down Might Guy, Might Dai looked at him, momentarily unsure of what to say. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Might Guy's pupils dilated slightly as he stared at Might Dai in disbelief. Father. Might Dai abruptly turned around, offering only his back to Guy, then looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen and declared, Now is the time to protect what is most important to us with our lives. The 7th gate. Open. With Might Dai's furious shout, the green steam around him was instantly replaced by denser blue steam. As he gained power, Might Dai's bones cracked under the immense pressure. At this point the 7 ninja swordsmen no longer dared to underestimate this Shigwa Peel. This massive chakra, is he really the same person as before? Li Shan Chuan Maru remarked in surprise as he looked at Might Dai, who was bursting with blue steam. What a hassle, Pai Pa Shirzan, why are you attacking him? Can't we just bypass him? Shigwa Shan He Tungui said, gripping the sword-like weapon behind him, staring at Might Dai with a serious expression. However, before he finished speaking, Might Dai vanished from his position. What? Wuli Shinba was about to express his shock. In the next moment Might Dai appeared in front of him in a crouched position, kicking his head off. Wuli Shinba's body immediately collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What? The other 6 were taken aback. So fast. They couldn't see a thing. Quick, scatter! He Chui Leia shouted loudly and hurriedly retreated. The other 5 also instantaneously retreated. For a moment Might Dai was surrounded, but they did not dare to advance to attack. Might Dai knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His speed and power were far less than before. Did he really have to use that move? While the 7 were in a standoff, Pai Pa Shirzang suddenly noticed Might Guy hiding aside and instantly charged towards him. Little brat Dai! Pai Pa Shirzang raised the executioner's large knife and swung it towards Might Guy, who was startled and collapsed to the ground. Guy! Might Dai shouted loudly, trying to get up. However, the other 5 instantly pounced on Might Dai, raising their large knives high. A gap. Dai! Pai Pa Shirzang's eyes were fierce as he swung down the large knife. The other 5 wore manic expressions. The thrill of killing a strong opponent made their adrenaline surge. However, this is Konoha. Their plans were doomed to fail. Just as the executioner's large knife was less than 50 centimeters away from Might Guy, a sound of metal snapping echoed. Under Pai Pa Shirzang's shocked gaze, the executioner's large knife was struck into 2 pieces from the side. Jing Yuan's right hand remained in a punching position. The frog ancestor's hand. The half of the executioner's large knife spun in the air before embedding itself into the ground. Pai Pa Shirzang, clutching the remaining half of the executioner's large knife, hastily retreated, but it was too late for him to escape. Jing Yuan swiftly drew the snow blade from its sheath, leaving behind a phantom, and reappearing already behind Pai Pa Shirzang. He was cut in half. Clang! The executioner's large knife fell to the ground under Pai Pa Shirzang's stunned gaze. And he would forever rest here. Meanwhile, just as Might Dai was about to open the 8th gate of death, a white-haired figure appeared at his side. Water release, water dragon tornado. Suddenly a massive water tornado resembling a small whirlwind appeared around Might Dai, protecting him. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, oh no, they should now be called the 5 ninja swordsmen, but they were not so fortunate. They were directly flung away by this water tornado. They fell to the ground. In the next instant, Jing Yuan swiftly arrived behind the 5. Multiple shadow clone technique. Ice release, ice prison technique. Crack. Crack. With the sound of ice forming, all 5 were sealed in an ice prison by Jing. Even their chakra was frozen. The 7 ninja swordsmen, 2 dead, 5 captured. Pai Pa Shirzang deeply regretted before dying, wondering why he had rashly swung that knife. After that great battle, the Third Shinobi World War was officially declared over. Ultimately it concluded with the surrender of the 4 great nations, bringing an end to this farcical war. Although the final outcome was victory, it did not seem so glorious. For a long time Konoha was engulfed in a somber silence. It was only after the third Hokage organized a memorial service that this atmosphere began to dissipate. However, as one wave subsided, another arose. Now 3 months have passed since that battle. Although autumn has arrived, the weather remains hot. People only venture out to exchange a few words in the evening. Yet the conversations they have are exceedingly harsh. Night falls and the lights twinkle. Every household is filled with happiness. In times of peace, people are most willing to open their hearts. But one household was different. Although the lights were on, the interior was as silent as if it were unoccupied. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard, with only the noise of chewing on food breaking the stillness. Jing Yuan and Jio Sun silently ate their meals, either of them breaking the tranquil atmosphere. No one spoke first. After a long while, Jio Sun put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and looked at Jing Yuan with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Are you leaving tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan's body trembled slightly, and he hastened to eat. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and silently nodded. Within a month of the war's end, rumors began to circulate in Konoha. The war erupted because of Uchiha Jing Yuan. However, this absurd rumor only grew stronger as it spread. According to some, the entire village of Konoha was fighting for Jing Yuan. When the 4 shadows invaded, many heard A's furious roar. "Hand over Uchiha Jing Yuan!" This only served as further evidence in the mouths of those spreading rumors. In their eyes, the third Raikage was offended by Jing Yuan beforehand, which sparked the Third Shinobi World War. They believed that their deceased loved ones had died because of Jing Yuan. Rumors spread like wildfire, and clarifying them was a lost cause. No matter how much Minato or Kakashi tried to explain, it made no difference. People preferred to believe what they thought. What was even more significant was that the third Hokage did not make a statement. The rumors spread so violently that if it were before, he would have definitely gathered the people to refute them. But this time 3 months went by without a word. This only deepened the roots of the rumors in people's hearts. 3 months, an entire 3 months. Every day Jiosun's home was bombarded with rotten tomatoes, eggs were thrown at the windows, and while shopping at the market he was insulted with shopkeepers charging exorbitant prices. In short, whenever Jing Yuan walked down the street, he was met with hateful glares from the townsfolk. What hurt Jing Yuan the most was that he was attacked. A small boy no more than 7 years old, dressed in black robes, suddenly stabbed a kunai into Jing Yuan's arm. If Jing Yuan had not blocked it with his arm, it would have pierced his chest. The crowd on the street even cheered from the sidelines, continuously throwing various vegetables and eggs at Jing Yuan. In an instant, Jing Yuan, the hero who had minimized sacrifices to end the Third Shinobi World War, became a public enemy, vilified by all. Even those close to Jing Yuan like Obito, Minato, Kakashi, Tobirama, Rin San Shui, and Jio Sun were treated with disdain on the streets. How familiar this tactic was! Didn't Konoha's white fan perish under such public opinion? For 3 whole months, if it weren't for the comfort of Minato and others, he would have long since broken down. Jing Yuan's world was small, limited to Konoha, yet now the entire world seemed to want him dead. Minato tried multiple times to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was repeatedly denied by the Umbu, who claimed that the third Hokage was recuperating from injuries sustained in the war. This was utter nonsense. No matter how powerful Jing Yuan was, even with 2 lifetimes, he was barely in his 20s. The pressure of public opinion was enough to drive a person insane. Words were like knives, they could be used for cooking or for murder. In these 6 years in this world, escaping death time and again, and fighting alongside friends, he had come to regard Konoha as his home. He could venture out to attack Iwagakure or challenge Kumogakure alone, but now the people he protected wanted him dead. He now saw through the so-called third Hokage, the so-called Will of Fire, the so-called upper echelons of Konoha. They welcomed him with smiles when he was useful, but wanted to dispose of him as soon as he no longer served their interests. In his past life, he believed the Will of Fire meant never giving up in dire battles and never abandoning comrades in danger. From this perspective, very few truly inherited the Will of Fire, and what the third Hokage inherited was merely a well-packaged tumor. This Konoha was not the harmonious and loving Konoha he held in his heart. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to remain here. If you want me to disappear, then I shall disappear. In front of the gates of Konoha, Jing Yuan, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out of the village. As for the gatekeeper, he was under the influence of an illusion. Jing Yuan did not sneak away but walked straight out of the gates of Konoha. He did this for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He wanted them to know that Jing Yuan had left, and there was no need to make things difficult for Jio-sun and the others. He had long sensed the presence of the root and Umbu nearby but had chosen not to reveal it. As Jing Yuan stepped out of the village, the eyes hidden beneath his black robe slowly opened. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. A pair of slowly rotating Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Jing Yuan's gaze. On this day, the optimistic and sunny boy underwent a transformation. Hokage Tower. Hokage's office. An Umbu suddenly appeared at the open door, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to pay his respects. Report: Uchiha Jing Yuan has, as Lord Danzo predicted, defected from the village. He has just disappeared into the woods to the south of Konoha. His whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo smiled slightly, saying, "Not bad. Although he hasn't committed suicide directly, this outcome is still relatively favorable for us. I still feel that this approach is a bit." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly upon hearing this. "I'm not saying this to you, Hokage, but you lack the resolve. We are doing this for the greater good of Konoha. In reality, this is all just paving the way for my ascent to Hokage, haha." Of course, Danzo did not voice this thought, keeping it buried deep within. The rain-hidden village. A fine drizzle pattered against the ground. Jing Yuan, clad in a black robe, walked through the sparse crowd. The war had dealt a devastating blow to this nation. Even after more than a decade, it had yet to recover its former vitality. The people trudged through the streets with grim faces, worrying about their next meal. Helplessness was the most common expression on the faces of the people in this country. By the roadside, a girl sat huddled against the wall, weeping bitterly. Before her lay a contract of sale for herself priced at just 1,000 copper coins to bury her brother, mother, and father. Yet no one paid her any attention. Spending 1,000 copper coins on a mouth to feed, no one would be foolish enough. The wealthy in the Rain country were so few that they rarely appeared on the streets. 1,000 copper coins were nearly the total income of an ordinary family for 2 months. The Rain country was covered in barren land with grain yields far from satisfactory, relying on imports to sustain their livelihood. On one hand, the constant rainfall made many crops unsuitable, on the other, survival itself had become a luxury, leaving no strength to cultivate the wasteland. Suddenly a figure stopped before the little girl's stall. It was Jing Yuan. He casually took out a bag of copper coins and tossed it onto the girl's contract. "Use this to bury your family." Jing Yuan was not short of copper coins. Though the Rain country was impoverished, the poverty only affected ordinary people. Shinobi could earn money by taking missions at the Mission Assembly Hall. It was worth mentioning that the Rain country's Mission Assembly Hall was the most formidable in the entire shinobi world. It dared to take missions other villages would not, and also took those they would. The reason was simple: its capital for arrogance was not the Rain country but the Underground Exchange Hall. Yes, that mysterious, fearsome Underground Exchange Hall which even the 5 great nations dared not provoke was the backing behind the Rain country's Mission Assembly Hall. This was one of the reasons Jing Yuan came here. As for the others, the other nations had probably already plastered wanted posters everywhere after hearing of his defection, terrified that this slaughterer would cause trouble in their territory. The little girl looked up at Jing Yuan with red, tear-filled eyes. Her watery gaze was deeply pitiful, and her sallow face showed signs of chronic malnutrition. A pang struck Jing Yuan's heart. The thought of taking the girl in crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. There were countless such children in the Rain country. Could he take them all in? "Thank you, big brother." Jing Yuan heard the girl's thank you, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. But a corner of his black robe was suddenly caught by the little girl's hand. "Big brother, won't you take Jiejia with you?" Jing Yuan frowned slightly, then sighed. He turned around, crouched down, and patted the girl's head. "Sorry, I have my own affairs to attend to. Take this money to bury your parents, then find somewhere to go." At his words, the girl's eyes grew moist again, tears welling up. This was a skill she had learned through long wanderings. A helpless little girl who couldn't act cute would have died long ago. But her gaunt face made it impossible to see any cuteness. Jing Yuan ignored the girl's cute act and turned away. However, before he had gone far, he heard a scuffling sound and a little girl's cries. Jing Yuan let out a soft sigh. Turning around, he saw 2 gaunt men fighting over the girl's bag of copper coins, while passers-by simply walked around. Some even stopped to consider whether they should also grab a share. Jing Yuan's eyes flickered as his 3-tomo Sharingan appeared. The next second, the 2 men froze, ceasing their struggle. They fell to the ground in terror, screaming as if they had seen something utterly horrifying. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Jing Yuan's ocular power had greatly increased. Now if he merely glanced at an ordinary person within his line of sight, they would fall into a terrifying genjutsu. Seeing that the child was a shinobi, the surrounding passers-by hurriedly backed away in fear. In the rain-hidden village, shinobi needed no reason to kill. Ordinary lives were worth less than weeds. And no one would stand up for them, for the Rain country's high-ranking officials had long been corrupt, indulging in drunken revelry every day. Who would care about the lives of commoners? Otherwise, when bandits suddenly broke into the girl's home, patrolling shinobi should have come to stop them. The girl snatched a bag of copper coins from the two men's hands and clutched it to her chest, sobbing. She felt so despairing. Why was the world like this? Suddenly a familiar pair of shoes appeared in her vision. Looking up, she saw Jing Yuan in his black robe. In an instant her eyes met his three-tomo Sharingan. She fell into a genjutsu. Then Jing Yuan carefully crouched down, and in one swift motion thrust his kunai into the girl's heart. Clean and decisive, ruthless and resolute. The onlookers quickly hurried away, fearing they might die without. Jing Yuan caught the girl as she fell backward and laid her gently on the ground. Her eyes slowly closed. In her final moments a smile lingered on her lips. In the genjutsu she was sitting with her brother, mother and father around a fire eating roast chicken. That was the happiest scene she could imagine. The little girl had passed away. Perhaps this fleeting illusion was the happiest moment in her 7 years of life. Jing Yuan retrieved the bag of copper coins from the girl's arms. This amount could cost over 100 lives in the Rain country. Jing Yuan was not joking. Then he lifted the dead girl into his arms. Sorry, Uchiha. Jing Yuan felt deep guilt. If he hadn't engaged with her, perhaps she wouldn't have died. But then again, she would have only starved to death on the streets. A happy death might be a release for this 7-year-old girl. During their eye contact, Jing Yuan had seen her memories. Today was her 7th birthday. Happy birthday, Uchiha. Jing Yuan carried Uchiha's body a long way. Then he came to a large tree that had lost all its leaves. He buried Uchiha. He had not found the bodies of her parents and brother. Perhaps they had been dumped in some garbage heap. Using earth release, Jing Yuan dug a small pit, placed Uchiha inside and covered it with soil. Finally he set up a crude wooden marker. Jing Yuan buried not only Uchiha but also his last hope for this world. Despair and suffering should not be the dominant colors of this world. In the woods, Senju Toryu and Uchiha Suki are pursuing two ninjas. One of them carries Uchiha Shiran, whose life and death remain uncertain. After the betrayal in Konoha, the third Hokage redistributed personnel due to a shortage of numbers. Namake's Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin formed the new Team 7. Uegwang acts as a temporary guiding jonin, while the students are Senju Toryu, Uchiha Shiran, and Uchiha Suki, forming the brand new Team 8. Toryu's superb swordsmanship and advanced ninjutsu can perfectly replace the position of Lee in the team. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito have been childhood friends, so neither side has any objections to this team allocation. As for Uegwang serving as the temporary guiding jonin, it is merely an arrangement by Danzo to monitor them. This is something even Rin is well aware of. This mission is a joint operation. An elite jonin discontented with the defeat of Yunin village has defected, escaping to the land of Rain, plotting revenge against Konoha and Yunin. Upon hearing the news, Konoha immediately dispatched Teams 7 and 8 together, but they encountered an unexpected situation on the way to the rendezvous point with Yunin's forces. The defected Yunin ninja seems to have joined a mysterious organization that specializes in underground dealings. An ambush was set up along the way. They were ambushed, forcing Teams 7 and 8 to split up. Team 7 led away 5 elite defected jonin from various villages. Uegwang led away 3 elite defected jonin alone. The opposing side had a total of 10 defected elite jonin, and among them was the Yunin defector. They are skilled in assassination, stealth, swordsmanship, and various ninjutsu. During the skirmish, Uchiha Shiran was captured, prompting Uchiha Suki and Toryu to give chase. In the brief exchange, the 2 elite jonin from the opposing side were not a match for Senju Toryu. The distance between them remained close, yet Toryu hesitated to attack. This is because Shiran is still in their hands. Toryu's ninjutsu are all large-scale area attacks, which are indeed difficult to execute in such a situation. If only Jing Yuan were here. A shadow flashed through Toryu's mind. In that moment of distraction, the 2 pursued ninjas suddenly dropped 2 smoke bombs, vanishing from Toryu's sight. When Toryu and Suki broke through the fog, the figures of their foes had already disappeared. No matter how much Toryu expanded his sensory range, he could not locate them. Impossible. They couldn't have moved that fast. If they were that quick, they wouldn't have needed to throw smoke bombs. Toryu stopped on a thick branch, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The first mission of Team 8 resulted in losing a teammate, which was a significant blow to him as the captain. Indeed, Toryu is the squad leader of Team 8. However, this is not the time to dwell on that. Suki's expression was also quite grim. having just lostly would he now lose Shiran as well. Yet beneath the tree where the two stood, the two Iwagakure ninjas were hiding, covering their mouths and noses. Ninjutsu camouflage. Shiran was also rendered invisible by their camouflage technique. Uchiha Suki opened his Tsutomu Sharingan, scanning the surroundings before frowning and closing his eyes. Seeing Toryu's serious expression, Suki sighed. Nothing. Damn it. Toryu clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. But soon he could only feel helpless rage. After calming down, Toryu looked towards the agreed direction and said softly, "For now we can only regroup with the teacher. It seems the enemy has no intention of killing Shiran for the time being, otherwise they would have acted by now." Suki nodded in response, agreeing to proceed this way. After the two left, it took about 10 minutes for the two Iwagakure ninjas beneath the tree to finally relax and dispel their camouflage technique. "Big brother, this job is way too dangerous. That kid almost killed me." The two defected ninjas are brothers who escaped from Iwagakure together to seek a living in the land of rain. "Little brother, isn't every mission in this line of work a life and death situation? One job can feed us for 3 years. After it's done we can live freely for a while. Big brother, you say this employer is really something. We go through so much trouble just to make that girl the Three Tails Jinchuriki." Indeed, capturing the Three Tails was quite the scene. Tisk, I doubt there will ever be a second chance to steal in the land of water. If it weren't for the third Mizukage dying in battle, our mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Ah, forget it. They have the money and can afford to be capricious. The older IWA ninja dusted off his pants and picked up the unconscious Shiran, running in the opposite direction from where Toryu and the others had left. The younger IWA ninja hurriedly followed his older brother. At this moment in the underground exchange, "Young master, everything is progressing smoothly. We have successfully captured Uchiha Shiran." A masked girl in a ninja outfit knelt before a man wearing a mask. The man's mask resembled a monkey with 2 holes swirling with a pair of pitch-black Tsutomu Sharingan. The voice coming from beneath the mask is somewhat hoarse, giving off an impression of someone much older. "You may go. Just let them proceed as planned." The masked man held a pair of black and white orbs in his hands, speaking with an undeniable tone. "Understood," the masked girl ninja replied and slowly exited the room. The masked man, who sat in an office chair holding the black and white orbs, suddenly ceased his actions. He is the boss of the underground exchange, the backer behind the Rain Ninja Mission Assembly, possessing immeasurable wealth. His subordinates are numerous, with defected ninjas from various villages gathering to work for him. However, this man who wields such influence that a mere wave of his hand shakes the ninja world is merely a child of about 13 years. The boy removed the Sun Wukong mask from his face, revealing a youthful countenance. Yet at this moment the boy's face bore a sinister smile, exuding a greed not befitting his age. If you were to recognize that figure who single-handedly ended the third great ninja war, Uchiha Jing Yuan, and then regard this boy who has taken off his mask, you would find them nearly identical aside from their distinct auras. This ninja world will eventually be mine. This feeling of having everything under control is truly intoxicating. According to the plot in my memory, everything has accelerated. Has Uchiha Obito, who was supposed to become Madara, been replaced by Uchiha Lee? Uchiha Jing Yuan, welcome to the Akatsuki. This is your robe. Jing Yuan took the robe handed by Yahiko with a gentle smile. At least now he had a place to stay. 2 days earlier, after burying the little girl, he decided to find a shelter and learned of the Akatsuki, which was recruiting members. The Akatsuki still had few members. It could be said it was just established. Yahiko served as leader, Conan as financial director, and Nagato was in charge of managing members. In fact, including Jing Yuan, the Akatsuki only had 10 members in total. Because of the existence of the underground exchange, few people came to join. What they admired was merely the word peace on the banner of the Akatsuki. They all came from the land of rain, understood the hard-won peace, and yearned for it. As for Jing Yuan, he simply wanted a place to live. The land of rain was perpetually rainy, and staying outside would cause a cold and were hard to find, so he had no choice but to come to the Akatsuki. Moreover, in a sense, he and Yahiko and the others were from the same school. Jing Yuan draped the robe over his shoulders, took a few steps, and found it quite comfortable and well-fitting. The robes were all custom-made by Conan, very meticulous. Looking at the black robe with red clouds, Jing Yuan felt a peculiar sensation. In his past life, the Akatsuki was hailed as the most perfect villain organization, each member distinct in personality, endearing, and some fans even said there was no Naruto after the Akatsuki. The concept of making the world feel pain moved countless people. Jing Yuan snapped back to reality, and saw Yahiko had entered the inner sanctum of the Akatsuki, so he quickly followed. The current Akatsuki was quite poor. Due to its small reputation and members being merely ordinary jonin, the organization couldn't even afford to rent a house and had to carve out a cave in the mountain using ninjutsu. When Jing Yuan entered the cave, what caught his eye was a modest meeting hall. Stone tables and stone stools were too conspicuous. Jing Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Is our organization this poor? Other members were sitting on stone stools ready to welcome the new member only to hear his first words. Yahiko, who was about to walk to the front, nearly slipped and fell upon hearing this. Yahiko smiled wryly at Jing Yuan. The organization has just been established, there's no helping it. It will get better slowly. Jing Yuan, your seat is over there. Jing Yuan nodded obediently and sat in the seat Yahiko pointed to. To his right was an empty seat. There were about 11 empty seats in total. That meant the Akatsuki initially intended to recruit 21 core members. Jing Yuan was the 10th. To his left sat a female ninja around 26 or 27 who was dozing with her head propped up. Jing Yuan swept his gaze around. Most were male ninjas, with only Conan and this woman being female. Due to the barren resources of the Land of Rain, female ninjas were extremely scarce. A regrettable situation. Yahiko cleared his throat. Ahem. The other members immediately straightened up, wanting to present a good image before the new member. Only the female ninja to Jing Yuan's left was still sleeping. Hey! Bei! Stop sleeping! Yahiko shouted, slamming his hands on the table. The female ninja named Bei jolted awake with a start. What is it? Can't you let a person sleep? Bei rubbed her drowsy eyes and complained. Her mind was like a pot of slowly simmering paste, completely unaware of what was happening. A new member has arrived. Can you stop sleeping? Yahiko said helplessly. Bei rolled her eyes. Leader, I go out every night on business, and you won't even let me sleep during the day. Are you human? A new member. None of my business. Don't disturb my sleep. When I wake up tonight, maybe you'll feel like getting to know him. After saying that, Bei turned over like a salted fish, ready to continue sleeping in the same posture. She turned around and saw Jing Yuan staring at her curiously. Instantly she was wide awake. What a cute little brother. Then she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, belatedly realizing how embarrassing it was, and glared fiercely at Yahiko. Why didn't you tell me first that there was such a cute little boy? Yahiko's mouth twitched. Women. New member. Sorry, not interested. Cute new member. Why didn't you tell me first? After scolding Yahiko, Bei hastily smoothed her disheveled hair and turned to Jing Yuan with a gentle smile. Little brother, I was just so sleepy just now, sorry. But now big sister warmly welcomes you. She started clapping on her own. Jing Yuan found the scene amusing. The current Akatsuki was a downright comedic organization. Ahem, it's okay. Yahiko looked at them speechlessly, then knocked on the table. Now let's begin the first part of the welcome ceremony. Everyone applaud. Yahiko led the applause. Conan, Nagato, and the other members all clapped with smiles. They were delighted to meet another like-minded comrade. Second stage, introduce the ninjutsu you master and your current strength level. After Yahiko finished speaking, Jing Yuan stood up alone. The ninjutsu I know. Well, too many to list one by one. As for my strength level, I'm probably at the Super Kage level. The hall erupted in murmurs. Everyone stared at Jing Yuan in shock. The reason was simple: they all came from the Hidden Rain village, and reaching Jonin in their 20s or 30s was already quite an achievement. Jing Yuan looked only 13 or 14, which was almost like a 7-year-old claiming to know calculus. It was astonishing. But most were skeptical. Yahiko frowned slightly. Jing Yuan, this is no time for joking. Before he could finish, Jing Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and pressed his palms together. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were stunned by the gesture. They recognized it instantly. It was sage art. After about 5 minutes, Jing Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. An orange eye shadow appeared at the corners of his eyes. Yahiko was speechless with shock. Could it be? You are Uchiha Jing Yuan, who ended the Third Great Ninja War? Mayan's question shocked everyone present. The surrounding members all looked at Jing Yuan with astonishment, awaiting his reply. Jing Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. The people around were instantly incredulous as they stared at Jing Yuan. The reason was simple. In their eyes, the name Jing Yuan had become a legend. On one hand, they hadn't expected Jing Yuan to be so young. On the other, they never imagined he would join their small organization. The Shaolin organization, founded less than a month ago, had been joined by a legend of the ninja world. What does that mean? It's like you're a pancake vendor in a residential complex and the head of state comes to buy pancakes from you. Incredible. Jing Yuan had no intention of hiding his strength from Miyan and the others, but he wouldn't reveal all his trump cards either. For instance, the ability of the Wanhatong Xiaolinian, and that power he had never used before. At this time, Miyan and Changmen were still yearners for peace, full of hope for the future, and firmly believing in the ninja way of their teacher Zilai. They would never betray their friends. And even if the other side betrayed them, what could happen? Now ask the entire ninja world, who could do anything to Jing Yuan. The Four-ing were thoroughly subdued and the Hua-ing feared his strength. Unless all 9 wise Ho gathered together, but was that possible? Xiao Nan's mouth formed an O upon hearing this, wide enough to fit a small egg. Impossible! Clearly she was very surprised. Changmen also looked shocked. How can you be in Yuying village? The other members around were also astonished. Jing Yuan knew they would find it hard to accept for a while, so he began recounting his experiences over the past 3 months. After listening, the once lively group fell silent. They never expected that the legend of the ninja world would join the Shao organization for such a frustrating reason. Mi Yan was the first to break the silence with a sigh. I originally thought it was just a coincidence of names, but I never expected. Mi Yan's eyes were extremely clear, and he looked at Jing Yuan with a pained expression. The other was just a 13-year-old child. Even an adult wouldn't have had an easy time enduring so much. Yet he could still be so positive, and yearn for peace. Changmen was also somewhat surprised. I never expected the legendary Yuzhibo Jing Yuan to be so young. Xiao Nan also sighed helplessly. Rumors are truly terrifying. This kind of harm is invisible and colorless, yet it can defeat a person who faces enemy Ing without changing his expression. Bai Yu was also angered by Jing Yuan's story and hit the nail on the head with a key question. Then why didn't the third Huang come out to refute the rumors? After he spoke, the once lively room fell cold and silent again. Everyone was quiet. Jing Yuan sighed. Because they fear my power. My village has a history too dreadful to recall. The true founder of my village is not just Qianshou Zhujian alone. And there is another figure erased from history, Yuzhibo Ban. The surrounding people gasped in shock. Changmen had a strange expression upon hearing this name. Yuzhibo Ban's immense power nearly destroyed my back then, so the second Huang was especially wary of the Yuzhibo clan. And the third Huang, influenced by the second Huiying's views, also held prejudice against the Yuzhibo clan. My great power made them mistakenly think that I would destroy my, just like Yuzhibo Ban did back then. Just as they fear the wise Ho. Because they were hurt, they are afraid. So they treated you like this, didn't they? Mi Yan frowned slightly. It seemed that not everyone in Mai was like Teacher Zilai. Changmen stood up. People in this era are full of prejudice. Our ideal is to create a world without prejudice where everyone coexists peacefully. Our Shao will always march towards peace. And welcome Jing Yuan. The Shao organization will always be your home. Upon hearing Changmen's encouragement, the surrounding people all looked determined. Unconsciously they stood up and applauded. Warm applause rang out. This group of peace-loving people was celebrating their ideals. They would march steadfastly toward their dream. They were determined to create a peaceful world. To end this world full of pain. This was their common ideal. Having lived in war since childhood, they only wished for their family's safety, and the prerequisite for safety was peace. Just as everyone was still discussing, a voice came from the entrance. Leader of the Shao organization Mi Yan, you have received a commission mission. The originally chattering crowd instantly fell silent, and turned to look at the ninja at the entrance. That was the intelligence ninja from the mission assembly hall. A commission mission? Mi Yan was incredulous. The Shao organization's reputation was not yet well known. Who would hire them? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly hire the mission assembly hall? That ninja did not explain much, and simply asked, will you accept it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Yes, yes, yes. Mi Yan was overjoyed, his eyes shining. This was the first mission since the Shao organization's founding. Completing it meant money. Commission missions were entirely different from the ones they picked at the mission assembly hall. They yearned for peace, so their tasks were mostly escort-type missions, mainly crank and brank, which were not lucrative. But commission missions were all a rank and above, and the reward was 3 times the bonus for ordinary missions of the same level. This was a golden opportunity to get rich. Moreover, if this first mission went well, it would make the Shao organization famous. It would bring in more members and let more people hear the name of Shao. The ninja from the mission assembly hall threw the envelope containing the mission details onto the ground and then vanished with incredible speed. Of course, if he weren't fast, he wouldn't be doing this mailman-like job. He had other task lists, and had to hurry to deliver them. There were many organizations of various sizes in the Rain country, like clubs, some strong and some weak, but the strongest was always the mission assembly hall, this giant club. Because the mission assembly hall itself was also an organization-like structure, it had its own exclusive ninja who maintained order, and sometimes took on missions themselves. After accepting the mission, Mi Yan was also somewhat puzzled. Commission missions were very rare, not to mention their high price, and with the mission assembly hall available, why would someone choose to commission their Shao organization directly instead of hiring the assembly hall's ninja? Miyabi, you're far too impulsive. Conan frowned, irritated that he had accepted the mission without consulting either her or Nagato. What if the mission contradicts our ideals? Upon hearing this, Miyabi flushed slightly. This being his first officially assigned commission, his excitement had eclipsed all caution, and he'd forgotten to inquire about its specifics. Nagato stifled a quiet laugh at Miyabi's flustered expression, then turned to Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, please fetch the envelope and bring it here. We'll review its contents together, and if necessary decline it at the mission hall. Exactly. We can always withdraw if it's unsuitable. Miyabi scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. Konan sighed deeply, pressing her palm to her forehead in exasperation. The other members burst into hearty laughter. Watching the trio bicker daily had long become one of their quiet joy. A faint smile touched Jing Yuan's lips. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, the envelope resting silently at the cave entrance rose smoothly into the air, suspended by unseen force. It then glided gracefully into Miyabi's waiting hands. Miyabi and his companions stood utterly dumbfounded. How did you do that? Miyabi stared at the envelope in his palm, eyes wide with astonishment. Even Nagato and Konan recoiled slightly in surprise. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Jing Yuan smiled gently and explained. A minor discovery. By channeling chakra onto an object, one may guide its motion with extraordinary precision. It functions much like a puppeteer's chakra threads. That single fingertip gesture had already infused chakra into the envelope. Miyabi and the others could only gape speechless, utterly awestruck. In truth, Konan's paper controlling technique operated on similar principles, yet she had never conceived of applying it this way. Soon, however, their focus returned fully to the envelope. After all, the immediate priority remained uncovering the mission's nature. Miyabi deftly tore open the envelope and withdrew the mission scroll. Mission title: Reinforce Konoha Shinobi. And mission brief: Konoha Shinobi pursuing a rogue Cloud Village ninja have been ambushed by an unidentified organization, suffering heavy casualties. Urgent reinforcement requested. Mission rank: A rank. And reward 30000 copper coins. And location. At that very moment a voice resonated within Jing Yuan's mind. Beep, system upgrade complete. And shop interface activated. Upgrade compensation package awarded. And new quest unlocked. Complete the mission accepted by your organization. Reward legendary shinobi fragment. Hearing this, Jing Yuan finally grasped the source of his earlier confusion. No wonder the system's quests had grown scarce, it had been undergoing refinement. It seemed the system evolved alongside his own growth, its capabilities deepening, its rewards growing ever more extraordinary. Even a single quest now yielded a legendary shinobi fragment. Yet Jing Yuan paid these rewards little heed. What truly captivated him were the compensation package and the newly unveiled shop. Products born of the system were legendary for their excellence, a truth etched into memory from his past life. He'd once lamented its absence of a shop, now at last it existed. Its convenience was self-evident, nothing short of a divine anomaly. Without hesitation, Jing Yuan seized the moment, while Miyabi and the others scrutinized the mission scrolls, swiftly exploring the upgraded system interface. Open compensation package. At his silent command, the system's voice chimed once more. Initializing compensation package for host. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 legendary shinobi fragments. Jing Yuan felt a sudden chill. Fragments held little value for him. The shinobi world still lacked true powerhouses, and pathways to genuine strength continued to dwindle. The system was growing increasingly obsolete. As for using fragments to awaken the Rinnegan in Nagato, Jing Yuan deemed success astronomically unlikely. Even if attained, it would serve no purpose. The Rinnegan imposed crushing strain upon the body. Nagato, after one use, wasted into skeletal frailty, condemned to lifelong paralysis. Jing Yuan had no intention of spending his remaining years confined to a wheelchair. With a quiet sigh, he opened the system shop, only to freeze breathless before its dazzling inventory. The top row displayed an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan recommended, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. And One-Tail Shikaku Chakra Source recommended, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. Bloodline Limit would release recommended, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. Jing Yuan stood utterly speechless. His gaze swept downward, dividing the shop into 3 distinct sections: Bloodline Limits, Tailed Beasts, and Dojutsu. And Bloodline Limits section N. Lava Release, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. Storm Release, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. N. Naviri item in the Bloodline Limits section bore the same price, 10 fragments. Tailed Beast section N. One-Tail Shikaku Chakra Source, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. N. Two Tails Matatabi Chakra Source, price 20 legendary shinobi fragments. 3 Tails Isabu Chakra Source, price 30 legendary shinobi fragments. N. Outer Path Demonic Statue Chakra Source, price 100 legendary shinobi fragments. Dojutsu section N. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, price 10 legendary shinobi fragments. N. Rinnegan, price 30 legendary shinobi fragments. 3 Tomo Rinnegan, price 50 legendary shinobi fragments. And 6 Tomo Rinnegan, price 70 legendary shinobi fragments. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, price 100 legendary shinobi fragments. Unlike other sections, every dojutsu item carried a parenthetical note. Half price for single eye acquisition. Not thoughtful, almost humane touch. Jing Yuan's vision blurred, overwhelmed by sheer abundance. Everything gleamed with irresistible allure. He coveted them all, yet his reserves were meager. Only one could be chosen. His attention instinctively settled upon the 3 recommended items. First, the one-tailed Shikaku Chakra source. He dismissed it immediately. He already possessed Yuhi Shikaku, offered negligible advantage. Next came the choice between Wood Release and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Wood Release boasted unparalleled resilience and malleability, and crucially siphoned enemy chakra to replenish its wielder. Moreover, it was uniquely effective against tailed beasts, true sovereign over chakra beasts. With techniques like Sage Art Gomon's Fist and Sage Art True Thousand Hands, one could seize even the 9 tails barehanded. It also eased the burden on the Mangekyo Sharingan, extending its endurance. Yet the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan held undeniable merit, unrestricted use of dojutsu abilities, no longer haunted by the specter of blindness. Its ocular powers amplified exponentially, and unlocked the complete body Susanoo. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Madara Uchiha's complete body Susanoo reduced the 5 Kage to despair, overwhelming them with sheer unassailable supremacy. A colossal divine weapon 50 meters tall, impervious, unstoppable. After long deliberation, Jing Yuan made his choice. After hesitating for a moment, Jing Yuan chose the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason is simple. It's stylish. Who could resist a particularly handsome mecha? Moreover, Susanoo can also be used for defense, significantly compensating for Jing Yuan's weaknesses. As Jing Yuan made his decision to purchase with his mind, he suddenly felt an intense warmth in his eyes, though it was not uncomfortable. His vision also began to clear up. With the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, one's eyesight gradually diminishes, but with the Eternal Mangekyo there is no need to worry about losing one's sight. With the awakening of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jing Yuan immediately felt a significant increase in his chakra power, continuously surging from his eyes. Fortunately, there were no strange phenomena when activating this power. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Yahiko and the others. Moreover, Yahiko's group confirmed that there was nothing suspicious about this mission. The group quickly reached a consensus to execute a plan against him. At the border of the Land of Rain, a dark cave suddenly lit up with a fire. Then a series of crackling sounds erupted. Finding dry firewood in the Land of Rain is indeed quite challenging. Minato and the others worked hard to gather this firewood. It was enough to burn for several hours. A large group of people gathered around, totaling 12 individuals. 5 of them were from the Hidden Cloud village. Notably, one of them was someone Jing Yuan was familiar with. Killer Bee. That's right, Killer Bee was also here. The other 4 from the Hidden Cloud were elite jonin from the village. The moonlight cast a shadow on the face of Moonlight Breeze as he threw wood into the fire. His right arm was bandaged. It was Rin who had wrapped it for him. After drawing away the other 3, he was injured by a technique thrown by them, but managed to escape after killing one of their ninjas. Minato and Kakashi worked together to drive the enemy back. They sustained no injuries but did not pursue further. It was unclear if the enemy had reinforcements, and they could not neglect the safety of Obito and Rin. In summary, they had lost. In their first encounter they were caught off guard and had one team member captured. Moonlight Breeze covered his face and took deep breaths, trying to suppress his inner anger. He couldn't let the Hidden Cloud people see them as a joke. Although losing one team member had already made them a laughingstock. Moon sat silently in a corner, lost in thought. He was staring at the ground, unaware of what he was thinking. Kakashi was analyzing the current situation with Minato. Killer Bee, noticing the morale of Konoha was low, contemplated whether to drop a rap to lighten the mood. Minato looked at the fire and discussed the upcoming course of action with Kakashi. Right now we have too little information about the enemy, not even which organization they belong to. This could very well be a conspiracy aimed at luring us into a trap as we seek them out. Kakashi frowned slightly. Haven't we already requested support from Konoha? When will it arrive? Minato shook his head. It's too soon. Konoha would need at least a day to send support here. Every minute wasted increases the danger to Uchiha Izumi. We need to take the initiative while being cautious of the enemy's traps. Obito suddenly lay on a boulder, wailing. This is too difficult. Why do we have to take on such a task? Minato smiled wryly, slightly apologetic. This is unavoidable. Our team is considered the backbone of Konoha. Taking on such a high difficulty mission is just part of the job. Minato wasn't boasting. He was a genuine elite jonin, and Kakashi was also an elite jonin. If Jing Yuan and Tobirama were still around, they would have 4 elite jonin. Although Jing Yuan and Tobirama were no longer in the team, Minato and Kakashi alone made for a very formidable squad. Due to the end of the Third Great Ninja War, various missions had become overwhelming and the village could not spare any manpower. It was still uncertain whether they would receive reinforcements for this battle. Just then a kunai tied with an explosive tag flew in from outside the cave, detonating in front of everyone. Although no one was injured, it instantly alerted everyone. "Idiot, who ambushed us?" Killer Bee exclaimed, jumping up and rushing towards the cave entrance. Minato and the others also dashed out. Fighting in the cave was disadvantageous for them. Killer Bee and the other 4 hidden cloud ninjas were the first to charge out, with Minato and the others closely following. As all 12 emerged, they were taken aback. Opposite them stood a team of about 20 people, all clad in identical black long cloaks. They wore various masks on their faces. The black cloaks bore a striking emblem resembling a red moon. Minato's eyes immediately spotted Izumi, who was surrounded by the enemy. At that moment Izumi's eyes were vacant, her mouth was gagged with a white cloth preventing her from speaking. Her hands were bound behind her back, and she was being held by a masked ninja. "This is troublesome." Minato's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected the enemy to come after them and use Izumi as a hostage. Killer Bee also sensed the dire situation and placed his right hand behind him, gripping a short sword. The leader among the group wore a monkey mask emanating an incredibly terrifying aura, as if he were a beast crawling up from hell. In an unknown cave, Uchiha Riku was currently doing push-ups, familiarizing himself with his new body. Riku's damaged body had been implanted with Hashirama's cells. Thanks to the powerful life force of Hashirama's cells, his limbs had already regrown. "Wow! Awesome! I can already do so many push-ups now." Ah-Fei clapped from the side, looking at Riku with admiration even though he had no face. Just as Riku was about to sit up and take a break, a white Setsu rushed in. "Not good, not good. Riku, your friends are in danger. Right in the northwest. Over 20 elite jonin." Riku was taken aback. "What?" He frowned slightly. He needed to help them. It was just the right moment for that old man Obito to be asleep. Then, Uchiha Riku looked at the massive boulder in front of him and swung his right fist. "Sorry, Grandpa Obito, I'll come visit you when I return to Konoha." White Setsu could drill through to escape, but he couldn't. He had to either move the boulder or blast it open. Just as Uchiha Riku was about to strike, his fist halted midair. "Wait. I can't get out." Just then Ah-Fei appeared at the right moment, saying, "Hey, let me take you through." Outside the cave, both groups stared intently at each other, but neither made a move. In terms of numbers, Bufeng Shuimen and his team were at a disadvantage. Moreover, there was a hostage in the enemy's hands, so they refrained from rash action for the time being. Just as Bufeng Shuimen was pondering a countermeasure, the masked man at the lead wearing a monkey mask spoke. A low, hoarse voice emanated from within, adding a touch of mystery to the masked man. "Bufeng Shuimen, is it? You want to save this little girl from your Muyi?" Hearing this, Bufeng Shuimen slightly bent over, reaching his right hand toward the ninja tool pouch behind him. Keen as he was, he instantly sensed the other's intention. "State your terms." Bufeng Shuimen stared intently at the masked man before him. If negotiations failed, he would immediately throw a special kunai to show the masked man the prowess of the Muyi ninja. The masked man snorted with a laugh. "Sharp. My condition is, exchange it for the sealed scroll." Bufeng Shuimen's pupils trembled slightly. The sealed scroll, it contained all forbidden techniques of Muyi, since its founding extremely dangerous. And now this masked man had set his sights on the sealed scroll. "What do you intend to do with it?" The masked man was silent for a moment, then spoke. "From the moment of birth, humans bear 2 kinds of karma: happiness and pain. As long as someone is happy, someone else will suffer. And I will break this karma. Let the entire ninja world usher in a new reformation, plunging everyone into happiness. I call it the Moon Eye Plan." Kilabi, upon hearing this, immediately started a strange dance. "Idiot bastard, don't dress up your ambition to rule the world in such lofty terms." The masked man, hearing this, immediately pointed a finger at Kilabi. "If you sing that awful rap again, it'll tear your tongue out." Then the masked man withdrew his finger and looked at Bufeng Shuimen. "So what is your decision?" Bufeng Shuimen pondered for a moment, then threw the special kunai in his hand toward the masked man. "Sorry, I can't grant your wish. I already guess your choice. Foolish Muyi ninja." Then the 3-Demo Sharingan within the 2 holes of the masked man's face mask instantly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Then the Mangekyo pattern in the masked man's left eye pupil spun rapidly, and a black vortex appeared on the path between the masked man and the kunai, instantly sucking the special kunai in. Spirit Domain. The masked man's left eye pupil suddenly dilated. The next moment, a pitch-black figure rushed out of the black vortex. The figure's shape was exactly like Bufeng Shuimen, entirely black, with the only color being the kunai in its hand. That was precisely the special kunai Bufeng Shuimen had thrown into the black vortex earlier. But now Bufeng Shuimen felt that the connection between him and the kunai had been severed. The black shadow threw the special kunai toward Bufeng Shuimen then disappeared on the spot. A flash of black light passed, and the shadow materialized at the location of the kunai. At the same time it held a black Rasengan in its hand. The shadow caught the special kunai gripping it then slammed the Rasengan in its hand toward Bufeng Shuimen's face. At this moment the black shadow was less than a meter away from Bufeng Shuimen. Its combat movements were exactly the same as Bufeng Shuimen's. Bufeng Shuimen's pupils slightly widened then he abruptly dodged backward barely evading the attack. Seeing Bufeng Shuimen dodge the black shadow charged at him again. Bufeng Shuimen immediately went on alert took out a special kunai and threw it toward the shadow. Meanwhile the kunai in the shadow's hand was also thrown toward Bufeng Shuimen. The two kunai passed each other. Both Bufeng Shuimen vanished from their spots and reappeared at the locations of their thrown kunai. Neither was injured in this exchange but Bufeng Shuimen felt immense pressure, as if fighting his own shadow. At that moment the masked man waved his hand. Kill them! Instantly the masked ninjas behind him swarmed out. Yueguang Qifeng and the others immediately entered combat readiness. Kakashi focused slightly then in an instant drew the 8 swords from his back equipping them using his hands, mouth, and legs. The other 4 Yunin ninjas also immediately unleashed their signature skills. Lightning Release Lightning Beast Pursuit Fang! Lightning Release Lightning Beast Pursuit Fang! The 4 Yunin ninjas all formed hand seals unleashing Lightning Beast Pursuit Fang toward the charging masked ninja. 4 lightning tigers appeared from the seals of the 4 Yunin ninjas. The lightning tigers moved erratically supporting each other proving extremely troublesome. They seemed to be a combined ninja technique. Among the masked ninjas charging forward the one at the front was immediately tackled by a lightning beast pursuit Fang. However just as the lightning tiger was about to finish him a masked ninja behind him extended his right hand and a peculiar water sphere appeared in his palm which he then threw forward. The water sphere passed through the lightning beast pursuit Fang in an instant, and the lightning tiger was sucked into the water sphere. As if the water sphere had a suction force after absorbing the lightning tiger both techniques exploded together in midair. Water Release Water Attraction Sphere. This technique was developed specifically to counter certain lightning release techniques using the conductive property of water to absorb lightning-based jutsu. The other 3 lightning tigers were also dealt with in moments, and the masked ninjas barely suffered any damage. The distance between the two sides had reached a critical point. Kakabi's body was instantly covered in a tailed beast cloak and then a layer of lightning chakra appeared on all 8 of his swords. Supersonic Vibration Lightning Release Sword. Though Kakabi appeared bulky he was incredibly fast engaging the masked ninjas in an instant. As soon as the battle began the Muyi and Lei ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage. The opposing 20 masked ninjas all had power fluctuating between Jonin and Elite Jonin. On the side of Muyi and Yunin to put it nicely there were 12 people. But in reality only a few were combat effective. First Obito Rin and Yu, these 3 Chunin were completely useless. Although Kakashi had carried out many missions he still appeared too young against these veteran Jonin and Elite Jonin. At this moment Bufeng Shuimen was still entangled by that mysterious eye technique leaving Kakabi and the others in extreme danger. To change the tide of battle someone had to break the deadlock. At that moment Kakashi moved. With a flick of his right hand Kakashi threw a kunai. A masked ninja seeing the kunai coming toward him immediately used his own kunai to deflect Kakashi's kunai into the air. A flash of blinding white light pierced the air. Kakashi suddenly materialized beside the kunai that had been flung skyward. Flying Thunder God Technique. His gaze locked unblinkingly upon the masked man who lounged carelessly on the ground. In one swift motion Kakashi seized the airborne kunai, ready to hurl it at his foe. Indeed, within a mere 3 months Kakashi had mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique. His terrifying aptitude rivaled that of his father the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Yet just as Kakashi was about to land his surprise strike, the masked man lifted his head, and cast a single glance. In that instant the masked man's right eye shifted, and Kakashi found himself frozen midair utterly immobile. Yes, this was the power of the masked man's other eye. Shackles. Left eye spirit domain. Right eye shackles. His Mangekyo Sharingan was nothing short of extraordinary, unrivaled beneath the rank of Kage, and capable of trading blows even with those above. Of course, that last remark was merely jest. Each of the masked man's ocular abilities bore inherent limitations. The spirit domain for instance required an object imbued with the target's chakra to pass through its black vortex in order to replicate them. If the target evaded in advance the technique became useless. As for shackles, the technique demanded the target remain stationary. Though its effect could be anticipated against slower movement it failed entirely against extreme speed unable to lock onto a rapidly shifting form. It was precisely during Kakashi's suspended moment, mid-leap, that the masked man seized the opening to seize control. A bead of cold sweat traced down Kakashi's temple. His entire body was paralyzed, suspended helplessly in midair, his chakra utterly congealed immovable. Dread coiled through him like icy smoke. He is far too strong. Having ended the skirmish, the masked man casually snatched up Uchiha Shinran, who knelt weeping on the ground, and hoisted her aloft by the collar of her shirt. Shinran wept uncontrollably, tears streaming like shattered blossoms, her eyes swollen crimson, but no sound escaped her lips. Her teachers, her comrades, now teetering on the precipice of life and death, while she remained trapped in the enemy's grasp. Now I hold 2 hostages, perhaps this farce has run its course. Just as the masked man prepared to leverage his captives against Minato Namikaze and the others, a shadow erupted beside him. Jing Yuan crouched low, palms planted firmly upon the earth, then launched a devastating kick toward the masked man. Something about this man stirred deep instinctive revulsion within him, though he could not name why. As if sensing imminent peril, the masked man's pupils trembled, and instantly a skeletal frame surged into being around him. Susanoo. Yet Jing Yuan had already entered sage mode. A pair of vertical slit-like pupils gleamed in his eyes, and with a single decisive kick he shattered the skeletal armor, sending the masked man hurtling backward. The masked man flew like a ragdoll, limbs flailing, while Jing Yuan smoothly caught the collapsing Uchiha Shinran in his arms. Yet just as Jing Yuan reached to untie Shinran's bonds, a system alert blared inside his mind, startling him completely. System B module detected. Eliminate its host to acquire the complete system. Unlock daily check-in. Jing Yuan shuddered. System. The enemy possessed the system too. In that fleeting moment of stunned hesitation, the masked man, who had just been hurled away like refuse, Madras flashed across his hands and he reappeared before Jing Yuan in an instant. He stood precisely where he had been moments before Jing Yuan's blow sent him flying. Spatial time ninjutsu Skystep. Skystep. A spatial time technique allowing unconditional return to one's position 1 second prior. Jing Yuan recoiled at the masked man's sudden reappearance, but years of wielding yin-yang energy had honed his reflexes to preternatural speed. Instantly a chilling white chakra shroud enveloped him, and in the next breath he vanished from sight, reappearing 50 meters away, with Shinran still cradled safely in his arms. You carry an aura I loathe. The masked man murmured softly, not angered by Jing Yuan's escape but narrowing his right eye. At once Jing Yuan felt an uncanny force seize him, rooting him in place. Shackles. A faint smile curled the masked man's lips. He believed Jing Yuan was finished. High above, Kakashi watched in frantic silence, unable to shout a warning. Seeing Jing Yuan likewise immobilized, his face strained of all color. But then, Jing Yuan's eyes flared open, revealing a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His left pupil rippled, and a veil of obsidian light descended over him. Divine devouring. As the black radiance enveloped him, the oppressive weight dissolved, freedom flooding back into his limbs. In its wake a warm current surged through his body, chakra replenishing itself, flowing back into him like a returning tide. Jing Yuan's left eye ability was extraordinary. Divine devouring resembled the Preta path of the 6 paths, capable of absorbing ninjutsu and converting them into chakra, but surpassed it in scope, for it could also be extended to others. The masked man's expression darkened behind his mask upon witnessing Jing Yuan's liberation. Those eyes are most unusual. At that very moment Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato finally arrived. After freeing Shinran from her bindings, Jing Yuan turned toward the newcomers. Senior brother Yahiko, you've arrived at last. Yahiko and the others immediately took in the dire state of the Konoha and Kumogakure shinobi, offering only a terse acknowledgement before rushing headlong into the thick of battle. Wind release gale palm. Water release water disruption wave. Paper shuriken. A storm of jutsu descended upon the battlefield in rapid succession. The masked shinobi, seeing reinforcements arrive, felt their resolve falter, yet discipline held firm. Instantly they split into 2 coordinated units, one engaging the Konoha and Kumogakure forces, the other confronting the newly arrived allies. Earth release earth flow wall. Earth release earth flow wall. 5 shinobi from the unit facing the Akatsuki simultaneously formed hand seals, raising towering earthen barriers to intercept the incoming barrage. Moonlight Kisame, locked in fierce combat, felt a surge of relief at the arrival of aid. Though deep gashes scored his body, such wounds meant little to one trained en route. Indeed, with pressure easing, his blade grew swifter, sharper, each strike singing with lethal grace. Meanwhile Minato Namikaze lured the shadowy figure into the narrow confines of the mountaintop, then hurled a flying thunder god kunai high into the sky. The shadow paused, bewildered. Its limited intellect could not fathom this tactic. In the next heartbeat a golden flash lit the sky. Minato appeared midair, hands already weaving seals. Roof-crushing technique. Trapped within the cramped expanse, the shadow had nowhere to flee, only to stare upward helplessly as a colossal toad plummeted from the heavens, crushing it flat beneath its massive bulk. Gamabunta stood with arms crossed, aloof and disdainful, utterly unimpressed by the insignificant creature now flattened beneath his foot. On an open rocky ground, two similar figures stood facing each other, both completely focused, staring at each other without either side showing any opening. After a moment, the masked man, seeing that Jing Yuan truly had no intention of making the first move, stepped back 2 paces and shrugged. "You really are no fun," Jing Yuan retorted bluntly. "You are equally exasperating." However, the masked man ignored Jing Yuan's taunt, glared with his eyes, and a pitch-black half-body Susanoo rose from the ground. First a massive skeleton formed, then it was filled with chakra resembling flesh and blood, gradually revealing a giant figure. The masked man stood in the center of the Susanoo. He stared straight at Jing Yuan. Then the restraints on Kakashi were released, but as soon as Kakashi regained his freedom, he was caught by a giant Susanoo hand. The masked man's massive half-body Susanoo held Kakashi in its hand, and the masked man grinned sinisterly. "So now what will you choose? Will you disregard the safety of your former comrade? Or continue to resist me?" Jing Yuan looked at Kakashi's grimacing face with anxiety, but he knew that either choice would be unfavorable to him. Then, with a sharp look in his eyes, Jing Yuan drew the snow blade from its scabbard with his right hand and held it across his chest. "What are you going to? Give up on him?" The masked man's Susanoo hand squeezed harder. Seeing that Kakashi was about to pass out, Jing Yuan decided to no longer hold back against the masked man. With a movement of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, an unknown jet-black chakra immediately enveloped Kakashi. Then the Susanoo arm in contact with Kakashi began to visibly melt. This was the power of Divine Devour which had manifested on Kakashi. "What?" The masked man looked to his side, his expression under the mask full of surprise. "This guy possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan ability more powerful than his own." The masked man turned to look at Jing Yuan. "You're really troublesome." But the moment he turned, he was startled. Jing Yuan was now bending over, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the sword hilt in his right. Then he slashed upward fiercely. Sage Art. Wind Release Gale Slash. After Jing Yuan's seemingly effortless slash, a massive blade of chi rose from the ground and shot toward the Susanoo. Seeing this, Kakashi ignored his injuries and scrambled to his feet, stumbling away. The enormous sword chi was enough to let him leave this world without any pain. Under the masked man's shocked gaze, the sword chi brushed past his hair, and the Susanoo was split in half from the top down, dissipating into specks of starlight. Jing Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The sight of the masked man stirred a killing impulse within him, causing his hand to tremble slightly and deflecting the sword chi. "Damn it, you slashed my Susanoo!" The masked man's voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. This man before him made him want to kill him every moment, but unfortunately he wasn't strong enough and was constantly suppressed. Even though the masked man had great patience, he was tormented severely. Just as he began to think of retreat, a sword was placed against his neck. The masked man froze and turned his head. It was Philia, who had been idling, now holding a sword to his neck. Philia had not joined the battle but had been hiding in the shadows, ready to deliver a powerful blow to the masked man. A single slash struck out. Even though the masked man reacted quickly and leaped backward, it was a bit too late. The mask on his face was instantly split in two. After a flash of sword light, the monkey mask fell in 2 pieces through the air and landed on the ground covered in mud. Rainwater from the sky fell onto a delicate face. Philia was stunned for a moment, his sword still held in the position after shattering the mask. The masked man, now should be called, Jing Yuan, looked at the broken mask on the ground, his hands clenching until they cracked. Then he suddenly reached out and lifted Philia with one hand. "You destroyed my mask." Philia grabbed Jing Yuan's vice-like hand with both hands, struggling and looking at the furious face of Jing Yuan, wondering why such a fuss over just a mask. "Who are you?" Philia forced out the words with difficulty. "Heh. You can call me Tiandao." Tiandao flung Philia away, then turned and caught a slashing sword from Jing Yuan with one hand. "Steel release steel hand." In an instant, Tiandao's left hand gleamed with a metallic luster, and he caught Jing Yuan's slashing sword. Then with a single hand he snapped the snow blade in two, shocking Jing Yuan. Then Tiandao kicked Jing Yuan flying and casually tossed the broken blade to the ground. "Well, meet again. Before that, I have a big gift for you all." As Tiandao formed the Wu Hand seal, Xian Ran, who was with Kakashi not far away, immediately contorted her face. "Ah." With Xian Ran's low growl, Kakashi was startled and quickly retreated. After Kakashi moved away, Xian Ran's clothes began to flutter without wind, revealing a strange seal on her belly. Then the seal burst open. Surges of immense blue chakra gushed from Xian Ran's abdomen. Jing Yuan frowned. This was the chakra of the Three Tails Isabu. Xian Ran had replaced Rin Noera from the original story. She had become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Jing Yuan spun around and sprinted toward Xian Ran, reaching her in moments. Xian Ran lay on the ground, gripping Jing Yuan's left hand painfully with both hands. Jing Yuan! Save me! Jing Yuan felt a pang in his heart seeing Xian Ran's pain. Don't be afraid, I'll save you now. Divine Devour! His left eye pupil trembled and a layer of black chakra appeared on his right hand. Then Jing Yuan placed his right hand over the dark hole on Xian Ran's belly. As the black chakra on his hand touched the pale blue chakra of the three tails, the beast's chakra surged wildly into Jing Yuan's body. Xian Ran's expression visibly relaxed. Thank you, Jing. But before she could finish, Tian now cheerfully said, Katsu! Boom! A flash of white light suddenly burst from Xian Ran's heart. Then, there was nothing else. The end. Just kidding. The spear of the mind strikes at the heart of my sister. Tian Dao playfully pointed at the smoking pit with one hand resembling a gun. However, almost everyone present ignored him. No. Uchiha Suki, hiding in the cave, trembled slightly, kneeling on the ground looking at the smoking pit left by the explosion in disbelief. The originally light drizzle in the sky gradually intensified. The rain began to affect people's vision. The masked ninjas exchanged glances and fled the battlefield. After fighting for so long, the most seriously injured among them was only moderately hurt, proving their strength. As for the members of the Akatsuki organization, since they joined later, they were not significantly affected, but Yunin suffered the most with 2 out of 4 subordinates dead. The personnel from Konoha suffered little to no casualties, but among them Suki Kaze was the worst off, covered in dirt and ash. Obito, Rin and Suki were all Chunin, and in the face of such elite Jonin teamwork they could not help at all and could even die and affect others, so Suki Kaze did not let them participate in the battle. Seeing the masked ninjas leave, Suki Kaze immediately collapsed, sitting on the ground greedily inhaling the air. His Jonin jacket was already tattered and he casually took it off and tossed it aside, revealing a patchwork of knife wounds beneath. He faced 6 elite Jonin alone. This was enough to prove Suki Kaze's strength, yet no one cheered for him. The atmosphere was heavy. Cough cough. Cough cough. The dust choked Obito and Rin, who walked out from the cave with Obito leaning against the wall looking at everyone. Everyone is alright, that's great. That explosion just now was so loud, what was it? Rin followed closely behind Obito, successfully coming out, and asked everyone, who looked serious. Everyone present had serious expressions and no one spoke first. The rain poured down, pressing the dust to the ground, revealing the scene in the center of the explosion pit. Jing Yuan's body shimmered with a layer of lightning attribute chakra, the armor of the thunder god. Jing Yuan was not significantly injured, just having some burn marks on his Akatsuki robe, looking dusty. His hands were charred, yet he did not scream in pain. The pain in his hands was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Why? I have already saved her. Why? Why? Tears streamed down Jing Yuan's face as he turned to glare at the smiling Tian Dao with a twisted expression. Tian Dao's gaze on Jing Yuan turned cold. I told you this world is like this, where there is happiness for some, there will be suffering for others. No one can escape this cause and effect. Tian Dao's hands were clenched, and then he pointed at Jing Yuan with one hand, looking at him with anger. And you who have forgotten pain are not worthy of sympathy. Come join me, let us end this chaotic world together. Tian Dao's eyes widened in anger as he stared at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan staggered to his feet, panting heavily. What a joke! Jing Yuan's eyes widened and a large amount of white chakra began to emanate from him. You! Who killed my companions? What right do you have to speak here? Buzz! A tremendous wave of energy radiated outward from Jing Yuan. The massive airflow knocked everyone present to the ground, sending them flying backward for 7 to 8 meters. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a colossal entity about 50 meters tall appearing on the wet rocks. Susanoo. Complete form. Jing Yuan opened his eyes again, now standing in the crystal of Susanoo's head. Anger burned in Jing Yuan's eyes, and the pain of watching his companion die before him scraped at his heart like a sharp blade. Jing Yuan clenched his hands and a gigantic chakra blade appeared in his grasp. Then Jing Yuan swung down the blade. The immense energy instantly split the entire high slope in two. And the focal point was Tian Dao. Tian Dao looked up at the towering Susanoo, as the blade came down, still wearing that furious expression. Then as the blade came down, there was a poof, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. Jing Yuan stood in Susanoo, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A trick. A mere diversion. Inside the cave, Obito stared stunned at the gigantic Susanoo that they could only see the legs of. Rin. What is that? Rin also looked shocked. Jing Yuan. Suki was kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, stunned for a long time. For a long time he showed no expression. He did not look up or care about what happened to Jing Yuan. He was already dead. A colorless world was no different from dying. First it was Li, whom he had always considered a good friend, and now it was Sun Yan. His 2 best friends had died one after the other, both in front of him. These 2 people had long ceased to be just friends to Suki. The three of them had never really experienced family affection. While growing up they had relied on each other since childhood, and that bond had long surpassed friendship. How could he not like Sun Yan? How could he not have feelings for a companion who had been with him day and night? He just thought that Li had always liked Sun Yan, so he buried those feelings deep in his heart. And now all the emotions had collapsed. He first lost his friendship, then he lost his love. Now he had nothing left. For quite a while Suki remained unresponsive. In fact, this is a way for humans to protect themselves. When faced with unbearable blows, people's reaction is to freeze first in disbelief, not daring to believe, and finally having to believe. After escaping from the brink of death, sadness will surge to the heart. Sun Yan, Li, wrapped in bandages, stood there in a daze. He had just arrived here when he saw Sun Yan in danger. The chakra of the Three Tails was leaking. Initially anxious, he was overjoyed to see Jing Yuan suppressing the Three Tails, but the next moment a flash of white light appeared. Everything was gone. So much so that Li had not yet reacted. Haha, it can't be real. Li smiled to mask his inner sorrow, but how could sorrow be concealed? If sadness could really be controlled, then how could people cherish the preciousness of life? In the next moment Li and Suki's sadness reached the same peak. The memories of the three of them together ignited the fuse of sadness in these two boys' hearts. Everything was destroyed in that explosion. It's all fake, it's all fake. I will never admit to such a thing. Volume 2 collapse. A flicker of yellow light fallen in darkness. You have nowhere left to run. Outside Konoha village. Deep within the forest. Obito Uchiha returned wearing a black and yellow tiger pattern mask, his chains coiling tightly around Minato Namikaze. From the single aperture in the mask a Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated. Moments earlier Obito Uchiha had effortlessly phased through the kunai Minato thrust at him, using his intangible ability, then instantly reappeared behind him and bound him with iron chains. A flash of yellow light erupted as Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing and reappearing beside his marked kunai embedded in the earth. Minato wrenched the kunai from the ground and held it crosswise before his chest, his gaze locked unflinchingly upon the masked man before him. Who are you? Why attack Konoha? The masked figure cast a disdainful glance at Minato, then turned toward the village behind him, its skyline blazing with fire, the nine-tailed beast towering 70 meters tall as it laid waste to the streets. My identity is irrelevant. What matters is that your village is already on the brink of annihilation. Now, choose. His form flickered, then blurred into motion, sprinting swiftly away from Konoha. Minato did not give chase immediately. Instead he gazed back at the inferno consuming his home, where his dying wife and newborn son lay trapped. Trust the third Hokage. Minato's grip tightened on the kunai, then without hesitation he whirled and raced after the retreating figure. This man is too terrifying. If he survives, Konoha's future will be irrevocably shadowed by crisis. Meanwhile Uchiha Kajihara sat cross-legged atop the Hokage rock, observing the burning village with detached fascination, his right hand propping his chin, his left tracing idle circles upon his thigh. The timeline has nearly converged with its original course. How utterly repulsive this world is. It had been 3 years since Kajihara joined Akatsuki, though he no longer belonged to it. So much had transpired in those 3 years. And one truth had become undeniable: no matter how fiercely Kajihara struggled, fate would unfold as destined, or worse. It was as if the world itself conspired to drag every deviation back onto its ordained path. The hastily concluded Third Shinobi World War reignited the moment news of Kajihara's defection spread. Then came Akatsuki, now reduced to only Nagato and Konan, and later Kyujin Sansui Rin. What mattered most slipped relentlessly from Kajihara's grasp. Even now his power edged ever closer to that of the Sage of Six Paths, yet he had failed to protect even one thing truly precious. If he could not shield those who deserved protection, what purpose did such power serve? Kajihara now understood Obito's hollow despair, the crushing weight of helplessness, the searing loathing for this world. Feeling the nine tails vanish through the Flying Thunder God technique, Kajihara rose slowly, brushed dust from his trousers, and reached back for the Uchiha war fan strapped across his shoulders. Below, shinobi wept over the corpses of their loved ones, but Kajihara watched expressionless as he fastened a monkey-shaped mask over his face. With a sharp, fluid motion he swung the massive war fan from his back, then his right eye flickered, and he vanished. That eye, violet ringed with concentric black patterns, was the Rinnegan. Tap, tap, tap. Kajihara strode down a pitch-black corridor. Through shattered windows firelight blazed across the sky. Konoha shinobi scrambled desperately to douse the flames. None noticed this forgotten corner. His destination was Konoha's most secure vault, housing forbidden scroll repositories and classified jutsu archives. At the corridor's bend a patrolling shinobi rounded the corner, and froze at the sight of Kajihara. Before he could react, Kajihara struck, swinging the war fan with brutal force, slamming the shinobi headfirst into the wall. Boom! Dust billowed. Crack, crack. Ignoring the spider-webbed fissures, Kajihara stepped calmly past the ruin, his demeanor suggesting nothing more consequential than brushing aside a stray leaf. Ha! The nine-tails' colossal pupil fixed with murderous intensity upon Minato, and Kushina impaled upon its own claw, its fury redoubling as it strained to drive the talon deeper toward the infant lying helpless upon the sacrificial altar. Yet it was futile. At the precipice of her child's death, Kushina unleashed a torrent of chakra so immense that the beast's titanic claw could not advance, not even a fraction of an inch. Damn curse! Minato ignored the beast's snarls. Sensing his body failing, he offered Kushina a grim, sorrow-laced smile. Kushina. I'm sorry. He had intended to sacrifice himself, to spare Kushina and their son Naruto, but fate had twisted his plan beyond redemption. This outcome is far from ideal. Feeling the warmth fading from his arms, guilt surged like cold tide with, Don't blame yourself, Minato. Kushina's voice trembled with choked sobs, her body shuddering at the thought of parting from her newborn mere moments after birth. Kushina. With a sweep of his hand, Kajihara made every forbidden scroll in the vault vanish, a space-time jutsu. The old cascada technique that stores objects in the past to retrieve them in the future, functionally akin to a spatial ring. Sensing Minato's chakra dimming, Kajihara decided it was time to depart, but paused, glancing once more toward the dying Hokage. Farewell, Sensei Minato. Kajihara had no intention of saving him. In this world steeped in hatred, survival meant only prolonged suffering, and what he planned next was not meant for Minato's eyes. Perspective shifts with power. Perhaps it was the Rinnegan's influence, or perhaps the unbearable weight of too many lost souls, that had hardened Kajihara's heart, kindling his resolve to change something. He sought to end this world of cold calculus, to liberate those discarded by fate. Without action he would cease to feel his own existence dissolving slowly into the void of overwhelming strength. This was both solace for the departed, and salvation for himself. Yet he differed from Madara and Obito. His vision carried a distinct, unyielding conviction. The infinite supremacy was but an illusion. True peace demanded not genjutsu, but technological deterrence. Kajihara resettled the Uchiha war fan across his back, formed the hand seals, and dissolved silently into thin air. From this moment forward, I live solely for myself. Hoo hoo! The sand-laden gale howled across this barren land. A figure clad in an Uchiha robe trudged through the wind-whipped desert. The flying sand bounced off automatically about a meter around the silhouette. Even as the sand swirled in the air, the figure remained utterly unaffected. Stepping on the hardened yellow earth, Jing Yuan's eyes swept back and forth across the desolate wasteland shrouded in sand. The shinobi world was but a part of this planet, not the whole. Indeed, this planet was not merely composed of the 5 great nations and various small countries. After all, this world had no Magellan, no theories of a flat or geocentric Earth. Everyone was occupied with war and developing their own power, eager to seize more land. Who cared about theories that couldn't bring more territory or food? This land wasn't even deemed worthy of being drawn on a map, for no one knew its true extent. With perpetual wind and sand, not even a cactus grew here. No one thought this soil could be of any use. It lay to the northwest of the Land of Earth, a region beyond the map. The Land of Earth had no desire to govern it, as its own wastelands were already abundant. Notably, after the Third Shinobi World War, the nations had gained little and suffered heavy losses, so the shinobi world was enjoying a rare period of peace, a time Jing Yuan considered extremely precious. The swiftest way to build and create an entirely new world was through political means. By advancing politics and rapidly developing strength, one could influence other major nations. Once they emulated those politics, the world would be transformed anew. Why engage in endless battles with pain unceasing? You hate him, he hates you. Where does it end? Well, if you wipe out the other side, it ends. But why bother? And after experiencing so many things in the shinobi world, Jing Yuan had also begun to miss the smartphones and computers of his past life. Wasn't it delightful to lie in bed playing games? As for the various future Otsutsuki, Jing Yuan had already gathered all the chakra from the one tail to the 9 tails. Only the Geto Mazo was missing, and his eyes had evolved to a single Rinnegan. Once he attained dual 9-tomo Rinnegan, later any disobedient Otsutsuki would be pinned to the ground and beaten. With his own 10 tails and dual 9-tomo Rinnegan, he would directly blow up the Otsutsuki's homeworld. Thought and action were one. He would go and blow up the Otsutsuki homeland in a few years. Pulling his thoughts back, Jing Yuan closed his eyes, sensed his surroundings, then walked to a spot and gathered power in his right hand. Swoosh, swoosh. His right hand, enveloped in 4 tails chakra, slammed violently into the ground. Instantly a column of molten rock shot downward. After about a minute, Jing Yuan lifted his right hand, revealing a bottomless pit beneath his feet. Soon a sound emerged from the hole. A flicker of delight crossed Jing Yuan's eyes. Water source found. But before he could finish his thought, he saw that what was flowing from the hole was not water. A jet of black liquid shot into the sky. Jing Yuan quickly activated Shinra Tensei to repel the black liquid surging toward him, then leaped backward in retreat. Oil. Astonished, he immediately formed hand seals. The hole gradually closed as the earth churned. Jing Yuan's expression darkened. To establish a new hidden village, a water source was indispensable. Moreover, the surrounding land didn't seem suitable for growing crops. Without water and food, this soil still needed improvement. Ding. Mission issued. Mission name. Find a permanent water source. Mission rank. A rank. Mission time limit. 72 hours. Failure penalty. Walk 10,000 meters while doing a one-handed handstand and hopping. Mission reward. 3 legendary ninja shards. Ding. Sensing the host's mindset, new technology tree shop added. Jing Yuan stared at the blue panel before him, lost in thought. Since that great battle, the system had become increasingly human-like, as if through his constant fighting the system had also gained something akin to experience, its functions growing more numerous. Moreover, after that battle, Tendo had vanished. Thinking back to that fellow who also possessed the system, Jing Yuan found it odd. That person's mood seemed uncontrollable, one moment smiling, the next grimacing like a schizophrenic. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Jing Yuan prepared to inspect the so-called technology tree shop. System, open the technology tree shop. Ding. Currently the host does not own a hidden village, so the technology tree shop has no stock. Continue to open. Jing Yuan was taken aback. No stock. That meant the shop was tied to the hidden village. It seemed the system was also absorbing elements of this world, possibly even connecting to other worlds. After all, the chakra of the tailed beasts that showed no rejection couldn't have been borrowed from inside their bodies. There had to be another way. No. Since there were no goods, Jing Yuan saw no reason to look further. With a flick of his sleeve, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode deeper into the windswept wasteland. Sanshui, watch closely. It'll show you a brand new world. Jing Yuan had not yet mastered the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique. This jutsu came from the Gedo Mazo and could only be used by possessing its power alongside the Rinnegan. And the cost was immense chakra. If insufficient, it would endanger one's life. An ordinary Rinnegan wielder lacked the chakra for the outer path samsara of heavenly life, but after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it was different. Moreover, the higher the quality of the Rinnegan, the less chakra was required. The bodies of his old comrades were stored in an old box. Once the myriad affairs of the hidden village were settled, and the Otsutsuki incident resolved, Jing Yuan planned to use this jutsu. Well, things are still moving in a good direction. The system always brought Jing Yuan surprises. Inside a dark cave, Nagato sat on a cold stone chair while below lay 6 corpses. Conan stood by his side. Nagato. Conan looked with pity at Yahiko's corpse, now filled with the power of the 6 paths, muttering with concern. Conan, don't worry. This is the necessary path toward peace and our first step to make the world feel pain. Madness gleamed in Nagato's eyes. His legs had been crippled by Hanzo the salamander, so he used this ability to avenge himself. As Nagato pressed his palms together, the 6 corpses on the ground all opened their eyes. They slowly rose from the ground, standing with icy expressions. Yahiko. No, now they are called pain. In the cosmos, a cold white streak of light hurtled away with several truth-seeking orbs floating behind it. This person was none other than Uchiha Jing Yuan. At this moment, Uchiha Jing Yuan was rushing towards a certain destination with great haste. In his eyes, a pair of blood-red Rinnegan with 9 Tomo pulsed continuously in the darkness. Soon one planet after another came into Jing Yuan's view. Those planets were either ghastly white or pitch black, and the only plants on them were towering giant trees. It seemed they were not far from the Otsutsuki's homeworld. Another bout of teleportation. After passing through a space-time tunnel, a lush green planet appeared before Jing Yuan. The planet was teeming with life, yet this prosperity was obtained by plundering other planets. Jing Yuan gazed coldly at the planet as a red truth-seeking orb materialized in his right hand. Then with a mere thought, Jing Yuan sent the red truth-seeking orb hurtling towards the vibrant planet. The red orb kept growing larger and larger in the air, its scorching heat causing the temperature of the entire planet to rise by several degrees instantly. The members of the Otsutsuki clan on the streets looked up at the sky with utter astonishment. The sky was now as blood-red as if dyed in gore, and as the red truth-seeking orb grew larger and drew closer to the planet's surface, the ground temperature began to climb rapidly. Trees and vegetation burst into flames, blazing fiercely, and screams filled the air. Many rushed out to stop it, but to no avail. Their attacks evaporated before even reaching within a kilometer of the red orb. Massive quantities of steam rose, cloaking the planet in white in an instant. About an hour later, a deafening impact sounded and a crimson shockwave swept across the entire globe. Boom. About a month later, the entire planet was shattered into fragments by the enormous red truth-seeking orb and scattered across the cosmos. After watching the planet dissolve into cosmic dust, Jing Yuan recalled the red truth-seeking orb. During this time, he had learned the name of this world, Takamagara. Along the way, Jing Yuan advanced triumphantly, destroying any planet he encountered that had been corrupted by the Otsutsuki, for there were few survivors left on those worlds anyway. 2 years later, Jing Yuan returned. Along the way, he detonated the wormhole. The Otsutsuki were incredibly far from the shinobi world. Even with a lifetime, Jing Yuan could not reach them in a straight line, so destroying the wormhole added an extra layer of security. During these 2 years, Jing Yuan also acquired the Otsutsuki's time travel device. To prevent any surviving Otsutsuki from threatening the shinobi world, he prepared to fulfill his childhood dream: to become a time-space traveler. After returning to the shinobi world, Jing Yuan gazed from space toward a certain place in that world. A blondie-haired boy was practicing ninjutsu under the watchful eye of a white-haired middle-aged man, while another blonde man stood nearby chuckling awkwardly. On the other side, a white-haired youth accompanied by a black-haired boy and a girl walked past the three, chatting and laughing with joyful expressions. Finally, there was a middle-aged man whose eyes welled with tears as he looked in Jing Yuan's direction. Jing Yuan met his gaze for a long moment before smiling sincerely. Although the other could not see him, he seemed to sense his presence. He also smiled knowingly. Jing Yuan opened his right hand, enveloped himself in a layer of chakra shield, and then charged toward the shinobi world. As a fiery red streak of light streaked across the sky, the story could only come to a temporary end.